Chapter 74. Playing dead, I was taken aback, but soon my heart was ignited by a fiery rage, and I swiftly drew my handgun, preparing to unleash a volley upon him. Deep down, I understood that Wu Sidong was also a victim, having been possessed, yet the recent death of Doufu, along with the subsequent series of events, led me to misplace my anger upon him. Moreover, while the others were in disarray, he stood opposite us with a sinister grin, which was infuriating. In the moment I drew my weapon, Professor Lin was startled and immediately grasped my arm, imploring, "Do not act impulsively." He could not bear to witness me harm his student. As a result of his intervention, my aim faltered, and I fired a shot that went astray. At that moment, Wu Sidong suddenly pivoted and dashed to the right. I had assumed he was waiting outside to make a move, but to my astonishment, he simply turned and fled. The others were momentarily stunned. I was determined to confront him and immediately dashed out of the mausoleum in pursuit. As I stepped outside, I realized that in the opposite corner, another soldier figurine had revealed a passageway. Wu Sidong was swift, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the pitch-black tunnel. Though I usually possess quick feet, after the tumultuous events and bearing Doufu's weight, I could not keep pace with Wu Sidong. In an instant, Professor Lin and the others regained their wits and hastily followed suit, understanding that allowing Wu Sidong to escape would only lead to further chaos. Regardless of the circumstances, capturing him was paramount. They reacted swiftly and outpaced me, leaving me trailing behind with Doufu on my back. The tunnel where Wu Sidong had fled differed from the previous one. After running several dozen meters, we encountered a descending staircase. To our astonishment, the steps were densely covered with a moss-like vegetation. While I was not surprised to find plants thriving in the darkness, the absence of water in the tomb raised questions about their growth. Professor Lin, quick to respond, remarked, "It appears there must be water below." According to the structure of the tomb, water intrusion was considered a grave taboo. However, it was not entirely implausible that some individuals, for reasons of feng shui, had intentionally constructed waterways within the tomb. Su Fu, a renowned sorcerer of his time, surely held unconventional beliefs. His intentions in this matter remained a mystery to me. Before us lay a narrow staircase, marked by a distinct trail of footprints, likely those of Wu Sidong. Judging by the stride of the prince, it seemed he had nearly taken 3 steps with each stride. If we delayed, he would surely distance himself from us. To guard against any treachery, Robot 1 led the way, and we followed in single file. With Doufu on my back, my upper body heavy and my lower body light. The slippery steps caught me off guard, and I tumbled unceremoniously, inadvertently pushing the person ahead of me. The staircase's slickness triggered a chain reaction, and one by one, we toppled forward, rolling down the gently sloping steps in a dizzying tumble, disoriented for a while before finally reaching the ground. Fortunately, the stone steps were covered in moss-like plants, preventing any serious injuries, though my body ached intensely, and my mind was left in a state of confusion. I braced myself against the pain, preparing to rise, when I heard someone behind me exclaim, "Oh my goodness, it hurts so much." I instinctively replied, "Endure it." As soon as the words left my lips, I was taken aback. I could not help but turn around, only to meet the gaze of a pallid face. Doufu. He stared at me with wide eyes, saying, "Of course, you don't feel pain, for you are currently sitting on me. Damn it, am I now your cushion?" I involuntarily shut my eyes, shaking my head, pondering whether I was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Indeed, not just auditory, but visual as well. Yet, when I opened my eyes once more, Doufu remained wide-eyed, baring his teeth, his expression vividly animated. I stammered, "Little Dou, have you risen from the dead? Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Oh, you desire a wife, perhaps? When I return to the country, I shall burn offerings for you, 10 or 8 of them." It appeared that this was not a mere figment of my imagination, as the others were equally astonished. Duan Fei pointed at Doufu on my back, his hand trembling uncontrollably. I hastily removed Doufu, and 8 pairs of eyes fixated upon him, momentarily neglecting Wu Sidong. I observed that the pallor on Doufu's face had diminished significantly. Under our intense scrutiny, his expression grew tense, and he queried, "What are you all looking at me like that for? As if you've seen a ghost?" He then glanced around at our surroundings. Due to the recent fall, our headlamps had dimmed considerably, leaving the area shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern. Though it seemed to be a spacious locale. However, my focus was not on the environment. A singular question occupied my mind. Was Doufu truly a living being or a ghostly apparition? If he were human, How could a dead man come back to life? Conversely, if he were a ghost, how could a ghost articulate speech? Doufu pressed us for answers, yet none of us spoke. Evidently, this bizarre spectacle was challenging to accept. At that moment, Doufu's face had turned a deep shade of blue-violet, his pulse had ceased, and his body was rigid and cold. He was undeniably deceased. Now, with this astonishing turn of events, it was almost unbearable for anyone. Initially, I felt dazed, followed by a surge of joy. Although I was uncertain of Doufu's current state, it was certainly preferable to being dead. I remained silent, discreetly extending my hand to check Doufu's pulse. In an instant, I felt the rhythm of life. He was indeed alive. Doufu, bewildered by my reaction, drew back, sputtering. "What are you touching for? Is old Dou a mere object to be touched? Touch again, and it will cost you." Upon hearing this, I swiftly struck him on the head, rebuking, "Silence. Speak. Are you human or a ghost? Damn it, if you're not dead, then stop pretending." In that moment, a rush of blood surged to my head, intertwining anger and joy, and I felt an impulse to strangle Doufu once more. Suppressing that urge, I addressed Professor Lin and the others, declaring, "He is alive." Professor Lin exhibited a look of disbelief and cautiously approached, seemingly intent on examining Doufu. Yet he appeared apprehensive that Doufu might be a resurrected ghostly figure, which rendered his demeanor particularly peculiar. After a brief moment, he grasped Doufu's hand, began to check his pulse, and subsequently examined his breath. After a short while, Professor Lin exclaimed in astonishment, "He is indeed a living person." With Professor Lin's confirmation, the others immediately gathered around, treating Doufu as if he were a rare animal, poking and prodding him with curiosity. Doufu was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Just as he was about to express his indignation, he was unexpectedly touched by Duan Fei, which caused his anger to dissipate, his face flushing as he said, "Sister, with so many people around, this is rather inappropriate. We could discuss this privately." My tumultuous emotions instantly calmed, and although I remained perplexed, I recognized that the person before me was indeed Doufu, neither a Zongzi nor possessed by any malevolent spirit, for no one else could be so utterly unreliable. Upon hearing this, Duan Fei stifled a laugh, then playfully pinched Doufu, exclaiming, "You're so full of yourself. Who would want to talk to you in private?" This diversion shifted the crowd's perception of Doufu, who was no longer seen as a mere spectacle. They surrounded him, inquiring about the cause of his condition. But Doufu was utterly at a loss, recalling only that he had been ensnared by an invisible force that had choked him before he lost consciousness. He stated, "As for the rest, I cannot remember." Then he glanced at us with an enigmatic expression, asking, "Did you just mention something about dying and coming back to life? Have I truly died once?" Despite his usual carelessness, he was not without intelligence. He simply preferred not to dwell on trivial matters. I had no intention of concealing the truth regarding his resurrection, and as I recounted the events, Doufu listened in astonishment, murmuring, "Coming back to life, I see." His demeanor shifted, as if he had recalled something of great significance. Immediately, all eyes were fixed upon him, and Doufu, with an expression of disbelief, then elation, and finally a cryptic look, sighed, "So, I must be the reincarnation of Jesus." At this revelation, I nearly choked on my own saliva. According to legend, Jesus was crucified and then resurrected. Doufu's remarkable imagination had led him to believe he was some divine incarnation. I could only manage a wry smile, deciding against reprimanding him. After all, living was far more important than any other concern, and I chose to disregard his previous words. The notion of Doufu's extraordinary resurrection was indeed bizarre, leaving everyone at a loss for explanation, until Gu Wanmin suddenly suggested, "Could it be that he was merely playing dead?" I replied, "Can a person truly feign death to the point of turning blue?" As I spoke, I recalled the somewhat awkward parting with Gu Wanmin earlier. Though Doufu had miraculously returned to life, the sorrow from that moment was still fresh in my memory. I did not regret my previous decision. Until the curse from the realm of the dead was lifted, I could not draw near to her again. Gu Wanmin, avoiding my gaze, turned to Professor Lin and clarified, what I meant by playing dead was not a person, but rather an animal. Some snakes, when faced with danger, will feign death, their bodies and muscles stiffening and all vital signs disappearing, only detectable by precise instruments. Her explanation immediately illuminated her point for me. Could it be that Doufu's death was a result of an instinctual response akin to that of a snake in a moment of peril? Is it truly possible for a human to revert entirely to animal instinct? If so, Doufu had indeed turned misfortune into fortune. I silently rejoiced as I noticed that the bruises on Doufu's face had faded significantly, allowing me to exhale in relief. As the crowd witnessed the Doufu come to life, their spirits soared, and a sense of ease permeated the atmosphere. The tension that had previously gripped the group dissipated, and they eagerly switched on their headlamps to survey their current surroundings. Chapter 75. The corpse shell. My thoughts had been consumed by the Doufu, but as I shifted my focus, the first thing that reached my ears was a sound, drip, drip, reminiscent of water droplets falling. With all the headlamps now illuminating the darkness, our surroundings gradually came into view. Not far from us lay a pool of deep, black water, appearing bottomless under the glow of our lights. While behind us was the passage we had traversed. The stone walls surrounding the dark water were evidently shaped by human hands, remarkably smooth. Moisture circulated in this area, evaporating into steam and condensing into droplets that fell, rendering the environment quite humid. Upon the stone walls, intricate twisted lines were visible, resembling ancient stone carvings, though we could not discern them clearly from our distance. Soon, we discovered a narrow stone walkway carved into the wall. It was devoid of guardrails and meandered around the rock face, extending towards the opposite side. From our vantage point, a massive stone door could be faintly seen on the other side, a size not commonly found in tomb chambers. I surmised that this stone door might lead to the underground palace, the main burial chamber. Duan Fei pointed towards the carved walkway, asserting he must have fled along this path. Doufu's arm had been resecured by Professor Shi, and though he bore severe injuries, he had regained his composure. Beads of sweat dotting his brow, he remarked, "This walkway is far too narrow. It would be quite arduous to traverse. I suspect he might have swum across instead." Upon hearing this, Professor Lin shook his head in disagreement, deeming it improbable. He turned his headlamp towards the left stone wall, gesturing for us to look in that direction. This area was closer to us, and the stone carvings appeared clearer. I quickly understood why Professor Lin had dismissed Doufu's theory. The carving depicted a figure struggling in the water, illustrating a scene of swimming while battling against the current. Although the carving was simplistic, the craftsmanship was exquisite, vividly capturing the agonized expression of the individual, seemingly tormented in the water. As the light moved back, the distance increased, rendering the subsequent carvings somewhat blurred but still discernible. The next scene depicted a group of individuals burdened with heavy objects, making their way along the stone walkway towards a grand door. It was evident that this stone carving recorded the moment when burial items were transported into the underground palace. Legend has it that when Su Fu set sail in search of immortality, Qin Shi Huang gathered the finest treasures from across the nation to demonstrate his sincerity towards the immortals. Upon Su Fu's demise, he would undoubtedly have been laid to rest with some of these treasures. The artisans depicted in the carving, their backs bent beneath heavy loads, serve as irrefutable evidence of this. As we moved further, the clarity of the subsequent carvings diminished, but even from the two visible depictions, one could easily infer two pieces of information. First, the enormous tomb door across from us likely leads to Su Fu's main burial chamber. Second, the water before us certainly harbors secrets. In ancient tombs, it is considered taboo for water to be present. Typically, when water is found in a grave, it can be attributed to two circumstances. Either it was intentionally designed for reasons of feng shui or other considerations from the outset, or it resulted from geological changes that led to water intrusion after the tomb structure was compromised. The deep, bottomless spring before us is evidently a product of human intervention, and Su Fu's actions must carry profound significance. It is prudent for us to refrain from disturbing this water. Given that Wu Sidong has been possessed by a malevolent spirit within the tomb, he would not willingly leap into the water, most likely. He fled along the walkway to the opposite side. As I pondered this, I sensed something amiss. If that tomb door indeed led to the main burial chamber, then there would be no opportunity to hide. So why would Wu Sidong expose this location? His actions appeared somewhat like a temptation. Could it be that he was deliberately luring us here? What intentions lay behind his actions? More precisely, what did the entity that had taken hold of his body seek to accomplish? As I shared my concerns with the group, Duan Fei remarked that perhaps there was danger ahead. He surely did not have our best interests at heart, and it was likely there were traps in wait. Professor Lin suggested that the carvings on the stone wall might offer us some clues. To fully discern the engravings, we needed to reduce the distance between us and the wall. At this juncture, Retreat was not an option. The grand entrance to the main tomb loomed before us. And with Wu Sidong possessed, we could not abandon him. Our best course of action was to proceed to the other side. Thus, we ascended the narrow walkway, hewn from the stone to our left. This path was exceedingly constricted, barely accommodating a single person. And if a heavier individual were to stand upon it, they might easily lose their footing. The robots, as usual, led the way, being trained soldiers with superior skills. Well suited for clearing the path ahead, I took my place at the rear, with Doufu in front of me. Noticing the tension between Gu Wanmin and me, he inquired, "What is going on with you two?" I remained silent. Doufu speculated aloud. Could it be that the rift stems from Duan Fei's pregnancy issue? Exasperated by Doufu's imagination, I retorted, "Enough, your arm is still healing, so mind your footing. If you slip and fall into the water, I will not be responsible for your rescue." Doufu scoffed. "Don't underestimate me. Even with one arm broken, I can still fight fiercely with the other. You need not worry." As we conversed, the leading group suddenly halted, seemingly confronted with an obstacle. I peered forward and discerned a shadow at the boundary between darkness and light on the walkway. Although the figure was indistinct, it unmistakably resembled Wu Sidong. To my surprise, he remained on the walkway. Upon seeing us approach, he hesitated and then took off running. However, the narrowness of the path hindered his escape, and he was unable to run swiftly. We immediately pursued him, maintaining our distance without faltering. In our haste, we neglected to observe the stone wall's carvings, and upon reaching the end of the walkway, we discovered to our dismay that a section had collapsed, creating a gap of approximately 4 to 5 meters that we would need to leap across. After Wu Sidong became possessed by the malevolent spirit, his agility and fearlessness increased significantly. In the blink of an eye, he leaped to the opposite side, leaving us, his companions, in a state of obstruction. The narrowness of the plank road made the leap perilous, as slipping was a constant threat. As Wu Sidong's figure began to fade from view, hesitation was no longer an option for us. Several of the robots took the lead and jumped across. Fortunately, although our group included elders and women, we were all seasoned travelers, possessing good physical condition and nimbleness, so no serious mishaps occurred. When it was my turn to jump, just as I was about to leap, I noticed Doufu's expression shift dramatically as he shouted, "Behind you!" My heart sank, realizing that danger lurked behind me. Instinctively, I turned and raised my firearm. With everyone else having crossed, it was evident that those behind me were not allies. Without hesitation, I fired a round, the gunshot echoing sharply and causing my ears to ring, yet behind me lay nothing but emptiness. What was happening? I was momentarily bewildered, and in that instant, Doufu cried out once more, "Old Chun, watch your feet." I quickly glanced down, but before I could comprehend the situation, I felt a hand push against my foot. The next moment, I lost my balance and toppled sideways, directly toward the abyss of the dark spring. The water was not far from the plank road, and I plunged into the icy depths, choking on a mouthful of water. My first thought was one of dismay, yet the cold water was refreshing, washing away some of the grime and the stench clinging to me. Nevertheless, recalling the ominous imagery from the stone paintings, I dared not linger and swiftly resurfaced, intending to climb back onto the plank road. I was certain that someone had pushed me into the water. More accurately, it might not have been a person at all, for two individuals could not possibly stand side by side on that narrow path. This implied that the one who pushed me down was likely just a pair of hands. Since I had already fallen into the water, I decided to swim directly to where Doufu and the others were. As I began to climb up, Robot 4 immediately extended a hand to assist me. However, just as he crouched down, I suddenly noticed a dark figure emerge behind him. In that moment, I recalled the shadow that had crawled out from the soldier figurine. It seemed that my suspicions were not mere figments of my imagination. The phenomenon of transforming beings into soldiers and the clay figures forming formations might indeed have a basis in reality. There was a restless spirit residing within that clay figure, and now it had followed us. As soon as the shadow appeared, I barely had time to warn Robot 4. He was pushed forcefully and let out a startled cry as he fell into the water, just as we were grasping each other's hands. His plunge pulled me down with him. Yet, this time, the sensation of falling into the water felt different. I noticed a sudden prickling sensation on my skin, as if tiny fish were nibbling at me, a feeling familiar to those who have experienced fish therapy. It was a mix of slight pain and itchiness, not exactly torturous, but certainly hard to ignore. In a state of confusion about the circumstances, I quickly surfaced, only to be taken aback by the sight that greeted me. The pool was now teeming with black, shell-like creatures. The situation was rather terrifying. Robot 4 and I felt as if we had plunged into a heap of insects. Those beetles incessantly assaulted our flesh, and though they were different, even an elephant cannot withstand the bites of ants. I understood that some of these creatures were still floating on the surface, but should they all converge upon us, Robot 4 and I would not escape so easily. The anguished figures depicted in the stone carvings were likely victims of these very beetles. I was uncertain when that dark shadow would emerge again, so I urgently instructed the anxious crowd on the walkway. You must leave, step away from the walkway. We will ascend on our own. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the stings of the beetles, Robot 4 and I began to climb onto the walkway. We thought we had evaded danger, only to discover that the beetles from the water were climbing up the stone wall, producing a synchronized rustling sound, their numbers surging, sending shivers down our spines. It suddenly dawned on me that these creatures were known as corpse beetles. They are commonly found in ancient tombs, colloquially referred to as corpse maggots. They pose little threat, of course, provided their numbers remain limited. However, when they gather in large swarms, they can swiftly reduce a living person to nothing but bones. Chapter 76. A narrow encounter. Upon seeing these creatures ascend, I was struck with terror as my hair stood on end. Our group dashed along the walkway, perilously close to falling into the water at any moment. Suddenly, Robot 1, who was racing ahead, halted and exclaimed, "What do we do now?" Following his gaze, I realized that the walkway had come to an end, revealing a small open area just a couple of meters below, easily jumpable. However, this space was already swarming with a dense mass of corpse beetles, leaving us utterly trapped with no escape. Behind this open area stood the massive tomb door we had seen earlier, now towering before us at about 6 or 7 meters high. The entrance to the burial chamber was tightly sealed, its center filled with black wax, clearly indicating it had never been opened. I was taken aback, pondering where Wu Sidong had gone. Had he already fallen victim to the beetles? Some of the quicker beetles had already reached our feet. With no path forward, we could only stomp repeatedly, ultimately resorting to our probing tools to buy some time. Doufu, drenched in sweat, remarked, "Old Chun, didn't you mention before that corpse beetles don't consume anything?" I replied, "What I said was that after a body decays, it breeds corpse worms, and when these worms have devoured the corpse down to its skeletal frame, they spawn corpse beetles. However, I am now inclined to believe that these beetles might actually feast on human flesh." Doufu appeared on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Isn't it said that those who survive great peril will enjoy subsequent blessings? Why do I feel this adage is a mere deception?" The swarm of corpse beetles continued to grow, and the dark pool beneath us seemed like an endless factory of these creatures, constantly producing more. Soon, we could hardly keep up with our efforts to fend them off, as they relentlessly crawled over us, some even burrowing into our pant legs. I heard Doufu wail, "Ah, my little brother has been bitten." I was just about to express my concern that if things continued this way, not only would the young lad be in peril, but it seemed likely that little Chrysanthemum would also face danger. Before I could utter a word, a sudden, intense light erupted from an open area ahead, revealing a flickering tongue of flame. Emerging from the shadows were 3 individuals clad in uniform attire, wielding high-pressure flamethrowers, directing streams of fire towards the corpses littering the ground. In an instant, billowing black smoke enveloped the area. These cadavers, accustomed to a dark, damp existence, recoiled at the sudden heat, retreating into the water as if to observe from a distance, bobbing up and down in the depths. We stood on the walkway, momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Although we possessed high-pressure flamethrowers as well, they had been lost during our maritime misadventure. Just moments before, we had been on the brink of disaster, yet the appearance of these 3 individuals swiftly resolved our crisis. While we did not recognize them, their uniforms unmistakably identified them as members of that Japanese faction. Exchanging glances, we found ourselves at a loss for what to do. I had believed that this group of Japanese had perished in the 9 Coffins tomb, yet here they were, unexpectedly emerging from this location. It appeared they had arrived at this open space before us and may have been observing us from the shadows. In this narrow encounter, it was evident they were foes rather than friends. At that moment, one of the Japanese men began to speak rapidly to us. He was a tall figure, quite astute, holding his flamethrower with one hand, suggesting he was quite capable. I lowered my voice and asked Professor Lin what he was saying. He replied, "He is instructing us to come down." After speaking, Professor Lin responded to him in Japanese, and though I could not comprehend their exchange, it seemed to last a brief while. Moments later, Professor Lin's expression turned animated as he exclaimed, "Sidong is in their custody." Doufu gasped in astonishment. They managed to capture Wu Sidong? They must possess remarkable skills. Professor Lin's demeanor grew grave as he remarked, "They too are here to plunder the tomb." How curious that the Japanese would know of an ancient burial site. He sighed and said, "Let us descend. We shall first show courtesy before resorting to hostility, and act according to the situation." Soon, we reached the open space, where several headlamps converged, and I quickly discerned that there were not merely 3 but 4 individuals. Behind the 3, a tall man leaned against the stone wall, his presence intriguing us instantly. The reason was simple. He wore a black mask that obscured his features. From his upright posture, he appeared youthful, adorned in a black vest that revealed well-defined muscles on his bare arms. His hair was jet black, and the mask concealed his visage and expression. With his arms crossed, leaning casually against the stone, he held a rope in his hands, the other end tethered to the unconscious Wu Sidong, as if he were leading a dog. Upon noticing us, the masked figure did not stir. Beneath the mask, a pair of pitch-black eyes regarded us coldly. The chill emanating from those eyes put me on high alert. I sensed that he was not an adversary to be trifled with. The robots exhibited an extraordinary sensitivity, seemingly sensing the peril posed by the individuals opposite them, prompting them to raise their firearms. Regardless of the circumstances, the adversaries numbered only 4, while we boasted a formidable 8, each armed with a gun. This realization bolstered my confidence. The possession of firearms instilled a sense of security. Doufu, perceiving the tension in the atmosphere, lowered his voice and remarked, "Old Chun, that masked fellow over there appears to be more adept at posturing than you. Just look at that stance. It reminds me of grand entrances in television dramas." I replied nonchalantly, "Spare me the nonsense. If he were truly formidable, I would have dealt with him by now." Tofu's penchant for ill-fated predictions had proven accurate in the past, and I was loath to invite another adversary, particularly one who exuded an unmistakable air of menace. At that moment, the masked figure gestured, prompting the 3 Japanese men to lower their high-pressure firearms and engage in conversation with Professor Lin. Their discourse was entirely in Japanese, rendering it incomprehensible to us. Professor Lin's expression fluctuated, and after a brief exchange, the 3 Japanese retreated to the mountainside, while Professor Lin signaled for us to find a more private locale for discussion. Shortly thereafter, we gathered at another section of the mountainside, positioning ourselves in a standoff, separated by a clearing strewn with gravestones. Before we could inquire, Professor Lin took the initiative to disclose the content of their conversation. Upon hearing it, a surge of indignation welled within us. It turned out these individuals were indeed tomb raiders. Though how they had acquired knowledge of the ancient tomb on this island remained a mystery, their audacity was astounding, as they demanded our immediate withdrawal from the tomb, threatening annihilation should we refuse. Doufu, upon hearing this, scoffed. What do they think they are? Annihilation? Absurd. Do they believe our guns are mere toys? The countenance of Robot 1 shifted from solemnity to a fierce snarl, a rare smile breaking through as he declared, "Their equipment is impressive. It would be quite fortuitous to seize it. I haven't tasted blood in quite some time." His gaze turned towards the 4 adversaries, his expression instantly becoming steely. Professor Lin inquired, "What shall we do now?" I responded, "We must strike first. At this juncture, are we truly expected to retreat? Nonsense. A tiger does not show its claws only to be mistaken for a sickly creature." The robots evidently shared my sentiment, their expressions grave and resolute, ready for combat at any moment. Yet, Professor Lin sighed. "However, Sidong is still in their custody." Duan Fei's eyes immediately glistened with concern. "We cannot forsake him." I found myself in a quandary. From a personal standpoint, Sidong's demise would bear no consequence for me. However, for others, this posed a considerable dilemma. Doufu, stroking his chin, mused, "Though he often speaks provocatively, we cannot simply disregard him. We must ensure his rescue." Gu Wanmin nodded in agreement, emphasizing the urgency of saving him. In essence, my thoughts diverged from theirs. I pondered whether this was related to the curse of the ghostly abyss, questioning whether the curse had rendered me cold-blooded or if I was inherently so. As this contemplation unfolded, I recalled the words of Chun Si in the photograph, musing that perhaps this was a hereditary trait. It is, of course, imperative to heed the opinions of the majority. Apart from myself, everyone unanimously decided to save the individual in question, and naturally, I could not voice a dissenting opinion at such a critical juncture. Thus, I nodded in agreement, but casually posed a query. Is the condition for exchanging Wu Sidong merely to allow our departure from this place? What then of our integrity? Professor Lin appeared to grapple with his decision, exhaling deeply without uttering a word. In a moment, it seemed that they could no longer wait, as a Japanese negotiator arrived. The sound of their language was irksome to me. I pondered how a few Japanese individuals could dare to plunder a Chinese tomb, questioning whether they could even comprehend the artifacts within. Was this not a sheer waste of precious heritage? As the negotiations progressed, Professor Lin became increasingly agitated. At that moment, his hand, which had been resting behind him, began signaling to us. My heart skipped a beat. He was indicating a surprise attack. Indeed, age brings wisdom. Despite Professor Lin's typically austere demeanor, he exhibited remarkable cunning, deftly engaging with the Japanese while subtly gesturing for us to act swiftly. The four robots, with precision marksmanship and seamless coordination, responded instantaneously to Lin's signal, raising their weapons, each aiming at a target. Damn those Japanese, I thought to myself, narrowing my eyes in anticipation of witnessing the fall of our foes. However, instead of the anticipated gunfire, I was startled by a distinct click, the sound of a jammed firearm. I was taken aback. Was it truly possible for luck to be this wretched? In this day and age, could firearms still jam? While older models were prone to misfires and jams, modern technology had significantly reduced such occurrences. How could all four of the robots' weapons malfunction simultaneously? This was truly bizarre. A note of gratitude. This chapter is complimentary. Dear readers, please take note. The additional content has concluded, and I extend my thanks to the generous supporters. Yesterday, we successfully returned to the top 10 of the recommendation list. And I am grateful to all the readers who vote daily. I hope to maintain this momentum and elevate our story, Ghost Breathing, to new heights. In the blink of an eye, Ghost Breathing is nearing 600,000 words, a journey of 3 months filled with the support of numerous readers. I extend my heartfelt thanks to those who have chosen to subscribe and support me on this platform. Although many readers prefer to remain in the shadows, unable to be individually acknowledged, I am aware of your silent support through the daily subscription and view counts. Thank you all. Today, I took a moment to reflect on the support I have received since the inception of this book. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the friends who have consistently encouraged me with their generous contributions. Thank you to 8023, 18, 198711107, 123, 88, 8020, 1, 12. The statistics are ranked by the time of contribution, without any particular order. Whether through subscriptions, donations, comments, or reviews, your unwavering support serves as my greatest motivation. Whenever fatigue sets in, I merely need to open this book, observe the rising number of recommendations, the subscription figures, and the heartfelt messages and donations from all of you, which revitalize my spirit immensely. This letter is a token of my appreciation to each and every friend who has supported me. To those book lovers who have come from various forums, our bond through literature is cherished, and I hope we can remain united, sharing joyful moments together. I love you all dearly. I shall not take up more of your time. Allow me to conclude by mentioning that our work has been steadily improving, a testament to your support. I salute those who consistently cast their votes, undeterred by any circumstance. After a long day seated before the computer, my back aches and my eyelids flutter. I shall take my leave for a brief stroll. Haha, let us play a little game. If this chapter garners 222 replies, I shall add an extra update tomorrow. Chapter 77. The mute in the instant our firearm jammed. The 3 Japanese individuals across from us reacted with visibly distressed expressions, swiftly aiming their guns at us. Despite our weapons being momentarily incapacitated, our handguns remained operable. Tensions escalated as both parties stood poised for confrontation. At that moment, the masked individual suddenly straightened up, clapping his hands together. In the darkness, the sound of slow applause echoed ominously. A sense of foreboding gripped me. The audacity of his actions suggested either foolishness or a formidable backing, with the latter appearing increasingly likely. As anticipated, before we could react, he extended his long leg and forcefully stepped upon the unconscious Wu Sidong, his foot pressing perilously against Wu's neck. Unlike hands, feet are more forceful, especially when shot. A firm press could prove catastrophic. Without uttering a word, he regarded us with a chilling and contemptuous gaze, his demeanor provoking considerable ire. In my heart, I silently cursed this man's ancestors through generations. Yet as everyone beheld the increasing pressure of his leg, we exchanged glances and reluctantly lowered our weapons. At that moment, one of the Japanese men started jabbering at us in a rapid discourse. Professor Lin's expression darkened as he listened, and after a brief pause, he informed us, he demands that we surrender our firearms. What? Doufu was so astonished that he nearly leapt to his feet, exclaiming, if we relinquish our weapons, won't we become mere lambs to the slaughter? Absolutely not. Our party still has two stunning beauties. Without our leverage, these 4 Japanese scoundrels would undoubtedly assault them first, then dispose of them. Hearing this, Duan Fei's beautiful eyes flared with anger as she declared, over my dead body, I shall not allow them to succeed. We did not surrender our firearms, yet the masked figure's expression remained inscrutable, the dark mask reflecting a ghostly glimmer under the light, revealing only a pair of piercing, cold eyes. The thought of our group being threatened by this Japanese man, who regarded us from such a condescending height, was immensely displeasing. However, the situation left us little choice. No sooner had Duan Fei finished speaking than the masked individual exerted his force, causing the unconscious Wu Sidong to suddenly awaken. Flailing like a slippery eel caught by a predator, desperately clinging to the man's leg. It was uncertain whether that vile creature still tormented Wu Sidong. But no matter how he struggled, the rigid leg remained immovable, a stinging slap in the face to us all. Damn those Japanese. I quietly cursed under my breath and exchanged glances with the robots, each of us filled with helplessness. If it were up to me, I would have likely disregarded Wu Sidong's fate, but my indifference did not reflect that of the others. Moments later, the 4 robots surrendered their weapons, tossing them towards the adversary. Although the 4 wore bulletproof vests, their firearms were not aimed at their chests, but rather at their heads. Thus, the vests offered little protection. As they relinquished their guns, we could no longer hold our ground. In an instant, all our firearms were disarmed, leaving us utterly defenseless. During this ordeal, the masked individual ceased his torment of Wu Sidong, instead grasping him by the collar and tossing him back to us. It appeared that the masked figure was the leader of this band of Japanese men. Professor Lin recognized this and began to converse with the masked man, speaking a stream of Japanese. After a prolonged silence, the other party offered not a single word nor sound. Professor Lin appeared taken aback, his brows furrowing in confusion. Doufu gasped, a look of realization dawning upon him, exclaiming, so this Japanese man is mute. No sooner had he spoken than the so-called mute turned his cold gaze towards Doufu and began to stride menacingly in his direction. I then noticed that, aside from the black mask covering his face, his exposed hands wielded 2 black daggers, the sheaths resting at his waist, now unsheathed. The daggers glinted ominously as they approached Doufu. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly pulled Doufu behind me, positioning myself in front of him while drawing the dagger from my thigh. Should this Japanese man dare to act aggressively, I would have to find a way to retaliate. The individual, referred to as mute by Doufu, came to a halt about a meter away from me. I could sense him scrutinizing us. After a brief moment, he suddenly shook his head and retreated, gesturing to the other 3, leaving me perplexed about the meaning behind his actions. What could his head shake signify? Regrettably, this person wore a mask, and his cold, unyielding eyes betrayed no hint of emotion, leaving both Doufu and me bewildered by his behavior. Following his gestures, the 3 Japanese appeared to grasp something, and one of them resumed communication with Professor Lin. They hurled a high-pressure firearm in our direction. Although we lacked Professor Lin's translation, their actions clearly indicated they were urging us to leave. Frankly, I was somewhat astonished, as I had anticipated these individuals would resort to more violent measures. However, their actions evidently suggested they did not intend to take our lives. As the saying goes, fellow travelers are often adversaries, particularly in the perilous business of tomb raiding, where encounters often culminate in life or death. In such brigands, the leader typically bears firearms, serving 2 primary purposes: to fend off wild beasts in remote mountains and to deal with threats among their ranks. Should anyone be discovered committing an offense, or if an unruly member arises, the response is swift and lethal. In the past, when tomb robbers lacked firearms, a particularly nefarious method known as becoming an earth immortal, which refers to live burial, was employed. Those entombed beneath the earth, suffocating under the weight of soil, gradually lost their ability to breathe, unable to open their eyes or mouths, while their accomplices absconded with the treasures, reveling in their ill-gotten gains. Thus, it was indeed perplexing that, at this juncture, the 4 Japanese were willing to let us go. The robots seemed equally taken aback, displaying expressions of astonishment. Doufu muttered, "That mute is quite the pretender." I usually harbor no prejudice against the disabled, but at this moment, I truly wished to mock him. "Old Chin, what do you propose? Shall we simply depart?" I shook my head, momentarily at a loss for a solution. Had we possessed firearms, we could have easily subdued them. Alas, although Wu Sidong had been rescued, the weapons were no longer in our possession. After Wu was tossed to us, he coughed and rolled his eyes, but given the urgency of the situation, no one attended to him. With our firearms confiscated, the Japanese displayed less vigilance, and 2 of them, under the guidance of Mute, began to approach the massive tomb door. A thought crossed my mind. Typically, such entrances to the main burial chamber are fraught with traps. These Japanese, oblivious to the intricacies involved, might very well trigger a mechanism that could lead to their demise. How splendid that would be. Another Japanese individual remained stationed at a distance, clutching a small submachine gun, his gaze lewdly sweeping over Gu Wanmin and Duan Fei, igniting a fierce anger within me. The spirited young lady, unyielding in her demeanor, responded defiantly under his lecherous scrutiny, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll scoop out your eyeballs and serve them as quail eggs." Upon hearing this, Doufu let out a cough, raising his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of a distinguished archaeology student. I have heard tales of using eyeballs as light bulbs and consuming quail eggs. Such feats are beyond the capacity of ordinary folk, indeed impressive." I chose to ignore the absurdity of the 2, my gaze firmly fixed on the 3 Japanese individuals. Simultaneously, I gestured to the others, signaling them to maintain a safe distance. Given their audacity to venture into this realm, these Japanese individuals must possess considerable skill. Yet I sensed an oddity about the entrance to the tomb before us, suggesting something unusual might unfold. I silently hoped for an odd occurrence that would allow us to deal with them collectively. To avoid any repercussions, it was prudent to distance ourselves. Noticing our intent to depart, one of the Japanese men waved at us, flashing a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth. His gaze lewdly fixated on Gu Wanmin and Duan Fei, stirring within me a visceral urge to dismantle him limb by limb. As we retreated, we closely observed the movements of the 3 Japanese. Contrary to my expectations, they exhibited remarkable caution, led by the individual Doufu referred to as the Mute, while they retrieved a series of tools. I couldn't help but be astonished, for these tools were traditional excavation instruments, handed down from our ancestors in China. How peculiar it was that this group of Japanese appeared in this ancient tomb, yet chose to employ our tools. A strange hypothesis emerged in my mind. Could it be that there were Chinese participants involved in their operation? Was it possible, as Professor Lin had previously speculated, that our plans had been compromised? Professor Lin, though somewhat austere, was undoubtedly astute, and he murmured, "Could there be a traitor among us?" The mention of a traitor reminded me of the severed rope on the rocks, and I understood that the individual responsible for that act must have been the one to leak our operation. If that person had divulged information to this group of Japanese, they were certainly acquainted. Following this line of thought, many of my uncertainties began to resolve. The reason these Japanese had not taken action against us could very well be that one of us was aligned with them, and that individual likely intended to continue as a spy, thus refraining from revealing their identity. I surveyed our team. Doufu and Gu Wanmin could be easily ruled out, as could Professor Lin himself. This left the 4 robots and Duan Fei as the most suspicious candidates. While the robots were ostensibly rogue archaeologists, their true origins were obscure. Even Professor Lin could not elucidate their background, only stating that they were dispatched from above, leaving room for the possibility that one among them harbored ulterior motives. As for Duan Fei, initially, I had not suspected her, until Gu Wanmin later informed me of her possession of a talisman made from suspected buffalo horn, which piqued my wariness. However, if she were indeed a tomb raider, how could she simultaneously be a student of Professor Lin? Chapter 78. Disappearance. The crowd harbored various thoughts as they stood at a distance, observing the actions of the 3 Japanese men. Meanwhile, another Japanese man tasked with watching us, noticing our lack of intention to retreat, raised his gun slightly, his expression turning menacing. Having formed a series of conjectures earlier, I firmly believed that these Japanese men were merely posturing. They would not resort to violence unless it was a matter of life and death. Professor Lin seemed to grasp this notion as well, showing no signs of retreat. We all pretended not to notice the change in the Japanese man's demeanor. Our attention solely focused on the movements of the other three. Similarly, they commenced clearing the wax swiftly, indicating that this was not their first encounter with such tasks. It was only at this moment that I found the time to scrutinize the enormous stone door before us. Upon a mere glance, I felt an irresistible attraction to it. The door was adorned with numerous carvings resembling incantations. At first glance, they appeared chaotic, but upon closer inspection, I found them oddly familiar. As if I had encountered them before. Before delving into the underworld, I had little exposure to such superstitious artifacts and had never sought talismans from places like temples. Why did these symbols suddenly seem so recognizable? Had I seen them somewhere previously? As I gazed at the stone door, deep in thought, a sudden epiphany struck me. I recalled something, the jade pendant I had removed from Princess Gige-Air's neck. At that time, the pendant bore similar engravings, a fusion of runes and script. I had felt a sense of familiarity then, intending to study it further, but my imprisonment had delayed that pursuit. Now, reflecting on it, I noted striking similarities between the two sets of symbols. I was taken aback, pondering how there could exist such analogous symbols over a millennium apart between Doufu and Princess Gige-Air. Were these inscriptions talismans, or perhaps a form of ancient writing? Why had I felt such a sense of recognition when I first saw the jade pendant around the princess's neck? No. Before encountering the tomb of Princess Gige-Air, I had undoubtedly seen these runes elsewhere. I needed to contemplate where that might have been. Engrossed by the elements on the stone door, I momentarily lost track of the three Japanese men's actions. By the time I regained awareness, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. The three men had employed explosives. Doufu cursed, how utterly crude. This deafening blast interrupted my train of thought, prompting me to set aside my inquiries for the moment, intending to revisit them when circumstances permitted. The stone door, subjected to the blast, remained unscathed, much to our astonishment. It became apparent that the tomb's entrance was remarkably robust, resisting the detonation. Crafting such a stone door over 2 millennia ago must have required extraordinary effort. Considering the manpower available in ancient Japan, such craftsmanship seemed improbable. As this realization dawned upon me, I voiced my question aloud. Before I could finish, Duan Fei interjected. It must be that Doufu summoned an army of beings to assist him. I found it amusing and thought to myself that youth is indeed a blessing. With boundless imagination, I jested, how do you know? You speak as if you have witnessed it yourself. Duan Fei nodded thoughtfully and replied, I have truly seen it. Just look behind you. At that moment, we were situated at the intersection of an open space and a wooden walkway, with a stone wall looming behind us. Her words compelled me to glance back, and I was instantly met with an astonishing sight. It turned out that the stone wall bore carvings, which we had overlooked during our flight from the undead. It was likely that Duan Fei had discovered it later. The wall depicted a figure clad in avian feathers, standing upon a high precipice, scattering something from their hands, perhaps beans, represented by the circular shapes etched into the stone. Upon reaching the ground, these figures sprang to life, burrowing into the earth, constructing tunnels, and transporting a massive stone door into a shadowy abyss. The absurdity of it all struck me. Although I had witnessed Doufu's mastery in arranging the 9 coffins, the notion of beings transforming into soldiers seemed utterly implausible. If Doufu possessed such powers, why bother crossing the sea? He could simply seek enlightenment and immortality instead. At that moment, the 3 Japanese men stirred again. One of them, evidently unprepared for the stone door's formidable nature, kicked it in frustration. To his surprise, his kick caused the yet-to-be-breached portion to collapse, revealing a darkened entrance behind it. Even from a distance, I could distinctly feel the chilling breeze emanating from the opening. An ancient saying goes, where there is a void, there is wind. Yet this tomb was entirely sealed. How could there be a breeze? Where was it coming from? The stone door had been reduced to mere fragments, precariously hanging, and the men had failed to notice. With that one kick, they inadvertently succeeded. A triumphant expression spread across the Japanese man's face as he adjusted his headlamp, preparing to venture into the opening. Just then, the man known as Doufu reached out and tapped the shoulder of the Japanese man, seemingly cautioning him against acting recklessly. It was evident that Doufu was quite prudent. The Japanese man, clearly compliant, stepped aside. Doufu then retrieved some items and stealthily slipped into the dark opening, leaving the other 3 outside. Initially, I presumed Doufu had gone to scout the path, anticipating one of 2 outcomes. Either he would trigger a trap and return in disarray, or the passage would be safe, prompting him to beckon the others inside. However, to my surprise, Doufu did not return at all. As time marched on, approximately 10 minutes elapsed, and not only the 3 Japanese men, but we too sensed something amiss. The trio grew increasingly anxious, yet they seemed to hold some trepidation, refraining from entering the hole directly. Instead, they shone their flashlights into the darkness, seemingly assessing the situation while hesitating to proceed. I pondered whether Doufu had imparted some warning before departing, instilling a sense of caution in them. Yet, I had never witnessed Doufu utter a word. Perhaps the nickname was fitting after all. He was likely truly mute. The 3 Japanese men huddled together, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Due to the distance, their words were lost to us. Even if we could have heard them clearly, comprehension would have eluded me. I turned to Professor Lin and remarked, "It appears that the leader among them is in trouble, which is fortuitous for us. One less adversary." Robot 1 stroked its chin, assessing the combat prowess of the 3 Japanese individuals before us, stating, "If we were closer, I am confident I could eliminate all 3 of them. At such proximity, it would be challenging for them to swiftly aim their firearms. As long as they do not target the heads of our robotic companions, the rest is inconsequential. However, in terms of skill, I am certain that these 3 Japanese men are no match for our 4 robots." As we deliberated on how to incapacitate the trio, unexpectedly, one of our own surged forward. It was Wu Sidong. He had been restrained to prevent any unforeseen occurrences, but now, to our astonishment, his bindings had somehow come undone, and he dashed toward the enormous tomb entrance. The 3 Japanese men, clearly taken aback, raised their weapons, initially believing Wu Sidong was about to strike. However, upon realizing he was heading for the tomb, they faltered momentarily, allowing him to slip through the entrance before they could fire a shot. Professor Lin stomped his foot in dismay, exclaiming, "Oh no, this is dire." I swiftly grasped the rope on the ground. This time, it was intact, not severed, indicating it had been untied by someone. During our discussions, we had formed a circle, and I was now certain that none of our team had released him. Could it possibly be that sinister entity once more? Was it still lurking here? The dark waters nearby remained littered with countless corpses, seemingly ready to swarm us the moment our flames extinguished. The area shrouded in darkness was far too vast for anyone to ascertain what lay hidden within its depths. Duan Fei anxiously inquired, "What should we do now?" Robot 1 furrowed its brow, seeking my counsel with its gaze. After a moment of contemplation, I suggested to Professor Lin, "We should negotiate with those 3 Japanese men. For the time being, let us join forces. Our priority is to rescue Wu Sidong. It is likely that something has gone awry behind that tomb door, and they need to save their leader while we need to save Wu Sidong." Professor Lin's expression grew grave as he replied, "I will give it a try." The 3 Japanese men eyed us warily as we approached. Professor Lin drew nearer, speaking to them in Japanese. After a brief exchange, the 3 men relented, nodding in agreement to return our firearms. However, in return, they insisted that our 4 robots remove their bulletproof vests and would only provide us with 4 guns. Doufu exclaimed angrily, "This is an unequal treaty." As negotiations continued, we gradually closed the distance to the Japanese men. Perhaps due to the loss of their leader, their attention waned. I exchanged a knowing glance with the robots, and they understood. As we approached, the 4 robots suddenly sprung into action, lunging forward and deftly disarming the 3 Japanese men. The remainder of the encounter was straightforward. The 3 Japanese men were no match for our robotic companions and were swiftly subdued. We bound the individuals tightly, and due to the urgency of the situation, there was no time to interrogate the 3 men. In truth, I harbored another concern. Conducting an interrogation at this juncture could prove perilous should an undercover agent within our ranks choose to act. Shortly thereafter, we prepared to venture behind the tomb's entrance to assess the circumstances. Just as Professor Lin was about to slip inside, I halted him and gestured towards the 3 struggling Japanese men, simmering with anger. I slowly remarked, "Let them go ahead. It would be a shame not to utilize free tools for detecting traps." Subsequently, with a combination of pushing and kicking, I propelled the 3 Japanese men to the rear of the tomb entrance, the ropes binding them firmly in my grasp. In this tense moment, Doufu shook his head and said, "Old Chun, your tactics are rather ruthless. I can't help but feel that your current handling of them resembles the way that Mute was managing Wu Sidong earlier. Surely, you are not one of them?" I replied, "I am not Japanese. I am merely a person dealing with them." Doufu was momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, The three Japanese men had been thrust to the opposite side, their headlamps revealing their palpable anxiety as they cautiously scanned their surroundings. Surprisingly, no immediate danger seemed to present itself. This unexpected calm was disconcerting, as one would typically anticipate a greater number of traps closer to the main burial chamber, making such tranquility rather unusual. Contrary to the three relieved Japanese men, I found myself increasingly tense. I signaled to those behind me, saying, "There may be something unusual inside. Everyone should be vigilant and follow closely." Moments later, we traversed through the blasted opening and reached the rear of the tomb entrance. It was no wonder that archaeologists held a deep disdain for tomb raiders. This group of Japanese individuals employed brutal methods, blowing open doors as if they were machines of cultural destruction. Behind the tomb entrance lay a dark and expansive passageway, spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals side by side. Upon entering this corridor, I was immediately struck by an unsettling sensation, the feeling of being watched creeping over me once more. I instinctively turned around, but aside from the heavy tomb door, there was nothing else present. The darkness was oppressive. The vastness of the space rendered our headlamps inadequate for broad illumination. In the shadows, the sensation of being observed clung to me relentlessly, sometimes from behind, at other times from the side, and occasionally above. It was evident that I was not alone in this disquiet. The others frequently glanced around, and Doufu swallowed hard, remarking, "The curse mentions countless eyes watching us. Could this be the very place it refers to?" I shook my head and urged the three Japanese men to proceed ahead to detect any traps. Understandably, they were infuriated, yet powerless to resist. Holding the handle of a probing shovel, I would strike them should they falter. Doufu, observing from the side, berated me as a pervert, to which I retorted, "Would you prefer to lead the way in detecting traps?" Doufu hesitated, then replied earnestly, "Such a skilled endeavor is beyond us. Let it be left to the esteemed subjects of the emperor." I had long been aware of the nature of tofu, yet I paid it no heed. Hastening forward with 3 Japanese individuals leading the way, occasionally glancing at our surroundings. It was an odd sensation. I could distinctly feel someone watching us. Yet no matter where I looked, only the silent, cold walls of the tomb surrounded us. As we advanced, that feeling intensified, and a powerful sixth sense warned me of impending danger. Animals possess a keen sixth sense, and humans do as well. Although this ability has diminished through the process of evolution, it has not entirely vanished. It seemed the others were sensing it too, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Finally, the usually silent Gu Wanmin shook his head and whispered, "We cannot proceed any further. We must understand what is happening." A premonition gripped me. If we continued blindly down this path, doom awaited us all. The 3 Japanese men appeared equally distressed, their faces slick with sweat, muttering in a language I could not comprehend, clearly reluctant to move forward. A chill ran through me as I pondered what entity could evoke our collective sixth sense. It was evident that whatever it was posed a significant threat. This danger seemed to stem from those unseen gazes. Yet we had yet to encounter even a single pair of eyes. What was stalking us? Could it be a malevolent spirit? The thought crossed my mind, and I reasoned that confronting something tangible would be preferable to an intangible foe. Thus, it would be wise to summon its presence. I tossed the rope into the care of Robot 1 and rummaged through my backpack for candles and incense. The others immediately recognized my intent to appease the spirits, their expressions tightening with tension. I retrieved a jade beauty candle, prepared to ignite it with my lighter, but to my astonishment, the candle would not catch fire. Doufu, drenched in cold sweat, remarked, "Old Chun, could it be that the candle has gotten wet?" I retorted, "Nonsense, the bag is waterproof. The candle has not been exposed to moisture. Even if it had, it would not matter. It is made of wax, not paper." As I spoke, I attempted to light it several times, but the candle remained unlit. The principle behind ghostly breath is that the spirits transforms the flame into a green hue, indicating the presence of unclean entities within the tomb. Yet now, the candle would not ignite at all. What did this signify? I recalled a saying my grandfather once shared: "If the light won't shine, burn incense. There must be malevolent spirits nearby." This suggested that while a soft zongzi, a type of dumpling, in an ancient tomb was not unusual, if the light would not illuminate, it indicated the presence of not just 1 or 2, but possibly a throng of malevolent spirits, the too potent for even a flicker of light to survive. Upon this realization, I indeed felt the temperature drop since entering the tomb. My anxiety had made me oblivious to the goosebumps rising on my skin. I could not help but curse under my breath, lamenting the ill fortune of finding no corpses in this place, yet that was suffocating. Since the candle refused to light, I had no choice but to resort to my backup plan. I proceeded to light the incense. The group held their breath in anticipation, and fortunately, the incense ignited without issue. Just as I exhaled a sigh of relief, the events that unfolded next sent chills racing down my spine. As the incense burned, it initially produced a slender wisp, which then dispersed. However, the incense in my possession, upon ignition, released a cloud of smoke that rapidly spread in all directions, burning at an astonishing pace, almost several times faster than normal. The smoke seemed to respond as if influenced by a smoking machine, exceeding the usual output. Moments later, our surroundings were enveloped in a dense fog. According to the ancient traditions passed down through generations, it is said that lighting incense allows one to discern the shape and location of the rice dumplings. The overwhelming smoke from the swiftly burning incense caused our eyes to sting, and I instinctively closed them. Before I could reopen them, in the darkness, I heard Duan Fei emit a piercing scream that shattered the silence. Startled, I opened my eyes, still unclear about what had transpired, when Doufu also began to scream, his voice even louder than Duan Fei's. He immediately recoiled behind me, trembling as he exclaimed, "Help! There are so many eyes on the wall." I turned my gaze to the opposite tomb wall and beheld a multitude of blood-red eyes emerging from the swirling smoke. These eyes were scattered all over, above, along the sides, and even beneath our feet. Regardless of their position, their gaze was fixed intently upon us. The pairs of blood-red orbs protruded from the wall, brimming with malice. Just a glimpse of them sent a shiver down my spine, and no wonder Duan Fei and Doufu were terrified enough to scream. I instinctively glanced at Gu Wanmin and noticed her face had drained of color, her lips quivering, though she remained silent. Observing her frail figure evoked a desire to embrace her. But thoughts of the curse associated with the tomb and Doufu's near brush with death doused my fervor with cold reality, compelling me to avert my gaze. I understood that the earlier sensation of being watched emanated from these eyes, hidden within the tomb wall, previously invisible to us, but now revealed in the wake of the incense. Duan Fei, frightened, buried her face in my chest, too terrified to look, her voice tinged with desperation as she implored. "Chen, what should we do? Let us get out of here." Doufu, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, disregarded his own fear and pushed Duan Fei away from me, asserting, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you." He positioned himself in front of me, aware of the tension between Gu Wanmin and me, fearing that Duan Fei's presence would complicate matters further. Doufu's interruption prompted me to rise, incense in one hand and dagger in the other. Fully aware that we could not remain passive, I approached the tomb wall step by step, enduring the accusatory gazes as I observed these entities up close. Indeed, they were merely eyes, seemingly sprouting from the stone itself, fixated upon us without any other apparent movement. Professor Lin remarked, "These entities have yet to act. Let us refrain from making any rash moves." As the crowd pressed onward, the three Japanese men, having never encountered such a spectacle, were utterly paralyzed with fear. Collapsing to the ground, their legs trembling uncontrollably, they were not only unable to traverse the terrain but struggled to maintain their footing, requiring assistance from the robots to move. I took the lead, incense in hand, guiding the group forward. In areas where the smoke could not reach, the tomb walls appeared smooth and undisturbed. However, once the fog drifted past, those blood-red eyes emerged eerily. In this bizarre and terrifying atmosphere, I felt a profound discomfort. Holding my breath and focusing intently as I walked at the forefront, remaining vigilant to the sounds around me, I was uncertain of how these phenomena manifested. Yet I was aware that Su Fu, that ancient figure, would not engage in futile endeavors. This was likely the result of some dark sorcery, undoubtedly possessing its own peculiarities. Fortunately, our ancestors had devised a method to illuminate the unseen with incense, allowing us to perceive these invisible foes, observe their transformations, and prepare accordingly. At that moment, a sudden creaking sound reverberated through the pitch-black tomb passage, reminiscent of teeth grinding or fingernails scraping against glass, inducing a tightening sensation in the listener's jaw. The sound, initially faint, gradually intensified. Doufu, the only one capable of movement, grasped my arm and gestured toward the surrounding walls, whispering, "It seems the noise is emanating from within the walls." Earlier, at noon, We had discovered another crown, which still bore the marks of Spring Brother's touch. Hence, the fourth update would likely arrive around 7 or 8 in the evening. I urged everyone to refresh frequently. Lastly, I inquired, Spring Brother, are your family aware of your mischievous antics? Today, I devoted myself to crafting these words, hoping for an enjoyable reading experience, embracing the bittersweet nature of my toil. Chapter 8. The sound had become increasingly distinct. The unsettling grinding and scraping resonated, while the surrounding eyes appeared to be under pressure, some dislodging from their sockets. Others distorted, evoking a sense of dread that made my throat itch. Doufu, ever timid, trailed closely behind, urgently asking, what should we do? I feel as if something ominous is about to occur. I replied, since your ominous words have already been uttered, it would indeed be strange if misfortune did not follow. Quickly run. Without hesitation, I seized Doufu and sprinted away, while the others, albeit belatedly, began to react. The situation was evidently amiss. We needed to flee while we still could. Pulling Doufu along, I forged ahead. Doufu protested, wait, old Chun, why are you dragging me? You should be pulling your wife instead. I glanced at Gu who had surged ahead, and retorted, what nonsense. My wife is swift and astute. She has already outpaced us. Do you think I need to pull her along? You coward, have you not eaten? Hurry up. The moment I spoke, Doufu stumbled, tripping over his own feet and falling to the ground, and in that instant, we found ourselves lagging behind. It is not the wolf-like enemies that instill fear, but rather the pig-like companions. I hurried to assist him, pleading, little Doufu, I implore you, can you not muster some resolve? Please do not hold us back. Doufu lamented. It is not my fault. Something has a grip on my foot. A wave of alarm surged within me, and as my gaze shifted downward, I was struck with terror. Emerging from the floor tiles was a hand, firmly clutching Doufu's foot without any intention of releasing it. The sight of eyes sprouting from the walls was already bizarre enough, but now the appearance of a hand was utterly incomprehensible. I hurried to pry it off, only to feel its icy, rigid touch. It held Doufu's leg immovably. At that moment, I was horrified to notice that hands were sprouting from the walls on either side, growing longer as if they intended to seize us. My scalp prickled with fear, and I was at a loss for what to do. In a moment of desperation, I drew my dagger, intending to sever the hand grasping Doufu's foot. Before I could act, I heard a startled cry from Duan Fei ahead. They had already fled far, and I could not discern what was happening in front of me. My own safety was my immediate concern. When my dagger struck the hand, it was as though I had struck metal. It caused no damage whatsoever, unlike the Zongzi I had encountered in the 9 coffins. Doufu was frantically kicking, but despite his struggle, countless more hands emerged, swiftly binding his hands and feet, leaving him sprawled on the ground in a big character shape. Surrounding me were hands extending from the walls, eager to ensnare me. Initially, I resisted, but the sheer number of them was overwhelming. In a moment of panic, Doufu shouted, "You go first, don't worry about me." I retorted, "Nonsense. If I don't care for you, who will?" Doufu, in his struggle, urged, "Old Chun, enough with the banter, just run. I'll find a way. Didn't you say that a woman is more important than brothers? Gude body is still ahead. Hurry and save her." Doufu's words tightened my heart with worry for Gu Wanmin and the others. Yet, I could not bring myself to abandon my brother for the sake of a woman. I ceased my chatter with Doufu, evading the encroaching hands while contemplating how to rescue him. Should I use my dagger? It was futile. What method could I employ against these malevolent entities? Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I exclaimed to Doufu, "Xiaodou, hurry and urinate. Young boy's urine can ward off evil." Doufu, struggling, grimaced and replied, "I can't." I was nearly driven to despair, exclaiming, "When I need you to work, you take half an hour in the restroom. How can you not go now?" Doufu explained, "I was so frightened in the coffin that I already wet myself." "Shoo, it's a secret, don't tell anyone." I was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, I felt a sudden tightness around my foot and looked down to find another hand emerging from the ground, grasping me. With a forceful tug, I lost my balance and fell to the ground, my head spinning from the impact. Before I could regain my senses, other hands reached out from various directions, ensnaring me. In an instant, Doufu and I were both on the ground, our hands and feet bound. Our vision filled with the distorted eyes on the walls and the hands growing from them, resembling a hellish dance of demons. As the unsettling sounds around us intensified, morphing from a grinding noise into a cacophony of indistinguishable shrieks, The atmosphere became charged with palpable dread. In that moment, all other sounds faded away, leaving us in a state of uncertainty regarding the situation ahead with Gu Wanmin and the others. In my desperation, I struggled, while Doufu, with a heavy sigh, lamented. You should have run when I told you to. Now look where we are. It seems we are doomed here. Just as Doufu and I were restrained, the frenzied arms surrounding us abruptly ceased their chaotic growth. Some of the partially formed limbs even retracted, and for a brief spell, apart from the piercing screams emanating from the walls, everything around us fell into stillness. The vengeful eyes, filled with malice, fixed intently upon Doufu, their arms no longer thrashing. A sudden jolt of trepidation coursed through me, akin to the stillness before a tempest, as an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped my senses. At that moment, Doufu trembled and exclaimed, "Old Chun, look to the right." "What is that?" Following his gaze, I noticed a section of the wall bulging unnaturally, gradually resembling a mass of putrid, red flesh, its form indiscernible. This grotesque mass, still in the process of forming, expanded slowly under our scrutiny, until it reached the size of a palm. It was then that its true visage became apparent, a mouth devoid of lips, revealing only a gaping maw adorned with jagged fangs. Soon, an increasing number of these mouths emerged, stretching towards us, inching ever closer. Doufu, on the brink of tears, uttered, "They intend to devour us." Goodness, I would rather have been suffocated in my coffin. Neither of us wished to meet such a gruesome fate, and our struggles intensified as we shouted in a futile attempt to intimidate the grotesque entities sprouting from the wall. Yet, our efforts were in vain. One of the mouths lunged forward and sank its teeth into Doufu's thigh. The reason for its choice eluded me. Was it because his flesh was more tender? With a piercing scream, Doufu writhed in agony, the creature gnashing its teeth before releasing him, leaving a vivid crimson stain where it had bitten. I felt my vision blur with rage and despair as I bellowed, desperate to break free. Despite having faced numerous life-threatening situations in our past encounters, the visceral reality of bloodshed was an unprecedented experience for us. As I beheld the gaping wound on Doufu's thigh, blood pouring forth, a surge of adrenaline coursed through me. Yet, no matter how fervently I struggled, those constraining arms remained immovable. Doufu, overwhelmed by pain, could no longer scream, drenched in sweat as if pulled from water, gasping for breath with wide, terror-stricken eyes, unable to utter a single word. In that dire moment, the grotesque mouth ravenously consumed Doufu's flesh, only to turn its attention back towards his abdomen. My mind erupted in despair as I braced for the worst. Just as that abomination was about to descend upon Doufu's vulnerable midsection, a hand suddenly emerged from above him. This hand bore a normal hue, starkly contrasting with the sinister appendages that had sprouted from the wall. My gaze instinctively followed my arm upward, and I was suddenly taken aback. It was the mute man in the mask. He wielded two black double-edged blades, the material unknown, and with a swift motion, he severed a large mouth, leaving me astonished. I thought to myself, my goodness, aside from El Su's ghost cry blade, I have never encountered such formidable cold weapons. The Japanese man appeared to harbor no malice. After dispatching the mouth, he effortlessly severed the bindings that restrained both myself and Doufu, then gestured for us to follow him. The piercing screams echoing through the tomb passage intensified, resembling anguished cries, as more hands and mouths emerged. The masked mute forged ahead, clearing our path with his blades. Unfortunately, Doufu had sustained an injury to one hand and had a chunk of flesh bitten from his thigh, rendering him immobile. I had no choice but to carry him on my back, reassuring him, "Little Dou, a man must endure. Do not shed tears in the face of bloodshed. Endure, my foot. If you have the ability, you take a bite," he retorted, unable to utter a complete sentence due to his pain. Before I knew it, he fainted on my back. With both hands occupied, I could only hide behind the Japanese man, moving along with him, feeling utterly frustrated. Indeed, I am a petty person, harboring animosity towards Japan. Just the sight of a Japanese individual makes me uncomfortable. In my previous business dealings, I particularly enjoyed trading with the Japanese, as most of my electronic products were smuggled goods, colloquially known as fakes, which I could sell for a profit to the emperor's subjects, satisfying my conscience. Who would have thought I would now rely on a Japanese for protection, complicating my feelings immensely? A wicked thought crossed my mind. Having learned from these two experiences, I recognized that in the fight, firearms were as ineffective as a mere fart, while El Su and this Japanese man's cold weapons proved invaluable. If I were to venture into combat again, I would need a reliable weapon. The Japanese man's dual blades appeared quite impressive. I should find a way to acquire them when the opportunity arises. Logically, since this Japanese man saved me, I should not entertain such thoughts. But I am not like Doufu. I am inherently a villain. One must look after oneself. Let the heavens punish the rest. Especially when it concerns a Japanese individual, I need not engage in any feigned gratitude. Chapter 81. The child's coffin. As I contemplated, I remained hidden behind the mute, plotting to strike him once we were out of danger. For now, we had to rely on him. The mute displayed remarkable agility, his black blades slicing through the air with ferocity, severing limbs with ease. I carried Doufu closely behind, remaining vigilant, knowing that since this Japanese man returned to rescue us, he must have already ensured the safety of Professor Lin and the others. Following closely behind him, I could hear the heart-wrenching howls emanating from within the tomb walls, the mere sound sending chills down my spine. Moments later, under the mute's cover, we finally emerged from the tomb passage, reaching an open stone chamber where flickering firelight beckoned us. Upon entering, we discovered that the 3 Japanese men had been untied, gathered around a solid fuel fire in the center, evidently taking a moment to rest. Upon my arrival with Doufu, Duan Fei stood up nervously, hesitated momentarily, and then resumed his seat. Professor Lin, noticing Doufu's blood-soaked form, urgently beckoned me, saying, "Hurry over and tend to the wounds." This time, the mute, whose name was unknown to us, was referred to as Sir. The mute, with an upright posture, entered the tomb chamber, crossed his arms, and leisurely settled to one side, creating a considerable distance between us, his demeanor exuding an air of haughtiness. Although I felt a surge of indignation, I recognized the source of his arrogance and chose to feign ignorance, promptly attending to Doufu's injuries instead. Doufu had suffered a severe abrasion on his leg, blood flowing profusely, and had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Fortunately, we were well equipped with medical supplies. We treated his wounds, administered anti-inflammatory injections, and then bandaged him up. Now, Doufu had completely lost his mobility, and we were uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead. Thus, we needed to proceed with utmost caution. With this in mind, I surveyed the tomb chamber in which we found ourselves. This was a burial chamber filled with accompanying artifacts, its walls brimming with items, leaving only the center clear, the very spot where we had taken refuge. A cursory glance revealed an astonishing array of ceremonial vessels, captivating in their diversity. Instruments for entertainment such as drums, zither, and flutes coexisted with everyday items like wine vessels, plates, jars, and seats. To the south, a row of food offerings for the tomb's owner lay, some having succumbed to the ravages of time over 2 millennia, now reduced to ash or hardened like stone. Artifacts from the Qin dynasty exuded a rustic grandeur, emphasizing form over color. While not flamboyant, each item radiated exquisite antiquity. These treasures were likely originally dedicated by Qin Shi Huang to the immortals of the sea, meticulously selected, yet ultimately ended up in Su Fu's possession. Based on the configuration of this burial chamber, I deduced that we were quite close to the underground palace. Opposite this chamber lay another dark tomb room, yet the group, fatigued, chose to disregard it for the moment. After tending to Doufu's wounds, we gathered together to consume the provisions we had prepared earlier. The 4 Japanese individuals formed a separate circle, chattering in a language we could not comprehend, but it was evident that 3 of them were reporting to the mute, casting us glances filled with hostility. We exchanged wary looks, our vigilance heightened. If these individuals were to initiate conflict, we would have no choice but to retaliate. As long as our firearms remained functional, we held the upper hand and had no reason to fear them. The 4 robots, ever astute, promptly began inspecting their firearms, ejecting jammed cartridges and reloading. We did not conceal these actions from the Japanese, as the confined space made it impractical, and it also served as a warning that we were not to be trifled with. At that moment, Duan Fei, in a contemplative tone, remarked, "In fact, I feel that the leader does not seem to harbor any ill intent towards us." Both Professor Lin and I understood that it was not a lack of malice, but rather that there was a traitor among our ranks. This matter is not suitable for direct confrontation at present, so I shifted the topic and said, "Regardless of their reasons, we cannot become friends. Firstly, there is a legacy of national grievances. Secondly, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. In any case, we must all remain vigilant. Should any trouble arise, We must not show mercy. As I spoke, Doufu gradually regained consciousness. I offered him some food, and he devoured it ravenously. Halfway through, he clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "I can't hold it in. I need to relieve myself." I retorted sharply, "While one is still eating above, you wish to relieve yourself below? Are you trying to torment me?" Doufu, while munching, smiled sheepishly and replied, "There are 3 urgent matters for a person, and relieving oneself comes first." He glanced around the cramped tomb chamber, noting that there was hardly any space to do so, and pointed to the dark corner of the tomb, asking, "Can I go in there? Is there any paper?" Gu Wanmin rummaged through her gear and tossed some paper to Doufu. He struggled to his feet, limping awkwardly towards the rear. The closer we got to the underground palace, the more eerie it felt. With Doufu injured, I was concerned about potential mishaps and followed closely to escort him. The 4 Japanese men shifted their attention to us, and upon seeing our intention to enter the adjacent tomb chamber, the leader, who was mute, stood up, presumably to investigate further. The adjoining tomb chamber was significantly larger, approximately 4 to 5 times the size of the accompanying burial room, and took on a rectangular shape. Upon entering, one immediately noticed 9 ceremonial tripods and 8 vessels positioned against the northern wall. These were imperial-grade ritual vessels. This indicated that the chamber served as a reception area for the tomb's owner to entertain guests. Su Fu, it seemed, had declared himself emperor on this land of Japan, adopting the standards set by Qin Shi Huang. Though on a smaller scale, the true mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang was incomparable to this place. As I surveyed the reception area, a vivid image arose in my mind. A gathering of spirits from numerous tomb chambers convening here, a thought that sent chills down my spine. Being a ceremonial chamber, it contained no other artifacts aside from the 9 tripods and 8 vessels. In a state of urgency, Doufu hastily removed his trousers and squatted in the nearest corner. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of the food, Doufu suffered from diarrhea, creating a foul stench that filled the tomb. He was undoubtedly the first tomb raider to defile a burial chamber in such a manner. Had the tomb owner known, he would surely have been enraged enough to rise from the dead. Additionally, this ceremonial chamber had 2 side rooms connected to it, and a stone door to the north. If the specifications were accurate, beyond that stone door lay the main burial chamber we sought. The odor emanating from Doufu was overwhelming, and I lost interest in waiting for him to finish, deciding instead to explore the nearby side chamber. The mute seemed to have the same intention. Just as I had this thought, he stepped ahead into the right side chamber. I followed behind, pondering the identity of this person. To this point, he had not uttered a single word. Perhaps he truly had a throat ailment. Moreover, he wore a mask, as if he could not be seen, which was indeed peculiar. He appeared quite capable, wielding 2 exceptionally sharp black blades. He was of similar height to me, with an upright posture, not overly muscular, yet the visible muscles were well defined, clearly indicating a person of considerable training. In a fleeting moment, I followed him into the chamber, and upon entering, an unsettling discomfort enveloped me. The room was filled with effigies, some seated, some kneeling, some standing or leaning, others performing acrobatics or twisting their waists. Among these human figures, there were also animal effigies, monkeys and dogs, creating a spectacle reminiscent of 100 entertainments. The term 100 entertainments refers to the popular acrobatic performances from the spring and autumn period through the Qin and Han dynasties, encompassing a myriad of acts such as pole climbing, monkey performances, wrestling, storytelling, and martial arts. It is said that the burial pits surrounding the tomb of Qin Shi Huang have also yielded effigies of these performances. Although Su Fu's arrangement could not compare to that of the first emperor, he nonetheless created his own set of amusements for the afterlife. Most of the human effigies bore smiles, which imparted an eerie sensation amidst the ominous, millennia-old tomb. Ever since the incident with the terracotta warriors, I have held a distaste for these figures. A mere glance at them left me uneasy, prompting my departure from the chamber. I inquired whether the tofu was ready, to which it responded weakly, "Not at all. I have diarrhea so severe it feels like my backside is blossoming." I replied, "There is no remedy at hand. You must endure until you have expelled all that is unclean from your belly." I had no intention of revealing that what he was expelling was merely the crystallized remnants of his previous meals. Noticing that he was still occupied, I ventured into the left chamber. As the light illuminated the space, I was greeted by a multitude of coffins. No, to be precise, an array of diminutive coffins, smaller than the standard ones of today. These must have been intended for Su Fu's sacrificial burial. But why were they so small? Could they possibly contain children? I gasped, furrowing my brow, reflecting on the cruelty of ancient burial customs that spared no one, even the young. Upon closer inspection, I counted a staggering 16 coffins in this chamber, each adorned with a thin layer of black lacquer and simplistic decorations. At first glance, one could see 16 celestial youths surrounding a figure clad in feathered garments. It appeared that these coffins contained boys who would serve Doufu in the afterlife. As I pondered this, Doufu, having finished, limped over to my side. Upon seeing the numerous small coffins, he expressed surprise, asking, "What are these coffins for? Why are they so small?" I explained, "They are the accompanying spirit boys." Doufu, ever the embodiment of justice, immediately began cursing Doufu's ancestors. Just then, we heard Duan Fei's voice from outside, exclaiming, "Oh, what a foul stench." Doufu looked visibly hurt and dejected, lamenting, "This tomb is poorly designed. If there is a reception room, why is there no restroom? My reputation is ruined." I advised him to save his opinions for later, suggesting he could voice them when the coffins were opened. Doufu scoffed, tapping one of the small coffins, declaring, "What good is that? Once the coffin is opened, I will first exact vengeance on these sacrificed little ones." Suddenly, Doufu halted, saying, "Old Chun, this seems to be an iron coffin." An iron coffin? I was momentarily taken aback, doubting Doufu's claim. Who would use iron for a coffin? Moreover, considering the challenges of iron production in ancient times, such a choice would be extravagantly wasteful. As Doufu spoke, he reached out to touch once more. Suddenly, a hand emerged from behind him, seizing his wrist with a firm grip. I turned to see the Japanese mute, having silently appeared behind us. His gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Doufu, his hand unwavering. Doufu's expression twisted in pain, clearly feeling the strength of this individual. Fearing for Doufu's hand, I hastily exclaimed, "Let go." Only then did I realize that this Japanese man likely did not understand Chinese. To my surprise, he spoke suddenly, his voice devoid of warmth. "Do not touch those coffins." With his hand gripping Doufu's, the pain seemed to fade from Doufu's mind as he widened his eyes in astonishment. "So you're not a mute? Hey, you can speak Chinese quite fluently. Who did you learn from? Let's see how well you can recite." From the south comes a lama, pulling 5 pounds of tarma. From the north comes a mute, with a trumpet at his waist, trading tarma for the mute's trumpet. The mute, unwilling to exchange his trumpet for the tarma of the lama, faced the lama with his tarma and struck the mute with it. I was momentarily at a loss for words, my ears filled with the nonsensical recitation. Just as I contemplated urging Doufu to be silent, the Japanese man released Doufu's wrist and pushed his head back, coldly stating, "Speak another word, and I shall sever your tongue, rendering you mute." Doufu, reluctantly closing his mouth, shrank his neck and muttered under his breath, likely greeting the ancestors of this masked figure. Initially, I had assumed he was Japanese, but after hearing him articulate 2 sentences, I discerned his pronunciation was precise, far beyond what a foreigner could achieve. Curiosity compelled me to ask, "Are you Chinese?" The masked man revealed no emotion, choosing not to respond to either Doufu or me. Instead, he retrieved a pair of black gloves from his backpack, which I recognized as corpse-handling gloves, indicating his intent to open the coffin. Given that the accompanying Taoist priest would likely have left no valuables within, I pondered the purpose of his actions. At that moment, Professor Lin and others arrived at the tomb chamber, making the already cramped space, filled to the brim with coffins, feel even more congested. The once silent tomb, undisturbed for over 2 millennia, now resembled a gathering of sorts. Doufu whispered to me, "This pretentious mute forbids me from touching the coffin. Yet he dares to do so himself. How despicable." I replied, "There is likely nothing of value inside. Let us observe the situation unfold. This man possesses skill, and undoubtedly has a purpose. We should learn from him. My recent experiences digging mushrooms have highlighted the importance of knowledge. Relying solely on my grandfather's guide to tomb raiding is but theoretical. The unexpected occurrences in ancient tombs are plentiful, and experience can often be a matter of life and death." I decided it best to remain in the shadows for now and watch how this mute with a keen eye would proceed. As I observed the actions of the masked mute, I noticed his approach to opening the coffin was quite professional, employing traditional methods. Aside from the absence of incense, he adhered to all necessary rituals, maintaining unwavering focus without allowing any part of his skin to touch the coffin. He produced a crowbar, prying out the nails of the coffin one by one. Then, with a firm push, he effortlessly opened the small coffin before him. I had already covered my mouth and nose in advance, and took a step back to avoid being overwhelmed by the noxious air that had accumulated in the coffin. To my surprise, when the coffin was opened, there was no foul odor whatsoever. Everyone found this peculiar and moved closer to inspect. Suddenly, I discovered a lifeless child's body, its skin a ghastly shade of blue, floating within the coffin. The reason I describe it as floating is that the coffin was filled with mercury. The body had been preserved in this substance for over 2 millennia. Its surface saturated with mercury, rendering it particularly horrifying. It is no wonder that Doufu referred to this coffin as an iron coffin. In reality, it is likely a wooden coffin that had undergone a transformation due to prolonged contact with mercury, resulting in a hardened texture that felt akin to metal. Once the masked figure had finished inspecting the coffin, he reached in to explore, but after a moment, it seemed he found nothing of interest and gestured to his 3 subordinates. The trio immediately replaced the coffin lid, and the 4 of them turned to open the second coffin, their intentions unclear. Professor Lin, confronted by this unexpected group of intruders, appeared momentarily at a loss and asked me, "Xiao Chun, what should we do now?" After considering, I replied, "The road is wide, let us each go our own way." I then exchanged a knowing glance with the others, and we promptly exited the tomb, arriving at the northern door. The 4 Japanese men seemed disinclined to pay us any further attention, which was fortuitous, as it spared us from an inevitable confrontation. We approached the tomb door, ready to take action. The narrow gap in the center of the door was similarly sealed with wax, and through this thin layer, I suddenly noticed something greenish protruding from the crevice, extending from top to bottom, suggesting that something was wedged within. Drawing from my past experiences with tomb raiding, I understood the dangers that lay within ancient tombs and refrained from acting recklessly. Instead, I retrieved a small chisel and carefully scraped away the wax. Moments later, the object within the stone door began to reveal itself, and upon closer inspection, my mind buzzed with a singular term, the 9 lives and 9 deaths lock. This term I had heard from Feng, an expert in mechanisms. It is said to be one of the most formidable anti-theft mechanisms from the Qin dynasty. Constructed from 81 intricate copper rings resembling a delicate heart, small as a bee. The other end of the copper rings was embedded within the stone door, and each ring was connected to a mechanism that could only be unlocked with a corresponding key. However, due to the complexity of this exquisite technology, it was short-lived and soon faded into obscurity. During Su Fu's maritime expedition, he brought along a multitude of skilled artisans, and it was astonishing that he had installed such a mechanism at the entrance of his tomb, akin to a hedgehog with its prickly defenses, rendering it nearly inaccessible. Unaware of the intricacies involved, Professor Lin and the others noticed my astonishment and inquired about the matter. I wiped my face and explained the situation, to which Doufu asked, "Where's the key?" I shook my head and pointed towards the chamber where the masked mute was, saying, "He is most likely searching for the key right now." Duan Fei chimed in, "Who would be foolish enough to set a trap and leave the key for someone to find? I suspect the key has been destroyed." She pondered for a moment and proposed, "Why not use explosives? We can retreat outside. Even if there are indeed traps, they cannot harm us." "Robot, no." One nodded in agreement, affirming that explosives would be effective. I could only manage a bitter smile, reflecting on the reckless actions of the officials and thieves, who charged forward heedlessly, oblivious to the ingenious wisdom of our ancestors. In many instances, even explosives cannot be employed, such is the case with this deadly lock. One of its mechanisms is designed to counter external force. If the lock is compromised, the mechanism will activate, leading to the destruction of the entire tomb chamber. As for the nature of that mechanism, it varies, and I cannot speculate further. Doufu sighed. "This won't work, nor will that. If we cannot find the key, are we to be left with nothing?" I nodded, feeling a weight of despair. "If we fail to locate the key, our journey will have been in vain." Upon hearing this, Doufu promptly grasped my hand and limped toward the ear chamber, urging, "Stop dawdling. We must hurry to find the key." No sooner had she spoken than 2 individuals suddenly burst forth from the ear chamber, tumbling and scrambling toward us, chattering frantically, as if something terrible had transpired. Doufu ducked behind me, speculating, could it be another corpse explosion? But these individuals seem rather formidable. What threat could a child's corpse pose? As we were speaking, another Japanese person dashed out, followed closely by the masked mute, who was sparing with his words. He swiftly emerged from the ear chamber, his dual black blades drawn, while something flew out behind him. I gazed closely and was taken aback. It was a naked, bluish child's corpse, miraculously airborne. The undead that can fly are known as flying corpses. Legends tell of their overwhelming power, capable of soaring through the clouds, traversing vast distances, impervious to blades, and beyond the capacity of mortals to combat. Their only fear is lightning. Hence folklore often recounts tales of thunder gods vanquishing flying corpses. I had not anticipated that the child's corpse would transform into a flying corpse, and I was momentarily paralyzed with dread. Realizing that this mute must have disturbed the flying corpse when he opened the coffin, I cursed silently, but had no time for such thoughts. As the others were still in shock at the sight of a flying zongzi, I shouted urgently, "Run! Get out of this place!" I had gained experience dealing with ordinary zongzi and felt somewhat unperturbed, yet the legendary flying corpse instilled a profound fear within me. I witnessed the flying corpse chase after the mute, swiftly closing the distance, its claws poised to strike. In that fleeting moment, the mute seemed to possess an uncanny sense, rolling to evade the grasp. His roll fortuitously placed him in the path we needed to escape, blocking our retreat. Before he could rise, the flying corpse dove towards the ground with incredible speed, its hands aimed at the mute. Should it succeed, the mute's fate would be dire. I thought to myself, if this capable mute were to perish, our chances of survival would diminish significantly. Forget the enmity towards our nation, I shouted. Doufu, Professor Lin, Wenmin, Xiaofei, and Wu Sidong, stay where you are. I glanced once more at the four robots and said, "Brothers, let us proceed." The principle of mutual dependence is well understood by all. The four robots immediately raised their weapons and aimed at the flying corpse, but to their astonishment, the creature, having soaked in mercury, left no mark from their shots and instead caused bullets to ricochet wildly. At this moment, the mute had lost any chance of rising again. As the flying corpse lunged downwards, he fiercely lifted his dual blades, managing to wedge them between the fingers of the creature. For a time, they were locked in a stalemate. The strength of the flying corpse was said to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Yet the mute's blades remained stuck between its fingers. These blades were exquisitely sharp, capable of cutting through hair and severing limbs as easily as slicing tofu. Yet they remained motionless in that moment. Watching the mute fall to the ground while the flying corpse relentlessly bore down upon him, he could only struggle with his blades, his arms trembling, seemingly on the verge of being overwhelmed. If that were to happen, the creature's fingers would surely plunge into the mute's chest. The four robots and I, realizing firearms were futile, resorted to cold weapons, brandishing our daggers as we charged forward. I led the charge, witnessing the mute's exhaustion, and I swiftly kicked at the flying corpse, sending it sideways and allowing the mute to escape his predicament and rise once more. However, my kick felt as though I had struck an iron plate, nearly breaking my foot and causing me to grimace in pain. Just as the mute regained his footing, the flying corpse I had kicked flew back towards me, this time charging directly at me. Having soaked in mercury for too long, it was as hard as gold and iron and possessed immense strength. With merely a dagger in hand, I was no match for it, so I turned and fled, the four robots scattering in alarm. In my escape, I cunningly veered left, revealing the exit passage. As I ran, I shouted, "Doufu, you go ahead." In an instant, I felt a gust of wind rush past me, knowing full well that my speed could not compare to that of the flying corpse. In just a few strides, it was upon me, threatening to pierce through my back. With no other choice, I mimicked the mute, throwing myself to the ground and rolling to the right. The flying corpse, rigid and limited in its attack methods, lunged at me with its claws raised, just as it had done to the mute. Its silver hooks on its fingers seemed capable of eviscerating a person with a mere swipe. In that fleeting moment, the entire situation had reversed, with me now in the position of the mute. Yet, unlike the mute who had dual blades for support, I was armed with only a dagger. In a critical moment, I swung my dagger to block its advance, the blade clashing against the creature's arm with a resounding clang. However, this did little to halt the relentless force of the flying corpse, which remained unmoved as its claws plunged towards my head, nearly aiming for my eyes. Fear surged within me, leaving me paralyzed, unable to think or react, believing that my life was about to be extinguished by its grasp. In that fleeting moment, four figures suddenly sprang forth from the shadows, converging upon the flying corpse with remarkable swiftness. They embraced it with their arms, shielded their heads, and clamped down on its legs, successfully pinning the creature to the ground. I was drenched in cold sweat, and without a moment's hesitation, I scrambled to my feet. The four saviors were none other than the robots, who combined their strength to subdue the flying corpse, thus saving my life. However, the creature possessed immense power. Just as I regained my footing, the robots were flung aside, and the flying corpse ascended once more, as if I had annihilated its entire kin, ignoring everything else. It charged directly at me. My heart sank with despair, and I took off running. At that moment, the mute suddenly spoke, commanding, "Come here." He stood in the chamber filled with small coffins, seemingly intent on luring the flying corpse back inside. Uncertain of his intentions, I dashed towards him. While Professor Lin and the others seized the opportunity to escape the ceremonial chamber, anxiously awaiting outside, eager to assist but powerless to intervene. Fortunately, I was not far from the chamber, and before the flying corpse could catch up, I stepped inside. A hasty glance revealed that all the coffins were closed, save for the third one on the left, which was ajar, swirling with mercury, yet devoid of a body. This, I surmised, was the creature's previous dwelling. The mute urged, "Get it back into the coffin." His words sparked a realization. The flying corpse was impervious to ordinary weaponry, yet these mercury-soaked coffins possessed sufficient hardness to contain it. If we could confine the creature within a coffin once more, the situation would become considerably more manageable. The mute, perhaps sharing this strategy, was half kneeling beside the coffin, poised like a leopard, ready to spring into action, with the lid at his side. In an instant, my mind raced with possibilities. As soon as the mute finished speaking, I turned and sprinted toward the open coffin. The flying corpse, upon entering, pivoted in midair, lunging toward me. By that time, I had reached the coffin's side, and as the creature approached, I shouted, "Now!" At my command, the mute leapt from the adjacent coffin, soaring into the air and landing squarely on the back of the flying corpse. The chamber's height was limited, preventing the creature from soaring too high, allowing the mute to successfully mount it. Realizing it now bore an additional weight, the flying corpse abandoned its pursuit of me, emitting a series of furious roars in an attempt to dislodge the mute. Clinging tightly to its neck, the mute remained steadfast. As I observed this tense standoff, anxiety surged within me. An idea struck me, and I quickly unfastened the rope from my waist, fashioned it into a noose, and skillfully threw it upward, ensnaring the flying corpse's neck. This technique, honed during my days foraging in the mountains, was ideally suited for capturing creatures like the one before me. Once the noose was secured, I summoned all my strength to pull the flying corpse toward the coffin, while the mute wrapped his legs around its waist and relentlessly struck at the back of its neck with his dark blade. The neck was a critical vulnerability for any corpse, and even the flying creature was no exception to this rule. The mute's strike momentarily halted the creature's movements, facilitating my escape. In an instant, the flying corpse had drawn near to the coffin, yet its tremendous strength and proximity to the ground deterred me from approaching too closely. We found ourselves in a stalemate, the flying corpse hovering above the coffin, unable to be pushed inside. A sudden thought crossed my mind regarding the coffin lid nearby. I swiftly changed my position and raised the lid with both hands. The mute reacted with remarkable speed, promptly dismounting from the back of the flying corpse, while I forcefully pressed the coffin lid down upon it. Despite the creature's immense power, it was evidently fearful of the coffin that had confined it for over 2 millennia. As the lid descended, its strength dissipated, and it plummeted into the mercury-filled coffin. Seeing this, the mute and I quickly laid the coffin lid flat, pushing it down from both sides. With a sharp crack, the lid sealed tightly. The mute then sat atop the coffin lid, but we were soon greeted by a series of thumping sounds emanating from within, causing the lid to tremble as if it might be forced open at any moment. Realizing the urgency, I too sat upon it, applying my weight to maintain the pressure. Sitting atop the lid, it vibrated incessantly beneath me, akin to riding over a gravel road in a vehicle. When those outside noticed the silence, they rushed in without hesitation, each taking a seat on the coffin. Moments later, the commotion within ceased, restoring tranquility to the tomb, broken only by the sound of our collective breaths. After a brief silence, Robot 1 inquired about our next course of action. Although several were officials turned thieves, none had encountered such an incident before, and they turned to me for guidance. After a moment's contemplation, I instructed them to gather the dislodged coffin nails and reattach the coffin. Traditionally, coffin nails are made from peach wood, believed to possess the power to subdue restless spirits. Hence they are also referred to as ghost-binding nails. Once affixed, the entities inside would be unable to escape. The robots promptly leapt into action, swiftly collecting the scattered nails and returning them to their original positions, allowing everyone to finally descend from the coffin. Doufu, limping, approached me and scrutinized me from head to toe, remarking that I appeared unharmed. He then leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone. What exactly transpired between you and the beautiful Gu? She was in such a state outside, crying desperately. He gestured for me to observe Gu Wanmin, and I turned my gaze to see her composed yet seemingly unperturbed face, though her eyes were slightly red and swollen. Sighing inwardly, I replied to Doufu. We shall discuss this later. Do not concern yourself with it now. The group was eager to leave the burial chamber, as the outer ceremonial room still contained evidence of Doufu's earlier indiscretions. Thus, we returned to the area where the sacrificial items had been previously stored. After the tumultuous events, we were finally able to sit calmly. Doufu was the first to break the silence, addressing the Japanese individuals. What were you doing inside that led to this predicament? The mute withdrew a piece of black cloth from his pocket, methodically cleaning his knife, ignoring Doufu's inquiry. Professor Lin had no choice but to translate for the remaining 3 Japanese individuals. He then heard one of them mention the search for keys, stating that their leader had claimed there were 9 keys in total, concealed within the 16 coffins. To their astonishment, upon touching one of the keys, the corpse within the coffin seemed to tremble, perhaps startled by the unexpected presence. Doufu, intrigued, inquired whether they had indeed found a key, eager to see it. Professor Lin, acting as a translator, listened as the Japanese pointed towards the mute, indicating that the key was with their leader. Doufu, pondering this, glanced at the mute who was diligently sharpening his knife, and lowered his voice to ask whether their leader was Japanese or Chinese, and what his name was. The 3 Japanese exchanged glances, then shook their heads, leaving their knowledge ambiguous. Chapter 84. The Wall of Corpses. At this moment, everyone was seated in a circle, collectively at a loss for ideas. According to the 3 Japanese, the 9 keys were supposedly hidden among the coffins. However, after encountering such a formidable flying corpse upon retrieving the first key, one could only wonder if the remaining coffins contained similar threats. Just then, Wu Sidong suddenly regained consciousness, appearing dazed as though he had been drained of vitality by a ghostly maiden in a drama, murmuring, "Where am I?" It seemed his senses had returned. Professor Lin and Duan Fei promptly attended to him with some food, while I turned my attention to the mute. I was certain he was Chinese, based on my observations. His tomb rating techniques amalgamated the essence of both northern and southern schools of thought, a skill honed over years of immersion. It was undeniably beyond the reach of a Japanese individual to master such finesse. Yet, I found it perplexing that a Chinese man would associate with a group of Japanese, leading them in the desecration of Chinese tombs. The historical enmity between China and Japan, steeped in national grievances, rendered such collaboration utterly disgraceful. Upon discovering that the key was in the possession of the mute, Doufu approached him, urging him to reveal the item. The mute did not refuse. He retrieved something from his pocket and laid it in his palm. Upon closer inspection, it was an exquisitely crafted key, delicate and slender, resembling a toothpick, with a greenish hue and traces of mercury. As a robust man, I found such intricate craftsmanship ill-suited to my hands, leaving me to ponder how artisans of over 2 millennia ago achieved such remarkable ingenuity. Gu Wanmin observed the key and remarked, "It seems we must collect all 9 keys to unlock that tomb door. This poses a significant challenge. What if there are more flying corpses? Can't we devise an alternative method?" The beauty's inquiry indeed elicited a response from the mute, who spoke in a low, indifferent tone, calmly stating, "The stone door is sealed with dragon oil. Any external force would incinerate everything within the tomb. This approach is futile." Doufu then asked, "What then? You seem quite capable. Hasten to devise a plan." The mute regarded Doufu with a piercing gaze and said, "Speak another word." Doufu, taken aback, replied, "What do you mean by speak again?" The mute responded, "I am not your brother. You do not possess that right. Should you utter that term again, I will take your life." As the Doufu was startled, true to his usual temperament, he would certainly have jumped up in anger. However, the imposing presence of the mute rendered him momentarily speechless. After a pause, he retreated behind me and managed to utter, "Old Chun, he looks down on me." I found his discomposure somewhat amusing, yet I felt a surge of irritation within me, thinking how pretentious this person was. What a piece of work. At that moment, although everyone was gathered together, it did not signify a cessation of hostilities. Colleagues are often adversaries, and our 2 factions were merely in a temporary truce, which did not imply harmonious coexistence. Suddenly, Gu Wenmin raised a perplexing question, gazing towards the passageway behind the tomb chamber from whence we had come. Do you hear that? The sounds outside seemed to be intensifying. It was a cacophony akin to the wails of lost souls, at times resembling a scream and at others a shrill laugh, sending chills down the spine of anyone who listened in that eerie tomb. Gu Wenmin inquired of Professor Lin, "Do you know what that might be?" Professor Lin shook his head, adjusting his glasses, and said, "In my lifetime, I have never encountered a tomb passage like this, one that appears to have limbs, eyes, and a mouth. If my mentor were still alive, perhaps he would have known." As soon as Professor Lin finished speaking, the mute abruptly ceased sharpening his knife, lifted his head, and coldly remarked, "It is a corpse wall." A corpse wall. Doufu, forgetting the pain of his previous embarrassment, immediately displayed interest and leaned closer, asking, "Brother, what is a corpse wall? A wall made of corpses?" The mute turned to face Doufu, their dark gaze emanating a chilling aura. Suddenly, I recalled his earlier words, my heart racing in alarm as I yanked Doufu back, exclaiming, "Come back." Thankfully, my reflexes were swift, for where Doufu had been standing moments earlier, a black knife had embedded itself directly into the floor tiles, quivering slightly and reflecting a ghostly light. Doufu opened his mouth, rendered speechless with shock. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I, Qin Xian, had lived half my life and encountered all manner of individuals, both black and white. Yet I had never met anyone as eccentric as this mute. Had I not reacted so quickly, Doufu likely would have been struck by that black knife. Anger surged through me, and in a fit of rage, I drew my handgun. Given our proximity, I swiftly aimed it at the mute's forehead, sneering, "You think you're so tough? Prepare to die." Under normal circumstances, I would avoid taking a life. After all, I was a treasure hunter, not a gangster. However, the mute's earlier actions had provoked me beyond reason, and in that moment, my vision turned red as I pulled the trigger. A sharp click replaced the expected gunshot. The weapon had jammed. In that instant, not only I, but nearly everyone present stared in shock at the mute. Why had this happened? Previously, when the robots had prepared to eliminate them, the guns had similarly malfunctioned, and now, it occurred again. A thought buzzed in my mind. Could this mute possess some extraordinary ability? Was he somehow responsible for this? Before I could react, the mute had already drawn the black, curved dagger from the ground, his gaze icy as it fixed upon us. His fingers slipped into the hilt of the dagger, causing it to spin in rhythm with his movements, gradually accelerating until, in an instant, it shot forth with a whoosh, striking my handgun. A sharp tingling surged through my hand, and the weapon slipped from my grasp, clattering to the ground. The four robots began to retreat, and though no words were exchanged among us, the distance between us widened, thickening the air with tension. In terms of firepower and numbers, we were at an advantage. Yet our predicament stemmed entirely from our malfunctioning firearms. Why did our bullets jam upon the enemy's first shot? Was it merely a flaw in our weapons? Or was there some unseen force at play? Perhaps the adversary possessed extraordinary abilities? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I dismissed the idea of supernatural powers as absurd. The gaze of nearly everyone remained fixated on the mute, and I was not the only one feeling the strain. The robots shared my apprehension, their foreheads glistening with a sheen of sweat, pupils constricted, and posture tense in readiness. At that moment, the mute shook his head and, with a measured tone, coldly proclaimed, "The wall of corpses has resurrected." Doufu was genuinely startled, instinctively opening his mouth to respond, only to abruptly cover it with his hands, recalling something. The wall of corpses? What could that possibly mean? Who was this masked figure, and what did he know that surpassed my understanding? As I pondered these questions, I heard the mute delve into the origins of the wall of corpses. It was revealed to be an exceptionally cruel form of sorcery. In ancient times, certain practitioners of the dark arts were adept at nurturing corpse demons. What, one might ask, is a corpse demon? It is said that human traffickers would procure women, brutally crushing them alive beneath a stone mill, their flesh preserved in specially crafted vessels. The intense negative energy of these wronged souls, combined with secretive sorcery, would eventually coalesce into corpse demons. These demons lacked a defined form, resembling a sticky mass of black syrup, capable of infiltrating homes to wreak havoc. For instance, a corpse demon could adhere to a wall, manifesting as a human face, an eye, or a mouth, causing untold mischief and harm. The practitioners would then exploit these demons to extort money. The mute speculated that the bricks of the wall of corpses were likely infused with these demons. And the protruding hands, feet, eyes, and mouths were manifestations of the souls who had met untimely ends. Anyone who ventured inside would be devoured alive. The wall, imbued with the heavy aura of the corpse demons, posed a dire threat. Should the demons awaken, chaos would ensue, a cacophony of wailing spirits. Even the sounds alone were now more terrifying than before, and escape seemed impossible. The mute admitted that even he could not guarantee safe passage through the tomb passage of the wall of corpses. Our only remaining option was to enter the underground palace in search of an alternative escape route. I began to regain my composure, sensing something amiss. Why was he divulging this information to us? Unable to contain himself, Doufu boldly interjected, "But now we can't obtain the key, and explosives are off the table. What are we to do?" The mute, with his hands clasped before his chest, ambled slowly, and upon hearing the words, let out a cold laugh, responding with indifference. "Haven't you the sense to think for yourself?" Doufu, having endured the mute's taunts repeatedly, finally succumbed to anger, limping forward and exclaiming, "I can't bear it any longer. Grandpa Do will surely strangle you, little Japanese, and I won't be able to stop him." At that moment, I saw the mute spin his knife in hand, his voice, previously devoid of emotion, now laced with a hint of mockery and disdain. "If you have the guts, come at me." Doufu's eyes were momentarily dazzled by the glint of the black twin blades. Regaining his composure, he faltered slightly, yet, under the scrutiny of the crowd, he likely felt that retreating now would be a disgrace, especially in front of the Japanese. Thus, with gritted teeth, he charged forward, brandishing his dagger, albeit with a speed akin to that of an ant. I covered my face, unable to bear to watch. The reason I refrained from intervening with Doufu was that I sensed the mute bore no murderous intent. Had he truly harbored such intentions, he would not have spoken of a corpse wall. The mute, arrogant and dismissive, would not waste time with us unless he had something to gain, ensuring he would not strike Doufu at this juncture. Sure enough, I heard Doufu's cries, "Hey, hey, hey," and upon opening my eyes, I saw him being yanked by his collar and flung aside, landing amidst a pile of Ming Dynasty ceramics. Chapter 85. Extracting dragon oil. I surmised that Doufu and the mute were destined to clash, shaking my head in disapproval and urging Doufu to regain his dignity and rise. I then awaited the mute's words, anticipating that he would have something to convey to us. However, to my surprise, the mute gestured to the three Japanese men, then leaned against a stack of ceramics, seemingly closing his eyes in contemplation, uttering not a single word. I pondered the oddity of his behavior. What trickery was he up to? Shifting my gaze, I noticed Professor Lin, who had been observing the mute intently, his brow furrowed and expressions shifting, as if he had struck upon a revelation. I approached him, lowering my voice to whisper, "Uncle Lin, what troubles you?" Professor Lin jolted back to attention, looking at me with a complex expression before shaking his head. "Nothing. This person reminds me of certain matters." "Matters?" I inquired. "Do you know the origins of these Japanese?" He shook his head again. "Of course not. But this masked individual brings to mind someone." "Who?" Professor Lin replied, "Your father, 4he." I was taken aback, exclaiming, "Uncle Lin, do not jest. If my father were like that, I would rather take my own life." Professor Lin smiled faintly and sighed. "He is certainly not 4he. It is merely that they share certain similarities, such as tomb raiding skills. You must have noticed, he is quite the veteran, a rarity in our homeland. Of course, his demeanor is somewhat akin as well, arrogant and infuriating." I shrugged, disinterested in the topic, for the nature of 4he held no significance for me. I had never met him, and he had passed away long ago. As everyone settled back down, the atmosphere was not as tense as before. Amidst the piercing screams echoing from the corpse wall, I began to contemplate our strategy. Since the path behind us has been obstructed, our only option is to advance. The strategy of opening the coffin to retrieve the key is evidently unfeasible unless we possess the confidence to conquer the flying corpse. Lacking the key, we must contemplate alternative methods. External forces are also futile, for within lies the dragon oil. This so-called dragon oil, commonly referred to as fire oil, is a viscous liquid in a state of rest. However, once agitated, it reacts with air through friction, transforming into a corrosive liquid that can spontaneously ignite. It is said that this substance was inadvertently produced by ancient alchemists during their experiments. Without the use of a key or external force, what are we to do? The tomb chamber is enveloped in silence. save for the haunting sounds emanating from the outside corridor and the faint snoring of Doufu, who has indeed fallen asleep. As the saying goes, fools have their own fortune, for he is devoid of scheming, greed, and is genuine in his dealings, perhaps among us. Only Doufu lives the most carefree existence. Time passes slowly, and I am devoid of any ideas, while Professor Lin and the others are equally at a loss. Gu Wenmin appears somewhat haggard. Ever since that incident, she has fallen into silence. Observing her pallid face stirs feelings of discomfort within me. Yet I can only suppress the impulse to embrace her, to comfort her, and to express my truths. Such impulses do not belong to one of my age. In a moment, I regain my composure, forcing myself to divert my gaze through the darkened ritual chamber, focusing on the tomb door in the depths. It has been shrouded in darkness, safeguarding its occupant for over 2 millennia. Light filters into the chamber, faintly revealing a shadowy outline, while the 9 tripods and 8 vessels stand silently in the center. One vessel has toppled, likely due to our previous encounter with the flying corpse, a detail we did not notice at the time. The contents of the vessel have spilled forth, a dark mass whose nature is unknown. The vessel, used in ancient times for holding cooked food and ceremonial offerings, primarily existed from the Shang to the Eastern Zhou dynasties, and is one of the hallmark bronze artifacts of China's Bronze Age. The 9 tripods and 8 vessels symbolize royal burial customs, leading me to surmise that the scattered contents are likely food-related. However, upon further reflection, I find this assumption flawed. Our current tomb chamber already houses food-related offerings. Thus, it seems illogical for the ceremonial vessel to contain more. What lies within? Curiosity piqued, I activate my headlamp and approach for a closer inspection. Crouching down, I discover a heap of coarse ashes, indiscernible in nature. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly emerges from behind me. "This is ash." Startled, I quickly brush the ashes from my hands and turn to see the mute wearing a mask. I cannot ascertain the truth of his words. What manner of reasoning is it to place ashes in a vessel? Is it intended for the tomb occupant to consume the ashes? Does Su Fu possess a taste for such things? The mute then approaches the tomb door, meticulously feeling its surface. The skin between his thumbs bears thick calluses, indicative of years spent wielding a knife. After a brief moment of exploration, he draws forth a black blade. His black dagger was a pair of curved blades, entirely obsidian, with an indiscernible material reminiscent of Mongolian waist knives, measuring roughly the length of a forearm. One blade was as thick as a finger, while the other was as delicate as a cicada's wing. He drew the slender blade and inserted it into the crevice of the stone door, seemingly attempting to disable the mechanism within. However, after a brief moment, he withdrew the blade, his icy, dark gaze narrowing, and ceased any further action. I discerned that he too had exhausted his options, so I remained silent as we stood before the tomb's entrance, deep in contemplation. After a long and arduous journey to this point, the treasure lay in sight, yet we were unable to seize it, which was indeed frustrating. At that moment, a sudden idea sparked in my mind, and I turned to the mute. "Is there a way to extract the dragon oil?" The mute turned, his cold gaze tinged with a hint of curiosity, and replied in a nonchalant manner, "There is a way, but we lack the tools." I remarked, "As long as it remains undisturbed, the properties of the dragon oil remain stable, right? I have an idea, follow me." I returned to the resting chamber where the others were, squatting before Gu Wenmin, and said, "Hand me your equipment bag." Gu Wenmin appeared taken aback by my request, momentarily dazed, and replied, "What?" Her puzzled expression softened my heart, and with a sigh, I reiterated, "I need your equipment bag." Once she grasped my intention, she handed it to me. Within her pack were numerous medical supplies, including an infusion tube for 4 drips. Upon seeing me retrieve this item, the mute evidently understood, swiftly snatching it from my grasp, exclaiming, "We'll use this." The others remained in a state of confusion as the mute began instructing the 3 Japanese men to gather the large cauldrons in one place. He cut one end of the infusion tube and secured it, placing it in the cauldron, while delicately maneuvering the needle end with tweezers toward the rear of the stone door. This was an exceedingly meticulous task, executed entirely by the mute. Behind the 9 lives lock lay a thin layer of oil wax, sealing the dragon oil within. The mute carefully inserted the needle deep into the wax, and moments later, the dragon oil began to flow slowly and steadily through the infusion tube into the bronze cauldron we had prepared. The others finally comprehended the situation, their faces lighting up with joy. Once the dragon oil was emptied, we could forcibly detonate the tomb door with explosives. The mute delicately handled the infusion tube, signaling to a Japanese man who promptly brought over a vessel to support it. Only then did the mute cautiously set down the infusion tube. The liquid flowed slowly through the tube into the cauldron, everything proceeding smoothly and steadily. Now, our sole task was to quietly wait. As long as the dragon oil remained undisturbed, its properties would not change. We simply needed to patiently await its extraction, and everything would fall into place. We had to ensure that we did not disturb the plastic tube, for otherwise, the dragon oil could unleash a catastrophic disaster. After placing down the infusion tube, we retreated quietly back to the chamber where the funerary goods were stored, directing the beams of 2 flashlights toward the infusion tube, closely monitoring the situation. Doufu gave me a thumbs up and said, "Old Chun, your idea is splendid. If Su Fu were to know, he would surely rise from the dead in a fit of rage." Upon hearing this, I nearly choked on my own saliva and quickly covered Tofu's mouth, exclaiming, "You have a penchant for jinxing things. Always the good fails and the bad prevails. Bah, what nonsense about rising from the dead. Once the dragon oil is dispensed, we shall behold the true Su Fu. Can you not be a bit more reliable and avoid invoking misfortune?" With my hand over Tofu's mouth, he was rendered speechless, merely nodding in an exceedingly innocent manner. Having resolved the most pressing challenge, everyone relaxed. After such a tumultuous period without rest, we promptly agreed to take turns recuperating. The mute maintained a rather ambiguous stance towards us, neither initiating hostilities nor indicating a desire for cooperation. Distrustful of them, we arranged for 2 individuals to keep watch while the others slept. I dozed lightly, and after a brief interval, I was gently nudged awake. To my surprise, the one who had roused me was the mute. What could he want? I became alert, only to see the mute's cold gaze fixed upon me. His index finger raised to his lips, and then he pointed toward my right side. At that moment, the rest were still asleep, with only the watchful robots No. 3 and number 4 remaining awake. However, upon shifting my gaze, I was startled to see these 2 approaching the direction of the dragon oil, leaving just the 2 of us in the background. Robot number 3 and number 4 were now alarmingly close to the dragon oil. Something felt amiss. Why were they neglecting their watch duty and heading there? Suddenly, I noticed 4 shadows cast upon the ground behind robots number 3 and number 4. How could 2 individuals cast 4 shadows? A sudden realization struck me, and I exchanged a glance with the mute. His icy stare conveyed an apprehension directed at the 2 robots. At this juncture, they were perilously close to the location of the dragon oil. Just a few more steps would bring them to the intravenous line. My eyes were fixated on their peculiar shadows, and a cold sweat began to trickle down my back as I recalled a folktale. It was said that ghosts lack shadows. But if a ghost possesses a person in a place heavy with yin energy, it would cast a ghostly shadow. Could it be that the malevolent spirit that had previously taken hold of Wu Sidong and the spirit within the terracotta warriors had now possessed robots number 3 and No. 4? I immediately comprehended the mute's intent in waking me. The 2 robots were now under the control of something unclean. If we were to act recklessly, it could backfire spectacularly. They were perilously close to the intravenous line, and should we provoke them, there was no guarantee they would not retaliate immediately. If the balance of the intravenous line were disrupted, it would cause a vibration, causing the dragon oil to erupt like explosive ordnance, and it bore corrosive properties. Not only would we suffer the consequences, but the dragon oil had yet to be fully dispensed. On the other side of the stone door in the underground palace, dragon oil still resided. Such an explosion would obliterate the palace, and we would end up with nothing. Previously, at the grand entrance of that immense tomb, I had encountered runes strikingly similar to the inscriptions on Princess Gidger's jade tablet. Perhaps within this crypt, there lie hidden clues connected to the origins of the spectre's visage. I was eager to investigate, for the thought of failing at this juncture was utterly disheartening. The mute, clearly aware of the need for discretion, roused me and swiftly communicated a series of simple gestures. In an instant, I comprehended his intent. 1 to the left, 1 to the right, and a rapid ambush. I nodded in agreement, grasping a retractable handle as we moved towards robots 3 and 4. Careful not to disturb the others who slumbered nearby, fearing that their awakening could provoke those 2. The 2 figures moved with a deliberate slowness, while the mute and I advanced quickly. Each of us targeted one, and in a heartbeat, we reached out, grasping their necks and pulling them backward. At that moment, Robot 3 unexpectedly extended its leg, aiming to hook the intravenous line resting on the tray. A surge of alarm coursed through me, and with no time to intervene, I instinctively lunged, toppling Robot 3 to the ground. Suddenly, I found myself confronting Robot 3 directly. He was typically a stern, taciturn individual, yet upon meeting his gaze, an uncanny sensation enveloped me. It was the same face, yet that frigid expression seemed to have transformed, as if something was peering through Robot 3's form, fixating upon me. Our eyes locked, and a wave of dizziness washed over me, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to succumb to slumber. In the next instant, a wisp of dark smoke emerged from behind Robot 3, advancing toward me. I felt a sudden onslaught of drowsiness and vertigo. It dawned on me that this entity might be attempting to possess me. Desperately, I bit down on my tongue, the sharp pain jolting me back to awareness. The commotion roused Professor Lin and the others, who rushed in, swiftly subduing the situation. Robot 1, infuriated, delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, "Wake up!" Robot 4, disoriented from the blow, queried, "Boss, why did you hit me?" It was evident that they remained oblivious to the perilous actions they had nearly undertaken. At that moment, the mute remained vigilant, scanning our surroundings. "Those two entities are still here. Be cautious of their potential possession," he warned. We huddled together, scrutinizing our environment. The pitch-black chamber reverberated with the haunting sounds of wailing spirits. As I surveyed the dimly lit tomb, illuminated by a dozen headlamps, every detail, including the heap of excrement, was visible, yet those two figures were nowhere to be found. Duan Fei appeared visibly frightened, stating, "The human, I cannot perceive ghosts. Perhaps they are standing right beside us." Doufu shuddered and said, "Sister, please don't frighten us like that." "Old Chun, did your grandfather ever tell you how to handle a soft zongzi?" I replied, "What else can we do? Clearly, our best course of action is to retreat. We are foragers of mushrooms, not ghost hunters. When confronted with a tough dumpling, we can certainly put up a fight, but with a soft dumpling, it's best not to even mention it." However, as the saying goes, when encountering dumplings, there are three treasures: glutinous rice, cow horns, and the urine of a young boy. The issue is, we currently possess none of these. The glutinous rice has been exhausted, and the urine of a young boy is something one cannot produce on command. The mention of cow horns sent a jolt through my mind, recalling what Gu Wenmin had once said: if Duan Fei possessed cow horns, we might be able to give it a try. Back in the tomb of Princess Gij, Feng Guisho had used the sound of cow horns to intimidate the soft dumplings. We could employ the same tactic. The question was, how could we compel Duan Fei to reveal them? My gaze fell upon Duan Fei's waist. She was clad in the bulky outdoor work attire of the archaeological team, which made it easy to conceal items. Gu Wenmin seemed to have noticed my scrutiny, contemplatively staring at Duan Fei, likely pondering similar thoughts as mine. Seeing that I had only partially spoken, Professor Lin pressed on, "What about the cow horns?" I pondered for a moment and replied with a smile. "Cow horns are the talisman of tomb raiders, and as novices, both Doufu and I have yet to acquire such artifacts." Perhaps my gaze shifted towards the mute gang, thinking their methods must adhere to traditional practices. Thus they might possess some talismanic items. As for Duan Fei, unless absolutely necessary, I had no intention of exposing her. The little girl had behaved quite properly along the way, showing no signs of unusual conduct, perhaps due to some special circumstance. Of course, if Duan Fei were indeed the spy, revealing her now would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation between the two parties, which was not the time to stir up chaos. With these thoughts in mind, I redirected the conversation towards the mute group, only to hear the mute coldly declare, "I do not possess such items." Doufu, having forgotten the pain after the wound had healed, retorted, "We're all mushroom foragers here, so don't put on an act. Your movements betray you as a habitual thief, undoubtedly possessing some treasure. Spare us the pretense of innocence and produce it quickly." Doufu's unfiltered words incensed the mute, whose pupils constricted as he advanced towards Doufu, who then realized the predicament and attempted to flee, only to be seized by the collar. I gasped, wondering what was happening. Doufu shivered, his face contorted as if he had swallowed a fly, struggling to say, "Lao Chun, it's over. This mute intends to assault me." In these times, there are too many perverts. My virtue is surely at stake. Of course, I would rather die than submit. Should I perish, remember to burn me the latest iPhone 5. Preferably in white, and don't forget a phone case. Oh, and a SIM card as well. Before he could finish, the mute let out a hiss, seemingly irritated by the noise, and kicked Doufu, coldly stating, "Speak again, and I shall make you drink that dinglong oil." As he spoke, his hand, which had been inside Doufu's collar, emerged holding an object. I focused my gaze, puzzled, and asked Doufu, "When did you acquire such an item around your neck?" The mute had produced an irregular, amber-colored piece, the size of a baby's palm, which now hung from Doufu's neck. I was well aware of what Doufu carried, yet I had never known him to possess such an object. After I finished asking, Doufu was taken aback, scratching his head as he said, "I have no idea when this was put on. What is this?" As he spoke, he took the object from around his neck and examined it closely. Suddenly, the mute snatched it from him, his gaze fixed intently on the item, declaring, "It is bone incense." Duan Fei, intrigued, inquired, "What is that?" The mention of bone incense astonished me, for I was familiar with it and had encountered it before. Upon hearing the term, I was instantly reminded of a rather unpleasant memory, causing my expression to darken. In 2006, before I ventured into electronic commerce, I was engaged in trading mountain goods around the Shaoxing area. One time, I accompanied local villagers into the mountains, along with 4 helpers, 2 men and 2 women. On that day, a torrential rain began to fall, and the 6 of us took shelter in a depression beneath a cliff. The downpour was relentless, and everyone felt disheartened, for it signified that our dealings were likely ruined. Rain would spoil a significant portion of the mountain goods, and it could take a week for new supplies to emerge. At that time, in addition to collecting mountain goods from local villagers, I would also invite some to venture into the mountains to gather fresh items, which were quite lucrative once processed and resold. Thus, the loss of a fresh batch represented a considerable setback. The 5 villagers I brought along were not new collaborators. They had earned a good amount of money with me before, and we shared a strong bond. The leader of our expedition was an experienced local hunter. Now that hunting was prohibited in the area, in his youth, he was adept at wolf hunting, which cultivated his brave and resilient character. We referred to him as Big Beard, owing to his thick gray beard. As we sheltered beneath the cliff that day, Big Beard appeared more troubled than I was, lamenting, "With this rain, it will take a week before we can enter the mountains again. What a loss. My grandson is waiting to pay his tuition." In contrast, I was not as anxious. While I would earn less, I had already collected a considerable amount of goods from other villagers. It was merely a matter of profit margins, and I knew I wouldn't suffer a loss overall. While Big Beard spoke, he gazed intently at a ravine across from us, seemingly lost in thought. The rest of us began to take out the food we had brought along to eat. Halfway through our meal, Big Beard suddenly turned to me and said, "I have a brilliant idea for making money, Xiaoga. Would you be interested in it?" I chuckled inwardly, thinking that if he truly had a way to get rich, he wouldn't need to rely on me. However, out of respect for the elder, I feigned interest, listening attentively. Big Beard pointed to the ravine across from us, saying, "There are treasures in that place. I have seen them in my youth." Following his finger, I gazed at the distant ravine, which lay in a low-lying area, shrouded in mist and vapor. I recognized that ravine, known locally as Wolf Cry Ravine. Originally, it was not called Wolf Cry Ravine, but rather Bone Confusion Ravine, as it was filled with numerous bones, both human and animal. There are 2 prevailing theories regarding the origin of these bones. One suggests they are from a mass grave from the War of Resistance against Japan, while the other claims that a mountain spirit dwells there, leading those who ventured to gather herbs or hunt to their demise over the years, resulting in a heap of white bones. In the early 1970s, China witnessed a campaign to hunt wolves, driven by the lucrative market for wolf pelts, which were sold to foreigners to settle debts. During that period, the wolves in Inner Mongolia were almost entirely eradicated. The hunting extended to the region of the Greater Shingon Mountains, where local hunters, armed with rifles, banded together in pursuit of these creatures. Despite the ferocity of the wolves, they were no match for the avarice and cruelty of humankind, and soon the wolves were left quaking in fear. The hunters, well versed in the habits of wolves, anticipated their preferred habitats and hunting grounds, setting traps and ambushes in those locations. The emaciated wolves, driven by the instinct for survival, fled into the ominous ravine known as Ruangugo, a place so sinister that the locals dared not venture there. As a result, the few remaining wolves found refuge in this fearsome hideaway, evading the hunters who now shunned the area, thus prolonging their lives. These wolves continued to dwell in Ruangugo, howling collectively at night, their mournful cries seeming to lament the violent transgressions of humanity. The haunting sounds were both chilling and heart-wrenching, leading to the ravine being renamed Wolf Cry Ravine. Today, the The eerie legends surrounding Gugo have faded from memory. Yet what remains truly fearsome is the pack of wolves. Reflecting on events from 6 years ago, I recognize the profound changes in my character since that time. Perhaps influenced by the spectral tales of the past. Back then, I was more tender-hearted. When I observed a bearded man, troubled and fretting over his grandson's tuition, I remarked, "That area is fraught with wolves. It is perilous." Are you suggesting that the treasure you speak of might be wolf pelts? While they are indeed valuable, I harbor no desire to hunt wolves, for they are remarkably intelligent and resilient creatures, capable of surviving even in the harshest conditions, much like my own life experiences. Thus, during those 2 years in the mountains, I engaged in hunting but never pursued wolves. The bearded man shook his head, clarifying, "Of course not. I am not referring to wolves. Have you ever heard of bone fragrance?" I shook my head, my limited exposure preventing me from knowing of such a thing. He then elaborated. It is said that bone fragrance is formed from the oils within human bones. When ignited, it produces a scent that induces pleasant dreams, creating vivid dreamscapes where one's desires manifest, all without harm. Legend has it that in ancient times, someone lit bone fragrance and dreamt for an entire year, only to awaken unable to discern reality from fantasy, ultimately succumbing to madness. Nevertheless, bone fragrance remains a rare treasure, highly coveted by the elite, as it is a naturally occurring phenomenon that cannot be sought after. The bearded man recounted his youthful audacity when he pursued a lone wolf to Wolf-Cry Ravine, where amidst a pit strewn with bones, he encountered bone fragrance. However, he was suddenly startled by a pack of wolves that emerged, sending him fleeing. Upon returning home, he was plagued by nightmares, which deterred him from again considering the pursuit of bone fragrance. Decades have passed, and our circumstances have changed significantly. Equipped with shotguns, fierce hunting dogs, and ample manpower, venturing into Wolf-Cry Ravine should pose little difficulty. At that time, I was soft-hearted, hoping that I could strike it rich with the bone fragrance, and feeling pity for the elderly man with the bushy beard who had endured a hard life. I wished to lend him a helping hand. The group, aside from the bearded man, consisted entirely of young dreamers eager for wealth. Yet the 2 girls were apprehensive and did not agree to join us. On the 3rd day after the rain ceased, the bearded man prepared a shotgun and took 3 hunting dogs with him, one of which was a female that had recently lost a puppy, tragically killed by mischievous village children. The mother dog, filled with rage from losing her pup, stood there with a fierce glare that would deter any ordinary person from approaching. With the presence of this fierce mother dog, our confidence surged. That day, I, the bearded man, and 2 young men, one named Manzi, unemployed, and the other Arii, also without a job, who were both natives of the Xing'an Mountains and skilled hunters, eagerly followed the bearded man into the valley known as Wolf-Cry Gorge. The gorge was not far, just over a ridge, and wary of the ominous tales surrounding it, we deliberately chose to enter during daylight. Contrary to my expectations, the gorge was devoid of scattered bones. Instead, the ground was thickly covered with leaves, long decayed and emitting a foul odor, making our steps soft and silent. The bearded man led us through the gorge based on memory. It ran north to south, broad at the top and narrow below, resembling a giant serpent emerging from the mountains. I had once briefly glanced at my grandfather's work notes, which mentioned such formations in Yangfang's secrets, describing them as the earth's serpent turning into a dragon. The serpent's head would rise as if striving to reach the heavens. However, this place held peculiarities. According to the bearded man's directions, the bone fragrance lay precisely at the serpent's head, while the transformation of the serpent into a dragon was a good omen. An overabundance of bones at the head would surely amplify the malevolent energy, suppressing the dragon's vitality, resulting in a vengeful serpent. At that moment, I was skeptical of such beliefs. Though I sensed something was amiss, I did not dwell on it, remaining only cautious of wolves, fearing they might emerge. Even in broad daylight, while the gorge was chilly and shrouded in mist, the sunlight was bright, and none of us felt afraid. The 3 large dogs were also lively. As we ventured deeper, the gorge narrowed further, forming a triangular shape at the serpent's head. Suddenly, the usually calm De Huang became agitated, shifting its feet restlessly and occasionally sniffing the ground. De Huang was the mother dog still and nursing, known for her calm ferocity. Her sudden restlessness made us alert, and we noticed the other 2 dogs were also uneasy. Dogs possess keen noses and can sense the presence of nearby animals. Could there be wolves or something else approaching? Our shotguns were loaded with iron shot, and we proceeded cautiously. In that instant, Duan bolted forward, disappearing into the thick fog in an instant. The bearded man stamped his foot in frustration, exclaiming, "That cursed dog. I should have known better than to bring her." I replied, "Duan may have discovered something. We must follow her." We pursued her for about 100 meters when suddenly, we beheld an extraordinary sight. Duan stood beside a dirt slope in the gorge, with a gray figure beneath her, seemingly nursing from her. I was startled and leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming, "It's a wolf cub." The little creature was nothing but skin and bones, its fur a dull gray, and it appeared to be less than 2 months old, eagerly nursing. Duan turned and licked the wolf cub, its fierce demeanor softening considerably. However, as we approached, Duan growled at us. Seeing this, Doufu remarked, "A dog's milk is not meant for wolf cubs. It will cause discomfort and pain." "This rabid dog is actually nursing a wolf cub," Manzi commented. "Look at this starving wolf cub. It's nothing but skin and bones. The mother wolf must have met with misfortune." 4he, sharp-eyed, pointed to a nearby wolf den and said, "Look, there's a wolf den over there. I'll take a peek." The mountain folk are known for their courage. And 4he moved closer to take a look. He was immediately overwhelmed by a foul odor and covered his nose, exclaiming, "Oh my, it stinks. There are several rotting wolf cubs inside. They must have starved to death." Since Duan refused to let us near, we had no choice but to wait until it finished nursing. After a while, the little wolf cub was satiated, and we called out to Duan to continue our journey, the cub stumbling along behind us. Feeling pity for it, I tucked the cub into my jacket pocket, which was quite spacious, being outdoor attire. If it were now, I would surely have roasted it for a meal. Soon, we encountered a large pit, presumably the one Doufu had mentioned. The group, filled with excitement, moved closer to the edge. Peering down, we discovered the pit was deep, and the bones were no longer visible, thickly covered with fallen leaves. Doufu said, "It's right down there. If we dig vigorously, we can unearth it." I sensed something amiss. Firstly, Doufu claimed to have discovered the scent of bones 30 years ago, stating that at that time the pit was filled with exposed white bones. In hindsight, that seemed improbable, as the Wolf Cry Gorge had remained untouched, even 30 years ago. The pit should have been similarly shrouded in leaves, just as it was now. As Manzi, 4he, and I stood at the edge of the pit, pondering this strange inconsistency, I turned to glance at Doufu. In that instant, I was startled to find myself face to face with a decaying visage, half rotted and adorned with matted hair, bearing a sinister smile as it reached out towards me. I had never encountered such a scene before, and terror rendered my legs weak. Instinctively, I fired my shotgun, hitting the figure squarely in the head, toppling it to the ground. In a daze, before I could gather my wits, I felt a chill breeze behind me. Terrified, I turned around only to find that Manzi and 4he had fallen into the pit, where countless rotting figures emerged from the leaves, feasting upon the two. Their screams echoed in my ears, a truly harrowing sound. In an instant, Doufu rose from the ground, his decayed face twisted into a grotesque grin as he raised the shotgun towards me. A fierce determination surged within me. Witnessing the imminent threat, my fear began to dissipate, replaced by a surge of adrenaline. I thought, regardless of whether you are human or specter, I shall not allow you to bring about my demise. Chapter 88. Enemies. Upon contemplating this, I bent low and charged towards the stout man's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. In an instant, I raised my shotgun, poised to eliminate the entity before me, uncertain whether it was a human or a specter. Just then, a sudden pain shot through my waist, as if something had bitten me. It was then that I remembered the little wolf cub, glancing down. I saw its head protruding, devoid of any wolf pelt, its bloodied form particularly terrifying. Experiencing such an eerie situation for the first time, I believed I was encountering a ghost, and fear enveloped me. I instinctively grasped the cub's neck, squeezing it tightly until it gasped for breath. In a last-ditch effort, it bit my finger, drawing blood. In that fleeting moment, my vision blurred, and when I reopened my eyes, the phantoms had vanished. Instead, the stout man lay wailing on the ground, while 4he and Manzi struggled to escape from the pit. In my grip, I still held the lifeless wolf cub, its nose smeared with blood, its body limp. I stared at it, and with a tremor of my hand, I let its body drop to the earth. Duan rushed over, circling the cub's carcass and howling in despair, barking furiously at me. It was only later that I learned the ignited bone incense could induce sweet dreams, whereas unlit incense harbored heavy malevolence. conjuring horrific illusions, and even attracting malevolent entities. To this day, I vividly recall the moment I extinguished a resilient little life, and though the fault was not mine, I harbor a profound aversion to bone incense. Following the incident, the townsfolk dared not engage with bone incense again, which soon attracted a horde of wild wolves. De Huang, devoid of spirit, mourned the cub's remains, while the other 2 hunting dogs trembled in terror, scurrying away with their tails tucked. We lost 3 hunting dogs, left with only our firearms. Each shot from the shotgun necessitated reloading, and without the dog's cover, our defenses diminished swiftly, forcing us to flee desperately. During our escape, the stout man, due to his advanced age, ultimately succumbed to the jaws of the wolves, while the 3 of us, young and vigorous, managed to escape. I prefer not to dwell on the entire ordeal, for it is not a fond memory. The local villagers, aware of the plight at Wolf Cry Gorge and knowing that the stout man had been killed by the wolves, did not pursue any responsibility. However, from that point onward, I resolved to cease gathering mountain goods and ventured into other businesses. I never anticipated that, after many years, I would encounter bone incense once more. In the silent tomb, everyone fixated on that object. Immediately, 2 questions surfaced in my mind. First, where did the bone incense originate? Second, has it impacted us in any way? In other words, could the apparitions we witnessed be mere illusions? In an instant, the boundary between reality and illusion became hazy. As I recalled these events, the mute had already elucidated the properties of the bone incense, and all eyes converged upon Doufu. Doufu, in a state of panic, clumsily protested. This has nothing to do with me. How could I have known about such a thing? He tugged at his hair, displaying signs of agitation, rendering his assertions utterly implausible to the others. How could one remain oblivious to a new entity appearing around their neck? At that moment, every gaze was laced with skepticism, particularly that of the mute, who tightened his grip around Doufu's throat and coldly inquired, "What is your purpose?" As he spoke, his face inched closer, fixating on Doufu with piercing intensity. "Whom do you intend to harm?" As Doufu gasped for air, his eyes darted towards me, filled with a plea for help. Awakened from my reverie, I swiftly pressed my dagger against the mute's neck and stated calmly, "He is under my protection. Remove your hand." The mute glanced at me, a sudden, chilling smirk creasing his lips as he retorted, "And if I refuse? I shall spare no dangerous entity." Yet, in the very next instant, his hand abruptly released Doufu's throat and lunged towards me. This fellow was remarkably swift, seizing my shoulder with a force that sent a jolt of pain through me. In a moment of desperation, I slashed the dagger towards his neck. Just then, the mute stepped back. I chuckled softly, aware that he was not foolish enough to court death. However, our predicament was dire. Nearly all eyes were filled with doubt. Professor Lin furrowed his brows, remaining silent as the crowd distanced themselves, forming 2 factions, Doufu and I on one side, while the others stood in opposition, encircling us in a semicircle. Behind us lay a chamber for burial items, beyond which was the wall of corpses, leaving us with no escape. I sighed bitterly and asked Doufu, "Can you recall anything?" Doufu, visibly frustrated, stared at the ground, his eyes darting about, a classic gesture indicative of his contemplation and recollection. After a brief moment, he shook his head and replied, "I truly do not know." I reassured him, "I believe you." The atmosphere within the tomb thickened with tension as the 3 Japanese men raised their guns at us. Professor Lin and the others exchanged glances, remaining motionless. Suddenly, Gu Wanmin rushed over with her equipment bag, her expression grave, and addressed Professor Lin and the others. I trust them. My heart swelled with warmth as I contemplated how to articulate my thoughts. Gu Wanmin turned her head, her striking features illuminated by a soft, golden glow in the dim light. She offered a faint smile and whispered, "I do not comprehend why you feel the need to say those things," pausing momentarily. She let out a long sigh. "However, as a friend, I am willing to believe in you." Upon hearing her declaration, Professor Lin asserted, "I have faith in the teacher's grandson. Let us not harbor suspicion towards one another. This situation is peculiar. Internal strife will only exacerbate our plight. In times like these, we must remain composed and analyze the issues at hand." As our leader, his words resonated, leaving Duan Fei, the listless Wu Sidong, and the robot speechless. Gradually easing the atmosphere, I patted Doufu's shoulder, signaling him not to overthink, as everyone settled back together, uncertain of how to address the lingering scent of decay that was uncomfortably overwhelming. I began to meticulously recollect the entire sequence of events. Firstly, the bone fragrance undoubtedly does not originate from Doufu himself. There are likely two possibilities for its presence. 1. It may have been inadvertently attached to him during his animalistic phase. 2. Perhaps someone from our team stealthily affixed it to him. Since the incident involving Baisu, Doufu has suffered multiple injuries and had been separated from us for a time, followed by a period of unconsciousness. If someone intended to tamper with him, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Reflecting on our journey, I realized that if it were indeed a human act, Doufu had been in my sight for most of the time after the Baisu incident, with only one period when I was inattentive to him, when we were asleep. After the recent event, the tension between Gu Wanmin and myself had eased somewhat. Upon hearing my analysis, she speculated, "Are you suggesting that someone placed the bone fragrance on Little Doe while we were asleep? But how did that person's bone fragrance come to be? What purpose would it serve?" Just as she finished her query, the mute, who had been playing with a knife, suddenly looked up and leisurely remarked, "The corpse wall." At his utterance, clarity washed over me. Indeed, the corpse wall. The conditions for the bone fragrance's emergence lie in the oils within human bones. Thus, the corpse wall, which once contained many crushed human remains, is the only element within the tomb capable of giving rise to such a scent. This implies that the bone fragrance was acquired by someone while we were amidst the corpse wall. Who could that person be? After the incident, Doufu had collapsed due to a thigh injury and had been carried on my back, with no subsequent separation, the only possibility being that it was affixed to him while we slumbered. With the first question resolved, the next query arose. Why would that individual place the bone fragrance on Doufu? During our sleep, it was solely robots 3 and 4 who kept watch. While the rest of us were in deep slumber, who could be responsible for this? Suddenly, Gu Wanmin posed a question to me. The purpose of the bone fragrance is to induce terrifying hallucinations, correct? I nodded in affirmation. She continued, "Is it true that the closer one is, the more vivid the hallucinations become?" I nodded again, sensing that she harbored some notion. Thus, I remained silent, encouraging her to elaborate with a glance. Gu Wanmin pursed her lips and articulated, "Aside from Doufu himself, who is closest to him?" Closest to Doufu? I pondered this, and a sudden realization struck me. Who else could it be besides myself? I replied, "Are you implying that the individual intended to target me by placing the bone fragrance on Doufu?" This seemed utterly perplexing. Within our entire team, apart from Gu Wanmin, I was unfamiliar with anyone else and had not offended anyone. Why would I be the target? If it were someone from the Mute's faction, it would be unnecessary to employ such a method against me. Originally, Doufu wore a family heirloom jade pendant around his neck, which has now vanished, replaced by the bone fragrance. I contemplated a possibility. That person must have removed Doufu's jade pendant, and it would be improbable for them to keep it on their person. The most likely scenario is that it was discarded among the pile of burial goods, where, concealed among numerous artifacts, the pendant would remain undiscovered. Upon reaching this juncture, the group immediately set out to search, and indeed, they discovered a jade pendant resembling Doufu within a clay pot. It was evidently a human act. Doufu surveyed the team with a fierce glare and exclaimed, "If I find out which scoundrel is responsible, I shall make him pay dearly. Damn it. Old Doe is usually so amiable. Does he truly think I am a pushover?" Though Doufu had a kind heart, he was known for his reckless actions. As the saying goes, the fierce fear the brazen, and the brazen fear those who are reckless. Once Doufu was truly provoked, he belonged to the latter category. Heedless of consequences, I patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Do not worry, the culprit will not escape. I already know who it is." Chapter 89. The 15th person. Upon hearing this, the others looked at me in astonishment, while Doufu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "How do you know?" he inquired. I gestured towards the jade pendant in the pot, explaining, "It will retain fingerprints, and there exists a simple method for collecting them." Gu Wanmin approached, her understanding evident. As a police officer, she was adept in this area, swiftly retrieving a piece of transparent tape from her equipment bag. She pressed the tape onto the pendant, and, as she peeled it away under the light of her headlamp, a fingerprint appeared, distinctly the impression of a thumb. Next, all we needed to do was press our fingers onto the tape, and we would soon identify to whom the fingerprint belonged. Robot 1 praised, "This is an excellent method. Brother Chun is indeed clever." With that, he was the first to press his fingerprint onto the tape, and soon everyone followed suit. I observed their expressions, noting a lack of tension or guilt. Moments later, the fingerprint collection was complete. Gu Wanmin, illuminated by her headlamp, began to compare the prints. Suddenly, her expression darkened. "What is it?" I asked, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Gu Wanmin gazed at us, slowly shaking her head, her clear voice tinged with anxiety as she whispered. "None of the prints matched. They do not belong to any of us." At this revelation, the atmosphere in the tomb grew heavy. Our group consisted of 10 members, plus the mute individual, totaling 14. The extra fingerprint belonged to a 15th person. Who could that be? If, as previously surmised, this bone incense was directed at me, why would someone wish to harm me? What benefit could they gain from such actions? Doufu, incredulous, exclaimed, "Gu, my dear, are you seeing things? Let us compare again. Everyone is present. How could there be a 15th person? Setting aside the existence of such a person, our current environment is confined. This tomb consists of 4 chambers: the burial goods storage room, the ceremonial room, the chamber of figurines for the 100 plays, and the Taoist child sacrificial room. Arranged in a T-shape. Directly ahead lies the entrance to the main tomb, secured by a lock of 9 lives and 9 deaths. While behind us is the corpse wall passage. Thus, the only places to hide anyone would be within these 4 chambers. However, this area is not expansive. We have nearly searched every inch of the 4 chambers. How could a 15th person possibly be concealed? If Gu Wanmin has not made an error in her comparison, then the remaining possibility is truly alarming. Our entire undertaking has been shadowed by an individual whose sole intent is to bring about our demise, or rather, my own. Who could this person be? As a businessman, I have engaged in numerous transactions and inevitably made a fair share of enemies. However, upon reflecting on my adversaries, none have harbored such a profound grudge against me that would drive them to seek my death. Moreover, it is improbable that anyone possesses the tenacity to trail us across the seas until we reach this desolate place. They simply lack both the resources and the capability. Although our group may not be the most elite, we are certainly no novices. If anyone had indeed pursued us so closely, we would have noticed long ago. After Doufu spoke, Gu Wanmin shook her head with conviction, asserting that the fingerprints on the jade pendant were indeed extraneous. Chun Xian turned her gaze towards me, her expression laden with concern, as she remarked that someone intended to exploit Xiao Dou to harm me. Doufu, seething with anger, gritted his teeth, when suddenly, the mute spoke up, his voice icy. "I will uncover this person." I was taken aback by the mute's fervor, but upon reflection, it became clear that our 2 factions were now inexorably intertwined. The mute, ever vigilant, understood the grave threat posed by the fact that someone had tampered with those closest to him, even in slumber. The bone incense remained in the mute's grasp, and after weighing it thoughtfully, he turned and strode towards the wall of corpses. Previously, everyone had instinctively steered clear of that ghastly sight, but now, compelled by curiosity, they followed him. Upon encountering the wall of corpses once more, the horror was magnified. A mere glance caused Duan Fei beside me to cover her mouth, on the verge of retching. The entire tomb passage was riddled with severed limbs, some grotesquely sprouted eyes, while others protruded noses. A heavy stench of blood permeated the air, with a viscous, blood-like fluid seeping outward, shrouded in a pall of darkness, reminiscent of a hellish realm. The mute assessed the bone incense and then hurled it toward the wall of corpses. In but a moment, the amber-hued incense was swallowed by the wall, disappearing without a trace. Given the influence of the incense, it was plausible that many of the apparitions we had witnessed earlier, such as the specters on robots 3 and 4, or even the flying corpse, could have been mere figments of our imagination. However, now that the bone incense had been cast aside, further exploration of those phenomena seemed unnecessary. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, we all remained on high alert, guarding the dragon oil. There was an abundance of dragon oil, filling a large cauldron, and it would take a considerable amount of time to exhaust it. With the bone incense gone, no further incidents arose. The mute continued to rummage through the surrounding tomb chambers, presumably believing that the 15th individual still lay hidden here, perhaps ensconced within a secret chamber. It was evident that the mute possessed a certain expertise in mechanisms, perhaps rivaling that of Feng Guisho. While I kept a watchful eye on the dragon oil, I pondered the entire sequence of events. Who could possibly wish to bring me harm? In other words, had I unknowingly offended someone? Upon reflection, I recalled the members of the Ren family. The demise of Ren Ling and her companion must have reached their ears by now. That group is well informed, and tracing the connection to me and Doufu should not pose a challenge. Yet, according to my usual line of thinking, if the Ren family sought vengeance, It would make more sense for them to target El Su. Furthermore, the perilous nature of treasure hunting implies that the two were not victims of our hands, but rather succumbed to the hazards encountered during their venture. Anyone with a modicum of understanding would not entertain the notion of revenge under such circumstances. After much contemplation, I found myself at a loss, pondering whether my reasoning was flawed. Perhaps their focus was not aimed at me after all. If that were the case, with so many individuals involved, why would they choose Doufu specifically? Shifting my perspective, I soon uncovered new insights. Firstly, Doufu was gravely injured, his strength significantly depleted, leading to a deep slumber that would facilitate a stealthy switch. If someone were to remove my jade pendant while I slept, I would undoubtedly awaken. Yet Doufu's state at that moment rendered him oblivious. Additionally, I recalled the positions of everyone as they slept. Doufu was situated on the edge, making him an ideal target. While another individual was also resting at the opposite edge, that person was mute, and anyone with a semblance of discernment would hesitate to target a mute. This line of thought illuminated my understanding, and I shared my theory with the group. Professor Lin expressed surprise, saying, "So, the additional person may not necessarily be targeting us?" I nodded, gesturing towards the mute, suggesting, "It's possible they have enemies of their own." Wu Sidong remarked, "It's perilous for us to be entangled with such a group." Just then, a resounding crash erupted from the sacrificial chamber, startling us from our discussion. Doufu exclaimed, "This is bad. Could the flying corpse have emerged?" We hastily rose, weapons in hand, and made our way towards the burial chamber. Upon entering, we found the room unchanged, with the 16 coffins resting undisturbed. No sign of any flying corpses. Yet, a sense of unease settled over us, for the mute had vanished. Doufu queried, "Where has that boisterous fellow disappeared to? Could he have truly transformed?" I smacked him lightly, retorting, "Forget about transformations. This tomb undoubtedly harbors secrets. Let us search thoroughly, but remember, do not disturb those coffins." The sudden disappearance of a capable individual like the mute was indeed unsettling. One cannot simply vanish into thin air. Was there a mechanism within this tomb? The 3 Japanese men also appeared flustered. After Professor Lin translated, they joined our ranks. 13 of us swiftly searched the confined space of the tomb. At that moment, Gu Wanmin, with keen eyes, suddenly exclaimed, "Look above." Following her gaze, we lifted our heads to see the beams of several headlamps converging at the ceiling of the chamber, revealing a glaring streak of blood on the darkened tomb bricks. More precisely, it was a series of fresh bloodstains, with droplets coalescing, one of which fell onto Gu Wanmin's hand. How could there be blood at the top of the tomb? The bloodstains were fresh, and a chill ran down my spine as I pondered. Could this be the blood of the mute? What had transpired that even someone as formidable as he could be injured? How had he vanished? Doufu appeared quite anxious and lowered his voice, saying, "Old Chun, do you think there could be a hidden chamber above this tomb?" Tofu's thought aligned with mine, and I whispered to Robot 1, "Let's use explosives. In critical moments, a more forceful approach often proves effective. I am not Feng Gui's show. Even if there were a mechanism, I would be unable to discern it. Rather than risk it, a direct method seemed preferable." Just then, Gu Wanmin interrupted me, exclaiming, "Don't be reckless. Have you forgotten that there is dragon oil outside? If we detonate explosives, it will surely cause chaos." Doufu scratched his head, exclaiming, "This won't do, nor will that. Are we just going to abandon the mute?" I contemplated for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle as I patted Doufu's head, saying, "Your words remind me. We need not concern ourselves with him. Professor Lin and the others are intelligent. Upon my suggestion, they will surely come to a consensus. Is it not better that the mute has gone missing?" The 3 Japanese men, who could not comprehend our words, anxiously gazed at the tomb's ceiling. In that fleeting moment, our group had already reached an understanding. The robots acted swiftly, and before the 3 Japanese men could react, they subdued them, one delivering a strike to the neck, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 90. Betrayal. The robots moved with urgency, incapacitating the 3 Japanese men, while the still bewildered Duan Fei exclaimed, "What are you doing?" I replied, "What does it seem like? Of course, we are taking advantage of the situation. The leader, the mute, has vanished, making it the perfect opportunity to deal with them." I gestured to the 4 robots, who, in perfect harmony, immediately bound the 3 unconscious Japanese men. Doufu marveled, "Old Chun, you are truly ruthless and cunning. I never would have guessed, but I like it." Doufu and the mute were now at odds, and he relished the chance to strike from the shadows, reveling in a sense of revenge. After a moment of mirth, Doufu's expression shifted to one of hesitation as he fixated on the blood above, saying, "If the mute, so powerful, fell victim, who could have done this? What if that person turns against us next?" At this moment, I had formulated my analysis and replied, "That is unlikely. There is likely a hidden chamber above us." I believe the mute was caught off guard. Now, we are well prepared, adequately staffed, and armed. As long as we remain vigilant, they will not succeed, unless... Gu interjected. Unless what? I thought to myself, unless the opponent is not human. However, I did not wish to sow discord among the group. So I shook my head and smiled. Nothing. Let us proceed to guard near the dragon oil. We must prevent any further incidents. We returned to the vicinity of the dragon oil, where the abundance in the adjacent chamber had diminished over time, and the flow in the infusion tubes had slowed, indicating that success was imminent. As I sipped water, I contemplated our next steps, while the robots remained alert, guarding against the potential emergence of the 15th individual. As I pondered, I noticed Doufu beside me fidgeting restlessly, frequently glancing towards the burial chamber where the child's coffin was placed. I could not help but inquire, "What are you gazing at?" Doufu scratched his head and replied, "That mute is indeed quite detestable. But I wonder if it is right for us to disregard his life or death." Before Doufu could finish his thought, I realized he had fallen back into his old habits, and thus I interjected, "Recall how he wielded a knife against you, and how he treated you like a mere child. Furthermore, how can we rescue him? I cannot find any mechanism." Doufu remarked, "Don't they have some sort of device?" At this, I was filled with indignation. I initially intended to kick him, but seeing his injuries, I restrained myself and spoke in a lowered voice. "Stop being so indecisive. Let me tell you, that lad is no innocent. If he remains unscathed, there will undoubtedly be further conflict over the treasure. Consider our guns jamming. Do you not find that troubling? Although I am reluctant to admit it, in terms of skill, I cannot match him. If a confrontation arises, it will be either their demise or ours. Choose, his death or mine." Doufu, startled by my admonition, quickly responded, "Then let it be his death." After my lecture, Doufu ceased to dwell on the mute's affairs. Soon after, we heard robot number 1 exclaim, "Quickly, the dragon oil is fully loaded. Just enough to fill 2 cauldrons." We extracted the infusion tubes and, adhering to our plan, carefully transported the cauldrons brimming with dragon oil outside, leaving the remainder to the 4 robots, who prepared to blast open the tomb entrance. After setting the fuse, we took cover in the outer chamber as the others ignited it. Moments later, a muffled explosion resounded, followed by the sound of countless arrows slicing through the air, indicating that the mechanism of the 9 lives and 9 deaths lock had been triggered. Curiosity piqued. I cautiously leaned forward to glimpse inside, only to witness the ground of the inner tomb chamber suddenly collapse entirely, an inverted mechanism. That area must be riddled with steel spikes and iron nails. Should a person fall, they would surely meet their end. The various traps, activated by our destruction, would have likely claimed the lives of ancient treasure hunters amidst such chaos. We remained hidden for a good 10 minutes until silence finally enveloped the area. In a short while, upon seeing that the mechanisms had exhausted their function, we emerged from behind the tomb wall, only to find that the previously intact ceremonial chamber floor had entirely vanished, leaving behind a vast, bottomless rectangular abyss, the depths of which were shrouded in mystery. We directed our headlamps toward it, and down below, a dark mass appeared to be flowing, though it bore no resemblance to water. Nor could we discern any spikes or similar objects. Robot number 1 inquired, "How peculiar, what lies beneath?" Duan Fei replied, "Isn't it obvious? Since it is a mechanism, it must be a perilous place. We need to circumvent it. Look, the opening has emerged." Indeed, in the center of the opposite tomb door, a gaping hole had been blasted open, revealing a dark void beyond, obscured from view. Just then, Gu, with keen eyesight, suddenly exclaimed, "Look, it seems there is someone down there." Someone. I was momentarily taken aback. As I looked down, all I could see was a shroud of darkness. Following Gu's gaze, I squinted and discerned a vague, shadowy figure resembling a human form, akin to a specter emerging from the depths of a dark abyss, sending chills down my spine in such a terrifying environment. Doufu gasped, exclaiming, "Is it a person or a ghost?" Duan Fei seemed to recall something and pointed to the 3 Japanese men, asking, "Could it be that masked individual?" At that moment, a beam of light suddenly pierced through the darkness below, merging with our illumination, which rendered the situation much clearer. It was then that we realized the area was filled with quicksand. The sand was evidently locally sourced beach sand, fine and soft, with elevated sides and a sunken middle, continuously shifting as if sand was perpetually flowing towards the center. I immediately grasped that this was a quicksand trap, and the struggling figure in the center was indeed the mute person Duan Fei had mentioned. How peculiar that he found himself down there. Could it be that there was a hidden passage beneath? The mute had evidently suffered misfortune, likely traversing the secret passage below when we blasted open the tomb's entrance and triggered the deadly mechanism, causing the quicksand to surge and engulf half of his body, rendering him helpless within the swirling sands. At that moment, he managed to retrieve a flashlight, directing its beam upward. Our eyes met. Yet the mute did not perceive the presence of those on my side. His gaze instantly turned cold and menacing. It was only upon encountering his indifferent and perilous stare that I came to my senses, thinking to myself, what am I afraid of? I am standing at an advantage. Robot 1, ever straightforward, remarked, he is not dead. Perfect, let's shoot him twice. Robot 2 intervened, saying, shooting would be unwise. The quicksand is still consuming him. He subtly gestured towards the 3 Japanese men, suggesting, why not throw them down as well? Number 3 was even more cunning. I was taken aback, realizing that while I thought myself ruthless, these robots, who typically appeared inconspicuous, were now intent on eliminating all 4 of them, which was rather astonishing. In the midst of our conversation, the robots promptly seized the unconscious Japanese men from the ground, preparing to push them into the quicksand. I felt a twinge of discomfort. Although backstabbing and mushroom hunting was commonplace, akin to how Bai Laosi had slain Yang Fong and his companion, these 3 Japanese men had already lost their capacity to resist. To slaughter them in such a manner was something an ordinary person would find hard to do. Yet, I refrained from intervening. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Regardless of the outcome of this operation, as long as they remained alive, our 2 factions would inevitably clash sooner or later. Rather than wait for that moment, it was better to take preemptive action. I narrowed my eyes and remained silent. Doufu, harboring a long-standing animosity towards Japan, appeared conflicted. Having previously analyzed the pros and cons with me, he bore a pained expression yet said nothing, his face dark and seemingly despondent. Just as they were about to push the 3 Japanese men into the quicksand, the mute below suddenly shouted, "What are you waiting for?" Before I could fully comprehend the meaning of the words, I was startled by Gu Wenmin's sudden exclamation. Turning my head, my heart sank as I beheld Duan Fei brandishing a dagger, menacingly aimed at Gu Wenmin's throat. Duan Fei smiled sweetly, her demeanor deceptively charming. Yet her words provoked an urge to strike her. She commanded, "You need to accomplish 3 tasks. First, rescue the individuals below. Second, release these 3 Japanese men. And third, refrain from posing any questions to me." Gu Wenmin, a police officer with commendable skills, far superior to that coward Doufu, found herself unexpectedly subdued by the cunning Duan Fei, who seized the opportunity to overpower her in an instant. As I observed the gleaming dagger poised against Gu Wenmin's delicate, alabaster neck, a pang of anguish gripped my heart, igniting a tempest of fury and regret within me. I had long suspected that this girl was no innocent, yet I had underestimated her, allowing my guard to slip, which led to this grave miscalculation. Professor Lin, evidently more affected, gasped in disbelief. "Xiao Feiyu." Duan Fei flashed a charming smile, revealing her adorable dimples, and retorted, "Teacher, I have instructed you not to ask me questions." As she spoke, she tightened her grip, prompting Gu Wenmin to emit a pained sound, a crimson mark appearing on her neck. "Stop," I exclaimed, alarmed. Professor Lin's eyes reddened, and he quickly acquiesced. "All right, I won't ask." He seemed to age a decade in that moment. At this juncture, everything became painfully clear. The traitor was none other than Duan Fei. What was her motive for colluding with the Japanese? What purpose did her actions serve? Was it connected to the prince? Doufu, witnessing Gu Wenmin's abduction, turned crimson with rage, shouting, "Damn it, truly, the heart of a woman is the most venomous. Duan Fei, you lack conscience. Look at how distraught Professor Lin is because of you." In a fit of desperation, Doufu blurted out, "You better not harm the beautiful Gu, or else I." Chapter 91. The captive. Upon hearing the first part of Doufu's exclamation, Duan Fei fell silent for a moment, as if her heart was not as unyielding as one might presume. However, upon hearing the latter part, her sparkling gaze scrutinized Doufu, descending to linger at his trousers, followed by a scornful laugh. I doubt you could. Doufu, on the verge of tears, instinctively shielded himself and retreated behind me, muttering, "Old Chun, she's leering at me." My anger flared. I hissed, "Coward, with that demeanor, you think you could assault her? If she doesn't he assault you. Consider yourself fortunate." Silence. I urged Doufu to refrain from speaking, fearing he might provoke Duan Fei and endanger Gu Wenmin further. At that moment, Duan Fei smirked and remarked, "I have no desire to listen to your banter. If you do not act, I shall mar half of her face this instant." Gu Wenmin, unaccustomed to such treatment, glared with fiery eyes and commanded, "Don't worry about me, just fire." Duan Fei smiled, evidently confident that we would not forsake Gu Wenmin. But her expression swiftly hardened as she coldly ordered, "Execute my commands immediately." I suppressed the anger swelling within me, fully aware that I could only obey orders at this moment. Otherwise, Gu Wenmin would be in grave danger. Even if her captor did not intend to strike immediately, there was no doubt that she could inflict harm on Gu Wenmin's face, and I could not afford to take such a risk. The others exchanged glances, resigned to follow commands, as they untied the 3 Japanese men, splashed water on them to rouse them from unconsciousness, and tossed down ropes to rescue the mute man trapped in the quicksand. As soon as the mute emerged, he launched a swift kick towards me. With quick reflexes, I dodged to the side just in time, narrowly escaping. Doufu, cowering behind me and shielding his groin from Duan Fei's scrutinizing gaze, found himself on the receiving end of the mute's kick, which landed squarely in his abdomen, causing him to collapse onto the ground, now clutching his stomach instead. Doufu lamented, "Why is it always me who gets hurt? Chen Xian, you pervert. Who told you to dodge?" I drew my dagger, keeping a vigilant watch on the mute while responding without turning my head. For the sake of brotherhood, I would gladly take a knife in the ribs. What is wrong with enduring a kick? The atmosphere had turned tense and fraught with danger. Gu Wenmin was held captive, rendering us incapable of making any reckless moves. The 3 Japanese men, upon regaining consciousness, brandished their weapons at us, the guns cocked, their eyes gleaming with malice as if eager to dismember us. As Doufu lay on the ground, I faced off against the mute, only then noticing a gash on his arm, caked with fine sand. I understood that such an injury would be excruciatingly painful. However, the mute wore a black mask, concealing his expression, yet his dark eyes remained eerily calm and cold, betraying no sign of suffering. He refrained from attacking me further and instead conversed with his subordinates in fluent Japanese. Soon after, they approached us one by one to disarm us. With Gu Wenmin in their clutches, we had no choice but to comply, albeit reluctantly. In a matter of moments, we were stripped of all our weapons. It was only then that the mute nodded to Duan Fei, who subsequently released Gu Wenmin and took her place behind him. The most affected among us seemed to be Professor Lin, who was being consoled by Wu Sidong. Yet, the elderly professor appeared despondent, sighing repeatedly, unable to articulate a coherent thought. I was uncertain of the mute's next intentions, remaining vigilant while hastily tending to Gu Wenmin's wounds. Adversity reveals true emotions. The harrowing scene of her near peril sent shivers down my spine. Without a second thought, I pulled her tightly into my embrace and murmured, "Wenmin, I am sorry." At that moment, the mute stood with arms crossed, observing us coldly, his gaze suddenly fixating on Gu Wenmin in a peculiar manner. A sense of foreboding gripped my heart, and without hesitating, I pulled Gu Wenmin behind me, shielding her from the mute's stare, and said flatly, "Speak. What do you intend to do?" In our predicament, maintaining composure was essential. I could not allow myself to crumble like Doufu, weeping on the ground with his hands over his stomach. Death would be a more preferable fate than that. The mute's previously icy gaze suddenly shifted, and with a meaningful glance directed at me, he uttered an ambiguous statement, "I shall not kill you. There will be ample opportunity." Having said this, he turned his back on us, dismissing our presence entirely. Our group, now devoid of firearms or weapons, found ourselves at the mercy of their guns, rendering us utterly incapable of posing any threat. Consequently, the mute stood with his back to me, seemingly unconcerned about the prospect of a sneak attack. Doufu, having received a harsh kick, clutched his abdomen and struggled to rise, clearly suffering from the immense force of the mute's blow, which had dislocated his wrist and injured his leg. After being brutally kicked once more, it was uncertain whether to deem him unfortunate or to say he was destined to be a punching bag. The 4 robots turned their gaze toward me. Though we exchanged no words, our time together had fostered a considerable rapport, and they were evidently inquiring about our next course of action. I remained silent, shaking my head to suggest we should observe the situation unfold. The mute, bearing a significant knife wound on his arm along with numerous abrasions, appeared to have endured some ordeal. I pondered whether he had engaged in a fierce battle with that 15th individual. Where could that person be now? Had the mute possibly eliminated him? It seemed the lurking figure had intentions directed against the mute and his associates, indicating that he had many enemies. As I contemplated these matters, I noticed the mute opening a water flask, sitting cross-legged on the ground in silence, washing his wounds with water. Some fine sand had lodged deeply within, necessitating the opening of the injury. He forwent anesthesia, instead enlisting the aid of a Japanese subordinate to rinse the wound with cold water until it turned pale. Doufu, observing from the side, felt a chill run down his spine. The mute's proud and cold demeanor, combined with his remarkable skills, made him an imposing figure with no apparent weaknesses, rendering him a difficult opponent. I reflected on the true nature of this group. Currently, although Duan Fei had said nothing, I had begun to form my own theories. Firstly, as per Professor Lin's earlier remarks, Duan Fei had been his student for 2 years, implying her long-term infiltration within the archaeological team. Secondly, she possessed a bullhorn used by tomb raiders for protection against evil, suggesting she might originally have been a treasure hunter herself, who, for some reason, infiltrated the archaeological team under the guise of a student. What could her motive for infiltrating the archaeological team be? Considering the present situation, a thought emerged. Could it be for this fairy? Professor Lin had been pinpointing Su Fu's ancient tomb, finally identifying the location of Timespace Island this year. Did Duan Fei's position as a student near Professor Lin enable her to obtain information pertinent to the tomb? As I delved deeper into these thoughts, it began to solidify. Firstly, Duan Fei was still quite young. It was implausible that she acted alone. Moreover, those capable of carrying a protective bullhorn are seasoned tomb raiders. It was reasonable to deduce that there must be a significant force backing Duan Fei, perhaps even orchestrating her infiltration into Professor Lin's circle. Once the location of Timespace Island was confirmed, Duan Fei would relay this information to her faction, prompting them to dispatch a team led by the mute for action. However, the subordinates of the mute are all Japanese. At this point, I felt a sudden chill in my heart, pondering whether the forces behind Duan Fei were indeed Japanese. Professor Lin had once mentioned that the treasures within this struggle could overturn certain historical narratives, remaining concealed from the surface. If the forces backing Duan Fei were Japanese, could this possibly be an official interception by Japan, aimed at preventing us from discovering the truth? Or perhaps their objective was even more sinister, to obliterate this ancient tomb altogether. The more I contemplated, the more alarmed I became, yet these were merely my one-sided speculations. The true nature of the situation remained elusive. At that moment, the mute had already tended to his wounds, and his companions had produced food to eat, seemingly unconcerned with us, indicating they did not intend to mistreat their captives. By contrast, our previous actions appeared somewhat petty. Doufu pouted and said, "What should we do? We have now become captives, prisoners of the Japanese. It's infuriating to think about it. No, I must emulate the revolutionary martyrs, resolute in my defiance." As he spoke, Doufu swallowed hard, eyeing the vacuum-sealed jerky in the mute's hand, smacking his lips. "Yet, I crave meat so much." No sooner had he finished speaking than the mute seemed to catch his words, glanced at him, and casually tossed a package of jerky over. Doufu caught it with one hand, momentarily stunned, staring at the jerky. What does this mean? Is he extending an olive branch? Could this jerky be poisoned? To eat or not to eat? That is the quandary. I too was puzzled. The mute's demeanor was peculiar, exuding a haughty arrogance that made one want to provoke him. Yet at times, his attitude was strangely affable, as it was now. After a moment of hesitation, Doufu finally resolved, "If I do not venture into hell, who will?" He then tore open the package and began to devour the jerky. Once he had finished the entire pack, he let out a satisfied belch, declaring, "Not poisoned." His face radiated contentment, his mouth greasy, which elicited laughter from us all, even prompting a faint smile from Professor Lin. In a short while, after everyone had eaten and drunk, the mute stood up, his gaze fixed on the tomb door across from us. He rummaged through his gear and produced a rectangular black box. The box was adorned with traditional Chinese mythical creatures, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, with an ancient figure holding a ruler at its center, resembling the legendary Chinese craftsman, Lu Ban. This was evidently an artifact, though I could not discern its exact nature. Chapter 92. Extraordinary abilities. Upon seeing the mute retrieve this object, everyone instinctively rose to observe. The rear of the wooden box appeared to be operable, suggesting the presence of a mechanism. The mute aimed the wooden box at the door and activated the mechanism at its rear, causing 3 arrows, each bound with ropes, to suddenly shoot forth with a fierce whistling sound, swiftly embedding themselves into the stone door across from us. The 3 black steel ropes formed a bridge, suspended over the quicksand trap. The mute beckoned his 3 Japanese subordinates to secure the other end of the mechanism box and produced a locking clasp, seemingly preparing to traverse the ropes to the other side. Our party was taken aback, for although we were initially unaware of its nature, the term mute instantly conjured the name of this contraption in my mind. It is called the Thousand Mechanisms Rope, believed to be crafted by the descendants of Liu Ban. Originally intended for military applications, it faded into obscurity due to its intricate design, which rendered mass production impossible. Consequently, it vanished from the annals of history. Owing to its explosive power and ease of installation for climbing, it was predominantly employed by herbalists and later appropriated by tomb raiders, ultimately becoming a lost art in modern times. I was astonished to discover that this mute had casually produced an artifact long thought to be extinct. As the rope was set up, the mute and his companions swiftly affixed their sliding clips to it, and, in but a moment, reached the opposite side, ignoring our presence entirely. Duan Fei also made it across, casting a fleeting glance at us before whispering something to the mute, who merely shook his head. Duan Fei's expression soured, yet he refrained from further action, choosing instead to disregard us. Doufu uttered in confusion, "What does this mean?" Gu Wanmin furrowed her brow and speculated. "It seems they do not intend to confront us. They confiscated our weapons, yet chose not to act against us. This group is truly peculiar." Chunxian, what do you think could be the reason? I shook my head, fixated on the movements of the 5 on the opposite side, unable to ascertain the rationale behind this peculiar situation. It was evident that the mute was the leader among them. The 3 Japanese men harbored an intense animosity towards us. If given the chance, they would not hesitate to strike. However, it was clear that the mute and Duan Fei had some ulterior motive, which prevented them from taking lethal action against us, resulting in this strange standoff. Now, devoid of weapons and with a wall of corpses behind us, we found ourselves trapped, unable to retreat. Before us lay the rope erected by the mute. To reach the tomb entrance across the way, we had no choice but to traverse the rope. At that moment, the mute executed an unexpected maneuver, grasping the Thousand Mechanisms rope affixed to the stone door and yanking it forcefully, extracting the arrowhead embedded deep within the stone. Consequently, the aerial ropeway was rendered useless, and our passage was obstructed. Gu Wanmin exclaimed in astonishment. It appears they do not wish for us to enter the main tomb, yet they also do not intend to harm us. Doufu, in a state of agitation, lamented, "What shall we do? Are we to abandon our quest?" Professor Lin, however, abruptly shook his head, his aged voice suddenly imbued with a sharpness, stating, "It's not that simple. Consider this. If these individuals are indeed working for the Japanese, how would they treat this subterranean palace?" A chill gripped my heart as I realized they would destroy it. Professor Lin nodded, affirming, "If the entire underground palace were to be obliterated, would we have any hope of escaping? They do not need to dispose of us at this moment." Robot number 2 cursed vehemently, exclaiming, "Damn it. It's a pity that half of our equipment has been confiscated. Otherwise, we cannot afford to remain passive. We must escape before they annihilate the palace." Gu Wanmin, unfamiliar with the intricacies of ancient tombs, hesitated before asking, "This subterranean palace is so vast. Can they truly bring about its destruction?" At this moment, I could no longer maintain my distance from Gu Wanmin, so I began to elucidate the structure of ancient tombs. The configuration of these tombs varies significantly depending on the dynasty and the identity of the interred. However, from the exterior to the interior, tomb raiders typically categorize ancient tombs into 2 layers. The outer layer encompasses areas such as sacrificial pits and spirit paths, which generally lack substantial artifacts. In contrast, the inner layer, known as the burial chamber, truly reflects the identity of the tomb's owner. Upon crossing the corpse wall, we would enter the genuine domain of the burial chamber, a critical area under stringent protection, fraught with perilous traps, to safeguard the remains and treasures of the tomb owner. The central region of the burial chamber is increasingly dangerous, potentially equipped with self-destruct mechanisms, one of which is the dragon oil we previously extracted. However, the extraction of dragon oil does not guarantee safety. The central area beyond the tomb door may pose even greater hazards. If these individuals' intent is merely to obscure historical truths and obliterate the burial chamber, their task is relatively simple. Destroying Su Fu's coffin would suffice to achieve their goal. Upon completion, they could easily employ reverse excavation techniques to exit, leaving behind explosives in the burial chamber, rendering us utterly trapped. At this juncture, the mute and his companions had already entered the tomb door across from us, leaving behind a dark, ominous opening. Our group stood opposite, expressions grave. After a moment, Robot number 1 spoke solemnly. We must devise a plan to thwart them. I remained silent, already contemplating countermeasures. Firstly, we lacked equipment. The mute had left us some provisions, but these were merely food and medicine. Firearms and excavation tools had already been confiscated, presenting us with numerous dilemmas. The foremost challenge was how to reach the other side. We had no grappling hooks or wings. Jumping across was not an option. Even if we did reach the other side, unarmed and outnumbered, how could we confront them? Gu Wenmin's face betrayed guilt as she lamented, "It's all my fault. I've put everyone in a bind." Doufu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Beautiful Gu. At this juncture, let's refrain from adding to the chaos. This is no time for blame. We share both fortune and adversity. However, I believe that even without you, we would still face defeat." Robot number 4, indignant, interjected, "On what basis do you assert that? Do you really think we cannot overcome 3 Japanese and 2 traitors?" Tofu's eyes darted as he replied, "No. Think back. Our firearms jammed twice, as if bewitched. Don't you find it peculiar that the mute possesses extraordinary abilities?" His words resonated with my prior thoughts. The notion of extraordinary powers seemed far-fetched, something I'd only encountered on television. Thus, I retorted, "Stop the nonsense. It could merely be coincidence. There is no such thing as extraordinary powers." To my surprise, I noticed Robot number 4's expression shift to one of intrigue, as if they had come to a realization. A spark of curiosity ignited within me, prompting me to ask the 4, "Do you know something?" Robot No. For opened his mouth, seemingly ready to speak, but then hesitated, swallowing back his words. Robot 1 spoke with a profound significance, stating that extraordinary abilities are indeed rare, albeit not non-existent. One can only hope that the situation does not unfold as we anticipate. The peculiar demeanor of the 4 individuals ignited a flicker of irritation within me. I thought, at such a critical juncture, why are they still being so evasive? Are they truly willing to disregard the lives of others? However, upon reflection, I considered that everyone may harbor their own secrets. Perhaps there truly are matters that cannot be divulged. I decided not to dwell on it any longer and leaned against the wall, contemplating our next course of action. After the 3 entered the tomb, the entire chamber fell silent, save for the shifting sands in the pit below, which continued to flow ominously. Had the mute truly perished down there, we would not be facing such formidable challenges now. Lost in thought, I noticed Gu Wenmin sitting beside me, her expression vacant as if pondering something deeply. Observing the bandages wrapped around her neck softened my heart. I was about to offer her some words of comfort when she turned to me and whispered in a hushed tone, "Are you familiar with the Special Affairs Bureau?" I shook my head, inquiring about what it entailed. Gu Wenmin explained, "It is a clandestine government agency, as the name implies, responsible for handling extraordinary incidents. Allegedly, its members include Taoists, monks, and individuals with special abilities." Doufu, who was dozing next to me, stirred at her words. Though her voice was low, he had caught her remark. He opened his eyes and regarded Gu Wenmin intently for a moment before turning to me with a serious expression, saying, "Old Chun, your wife seems to be losing her grip on reality. This is your fault. Just look at how agitated she has become." Gu Wenmin, taken aback by his comment, replied with a mixture of amusement and disbelief, "Xiaodou, I am merely speaking the truth." After a brief pause, Gu Wenmin appeared to be reminiscing about something and soon began recounting a past incident she had never mentioned before. She revealed her family background, which surprised me. It turned out that the stunning Gu was born into a prominent family. Her father had served as a deputy director but had resigned prematurely due to certain circumstances. Nevertheless, his connections remained intact, which meant that Gu Wenmin was a quintessential example of a privileged offspring. Yet, she was not merely a figurehead. After graduation, she worked as a junior police officer and, with the aid of her father's network, quickly ascended the ranks, ultimately becoming the head of a cultural relics task force. This tale dated back to a time before she had attained her current position, and it was quite a lengthy story. Back then, she was still a rookie officer when the police station suddenly received a report of a homicide. At the time, Gu Wenmin was on duty and naturally responded to the call. Typically, female officers were assigned to behind-the-scenes roles, avoiding the front line and any associated dangers. While such positions were stable, they offered little room for advancement. Gu Wenmin's father, having only one daughter, held high expectations for her. Hence, she was not relegated to the background. When the incident occurred, Gu Wenmin and her colleagues immediately rushed to the crime scene. Chapter 93. The homicide. It was an ordinary residential building, and the victim was a male. The first to enter the cordoned-off area were two male colleagues. While Gu Wenmin remained outside, questioning the informant and gathering details about the time of the discovery of the body and a series of related inquiries, the landlord, who had discovered the corpse, was so frightened that he could barely articulate his thoughts, suddenly exclaiming, "The corpse was horrifying." Gu Wenmin, jotting notes on her pad, probed further. In what way was it horrifying? Dismembered? Skinned? Disfigured? Acid attack? She breathlessly posed a series of questions, leaving the landlord in a state of despair, who lamented, "It's even more terrifying than this. You will know once you step inside." At that moment, two male colleagues entering the restricted area suddenly let out terrified screams and stumbled out in a panic. Startled, she put away her pen and paper and inquired about the commotion while keeping a vigilant eye on the door. From her vantage point, she could see the corpse, but only the feet were visible, as the door obscured the rest. One of the male colleagues rushed aside to vomit, while the other stood frozen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, unable to utter a single word. Gu Wenmin, usually quite courageous, furrowed her brow, drew her handgun, and approached the door. The moment she laid eyes on the corpse, she recoiled in fright, rendered momentarily mute. The body, seated on the floor, belonged to a male of approximately 30 years. His upper body leaning against the table leg, devoid of a head, presumably severed by the murderer. While the absence of a head alone would not have fazed Gu Wenmin. After all, she was part of the homicide unit and had encountered grotesque scenes before. From dismembered bodies to corpses dissolved in acid, this particular headless corpse was unsettling, for its abdomen had been sliced open, and the head was nestled within the cavity. Eyes wide open, bloodied and glaring at Gu Wenmin from the doorway. Her legs weakened, and had it not been for the sturdy security door behind her, she might have collapsed. The pain from the door's hard edge jolted her back to reality, and as her fear subsided slightly, she scrutinized the body further. Noticing a peculiar detail, one of the corpse's hands was gripping the hair of its own severed head tightly, as if the deceased had placed his own head within his disemboweled torso. But how could this be possible? Overcoming her initial terror, the group began to investigate the cause of death, clearly identifying it as a brutal murder. However, as the inquiry progressed, more and more questions arose. Doufu listened intently, clearly engrossed in the tale, yet Gu Wenmin's expression remained somber. For them, it was merely a story, but for her, it was a haunting experience. Undoubtedly not a pleasant memory. Doufu, lacking the sense of the moment, pressed on. What happened next? Was the murderer found? What are the points of suspicion? I've watched over 500 episodes of Detective Conan. Uncovering clues is second nature to me. Gu Wenmin smiled faintly before continuing, her demeanor growing grave. There were indeed numerous points of suspicion. For instance, the murder weapon was found beside the body, yet it bore only the victim's fingerprints. Additionally, the deceased was a painter who had recently returned from a trip, spending most of his time painting in solitude, with little interaction with others. He led a reclusive lifestyle, even lacking a scandalous girlfriend. How could such an individual fall victim to such a heinous murder? There were neither motives for revenge nor passion, and furthermore, no valuables had been taken from the room. What mysteries lie behind this murder case? With an abundance of doubts and no leads to pursue, the investigation has dragged on indefinitely, intensifying the pressure from above. The leadership summoned the team responsible for the case to the office, delivering a harsh reprimand. Gu Daebody, a dedicated and responsible police officer, was determined to crack the case. After work, she drove around in frustration, her thoughts swirling, ultimately deciding to return to the scene of the crime, the victim's residence. Since the case remained unsolved, everything in the room, aside from the body, had been left untouched. The hallway was shrouded in darkness as Gu Wenmin requested the landlord for a key and ascended the stairs cautiously. The silence of the corridor was only interrupted by the sound of her footsteps, while the sensor lights flickered intermittently. In such an atmosphere, Gu Wenmin began to regret her decision to visit at night. Had she known better, she would have come during the day. Just then, as she glanced up, she suddenly spotted a shadow lurking at the corner of the staircase. This shadow resembled a person, though it was merely a subjective impression. Considering that at this hour and in this place, it was unlikely to be human. Could it be a ghost? In the aftermath, when she reflected on that moment, she realized that it was not merely a human figure. If anything, it resembled a distorted specter. Initially, Gu Wenmin had assumed it was a person, and as it seemed to sense her gaze, the figure bolted away. Dressed in her police uniform, she sensed something was amiss. If one had nothing to hide, why would they flee? Without hesitation, she drew her weapon and chased after the figure up the staircase. The shadow continued to evade her, revealing only a dark silhouette. And as it reached the hall, it vanished in an instant. Gu Wenmin turned sharply, her heart sinking, for she realized that with this turn, she stood before door number 6, the victim's apartment, her intended destination for the night. Despite her courage, she felt a chill of fear. Where had that person gone? Had they entered room 6? But how could they have a key? This unsettling thought led her to ponder if she had encountered the victim's ghost. The more she contemplated, the more terrified she became. Yet, prior to this, Gu Wenmin had never experienced any supernatural phenomena, and her frequent encounters with the deceased in her role within the homicide unit had instilled in her a sense of skepticism towards the supernatural. Overcoming her initial dread, Gu Wenmin resolved to uncover the truth. Cautiously attuned to her surroundings, she stood in the dark corridor, retrieved the key from the landlord, and unlocked the door to room 6. The moment she opened the door, a cold, damp breeze rushed out to greet her. Gu Wenmin held her breath. The darkness enveloped her, and the room seemed to linger with the essence of the deceased, emitting an eerie odor. Recalling that the light switch was nearby, she carefully traced her hand along the wall, only to suddenly encounter something icy. Not the switch, but a human hand. In a startling turn of events, Gu Wenmin gasped and instinctively withdrew her hand, only to remember that she had a small flashlight on her person. She quickly retrieved it and shone it into the darkness, glancing sideways to discover that the wall harbored no hands, merely a switch. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she felt a chill creep down her neck, pondering whether she had been unnerved by the eerie atmosphere. Historically skeptical of the supernatural, she hesitated for a moment before rising to flip the switch. As the light illuminated the space, the oppressive dread that had lingered in the shadows dissipated, prompting Gu Wenmin to exhale in relief as she began to meticulously examine her surroundings. This was not her first visit. She was well acquainted with the items that lay within. After a thorough search, Gu Wenmin stumbled upon a sketchbook, likely belonging to the painter she had previously encountered. Having casually flipped through a couple of pages without finding anything of value, she had not finished examining it. This time, driven by a determination to uncover any potential leads, she patiently perused the remaining artwork. Most of the pieces were landscapes, executed with remarkable skill, depicting places the artist had traversed. Just then, an unexpected portrait caught her eye. Specifically, an oil painting of a deity, representing the Great Sun Buddha. It was uncommon for Western art to portray figures such as the Buddha, which piqued her curiosity. Upon closer inspection, she noticed an inscription in the lower right corner, unfamiliar yet instinctively recognized by her as a potential clue. The following day, she brought the painting to the police station for further investigation, only to be astonished to discover that the text was a passage intended to ward off malevolent spirits. The rarity of a Western artist depicting the Buddha, coupled with the inclusion of such scripture, left Gu Wenmin pondering the artist's intentions. Could it be that he had encountered something otherworldly? Upon her return, she shared her findings with her father, who had spent years navigating this field. His demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he listened to her account. He promptly undertook 2 actions. First, he made a mysterious phone call. Second, he instructed Gu Wenmin to refrain from further involvement in the case, assuring her that it would be handled by others. True to his word, the following day, a special operations team arrived, identified by their credentials as members of a unique investigative agency. This eclectic group, comprising both young and old, donned no uniforms, raising her suspicions. Gu Wenmin had never heard of such an organization, yet their leader appeared to possess insight into the situation, swiftly delegating the case to these enigmatic individuals. Driven by her insatiable curiosity, and feeling uneasy about the transfer of the bizarre case to such peculiar agents, she followed them discreetly to the home of the deceased. Arriving somewhat later, she found that the investigation was already underway. Although she did not witness anything overtly significant, she distinctly observed one of the younger individuals with a small flame dancing in the palm of his hand, a veritable wisp of blue fire. Subsequently, it seemed the investigation reached an abrupt halt, with no further inquiries forthcoming. After Gu Wanmin spoke, she remarked, "Thus, perhaps extraordinary abilities do indeed exist. If that masked individual possesses such powers, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage." Doufu, left in a state of astonishment, exclaimed, "Why do I feel as though the world I inhabit has suddenly become utterly alien? First there were the strange cats, then the zongzi, followed by the corpse handlers, the aquatic dragons, the walls of corpses, and now extraordinary abilities. My dear Gu, I do not doubt your words, but it all seems rather far-fetched. Old Chun, do you believe this?" Chapter 94. Rescue. Doufu's remarks prompted me to shake my head, saying, "Such matters are uncertain." Gu Wanmin continued, "I once read a foreign research report that suggested 95% of the human brain remains dormant throughout one's life. If even a small portion of these regions were to be awakened, humanity could acquire entirely new abilities and thoughts, such as extraordinary powers." Doufu grimaced, stating, "Gu, I must admit I find your words unpalatable. Are you suggesting that the mute individual was born with a superior brain, thus possessing these extraordinary abilities?" Gu Wanmin, taken aback, replied, "Xiaodou, that is not my intention. It is indeed quite vexing to ponder the peculiar malfunctions of firearms on 2 occasions. Whether they were mere coincidences or something more sinister remains a mystery to us all. As for whether the mute possesses such enigmatic abilities, it is mere speculation akin to chasing shadows." Therefore, I shook my head and said, "It is premature to discuss these matters. Although we have lost our equipment, we must not resign ourselves to inaction. We should first consider how to reach the other side." The 20-meter chasm loomed before us, and without tools at our disposal, our gecko grips confiscated, it truly was a perplexing predicament. Upon hearing this, Doufu and his companions ceased their contemplation of extraordinary abilities and began to ponder solutions. I joined them in thought, and after a moment, Doufu's eyes suddenly sparkled as he inquired, "How much rope do we have left?" I replied, "About 30 meters. Why?" Observing Doufu's demeanor, I mused that he often conjured up peculiar ideas. Perhaps he had a plan. Just as this thought crossed my mind, Doufu's face lit up with joy as he signaled to Gu Wanmin and me, and the 3 of us gathered closely to confer in hushed tones. Upon hearing Doufu's proposal, I was momentarily rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the impulse to split open his head to see what thoughts lay within. Doufu suggested that since we could not reach the other side, we might as well abandon our current position. First, the prospect of discovering any seal seemed increasingly elusive, given the uncertainty of preserving this underground palace. Second, regardless of whether the mutes group intended to damage the palace or steal the underworld artifacts, they would inevitably depart afterward. Thus, why not create an escape tunnel and wait for the opportunity to strike? Doufu's proposal diverged from our previous line of thinking, yet it opened a new avenue for us. Consequently, both Gu Wanmin and I were left astounded. Doufu, brimming with pride, wore an expression that seemed to say, "Aren't I clever? Come, praise my brilliance." Gu Wanmin chuckled softly, showering praise upon Doufu. Observing Doufu's bewilderment as he wagged his tail in confusion, I interjected, "Your idea is commendable, but how much equipment do we have left to excavate our way out?" Doufu scratched his head, clearly having not contemplated the matter in its entirety. Gu Wanmin pondered for a moment and remarked, "We possess the essential tools, yet relying solely on them to breach the burial chamber seems quite arduous. Not to mention the thickness of the tomb bricks. Even if we manage to penetrate them, there lies a compacted earth layer and a water barrier beyond. We are currently situated within the mountain's core, and the tunnel will extend considerably. I fear the challenge is insurmountable." After several back-and-forth deliberations, none of the proposed ideas proved viable, and time swiftly elapsed, leaving us in a state of agitation. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed from the opposite burial chamber. It was a man's voice, gruff and hoarse, evidently not that of a mute, likely belonging to a Japanese individual. The voice was filled with terror, as if he had encountered some frightful entity. This unexpected outburst captured everyone's attention, and I felt a surge of hope, thinking, could it be that the mutes group has stumbled upon something significant? Su Fu, rally your strength and deal with this lot decisively. As this thought crossed my mind, a Japanese man scrambled out of the tomb's entrance, shouting in Japanese, though we could not comprehend his words. Professor Lin's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "He is calling for our help. Something grave has transpired." Doufu inquired, "What has happened? Why is he seeking our assistance? Can't that mute handle this?" The Japanese man appeared visibly unscathed, but was pallid and trembling uncontrollably. As he reached behind him, he astonishingly produced the Chinkoan cord, swiftly launching it into the air to construct a makeshift bridge, while babbling frantically at us before darting back inside. I was taken aback, pondering the nature of the situation. I turned to Professor Lin, who seemed equally perplexed, merely stating that the Japanese man indicated the mute was in trouble and urged us to rescue him. Doufu stroked his chin, commenting, "How curious. What gives the mute such confidence that we would come to his aid? Are we not adversaries?" Upon reflection, I realized the truth, saying, "If we remain here, we shall be trapped as well. To escape, we must reach the main burial chamber. The mute surely believes we would not forsake this opportunity. If we venture in, we will share the dangers that lie beyond the chamber." Upon hearing this, Doufu grasped the implication, his hands cracking ominously as he cursed. "That mute is far too cunning." Gu Wonmin furrowed her brow slightly, stating, "Regrettably, we have no other option, given the circumstances. Although we are acutely aware that the burial chamber may harbor unspeakable peril, we have no retreat." Without further ado, I took the lead, traversing the rope to the opposite side. In no time, our group gathered at the tomb entrance, exchanging cautious glances. We nodded to one another and proceeded to slip through the opening. Upon entering, the Japanese man had vanished without a trace, leaving us to wonder where he had gone. The main burial chamber was vast, shrouded in darkness, with stone pillars standing majestically around it, as our lights illuminated the space. Intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes adorned the pillars, while the floor was painted with the contours of mountains and rivers. We proceeded cautiously, only to discover that at the very center of this grand chamber stood a structure resembling an inverted pyramid, akin to a square Maya pyramid. Due to its height, we could discern nothing atop the pyramid, but it was evident that something must rest there. Without further ado, the group began to ascend towards the pinnacle of the pyramid. The 10-meter height was not insurmountable, and in a moment, we reached the summit, only to be taken aback by the emptiness that greeted us. There was nothing at all. I squinted, pondering if I had misjudged the situation. What purpose did this towering structure serve? Could it be that treasures lay hidden within? Was this not creating a tomb within a tomb? Such a notion seemed rather superfluous. While I contemplated this, Robot 1 suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the ground behind the pyramid, "Look down there." Following his gaze, we beheld a gently flowing water source behind the pyramid. Clearly man-made, it twisted and turned, flowing serenely into the darkness. Previously, our position had obstructed our view of the pyramid's rear, but now, from our elevated vantage point, we discerned that a man-made river lay concealed behind the structure. Alarmed, I realized that water within a tomb is a grave omen. What scheme was Su Fu concocting? At that moment, a gunshot rang out from the darkness ahead, causing Robot 1 to grow solemn. "It appears they are up ahead. Let us investigate." Given that the mute and his companions were in peril, it was undoubtedly our time to rise. The vicissitudes of fate often unfold in such curious ways. Today's laughter could give way to tomorrow's tears, and it seemed our moment to shine had arrived. Yet, without weapons, we proceeded cautiously, descending from the pyramid and following the artificial river forward. Only then did we realize that this main burial chamber had been transformed into a rectangular corridor. As we advanced with care, I observed the water beside us. As expected, this waterway must be connected to the one that nurtured the corpses. The river appeared bottomless and emanated an eerie chill that raised goosebumps along my skin. After only a few steps, a figure came racing towards us. Upon closer inspection, I recognized it was Duan Fei. This cunning, clever girl, with her striking beauty, now appeared disheveled, her hair in disarray. Upon encountering us, she abruptly halted, instinctively retreating, but then, as if struck by a thought, her expression shifted to one of fear as she trembled, exclaiming, "Quick, run. That thing is chasing us." Her reaction startled us, and for a moment, we set aside our concerns regarding her espionage. I glanced behind her, where the light revealed only emptiness. Yet, I understood that something must have terrified Duan Fei to such an extent. I quickly inquired, "What is pursuing you? Where are the others? What of the mute wearing the mask?" Duan Fei swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, The coffin is coming after us." "What?" Doufu exclaimed. "Can a coffin chase someone? Has it grown legs? Where is it?" Duan Fei ignored us, suddenly darting to the side, attempting to circumvent us. Quick as a flash, I seized her shoulder, devoid of any tender sentiments, and locked her hands behind her back, commanding, "No tricks, explain this tomb situation clearly." Doufu pressed further, "Seriously, you came running back alone, and you don't care about your old flame?" Chapter 95. The stalker. Doufu's words were rather scathing, instantly linking Duan Fei with the mute. Her anger flared. "Who said I was involved with him? Let go of me." I gazed at her exquisite visage, smirking coldly. "Haven't you always had a fondness for me? What if I refuse to let go?" With that, I pulled her closer, my hand forcefully gripping her ample bosom. Of course, with my back turned. The observing Gu Wenmin could not see. It wasn't he that I harbored any feelings for Duan Fei, but rather, her repeated interference in my relationship with Gu Wenmin had fueled my ire, prompting me to seize this opportunity for retaliation. As expected, Duan Fei nearly gasped in anger. Gritting her teeth, "Chen Xian, you beast. Don't let me catch you." I retorted, "My dear, understand this. You are the one in my grasp now. If you continue to dawdle, do you believe I won't strip you of your clothes and toss you into the water?" Duan Fei's dark eyes glared at me in fury. After a moment, perhaps realizing the cold and menacing look in my eyes, she struggled briefly but refrained from further threats, casting a glance over her shoulder as if to discern whether anything was pursuing us. Then, with a deep breath, she declared, "All right, I want to discuss this with you. Listen closely, that thing is coming soon. If you wish to live, hurry and follow me away from here." At that moment, Gu Wenmin retreated to my side, breathing heavily. "It's too late. That thing has already emerged." My heart sank as I followed Gu Wenmin's gaze. I was suddenly struck by the sight of something drifting in the artificial waterway at the boundary of light and darkness. It was a coffin, a massive crimson coffin. The coffin floated in the water, as if some unseen force was guiding it, drifting towards us with the current. Thus, the coffin chasing that Duan Fei spoke of was indeed this. A question surged in my mind. What lies within that coffin? Why is it submerged in water? Logically, a wooden coffin would have decayed long ago if submerged for an extended period, indicating that it must have been cast into the water by someone. Just then, the coffin floated right before us, the large crimson structure adorned with entwined hibiscus wood, upon which the divine bird, the golden crow, perched. Legend has it that the sun rises above the hibiscus tree, ascending from its branches. Thus it is referred to as the source of the sun. And the hibiscus tree is revered as the tree of life. The imagery of the hibiscus tree and the solar golden crow is frequently observed in the art of the pre-Qin Warring States period. However, there are numerous legends surrounding the fusong tree, among which one peculiar notion posits that it serves as a conduit connecting the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. In Chinese folklore, there exists a unique phenomenon of cohabitation between deities and mortals. For instance, the tempestuous Qiyu contending with the emperor for dominion, or Shinnong taming divine beasts, and even spirits mingling among humans. Such tales are often concentrated within specific historical periods, but after these epochs have passed, human society returns to normalcy. It is said that during the time of Hou Yi's sun shooting, he trod upon the fusong tree, breaking its branches, thereby severing the communication between the realms of humans, gods, and the underworld. Henceforth, humans remain distinctly human, and gods distinctly divine. Consequently, the fusong tree has always held a mysterious significance in the minds of ancient alchemists, while Japan, in antiquity, was referred to as the land of Fusong. Thus, as I gazed upon the vibrant crimson shrub before me, adorned with the intricate and exquisite patterns of the fusong golden crows, an unsettling thought struck me. Could it be that the figure lying in this coffin is none other than Su Fu, the ancestor of the Japanese? Just then, Duan Fei's reaction became suddenly intense. Her face turned pale as she struggled to speak. "Do not approach that coffin." Previously, He Dao drew near, and then he suddenly fell into the water. I saw that there was a human skin inside the coffin. Doufu, visibly anxious, inquired, "What do you mean? Who is He Dao?" Duan Fei replied, "He is the masked individual who was summoned to assist us. I do not know his true name. He Dao is merely a code name for this operation." I witnessed him open the coffin, and within it lay a piece of bloody human skin. I could not help but gasp, asking, "And then? What happened to the mute one?" I had always felt that the mute's gaze towards me was peculiar. and his demeanor towards us was rather ambiguous, as if he could see through to our very souls, suggesting he knew something more, perhaps even recognizing me. Duan Fei shook her head, seemingly recalling some dreadful experience, and said, "I do not know." Inside lay a blood-soaked piece of human skin, and once it was opened, the skin stood up and enveloped him. A living person was devoured by the human skin. The scene was utterly horrific. Then, the mute fell into the water, shouting, "Let you all in." A chill ran down my spine as we all stared in astonishment at the suddenly halted grand red coffin. The sense of dread was indescribably chilling. Should we now concern ourselves with this coffin? Is the mute alive or dead? What was his intention in allowing us to enter? Could this not be Su Fu's coffin? But why does it contain a piece of human skin? Where has Su Fu gone? Doufu, easily frightened, instinctively recoiled and hid behind me, fervently chanting Ba, while simultaneously asking, "What about the other Japanese individuals?" Duan Fei shook her head. "I do not know. This coffin has been floating along the waterway in pursuit of us." In our panic, we scattered. "Oh," she seemed to recollect something, speaking anxiously. "One person shot at it, and then that person vanished." Vanished? Robot 1 expressed disbelief. Duan Fei nodded, her expression oddly enigmatic, as if she were recalling a bizarre scene from the past. In a hushed voice, she urged, "Yes, it just vanished in an instant. Whatever you do, do not fire at it." Doufu was on the verge of tears, pleading with me. "You need to think of a solution quickly. That coffin was just floating, and now it has come to a halt right before us. Good heavens, I do not wish to lay eyes on that thing." Gu Wunmin managed to maintain her composure, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, and reassured Doufu, "It has yet to act against us. Let us retreat for now." Under Duan Fei's description, the coffin was shrouded in an aura of terror. Though my curiosity burned to unveil its contents, I suppressed it for the safety of the group. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I pressed Duan Fei. Where did that Japanese man disappear? At this moment, Duan Fei was subdued, reluctantly succumbing to our pressure. As we moved forward, I observed the coffin, which remained stationary, floating ominously in the dimly lit tomb. The sight of that blood-red coffin was indeed unsettling. As we continued, Doufu relentlessly interrogated Duan Fei. "At this juncture, why not come clean? What is your true purpose? Are you working for the Japanese? Sister, how can you serve such a cause? Beneath our feet lie countless revolutionary martyrs. How can you betray their legacy? Do you hold any regard for the people? For our nation? Or for your own parents?" Duan Fei, infuriated, retorted, "My parents hold foreign green cards." Mid-sentence, a look of regret crossed her face as she indignantly exclaimed, "Why must I explain myself to an idiot like you?" Doufu, incensed, shot back, "Who are you calling an idiot? You may insult my skills, but you shall not belittle my intellect. I am an artist, do you understand?" Duan Fei was left speechless, choked by her rage. I smirked inwardly, recognizing that engaging in a battle of wits with Doufu was beyond her capabilities. Doufu had a knack for reviving the dead with her words. Amidst their quarrel, Duan Fei suddenly announced, "We have arrived. This is the spot." Not far from us lay a waterway, and we stood beside a massive stone pillar. It was here that the aforementioned Japanese man had fired at the floating coffin, only to disappear without a trace. I was aware that Su Fu was a sorcerer and that this tomb posed formidable challenges. Yet the notion of a living person vanishing so abruptly was indeed hard to fathom. Something was amiss. Without delay, I entrusted Duan Fei to Robot 4 and commenced a search of this small area. However, scarcely a minute into our search, I was suddenly jolted by a loud scream. It was Doufu. Anger surged within me as I thought, "What trouble has this fool gotten into now?" I swiftly turned toward the source of the sound and was shocked to find it emanating from behind the great stone pillar. I wasted no time and dashed around to the other side, fully alert, only to discover that the area behind the pillar was utterly empty. Doufu has inexplicably vanished right before our very eyes. The piercing scream I had just heard echoed in my mind, sending chills down my spine. What could have befallen Doufu? Had he, like that Japanese man, also disappeared without a trace? I am certain that in his final moments, Doufu must have witnessed something utterly horrifying. As we stood behind the stone pillar, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a portrait of shock. Robot number 4, having forged a profound friendship with Doufu due to their shared interests, was now visibly distraught, calling out Doufu's name in desperation. "Douboji." The sound reverberated in the cavernous tomb, its tone taking on a hollow quality that sent shivers through the air. No one answered. Gu Wenmin clutched the fabric of my sleeve, her voice laced with concern. What has happened to Xiaodou? What should we do? Just as she spoke, her eyes widened in alarm, and she stepped back, pointing with trembling fingers to my right, exclaiming, "Look!" Gu, a seasoned officer who had encountered countless scenarios, was typically composed and meticulous. It was unprecedented for her to display such a loss of poise. The crowd gasped, turning to follow her gaze, only to behold the large red coffin, which had seemingly vanished from our sight, now reappearing before us. It hovered ominously in the river, akin to a relentless pursuer. With increasing levels come greater recommendations. For instance, I once could cast 3 votes daily, but now it has been reduced to 1, supplemented by an additional recommendation, totaling 4. Similarly, 2 grants the ability to vote 5 times. As for leveling up, it relies on points. For every iron coin expended, 1 point is accrued. And upon reaching a certain threshold, one ascends in rank, with tips not contributing to this total. Well then, I have elaborated at length to inform you that the recommendations in your possession have indeed increased. I implore you to cast your votes generously. Chapter 96. Out of body gazing at the suddenly re-emerged coffin, an icy dread coursed through me, my skin prickling as my forehead turned cold. How could it materialize here? Had it been following us all along, unnoticed while our attention diverted? Now, with Doufu's sudden and mysterious disappearance, the emergence of this bizarre coffin only added to my unease. I could hear Duan Fei's teeth chattering, evidently haunted by unsettling memories as she stared at the coffin, shaking her head in dismay. We cannot remain here. It will lead to death, she warned, her voice quaking. I replied coldly, Are you still afraid of the dead? Grasping her arm, I pulled her closer, urging her forward. You go ahead and see what lies within that coffin. Duan Fei's eyes widened in shock, her indignation flaring. You cannot treat me this way. Why not? I asked, meeting her gaze with an unwavering calm. Because you are a woman? Apologies, but at this moment, in my eyes, you are merely a traitor. Now, let us proceed. Duan Fei, aware of my temperament, gritted her teeth in frustration and reluctantly approached the coffin. The rest of us followed cautiously behind her. At that moment, we were unarmed, with only 2 probing shovels at our disposal, seemingly left with us by the mute due to their weight. Now, each of us held a shovel, urging Duan Fei onward, forming a triangular formation as we advanced. In just a few steps, we arrived beside the large, red-painted wooden coffin. It retained its blood-like hue and the intricate patterns of the mythical golden crow. The enormous coffin floated upon the water's surface, exuding an eerie aura. I understood that the true strangeness of this divine tomb was beginning to unfold before us. The disappearance of Doufu and that Japanese individual was undoubtedly linked to the coffin before us, and to rescue Doufu, we would first need to uncover the secrets of this casket. What could lie within? Human skin? I pondered, exchanging a glance with Robot 1, and we resolved to open the coffin. In the course of our frantic exploration, our gas masks had long been discarded, leaving us bereft of any protective gear, save for a pair of corpse-handling gloves. Thus, we commenced our endeavor. The coffin was not sealed tightly. In fact, it bore no nails, indicating that it had previously been pried open, likely by the mute. By bypassing many steps, we easily pried the coffin lid open, and instantly, a noxious odor assaulted our senses. Duan Fei, who had been standing at the forefront, instinctively took a step back, seemingly afraid that something might leap out from within. As girls often possess a more delicate constitution, Robot 4 and I waved our hands in front of our noses, and once the foul stench subsided somewhat, we cautiously leaned in to peek inside. There, within the coffin, lay a mass of blackened, decaying cotton, likely used to wrap the remains for burial. Due to the passage of time, the cotton had transformed into a dark, fetid clump, and the bones were presumably ensconced within this shroud. Regaining my composure, I extended my gloved hand and began to peel away the layers of the darkened cotton. The arrangement and number of shrouds varied according to the deceased status. Common folk generally had 2 layers, a lower and an upper. However, those of noble birth in ancient times were treated differently. It was said that a certain king from the Fang state was buried in a robe of gold thread and jade, covered by 9 layers. These 9 layers consisted of cotton, linen, silk, hide, silver, gold, iron, wrought tan, each adorned with distinct patterns. Doufu's arrival in Japan, where he proclaimed himself king, resulted in an unusually designed tomb that amalgamated the specifications of royal and divine burial sites. As I continued to peel away layer after layer, I discovered a total of 18 layers, each with unique designs. Though the darkened and decayed fabric rendered the details nearly indecipherable, I could discern some semblance of imagery: embroidered dragons and phoenixes, scenes of celestial gatherings, depictions of earthly prosperity, and visions of infernal realms, all vividly manifesting within the confines of the coffin. As I lifted the 18th layer of the coverlet, a pungent and gruesome odor assaulted my senses, and before me lay an object that sent chills down my spine. It was human skin. Despite having mentally prepared myself, the stark reality of it elicited an overwhelming sense of fear and revulsion. It resembled what Duan Fei had described, appearing as though it had just been flayed, still oozing with blood. The facial features were hollow, filled with blood, and the sensation was indescribable. Recalling Duan Fei's account of human skin leaping at individuals, I instinctively took a step back. However, after a moment, the skin remained still, showing no signs of movement. A palpable tension enveloped us, yet nothing transpired. Robot 1 pursed its lips and, wielding a probing shovel, deftly extracted the piece of skin from the coffin. It was carelessly tossed onto the ground, crumpling into a grotesque mass, still seeping blood. Suddenly, Gu Wanmin gripped my arm tightly and exclaimed, "Chen Xian, this skin seems as if it was just removed." Whose skin could it be? A few individuals flashed through my mind. A mute, a Japanese person, Doufu? No, it couldn't be Doufu. He had only recently gone missing. There was no way he could have been flayed that quickly. However, if we did not find him soon, who could say what fate awaited him? I responded, "Are you suggesting that this skin might belong to the missing person?" Gu Wenmin's expression turned grave as she replied, "That's merely a thought I had." At that moment, Duan Fei interjected, shaking her head, "No, this skin existed before anyone went missing." The conviction in her voice suggested she spoke the truth. Could this skin belong to Su Fu? How could Su Fu's skin be flayed? Even if it had been, how could it remain so remarkably preserved after more than 2 millennia? A cascade of questions flooded my mind, culminating in a sudden realization. If the skin remained, what of the entity it once enveloped? Where was the flayed corpse? In other words, why did Su Fu's coffin contain only his skin, devoid of his body? Gu Wenmin proposed. Could it be that Su Fu had enemies who, after his death, desecrated his burial and removed his skin? Professor Lin sighed and replied, "That seems implausible. This is a royal tomb, where many eyes are present during interment. Who would dare disturb his remains?" He appeared to harbor some thoughts, but furrowed his brow, beginning a sentence only to leave it unfinished. Gu Wenmin, perceptive as ever, promptly inquired, "Professor, what are your thoughts?" Professor Lin shook his head and said, "I do have a notion, but it seems unlikely." After a pause, he turned to Robot 1 and instructed, "Please unfold this skin and check if the incision for flaying is located from the crown of the head to the nape." We were uncertain of Professor Lin's intentions, but Robot 1 immediately complied. Now, the human skin, no longer frightening, was inspected by Robot 1, which suddenly gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Professor, how did you deduce this so accurately?" The incision indeed begins at the top of the head and is quite extensive, extending from the crown to the nape and down to the back. Anyone with a modicum of anatomical knowledge understands that skinning is most conveniently performed from the front to the back. Following a certain pattern, an incision shaped like a character is made at the neck, after which the skin is peeled downwards. To elaborate further, the process can become rather gruesome, and it is perhaps best left unspoken. However, the human skin before us has been removed in the opposite manner. I exclaimed, "Professor Lin, what do you truly know? Have you already discerned the origin of this human skin?" Professor Lin shook his head and replied, "I do not know, but I can provide you with a reference." He recounted an event from over a decade ago, when an archaeological team in Hebei discovered a cave in a place called Xinshanling, where they unearthed a corpse that had sat in meditation for a millennium. What is meant by sitting in meditation? It refers to a revered monk or sage who dies in a seated posture, leaving the body upright, uncorrupted, and intact. This is known as sitting in meditation. The corpse, attired in a Taoist robe, was evidently that of an ancient sage. Taoism has long held the belief in the concept of body dissolution and ascension, wherein the physical body perishes while the true spirit escapes, ascending to immortality. There is a saying, "The great path is rare, and the golden elixir is difficult to obtain." The golden elixir is akin to the Buddhist relics. Possessing it allows one to prolong life, summon the winds and rain, and traverse the realms. Yet possessing the golden elixir does not confer immortality, for beyond it lies the true spirit. Only through the cultivation of the true spirit can one transcend the mortal coil and achieve enlightenment. The teachings of Taoism are profoundly enigmatic, shrouded in mystery and obscurity, and the notions of body dissolution and ascension, as well as the true spirit becoming immortal, exist primarily within the realm of legend. However, the discovery of the meditative corpse was akin to a deep-sea explosive, as the archaeologists found a remarkably regular orifice atop the corpse's head. This opening could not have been created by human means. It appeared as if a small projectile had shot forth from within the corpse, forming a perfectly straight circular hole. This phenomenon left the archaeologists astounded, leading to a plethora of theories. Some conservatives posited that the old sage had been murdered, with the perforations serving as irrefutable evidence, while bolder thinkers entertained a more audacious notion. Could this orifice be the exit point for the true spirit during the process of ascension? Doufu, a renowned alchemist in folklore, was said to have battled fierce beasts, possessed the ability to divine the future, and practiced the art of the golden elixir. Could it be that he, upon death, experienced a transformation of his true spirit? Yet, if the true spirit had indeed escaped, why was there only skin remaining? As I scrutinized the jagged edges of the skin, an unsettling sensation coursed through me, for the fissures were irregular, not cut with a knife, but rather seemed to have torn open from within. Suddenly, a vivid scene emerged in my mind. Doufu must have encountered a significant mishap during his cultivation. He was meant to dissolve into immortality, yet, unexpectedly, the true spirit did not emerge. Instead, the flesh separated from the skin, ultimately crawling out through the exit created by the true spirit. In other words, the body that had vanished within the skin had emerged of its own accord. Chapter 97. Doufu. This notion was exceedingly audacious, leaving us momentarily speechless. It is no wonder that Professor Lin had appeared so peculiar earlier. Not only did he struggle to believe it himself, but I too found it challenging to accept such an idea. In the past 2 months, I have encountered numerous peculiarities, demonstrating a capacity to comprehend enigmatic matters that exceeds that of most individuals. Yet, at this moment, my mind remains in a fog. The crowd stands transfixed before a grotesque human skin, drenched in blood and exuding a foul odor. A heavy silence envelopes us, and amidst this stillness, an inexplicable breeze wafts through the desolate tomb, causing the human skin in the robot's grasp to quiver slightly. In an instant, I perceived as if that very skin had come to life. Suddenly, the item on the probing shovel expanded with the wind and lunged toward Robot 1. Being the closest to it, I instinctively tackled Robot 1 to the ground, just as I heard Gu Wenmin's startled cry. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped me as a cold, bloodied object descended upon me, wrapping me entirely. Realizing the dire predicament, I struggled to escape, only to slip and plunge into the frigid water below. In a moment of shock, the river surged into my mouth, flooding me with the blood of a long-deceased body from 2 years past. The repulsive taste nearly made me retch, but there was no opportunity for such relief as the surrounding water continued to pour into my mouth and nose. I felt myself sinking deeper, and despite my desperate struggles, it was futile. As time passed, the agony intensified. My lungs felt as though they were about to rupture. In the haze of consciousness, a chill gripped my heart. Was this the end of my life? What would become of Gu Wenmin? Who would rescue the missing tofu? Would the others outside manage to escape? The sensation of death was excruciating. Amidst the turmoil and confusion, engulfed in immense suffering, I eventually succumbed and lost consciousness. I have no recollection of how long I was unconscious, yet I was astonished to find myself awakening. Upon regaining consciousness, I discovered I was devoid of all belongings. My headlamp had succumbed to the water, and the lighter had long been given to Robot 4 by Doufu. The darkness enveloped me, rendering everything indistinct. With my weakened body propped up, I slowly sat up, massaging my throbbing temples, and opened my eyes to the inky void. By touch, I discerned the cold tomb bricks beneath me. Where am I? Had I not fallen into the water? If it weren't for the sensations coursing through my body, I would have doubted whether the drowning had been mere illusion. The surroundings were eerily quiet, deathly silent. After sitting in place for approximately half a minute, I sensed my strength gradually returning. Tentatively, I rose, carefully maneuvering my steps while feeling my way around. First and foremost, I needed to ascertain my whereabouts. After walking roughly 10 steps to the left, I encountered the tomb wall, and began to follow it downward. The darkness was so profound that I could not see my hand before my face. I had barely taken 2 steps when my foot suddenly struck something. The object was cold and hard, presumably an accompanying burial item. I crouched down to touch it, and a wave of dread washed over me as I hastily flung it away. If I am not mistaken, it appears to be a segment of a human femur. How could there be human bones here? This thought had scarcely crossed my mind when, from the depths of darkness ahead, an unexpected sound of footsteps echoed. Thud, thud. My heart skipped a beat. I halted my movements and strained to listen. The footsteps were slow yet heavy, suggesting that the individual moving possessed considerable weight. Who could it be? There are no hefty individuals in our team. As I listened intently, tension crept over me because those footsteps were unmistakably approaching my location. And judging by the circumstances, it did not appear to be one of us. At that moment, I was unarmed and could see nothing. The sudden emergence of a shadow in the darkness was indeed disconcerting. I pondered for a moment and began to retreat slowly. An unsettling thought surfacing in my mind. This place is filled with human bones. Could it be that this massive entity has come to feast upon us? First the human skin, then the incident in the water, awakening here, and now the appearance of a colossal figure. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead as I hastily withdrew, telling myself to seek a place to hide and ascertain the situation. Just then, I abruptly heard a voice. Hey, are you okay? If not, just put me down. I was taken aback, for the voice unmistakably belonged to Doufu. Startled, I paused and immediately turned toward the source of the sound. In the darkness, I heard someone bark, "Shut up, don't make a sound." It was a voice belonging to a mute. Initially startled, I quickly felt a surge of joy and called out, "Little Doufu?" There was a brief silence in the dark, followed by Tofu's voice, "Pervert Shin?" No sooner had he spoken than a beam of light suddenly illuminated the area, causing me to instinctively shut my eyes. As I gradually adjusted to the brightness and opened them, I was taken aback by the sight of 2 figures in the distance. How could you both have changed so drastically? At the far end, the mute was gripping a flashlight in his mouth, drenched in blood, while carrying Doufu on his back. Both appeared utterly disheveled, resembling figures of blood. It was no wonder the footsteps I had heard earlier were so heavy. It must have been the mute bearing Doufu. Looking as if he were on the brink of collapse, his steps laborious, I rushed forward, and upon seeing me, the mute seemed to exhale in relief. His steps faltered, causing the flashlight to drop from his mouth, rolling on the ground along with Doufu, who collapsed beside him. As I approached the two, a wave of the metallic scent of blood washed over me. Upon closer inspection, I noticed the mute was covered in numerous bloodstains. Any person losing such a quantity of blood would have perished long ago, leading me to conclude that these stains were not solely his own. Doufu, in addition to the earlier wounds on his hand and thigh, was also soaked in blood, and upon closer examination, I discovered several gashes on his body, as if inflicted by some sharp object. Gazing at the 2 of them, I was filled with alarm, a flurry of questions surfacing. How did you 2 end up together? What entity caused your injuries? Where exactly are we? The mute emitted a muffled groan, half kneeling on the ground, one hand bracing against the earth. Though there were no apparent severe injuries, it was evident that he had exhausted his strength, his muscles quivering and his breathing labored. Upon seeing me, Doufu was almost moved to tears as he exclaimed, "Don't mention it. I nearly met the king of hell. If it weren't for the mute leader, I would have lost my life." "The mute leader?" I took offense and retorted, "Who is your leader? Get your facts straight. It's only been a short while since our separation, and you've already changed sides. Last time, you were a lackey for El Su. I warn you, do not become a traitor." Doufu sheepishly rubbed his nose and replied, "You're being too petty. We all misunderstood the leader. He is not that kind of person." I retorted angrily, "He plotted to bury us alive and colluded with the Japanese. What kind of person could he possibly be?" Doufu gestured, "He is loyal and righteous, ready to stand by his brothers and not abandon them in times of peril. That is a true man." I replied, "Then you may as well follow that true man from now on." Doufu nodded eagerly, saying, "Good, that is precisely my intention." My anger nearly boiled over at his response. And I thought to myself, "Do Boji, you fickle turncoat, I will deal with you when the opportunity arises." Just then, we heard the mute steady his breath and coldly utter 2 words, "Shut up." Doufu, seemingly subdued by the mute, immediately covered his mouth, blinking and nodding in a manner that suggested he was entirely obedient, as if he might sprout a tail and wag it. Infuriated, I lowered my voice and asked, "All right, what is going on?" Doufu suddenly appeared anxious, as if recalling something significant. As soon as I saw you, I forgot everything. This is not the time for nonsense. We must flee quickly. That person is coming after us. Pursue? Were they hiding from someone? With the mute's prowess, who could possibly force him into such a pitiful state? I immediately inquired, who is it? The mute raised his head, his dark gaze meeting mine, and calmly uttered, Dufu. I questioned my hearing, feeling my throat dry momentarily. Dufu. He has been dead for over 2,000 years. How could he possibly return? As this thought flickered through my mind, I suddenly recalled Professor Lin's earlier words, my heart sinking as I pondered. Could it be the entity within that human skin? Has it remained within this ancient tomb all along? With that thought, I instinctively glanced toward the path from which the mute and Doufu had come, revealing a tomb passage. I now found myself in a square burial chamber, filled with countless human bones. I had awakened in this very place. The mute said nothing further, tossing Doufu down and instructing, carry yourself. He then stood upright, extinguished the flashlight, and whispered in the darkness, do not speak. The sound will draw it closer. Doufu had a gash on one leg, rendering both of his legs incapacitated. I carried him, closely following the mute in the darkness, ensuring we did not stray apart. From him, I caught a peculiar scent, a scent of human skin. It seemed the blood on him had been stained from a struggle with the entity within the human skin. It appears that the mute and Doufu are quite familiar with the situation here, yet at this moment, I cannot inquire too much. Doufu, well aware of my curiosity, lowered his voice and whispered, we've traversed this place numerous times, but we cannot find our way out. I was then inspecting behind a pillar when Dufu suddenly emerged, startling me to the point of unconsciousness. I regained my senses here, where I later encountered the mute and the Japanese man. Why is it that we cannot escape this place? The Japanese man? Could it be that elusive individual? At that moment, Duan Fei was distant, and with the darkness surrounding us, she remarked that the Japanese man had vanished. Could it be that he, like Doufu, was abducted by Dufu? I tilted my head and whispered, where's the Japanese man? Doufu paused in silence before replying, he is dead. Chapter 98. The skinless corpse upon Doufu's revelation. I fell silent, having already suspected this answer, yet something felt amiss. According to Doufu, at that time, he, the Japanese man, and the mute had converged, only to later encounter Dufu, which led to a confrontation. In such circumstances, the Japanese man possessed a firearm and had not been injured, while the mute wielded a knife and was quite skilled. The only one who was injured was Doufu, with a dislocated shoulder and a hurt foot, making him incapable of fighting and unable to flee swiftly. Given these circumstances, why was it the Japanese man who perished while Doufu remained alive? The only plausible explanation is that, in the face of danger, the mute chose to assist Doufu instead of the Japanese man. Why would he prioritize Doufu over his own companion? What motives could the mute possibly have? Surely it cannot be mere preference for Doufu's appearance. To be frank, Doufu is quite the loose cannon, capable of inciting frustration with his words. It is difficult for newcomers to harbor fondness for him. As I pondered these thoughts, the situation felt increasingly unsettling, yet it was not the time for further discourse, so I buried my doubts within. Unexpectedly, the mute halted abruptly ahead, catching me off guard. Our proximity resulted in my nose colliding with the back of his head, which was stained with blood, causing me considerable disgust. I quickly stepped back, intending to inquire about the situation, but the mute also retreated a step, remaining silent while extending his hand to pat my arm. In an instant, I comprehended his intent, to retreat. Was there something ahead? In the darkness, apart from our breaths, there was utter silence, and I could not see my hand in front of my face. I was uncertain why the mute had made this gesture, yet he was not an unreliable individual. So I remained cautious and began to back away, shielding Doufu. Doufu's breathing quickened as he whispered, it's the smell. His remark startled me, and I suddenly realized that the scent of human skin and blood seemed to have intensified in the air, emanating not solely from the mute. Had Dufu, the one who had emerged from the skin, approached? A sudden chill ran through me as I instinctively began to retreat, the mute following suit. Time passed painfully slowly, and I could almost smell the intensifying stench of blood in the encroaching darkness, indicating that the creature was drawing near. At that moment, the mute let out a thunderous shout, run. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the gloom as he thrust a flashlight into my mouth and pushed me forward, signaling me to flee with Doufu first. He himself swiftly drew 2 knives, his breath heavy with exertion. What did this mean? Was he truly attempting to shield us? What a jest. When did we transition from enemies to comrades, shielding one another? My mind was a whirl. Yet I was acutely aware that if Doufu could wound the mute, he was far beyond my capabilities. Thus, propelled by the mute's push, I did not hesitate, clutching the flashlight in my mouth as I fled. However, after taking a few strides, I halted, turning back to shine the flashlight towards the mute. In that instant, I beheld a bloodied figure, devoid of skin, lunging towards him. The sight was ghastly, as the flesh of the creature appeared to writhe, as if still alive. I placed Doufu down and declared, "Stay here, I shall assist." Doufu exclaimed in astonishment, "I thought you would flee. Isn't that your usual demeanor?" Now composed, I replied swiftly, Qin Xian, owe no one a debt of gratitude. He may not be able to fend it off alone. If he falls, we are doomed." In the fray, the creature exhibited immense strength and astonishing speed, seizing the mute around the waist and lifting him effortlessly. The mute struggled, yet could not break free. Just as I was about to charge in to help, Doufu suddenly said, "Wait." He then reached into his trousers. I retorted angrily, "Damn it, while I risk my life. You choose this moment to engage in such frivolity." Doufu wore a look of indignation, and moments later, he retrieved a dagger, saying, "What frivolity? Grandpa Do was nearly castrated by Doufu before." I was taken aback to discover that Doufu had concealed a weapon so close to his groin. No wonder it had not been confiscated earlier. Elated, I seized the dagger and charged at Doufu. Doufu, seemingly astute, sensed my ambush and abruptly hurled the mute away. The force propelled the mute against the wall, from which he crumpled to the ground, spitting blood. Meanwhile, Doufu was remarkably swift. Before I could plunge the knife down, he had grasped my shoulders, his elbows spreading wide. A wave of terror washed over me, as I realized he intended to rip me apart. In a moment of sheer instinct, my body reacted before my mind could catch up, leveraging the creature's strength to leap into the air, delivering a kick to its chest. The skinless corpse was not as rigid as some might imagine. My kick sent it staggering back a few steps, yet it did not relinquish its grip on me, merely slowing its tearing motion. But this was sufficient, for the mute had quickly scrambled to his feet, taking several strides before leaping into the air, wielding his curved knives, aiming to cleave Doufu's head from his shoulders. With a sudden, sharp sound, a bloodied head was sent flying, rolling to rest beside the Doufu. In that moment, Doufu, now headless, let go of my hands, his arms drooping lifelessly. I instinctively took a step back, wiping the sweat from my brow, relieved that this mute had proven resilient. Otherwise, I would have met a grim fate. I assumed Doufu, having lost his head, would collapse, but to my astonishment, he remained standing, his body trembling violently. Just then, the Doufu let out a startled cry. I turned my gaze towards it and beheld the head quivering, seemingly lifting off the ground, and to my disbelief, it appeared to be making its way back to Doufu. Could it be? Was it really possible for this head to reattach? It seemed that the tales from Journey to the West were not mere fables. I shouted for the Doufu to press down on the head. Startled by my urgency, the Doufu lunged forward, managing to pin the disembodied head, which had risen over a meter off the ground, beneath its own body. Almost immediately, the Doufu screamed, exclaiming, "It bit me." I urged, "Endure it." The Doufu replied, "I can't. It's latched onto my little brother." With that, it rolled aside in pain, causing the head to release its grip and swiftly dart back towards Doufu, where it landed securely on his neck. In an instant, the head twisted a few times and astonishingly reattached itself. It then lunged towards the mute, clearly recognizing him as a formidable opponent and ignoring me entirely. Its speed was astonishing, and even though the mute was exceptionally skilled, he could not evade it. Doufu reached out to grasp the mute by the throat. The mute defended himself with his blade, but Doufu twisted his hand and, with a powerful grip, seized the mute's thigh, eliciting a muffled grunt from him as he was hoisted upside down. What was this creature planning? Before I could comprehend the situation, it rapidly maneuvered to the wall, swinging its arm and sending the mute crashing against it. My God, it intended to kill the mute outright. Such a strike could easily fracture ribs and, worse, lead to a catastrophic outcome. I finally grasped the true horror of this entity. No wonder it had put the mute in such a dire predicament. It was not only swift and immensely strong, but, most critically, possessed of intelligence and the ability to strategize. I rushed forward to rescue the mute, but deep down, I recognized that a human's speed could not match that of one throwing a person, and I feared I would be too late. Just then, A sudden turn of events unfolded. Although the mute was being twisted, he contorted his torso backward, aligning himself, and thrust both blades fiercely into Su Fu's abdomen, one from each side, severing him in two in an instant. Yet, even so, the mute could not halt the momentum. He was still flung against the wall, leaving a bloody imprint, and with a muffled groan, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. A jolt of alarm surged through me as I wondered if the mute was alive or dead, but I had no time to ponder, for Su Fu's severed torso was still quivering, as if it intended to rejoin with its lower half. I find myself at a loss as to how to eradicate it entirely, but the current predicament indicates that I must not allow them to merge. Seizing Su Fu's legs, I positioned the severed end toward the ground. In that moment, a sudden idea struck me, and I called out to Doufu, "Search the mute for a lighter." As I restrained Su Fu's lower half with considerable effort, my hands were tied, leaving me reliant on Doufu. Unable to stand on his own, Doufu crawled on one hand toward the oblivious mute. In a brief while, he miraculously retrieved a lighter. I instructed him to ignite it. If the blade could not vanquish it, then fire would suffice. I refused to believe that incinerating its lower half to ashes would allow them to reunite. This notion proved effective, as Doufu gritted his teeth and crawled on the ground, attempting to ignite the flame. However, it proved difficult to spark, emitting only a plume of black smoke. At that moment, we were startled by the mute's voice behind us, uttering 3 words: "Use Yang fire." With that, his head tilted, and he fell silent once more. Yang fire? The realization dawned upon me, and I urged Doufu, "Let a little of your blood flow onto its leg, quickly. I cannot hold on much longer." Su Fu, being a millennia-old specter, was saturated with yin energy, rendering ordinary flames ineffective. The only recourse was to first suppress the yin energy with yang energy before attempting to ignite it. Doufu, this time, did not hesitate, brandishing his dagger. He closed his eyes, a visage of resignation as he made a cut in his palm, blood gushing forth. He poured the blood onto Su Fu's leg, and when he ignited it, the flames erupted with a roar. In an instant, a thick smoke mixed with a foul odor ascended, prompting me to release my grip. Su Fu's lower limbs were immediately engulfed by the flames, while the separated upper body seemed to sense the agony, quivering violently, yet showing no inclination to reunite. It appeared to be a success. Chapter 99. The mask. I exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from my brow, and then remembered the mute. I hurried over to check for signs of life, and was relieved to find he was still breathing. After completing this ordeal, I felt my muscles weaken and my legs tremble. Doufu lay sprawled beside me, utterly exhausted. After resting for a moment, I noted that the skinless corpse of Su Fu lay still, allowing my thoughts to gradually settle as I began to reflect on the events that had transpired. This place was filled with human bones, and according to Doufu's earlier account, both he and the mute had awakened in this chamber of bones. The stone room was flanked by passages, forming a sealed circular pathway where the 3 of us wandered, unable to find an exit until we encountered Su Fu. The skinless corpse of Su Fu, still possessing human skin, had abducted us here without immediately killing us, as if waiting for something. The purpose behind this was indeed difficult to articulate. Conversely, although I had yet to fully comprehend this place, Doufu's descriptions alone made it seem peculiar. If we could enter, how could it possibly be sealed? There had to be a mechanism, perhaps even connected to underground water. Alas, I was no expert in mechanisms, and Doufu was entirely ignorant. The only one who might possess knowledge was the mute. With this thought, an idea suddenly emerged in my mind. The mute individual, shrouded in mystery and eccentricity, donned a mask as if he were unable to face the world. Who might he be, and what is his true appearance? At this moment, the mute lay unconscious, and removing his mask would be a trivial task. Without a thought of reverence, I extended my hand and gently peeled the mask from his face. Doufu, observing my actions with evident curiosity, approached to witness the revelation. As the mask was lifted, the true visage of the mute came into view. To my astonishment, he possessed an appealing countenance, the kind that would undoubtedly attract the attention of young women. Yet, in an instant, a hum resonated in my mind, for his features strikingly mirrored those of Chun-Si from the photographs I had seen. Doufu, also familiar with Chun-Si's image, was taken aback, struggling to rise while rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He leaned closer, their noses almost touching, as if they were about to share a kiss. After a moment, Doufu straightened and stammered, Old Chun, this mute turns out to be your father. I was left dazed by the resemblance, as if caught in a dream. Doufu's words snapped me back to reality, and I promptly struck him on the head, retorting, "Don't speak nonsense. If my father, Qin were alive, he would be over 50. Just look at this man. He appears younger than us, more like a brother." "Brother?" Doufu murmured. "Could it be that this is your father Qin's illegitimate son?" His gaze darted between me and the mute, concluding, "You look too alike. However, this mute is more handsome. People vary, and in comparison, old Chun, take heart. At least you are the legitimate one, while this one is a bastard. So there's no need to worry." Despairing of Doufu's intellect, I scolded. Even if he were a son, he could not resemble someone so closely. "Stop with the nonsense about illegitimacy." Doufu, displeased, retorted, "The evidence is clear. This person looks exactly like your father Qin. He is either your father or your brother. You deny both, so indecisive, like a woman." Fury surged within me, nearly causing my lungs to burst. I took several deep breaths to quell my anger. Dismissing further debate with Doufu. Noticing the mute's wounds still bleeding, I tore a piece from Doufu's clothing to use as a makeshift bandage, tending to the injuries as best as I could. Once my tasks were complete, silence enveloped the tomb. Doufu, severely injured, could hardly speak before his head drooped, and he fell into a deep slumber beside the mute. I recognized their need for rest, although I was equally fatigued. The perilous nature of this place left no room for complacency. I forced myself to remain alert, pondering the unfolding situation. Initially, my mind was filled with questions about Su Fu and this location, but now all those inquiries had dissipated, leaving me with a singular thought. Who is this person? What is his relationship to Qin? Judging by their resemblance, this individual must have an extraordinary connection to the Qin family, even if there were some familial bond. It was implausible for two individuals to bear such a striking likeness. Firstly, Qin has been deceased for over 20 years, a fact witnessed by He himself. Even if he were alive, he would now be a man in his 50s, nearing 60, and thus could not possibly appear so youthful. Secondly, regarding the illegitimate child mentioned by Doufu, even if Qin had such a child, the resemblance between father and son could not be so striking. What, then, is the true nature of this situation? It seems I must wait for the mute to awaken in order to clarify these mysteries. With this thought, I leaned against the wall to rest, listening to the sounds around me while closing my eyes to rejuvenate. I felt drowsy and utterly fatigued. Yet for the sake of safety, I forced myself to remain alert. To conserve battery, I extinguished my flashlight, and in the enveloping darkness, a profound silence prevailed, allowing me to hear the rhythmic beating of my own heart. In such a still and shadowy environment, my weariness intensified. To distract myself, my mind began to wander to various thoughts. Who exactly was Duan Fei? How might I escape this place? The mute's appearance had cast significant doubt upon Qin's death. Should I seek out Yi to inquire about the location of the great Ear King's tomb in search of Qin's remains? Where, then, was my grandfather? These reflections cascaded through my mind, and time slipped by swiftly. Before I knew it, I heard a rustling sound nearby. Switching on the flashlight, I saw that the mute had awakened. He appeared not yet fully conscious, furrowing his brow and shaking his head. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the mute touched his face. His expression freezing instantly, his dark gaze fixing coldly upon me, his thin lips pressed tightly together, eyes glinting with a murderous intensity. I offered a faint smile, retrieving the mask from my pocket and tossing it to him, saying, "We should have a proper conversation. Pray tell, who are you?" The mute remained impassive as he accepted the mask, but did not place it upon his face. After a moment, he slightly raised his chin, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he replied, "That is of no concern to you." His demeanor was haughty and aloof, the smile at the corner of his mouth dripping with scorn, provoking a deep irritation within me. Such an attitude, such arrogance, was something I had never encountered before. What did he mean by of no concern to me? Allow me to speculate. What is your relationship with Qin? Father and son? The mute narrowed his eyes and replied, "Qin? Who is he?" I retorted, "Do not play the fool with me. I lack the time for such games. At this moment, you are not my match." Upon glancing down, the mute realized that his twin blades had been confiscated. He raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "Do you think I am powerless without my knives?" In an instant, he lunged forward with lightning speed, aiming for my throat. Anticipating his move, I leaned back, preparing to deliver a kick. However, at that moment, The mute shifted his focus and lunged toward Doufu instead. Alarm surged through me. I realized too late that the mute had feigned an attack against me, his true target being Doufu. But by then, it was too late. Doufu, still in slumber, was suddenly yanked awake by the mute, startled and oblivious to the situation. He yawned and said, "Old Chun, stop fooling around. I want to sleep." Only after speaking did Doufu come to his senses, noticing that I was positioned across from him, and turned to realize that the one grasping him was not me, but the mute. Doufu suddenly realized the situation and pleaded, "Uncle Chun, let us talk this over calmly. I'm a good friend of your son. Let us not resort to violence. It's inappropriate." I was nearly choked with rage. "What do you mean, Uncle Chun? Isn't that a blatant attempt to take advantage of me? Where did this youthful father figure come from?" I felt an overwhelming urge to silence Doufu's insolent tongue. Doufu's strength was no match for the mute, who tightened his grip, seemingly pinching a vital point on Doufu's body. Doufu winced in pain, ceasing all movement, casting a pleading glance at me, clearly asking, "What is happening?" I squinted my eyes, quietly lamenting my failed plan. I understood that since the mute had chosen to aid us, he would not harm Doufu or me further. I promptly threw 2 black daggers toward him. The mute caught the blades effortlessly and immediately released Doufu. Doufu scrambled behind me, muttering, "Your father has quite the temper." I growled in response, "Shut your mouth. Which of your eyes saw him as my father? My father has been dead for over 20 years. Does he appear so youthful?" Doufu glanced at the mute, scrutinizing him repeatedly, and murmured, "The current makeup techniques are astounding. Female celebrities in their 60s can look 28 after being made up. Perhaps he has applied some cosmetics." Upon hearing this, the mute furrowed his brow, his demeanor haughty and unrestrained, as if too disdainful to engage with us further. He coldly stated, "Qinsi, what is he to me? Do not presume any familial connections." With that, he stood up. Despite having been gravely injured, he forced himself to confront Doufu and me again. But as he rose, he staggered momentarily, relying against the wall for support. I discerned that this fellow was at the end of his strength and couldn't suppress a derisive laugh. A tiger brought low by a dog. Today, I shall embody that vicious dog. Do not feign ignorance. If you fail to clarify your identity, you shall remain here forever, alongside your subordinates. Of course, I was merely trying to intimidate the mute. Setting aside the fact that I needed his abilities to find a way out, I could not bring myself to harm him, especially with his face so strikingly resembling Qinsi's. However, I had to instill some fear in him, otherwise, his arrogance, as if he were number 1, with his blades second and the heavens third, was intolerable. Chapter 100. Hunger. Upon hearing my words, the mute's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and his lips formed a straight line as he replied coolly, "Come on." I was taken aback, momentarily confused by his response, as I had not anticipated such a reaction. "Come on? What does that mean?" Before I could inquire further, the mute smirked coldly, revealing a disdainful smile, and said, "Come closer and see who will remain here forever." Despite being covered in blood and in a disheveled state, his expression remained proud, as if to convey that I was unworthy of his death. Doufu, the ungrateful fool, suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Old Chun, you've been disdained. This is too amusing. I've always been the one looked down upon. Now you understand my plight." I commanded him to be silent while simultaneously trying to quell my urge to kill, settling down cross-legged on the ground. In truth, I have been keenly observing the mute's expressions. When I mentioned Qinsi, the mute displayed no reaction whatsoever. Likewise, when Doufu referred to Qinsi as my father, his demeanor remained one of indifference, even culminating in a hint of arrogance and disdain. Having encountered countless individuals, I discerned that his expression was not feigned. Could it be that he truly does not recognize Qinsi? Is it possible that he has no connection to our Qin family? No, that is implausible. This visage is an undeniable reality. After some contemplation, I recognized that this mute is a cold and proud individual, impervious to intimidation. Thus, I said, "All right. I have a fair understanding of your temperament. Scaring you will yield no results. Let us speak candidly. We 3 are trapped here and must collaborate to escape. You are injured and unable to move freely. There are tasks you cannot perform, which I can. Similarly, I am unfamiliar with the mechanisms here and require your assistance. Let us set aside our differences and work together, shall we?" Doufu immediately encouraged the mute, insisting, "Boss, just agree already. We have faced life and death together. There's no need for you to maintain your aloofness." The mute glanced at Doufu, furrowed his brow slightly, and then nodded in agreement with a noncommittal grunt. I promptly pointed to Doufu and introduced him, saying, "This is Doufu, and I am Chen Xian." I thought to extract his name first, having shared our names. He ought to respond in kind. To my surprise, after I finished speaking, the mute coldly regarded us and remarked, "Your names are of no concern to me. Step aside." With that, he straightened his back and proceeded forward, seemingly intent on following the stone chamber towards the burial passage, the very location where the skinless corpse had previously emerged. Doufu, having received the mute's aid and favor, had initially become his sycophant. However, after enduring a series of rebuffs from the mute, he began to voice his grievances, muttering, "So what if he can wield a couple of dull knives? It's nothing remarkable. I can handle knives too." With his legs wounded and no support nearby, Doufu could not stand and relied on me to carry him. I effortlessly hoisted him onto my back and followed the mute. Since he was leading the way, there was no need for me to contest his position. Once the skinless corpse was out of the picture, we spoke freely. I asked Doufu, "What kind of knife can you wield?" After a moment of thought, he replied, "Nail clippers." I retorted, "Keep your voice down. You're going to bring shame upon the Chinese." Doufu, displeased, likely due to excessive blood loss and lack of strength, remained silent. I envied him, pondering why I was not the one with injured legs. What had I done to deserve this fate, now serving as a steed for someone else? The mute continued ahead, paying no heed to us. The passage was cold and damp, aligning with my previous assumptions. There must be underground water surrounding it. If we wished to escape, we might need to contend with the water below. As we walked, my thoughts lingered on the seal. The seal is an extraordinary treasure, typically interred with the coffin. However, we had already opened Su Fu's coffin, and though the 18 quilts within were precious, they had decayed into a mere heap. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Where, then, could the seal be? Were we destined to have made this journey in vain? In truth, whether or not I can obtain the seal is of little consequence to me and Doufu. It is a personal matter for Professor Lin. However, the journey has been fraught with turmoil, nearly costing us our lives, and now the prospect of finding a way out remains uncertain. The thought of returning empty-handed is disheartening. Then, I recalled the runes above the stone gate, which bore a striking resemblance to those on Princess Gige's neck. Evidently, there must be some enigmatic connection between the two. I had anticipated that entering the main tomb would reveal relevant clues, but it seems I have ended up in a rather dire situation. As I pondered, I kept an eye on our surroundings. Although the mute was leading the way, he was not entirely trustworthy, and I knew I must rely on myself. Following closely behind him, our pace was slow, and soon we stumbled upon a stone chamber. As we stepped inside, I was taken aback to find ourselves back at the starting point, with remnants of our previous struggle still staining the floor. Throughout our journey, the mute had occasionally reached out to probe the surrounding tombstones, evidently searching for traps, yet we had returned to where we began, and he had found nothing. I could not help but furrow my brow and ask, "Are you at a loss as well?" The mute remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he gestured towards the spot where the three of us had previously rested and said, "Rest." "Another break?" I sighed, realizing that the mute was equally at an impasse. Reluctantly, I set Doufu aside and sat down once more. It was then that a detail struck me, prompting me to inquire of the mute, since one Japanese man died earlier, why have we not seen his corpse throughout our journey? I glanced at the skeletal remains in the chamber, pondering. Could it be that the Japanese man's body was consumed by the skinless corpse, Su Fu, prior to this? No, even if the remains had been devoured, surely his clothing would remain? He had carried a firearm. That should have been left behind as well. The mute turned his head, his gaze as cold as ever, and replied, "You are not entirely foolish. The body has vanished." With that, he sat down, clearly lost in contemplation. If the body had not been consumed by the skinless corpse, it must have been relocated, indicating that our previous suspicions were indeed correct. This place harbors mechanisms, though the mute lacks the ability to uncover them. As expected, the body must have been removed by some device. But what could it be? Had we not lost consciousness before being brought here, we might have known the answer. The atmosphere in the tomb was heavy, and while Doufu and the mute had at least managed to rest a while, I had not closed my eyes for an extended period. Sleepiness washed over me, and I unexpectedly drifted off, entering a surreal and absurd dream. Unfortunately, upon awakening, the details of that peculiar dream eluded me, though I sensed it was far from pleasant. When I awoke, there was no change in the chamber. To conserve battery life, The flashlight's beam had been dimmed to its lowest setting, and everything beyond our immediate vicinity was shrouded in darkness. The circular tomb passage is quite peculiar. I am uncertain about the mute's prowess and mechanisms, but he was able to instantly recognize the 9 lives lock and extract the dragon oil. Such skill is not possessed by just anyone, indicating that his expertise must be commendable. I observed that throughout my slumber, the mute tirelessly roamed the tomb chamber, and while I found him rather disagreeable, his unwavering determination was indeed admirable. A typical person, suffering such injuries, would likely be groaning on the ground, yet he remained stoic, a true tough character. Doufu, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. He stated, "It matters little that we cannot find our way out. Someone will come to rescue us." I inquired, "Are you so certain?" He replied, "Of course. There are several robots, Professor Lin, and your wife. Surely they would not abandon us. They will come to our aid." I affirmed my belief that one man would save us, but I also recognized her limitations as a woman. As for the others, I squinted, pondering whether they would indeed come to our rescue in times of calamity. I wholly disagreed with Doufu's optimistic outlook. I would not entrust my life to the mercy of others. After some contemplation, I resolved to assist in the search, realizing that although I lacked knowledge of mechanisms, 3 heads are better than 1. It would be more productive to engage than to sit idly while the mute toiled alone. Thus, for the ensuing period, the mute and I meticulously explored this circular tomb passage no less than 10 times, yet we remained empty-handed. I had lost track of time, as my watch had ceased to function, but judging by the gnawing hunger in my stomach, I estimated that over 10 hours had likely passed. Doufu and the mute, having lost considerable blood and without sustenance, had dry, cracked lips that bled, clearly suffering from thirst. Although I too felt parched, I had ingested enough water during my fall to endure the discomfort. At that moment, our trio was physically depleted, our stomachs growling with hunger and our strength waning. As time dragged on, the sensation in my stomach intensified, akin to a raging fire within, while Doufu lay gasping on the ground, and the mute sat in meditative silence. His lips pressed tightly, his expression unchanging, an unyielding statue, betraying no sign of pain or anxiety. In contrast, I remained uninjured, thus my condition was relatively favorable. Gritting my teeth, I declared, "We cannot simply surrender. I shall search once more. You both rest." They did not dissuade me. Doufu weakly nodded, murmuring a caution, and then closed his eyes. Armed with a flashlight, I adjusted the beam to its brightest setting, unwilling to overlook any detail. Dragging my weary body, I painstakingly scoured every inch of the tomb passage. Enduring hunger. Having previously trailed behind the mute, I had learned much. The search for mechanisms is not akin to fishing in the vast ocean. There are techniques to discern, and mechanisms must be constructed based on circumstances rather than mere whim. In this regard, QueShe had imparted considerable knowledge, allowing me to accumulate a wealth of insights. Chapter 101. Cannibalism. I ventured deeper into the tomb, uncertain of how much time had elapsed, until I once again reached a dead end. Before me sat Doufu and the mute, and a wave of despair washed over me. I thought, could it be that we are truly destined to perish here? Being trapped in a tomb was not a novel experience, yet this time, I found myself utterly at a loss. Returning to our resting place, the mute merely opened his eyes, his dark gaze cold and indifferent as it flickered over me before he closed them once more. Doufu, lacking discernment, eagerly inquired, "Old Chun, have you made any discoveries?" I sighed and replied, "If I had found a way out, would I be sitting here? I would have already dragged the mute to activate the mechanism." Doufu and I had affectionately dubbed the mute with a nickname, which he seemed to neither mind nor care about, his expression remaining as impassive as if we were speaking of another. Doufu sighed, his demeanor despondent. "What shall we do now?" At that moment, I was equally bereft of ideas. I retorted, "Weren't you just urging me to maintain an optimistic outlook? Didn't you believe that someone would come to rescue us? Why do you now resemble a frostbitten eggplant?" Doufu rolled his eyes and said, "I do believe someone will come for us, but the issue is that I am hungry, thirsty, yearning for barbecued delicacies, hot pot, spicy broth, beef noodles, seafood, lobsters, and giant crabs, dipped in soy sauce and mustard, with a hint of garlic. Just the thought of it makes my throat tighten." As Doufu indulged in his culinary reverie, I found myself increasingly famished, my mind conjuring a cascade of delectable dishes. I involuntarily swallowed, yet my parched throat rendered me unable to consume anything. I hastily covered Doufu's mouth, exclaiming, Stop it. If you keep talking, I shall surely starve to death. In this moment, it felt like painting a cake to quell our hunger. Both Doufu and I were parched and starving, with no visible escape, our thoughts consumed by food and drink. I found myself nearly in despair, resigned to hope, as Doufu had suggested, that someone would come to our aid. Yet, would anyone truly come? Could the peculiar individuals outside, with their human skin coffins, contend with Duan Fei and her companions? Would they even realize we had been inexplicably abducted to this place? Had they perhaps already excavated their way out? I believed Duan Fei would not abandon us, but if the others harbored ulterior motives, could a lone woman, frail and vulnerable, rescue us? Not only could she fail, but she might also endanger herself in the process. A torrent of thoughts swirled within me, yet they bore no practical outcome. As time slipped by, hunger twisted our stomachs, inducing nausea. The initial desire for sustenance morphed into a need to retch, eventually leading to a numbing sensation. As we found ourselves gasping for breath, I had no notion of how long I had lingered in the darkness. As time progressed, I felt my strength waning. And when my mind began to clear, I realized that the tomb had descended into an eerie silence. In a bid to conserve our energy, we refrained from wandering aimlessly, instead resting in various positions. Occasionally, we exchanged a few words to alleviate the tedium. Yet now I suddenly recognized that Doufu had not spoken to me in a considerable while. How long had it been? An hour? 2 hours? Or perhaps 10, 20 hours? I sensed something was amiss and reached out, my hand brushing against the coolness of Doufu's hand. A weight settled heavily in my heart. Doufu was gravely injured and had neither eaten nor drunk. Was he on the brink of succumbing? In the enveloping darkness, I flicked on my flashlight, struggling to rise and check on Doufu beside me. I leaned in to feel for his breath and sighed with relief. He was still alive. I then called out his name, hoping this lad might awaken. But during this attempt, Doufu merely opened his eyes once before closing them again, like a flickering candle extinguished, without uttering a word. My eyes welled with heat as memories of the past years flooded in, igniting a desire to curse the heavens. I had endured countless hardships over the span of my life, finally carving out a semblance of success, only to have it all unravel in an instant. In this life, there was but one brother steadfastly devoted to me, and now he lay on the verge of death. What had I done to deserve this? Was it perhaps that I had wronged too many in my business dealings, and now retribution had come? If so, such retribution seemed grossly unjust. Countless others who profited from deceit thrived, yet they faced no consequences. Clutching Doufu's icy hand, a surge of anger and fear coursed through me. After all, no one is devoid of the fear of death. I feared for my life, but even more so for Doufu's, despite his foolishness and gluttony. He had committed no crimes and certainly did not deserve to perish in this manner. Lost in thought, the mute, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. At that moment, he approached Doufu and me, glanced at Doufu, and calmly stated, "He is nearing death." "Shut up," I snapped back. The mute regarded me and added, "You won't last long either." Likewise, I retorted. The mute paused, then slowly proposed, "I have a way to endure." A flicker of unease washed over me, and I asked, "What method?" He pointed at Doufu and said, "While he still has breath and his blood flows, we can drink his blood. After he passes, we can consume his flesh. It will sustain us for a time." His demeanor was eerily calm, his gaze icy. As I absorbed his words, a tightness gripped my throat, and I thought, what nonsense. Even in such dire circumstances, he dared to speak such absurdities. But meeting the mute's cold, steady gaze, my heart sank. Surely he couldn't be serious? I regarded him warily, instinctively shielding Doufu behind me. In truth, human flesh is not inedible. It is merely that most creatures, including humans, do not partake in cannibalism. However, it is said that during the famine of 59, many perished, and some survived by consuming roots, tree bark, rodents, and even human flesh. Survivors later recalled that human flesh had a tender, palatable taste. The flesh of young boys and girls was deemed suitable for stir-frying, adults for roasting, and the elderly for stewing. In ancient times, human flesh was used in medicinal concoctions and delicacies favored by nobles and the affluent. There was a dish in ancient Guangdong known as ginseng embracing buds. What does it mean? It is said that one selects stillborn fetuses aged 7 to 8 months, extracting them to insert a ginseng root into their abdomen, thus forming a fetal embrace, which leads to the term ginseng embrace. It is rumored that consuming this can prolong life, restore the graying hair to its original hue, and invigorate the kidneys. While I am aware that human flesh is edible, I do not consider myself to be so depraved as to engage in such acts, especially since the mute is now in need of sustenance. Lacking any weapons, I can only keep a vigilant watch on the mute, contemplating that if he dares to enact any plans, I would prefer to perish alongside him. The mute's gaze fixed upon me, his icy visage suddenly revealing a hint of a sardonic smile. He coldly remarked, "If you don't provide him with some nourishment soon, this lad will perish." Observing the mute's haughty and indifferent expression, I swiftly comprehended that he was subtly suggesting I could offer the tofu some form of sustenance. Perhaps human blood? I glanced at my wrist, thinking to myself, I cannot possibly be so noble as to that extent, can I? If I were to bleed for the tofu to drink, surely I would meet my end as well. Nevertheless, with no time to ponder, I reached out to the mute for a knife, made a swift incision on my palm, and watched as blood flowed profusely. A normal person might find such a scene unimaginable. The thought of drinking blood evokes disgust. Yet, when one is parched to the extreme, such agony cannot be articulated. If the pain of being lashed is a mere 1, then the suffering of insatiable thirst is a 10. Thus, when I observed the crimson liquid streaming from my hand, thoughts of revulsion faded. I found myself yearning for a taste. As the blood flowed, I dared not waste it, quickly positioning my wound towards the tofu's lips. Upon contact with the liquid, the tofu reacted as if struck by lightning, his entire body trembling as he began to suck ravenously. Fortunately, there were no major blood vessels in the area, and the tofu soon quenched his thirst, opening his eyes moments later and exclaiming, "What on earth is this delightful essence?" Starved and parched, everything seems enticing. I casually replied, "Urine." The tofu coughed a couple of times, his hoarse voice incredulous. "Urine? You actually had me drink urine?" I retorted, "If you're so disgusted, then spit it out." The tofu gasped violently, asking, "Is there more?" "I wish to drink a bit more. I am dying of thirst." At that moment, I fully understood why water is referred to as the source of life. Henceforth, should anyone dare waste water, I would strangle them. Not long after, the tofu succumbed to unconsciousness once more. I wrapped my hand in a makeshift bandage, feeling utterly exhausted, and gazed into the darkness, my mind in a fog. How much longer could we endure this? Though trapped in this place, I felt no passage of time. However, based on our deteriorating physical state, it was evident that we had been here for at least 2 days. I found myself regretting the initial moments when I still had urine, but at that time, it seemed unimaginable to consume it. Now, I had reached the point of wishing to drink even urine, yet I found I could no longer relieve myself. Our bodily fluids were nearly depleted. How long can one survive without water? As for me, I was unscathed, but the mute and the tofu were both injured. Having lost considerable blood, the mute, possessing robust physical qualities, had yet to collapse, but the tofu was failing. As I pondered, an odd thought arose. If we truly reached the point of resorting to cannibalism, whom would we choose to consume? Certainly, it is akin to wielding a knife against a mute. However, I harbor doubts regarding my ability to confront him. Despite his evident frailty, he remains remarkably composed. Aside from his pallid visage betraying his diminished strength, he exhibits no other vulnerabilities. In a moment of self-reproach, I chastised myself, pondering, "Chen Xian, what are you thinking? How could such a ludicrous notion arise? You are a human, not a ferocious beast. Why entertain such preposterous thoughts?" Just as I had struck myself, the mute unexpectedly rose, moving slowly towards me with deliberate steps. What could his intentions be? In Chapter 102, The Bronze Coffin, the mute's actions diverge from the ordinary. As I observed him approach, a sense of wariness enveloped me. He drew nearer, and I initially presumed he harbored some sinister design. To my surprise, he merely brushed past me, coming to rest a short distance behind, where lay the half-formed body of a skinless corpse. A jolt of unease coursed through me as I speculated. Could it be that he has a taste for the macabre? Is he contemplating consuming this ancient carcass? Yet, the thought was quickly dismissed. Any corpse harbors the toxins of death, and this ancient remains would surely be laced with insidious poison. The notion of devouring its flesh was not only repulsive, but would likely result in immediate demise. The mute cannot be so foolish. What could he possibly desire? Curiosity piqued. I unsteadily approached, only to find the mute kneeling upon the ground, his ear pressed to the surface as if straining to hear some distant sound. Though his expression remained indifferent, a flicker of intensity ignited in his dark eyes. Intrigued, I mimicked his posture, placing my ear to the ground. Initially, I sensed nothing. But as I listened intently, a faint rumble began to emerge, so subtle that it would easily go unnoticed. What could be producing such sounds beneath us? After a while, I discerned that it resembled the sound of flowing water. Could it be that a subterranean river lay beneath our feet? As I contemplated this, the mute's expression shifted abruptly, a hiss escaping his lips as he uttered, "So that's it." It appeared he had come to a realization. Before I could inquire further, a series of sharp clicks resonated in my ears, akin to numerous mechanisms being activated simultaneously. The abruptness of the noise left me momentarily bewildered, and I felt the ground beneath me quiver slightly, as though something had propelled it from below. An earthquake? Certainly not. I understood instinctively that some mechanism had been triggered. Yet, what puzzled me was that such mechanisms typically rely on external force, and neither the mute nor I had done anything to incite this sudden activation. A sense of foreboding washed over me just as the mute declared, "It has begun." His gaze fixated upon a corner of the room, seemingly observing something of significance. Following his line of sight, I adjusted the light to its maximum intensity and was startled to discover that the ground we stood upon was indeed sinking. The walls of the tomb remained steadfast, but the floor began to descend, and water began to surge forth from the cracks in the joints. Finally, I comprehended why the entire circular crypt was so damp. It appeared that this place periodically succumbed to the depths of water. I find it difficult to comprehend the purpose behind such intricate mechanisms. Crafting such a contraption is no trivial endeavor. Could there be some hidden intricacies at play? The ground continues to sink, and the influx of water increases. Doufu, awakened by the disturbance, gasps in astonishment at the sight of water flooding the chamber, exclaiming, "What is happening? Is this tomb leaking?" Yet, the water is not our primary concern. Our thirst is unbearable, and we would gladly drink even our own urine at this point. Suddenly, a pool of water emerges, and we can no longer contain ourselves. Disregarding all else, we plunge into the refreshing liquid, quenching our thirst and feeling as though we have been revived. Meanwhile, the water within the tomb and the passageway has risen to over a meter, but due to the sinking floor, the influx of water fails to keep pace with the descent, thus enlarging the space. I quickly grasped the situation. The true mechanism of this tomb lies at its base. After the mute and I were ensconced in human skin, we descended, triggering the mechanism and naturally arriving at the tomb chamber above. Once the tomb chamber sealed, the previous route vanished. The entire passageway appears to operate autonomously, reopening once the designated time has elapsed. I shared my deductions with my companions, and Doufu exclaimed in delight, "So we can escape?" I nodded, affirming, as expected, once the tomb's mechanism fully activates, we shall swim our way out through the water passage. At that moment, the water level continued to rise, yet the tomb's floor remained dry due to its sinking, which also explains why we had not previously discerned the mechanism. In an instant, the water became quite deep. Estimating the situation, we resolved to seize the opportunity to escape. In times of peril, one often discovers remarkable reserves of strength. Previously, I had struggled to walk, but now, buoyed by the hope of survival and replenished with water, my spirits soared, and my energy returned. The mute appeared equally invigorated, while Doufu seemed more troubled. The mute, trailing a length of rope, tossed it to Doufu, instructing, "Tie this around you." Moments later, Doufu was secured, and with one of us grasping each end of the rope, we prepared to move. Taking a collective deep breath, the three of us submerged ourselves, choosing a random direction to swim forward. In such circumstances, any path would lead to freedom, though the exit's location might differ. However, this was of little consequence, as we could not orient ourselves underwater. Reflecting on it, when Su Fu was interred, he, like all practitioners of the arcane, harbored aspirations of transcending death. Alas, unforeseen complications arose. His spirit did not depart, but rather, his corporeal form emerged from its skin, becoming a millennia-old corpse imbued with a modicum of intelligence. Trapped within the Earth's depths, above us, the circular passageway likely serves as another mechanism, its interior filled with the remains of those unfortunate souls, most likely the adventurers who sought to explore this island. This underground river must connect to the outside world, should anyone enter the water and encounter the mechanism's activation. The chaotic currents could easily draw them into this circular tomb, where they would become a delightful morsel for the ancient corpse. Fortunately, the flashlight is waterproof. With Doufu secured at our waists and flashlights in hand, the mute, and I held our breath and swam forward. Before long, we noticed a section of staircase emerging ahead. By this time, we were nearly out of breath, and upon exchanging glances, we immediately headed towards the stone steps in the water, swimming upward until we finally broke the surface. Doufu wiped the water from his face, his curiosity piqued, and began to survey the surroundings. After a moment, he exclaimed, "What is this place? Oh, look, there's a pit." As we gazed upward, we found ourselves at the edge of a platform, encircled by underground water, its shape indiscernible. At the center of the platform, there lay a rectangular depression. Intrigued by Doufu's observation, I shook the droplets from my head and leaned closer to peer into the hollow. To my astonishment, I exclaimed, "It is a bronze outer coffin." The term outer coffin refers to a protective layer encasing a casket, commonly made of stone or wood. In more prestigious examples, one might encounter jade, gold, or bronze outer coffins, with the bronze variety primarily found in preaching times, reserved for nobles and high-ranking officials. Before me lay a magnificent bronze outer coffin, its dimensions impressive. I instantly grasped the implication. It appeared that the grand redwood lacquered coffin, adorned with the mythical golden crow of the Fusong, had originally been housed within this outer coffin, though it had somehow floated away into the water. The outer coffin measured approximately 8 meters in length, 6 meters in width, and 4 meters in depth, featuring a rectangular opening at its center for the casket. Surrounded by various compartments, each filled with water and housing exquisite ancient artifacts, the most treasured burial goods accompanying the deceased. Illuminated by our flashlight, the submerged compartments revealed an array of beautifully crafted implements. The first to catch my eye were 2 pristine jade discs, translucent and flawless even after 2 millennia. Accompanying the coffin was a sword, one I had previously seen depicted in murals, the very sword wielded by Doufu during his slaying of a ferocious beast. Its blade, once robust, had succumbed to decay after prolonged immersion in water. Next, our attention was drawn to a wooden box positioned at the top of the coffin chamber. Square in shape, it was undoubtedly a bronze box, likely used in ancient times to hold a great seal. Naturally, it was reasonable to assume it contained the seal itself. A surge of joy washed over me as I proclaimed, after searching high and low, "I find my treasure without effort." I had thought the seal was merely a legend, having found the red lacquered Fusong golden crow coffin empty, yet here it lies within the coffin chamber. This journey through life and death must not be in vain. I hastily retrieved the box from the water and glanced at the mute, who showed no inclination to contest my claim. Curious, I wondered why this lad, if working for the Japanese, would permit me to take the seal. Doufu, who had previously been unyielding, now sparkled with excitement at the sight of the treasure and urged, "Don't just take one box, grab more." As he surveyed the chamber, he demonstrated discernment, avoiding the nearly ruined items and selecting a few that were relatively well preserved. These artifacts date back to the pre-Qin era. Casually releasing even one could be likened to a deep-sea explosive. Doufu was eager to take more, but I hastily intervened, advising him to refrain from taking the larger ones and instead select only 2 smaller pieces. Doufu, puzzled, responded, "2 pieces? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't carry more, I'd have taken them all. Doufu has been cleaved in 2 by us. He won't come seeking retribution." I retorted, "You understand nothing. These are national treasures. Given our current connections, we wouldn't be able to sell them even if we tried. The extent of our capabilities dictates the scale of our dealings. It is premature to trade these divine objects. Once our strength is consolidated and our avenues broadened, opportunities will abound. Exchanging them now could invite dire consequences." The mute, who had been listening, nodded slightly and remarked, "You are not entirely foolish." Upon hearing this, Doufu selected 2 small items, a delicately crafted cave spirit vessel and a blood-red figurine of a human, both small and lightweight, exquisitely designed, and rare to behold. After securing our finds, we surveyed our surroundings, realizing there was no other path available. Just as we intended to descend further into the water, a massive shadow suddenly loomed beneath the surface, as if some great fish were about to rise. Doufu gasped, "That shadow looks ominous," though he left his thoughts unspoken. My heart sank, for the shadow bore a rectangular shape. Could it be the human skin coffin of the mythical Fusong golden crow? Moments later, the object surfaced. Confirming my fears, it was indeed a coffin. Chapter 103. An encounter. A chill ran down my spine as I recognized the peril. However, this time, knowing what lay within, I had no intention of prying open the coffin. I urgently instructed Doufu and the mute to leave the area, uncertain if the occupant might still pose a threat. Without much hesitation, they inhaled and submerged, continuing to swim forward. As I swam, I glanced back, relieved to see that the coffin had not pursued us. Perhaps Su Fu's wretched corpse had been vanquished, and the human skin had lost its malevolence. At that moment, I had no time to ponder further as we pressed on through the water. Soon, the passage widened significantly, and just as I contemplated continuing ahead, the mute abruptly signaled me to ascend, indicating a desire to surface for air. From my observations, the mute was a capable swimmer, yet it seemed he could not hold his breath for long. Before I could fathom why he was struggling, he propelled himself upwards, and I, tethered by a rope, had no choice but to follow. In the aftermath of our excitement, our physical limitations became apparent, and our swimming speed diminished. Under the murky water, I noted the mute's expression had turned grave and icy. This young man, usually so proud and composed in every situation, suddenly exhibited such a demeanor, which surprised me. Could there be something amiss in the water? As this thought crossed my mind, I began to scan the surroundings while swimming. Suddenly, I noticed an abundance of dark spots within the illuminated area of my flashlight. What could those be? The dark spots rapidly converged upon us, and I soon discerned that they were not mere shadows. Indeed, they were corpses. In an instant, I comprehended the meaning of the mute's warning. We had inadvertently entered a gathering place for corpses. If we did not emerge from the water soon, we would likely be devoured alive. Fortunately, the mute possessed keen observational skills and swift reflexes. Before the corpses could converge upon us, we broke the surface, only to find ourselves back in the pool outside the entrance to the underground palace. It appeared my earlier suspicions were indeed correct. The subterranean waterways were interconnected. Thankfully, this was a small island with limited underground water. Otherwise, we might have drowned beneath the surface. At that moment, I could not indulge in reflections. The three of us hastily crawled out of the water, gasping for breath on dry land, while the corpses, lured by our scent, continued to float toward the surface, preparing to crawl ashore. Previously, we had repelled these creatures with firearms, but now, separated from our team and without weapons, we faced a dire predicament. If the corpses surrounded us, no amount of strength would withstand their collective assault. Doufu inquired, "What shall we do?" I replied, "Do not ask me. I am equally uncertain." The path ahead was obstructed by the corpses, and behind the tomb door lay a wall of cadavers, leaving us with no avenue of escape and no strategy to employ. The mute shook the water droplets from his head, squinted at Doufu, and coldly suggested, "Let us throw you out to hold them off for a time." I could not discern whether the mute's words were serious or jest, for he did not strike me as one prone to levity. Doufu gasped, "Why must it be me?" The mute's tone was flat and his demeanor haughty as he retorted, "Only the strong can survive. You cannot even navigate the path. If we are to sacrifice someone, who else could it be?" The mute's words struck a nerve with Doufu, causing him to retract his neck and mutter, "Do you think everyone is like you? One more twisted than the last." Doufu spoke a truth. I was naturally bold, honed by experience, and my skills and courage surpassed that of the average person. It would be unfair to label Doufu as cowardly, as he had managed to maintain his composure when first encountering the Zongzi. Although the mute's statement held an element of truth, Doufu was evidently perturbed, his expression morphing into a peculiar blend of resentment, embarrassment, and anger. It is likely that anyone would feel discomfort when their weaknesses are so openly exposed. While Doufu often appeared carefree, he now found himself outmatched by the mute's sharp tongue. The mute, when silent, posed no threat, but when he spoke, he could incite the urge to retaliate. I quickly sought to reassure Doufu, stating, "The offspring of dragons differ greatly. The majority of this world is composed of ordinary individuals. There is no need for us to compare ourselves to some of the more grotesque anomalies." Doufu's demeanor softened in response. However, in the blink of an eye, the corpses had climbed onto the platform, forcing us to retreat further. As I witnessed the relentless tide of the cadaverous figures advancing, I felt a profound sense of injustice. We had just acquired the seal, and to perish here would be an utter waste. In a moment of reflection, I recalled Gu Wanmin and the others, uncertain of their escape from the tomb. Given the capabilities of the four robots, it was likely they would ultimately find a way to breach the tunnel. If we were to face misfortune, I could only hope they would emerge unscathed. An old adage states that when one's thoughts are focused, the mind becomes attuned. Just as this thought flickered through my mind, several figures emerged from the water. Upon closer inspection, They were none other than Gu Wanmin and her companions. A surge of joy welled within me. Although I could not fathom why they had yet to escape, it was undeniably a positive sign. For the 2 Japanese and Duan Fei were present, armed with firearms. Indeed, as one of the Japanese emerged, he brandished his weapon, illuminating the entire dark space with a warm orange glow. The water mirrored this hue, and the corpses, startled by the flames, hastily dove beneath the surface, vanishing in an instant. The reunion of our group was filled with unspoken elation. Exhausted, we gathered to consolidate our equipment, scarcely exchanging words. Some tended to their wounds while others consumed provisions. By the time we were all settled, over an hour had passed. As Gu Wanmin and the others surfaced, the mute donned his mask anew, seemingly wishing to conceal his true identity. A sudden realization struck me. Could he be avoiding Professor Lin? It was only at this juncture that we had the opportunity to recount our experiences since our separation. According to Gu Wanmin, after both Doufu and I had encountered peril and disappeared, her companions were thrown into disarray. Naturally, Duan Fei was preoccupied with survival. Yet Gu Wanmin stubbornly insisted on devising a plan to rescue us. Professor Lin, having a connection with my grandfather and recognizing my contributions during our journey, sided with Gu Wanmin despite the evident dangers. The remaining 4 robots, originally tasked by Professor Lin, may not have had a profound personal connection to Doufu and me, but they were unwilling to abandon their mission. In their struggle, they resolved to seek assistance and, during their search, encountered the lost Japanese. Once the group was unified, they immediately plunged into the water to search for us. After numerous trials and exhausting efforts, they eventually discovered the mechanism that opened the underwater passage, allowing them to swim downstream until they reached our location. Gu Wanmin, puzzled, asked why an underground passage had been constructed. Without that passage, we would surely have perished within the tomb. I too found it perplexing, unable to comprehend Su Fu's intentions from over 2 millennia ago. The mute's eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts, yet he remained silent. I surmised that even if I questioned him, he would not divulge anything. Now that we were united, having survived a harrowing ordeal, the tension that once existed had somewhat dissipated. Yet, upon achieving safety, numerous questions arose. If the mute were indeed working for the Japanese to obscure historical truths, he would undoubtedly seek to reclaim the seals upon us. Why then had he not acted thus far? What was his true identity? Should I confront him before Professor Lin? Though the thought crossed my mind, I recognized that now was not the time to sever ties with the mute. After a brief respite, our objective accomplished, we commenced our return journey. Having traversed the path before, we skillfully evaded potential dangers. The sealed tomb doors were blasted open with explosives, and we made our way through the fire passage. Emerging into the daylight outside, Liu and A Ying constructed a makeshift shelter using branches outside, while some food was laid out on a nearby rock. It was evident that during our harrowing experiences underground, these 2 had managed to lead rather comfortable lives. Upon witnessing our disheveled state and the inexplicable presence of an additional group, Liu dropped the crab he had been holding in his mouth. Emerging from the subterranean depths into the safety zone, we appeared as bedraggled as drowned rats. Without waiting for Liu and A Ying to inquire, I waved a hand and declared, "Let us rest for a while. We shall discuss matters upon awakening." Lowering my voice, I instructed, "Keep a watchful eye on those individuals. Alert us at the slightest sign of movement." Liu, though clearly perplexed, nodded in understanding. The mute group, regardless of their prowess, was not invincible. Even with their resolve, they too succumbed to exhaustion upon reaching the surface, each finding a spot to bury their heads and sleep, mirroring our own actions. Our slumber was remarkably peaceful, and when we awoke, it was already afternoon. The others gradually roused as well. Aang kindled a bonfire, having prepared food in advance. Clean seabirds were roasting over the flames, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma of meat, while dried sand clams lay nearby. With ample food and water, the group feasted, their decorum forgotten as they devoured their meals hungrily. Once satiated, it appeared the mute group was ready to depart. I stopped one of them and asked, "Do you have a boat?" He looked at me as though I were simple-minded and replied coldly, "We have no boat. Did we swim here?" I chuckled and said, "Indeed. We swam here. Therefore, we request the use of a boat." He retorted icily, "Our boat is heading back to Japan." I reassured him, "Do not worry. We do not require your vessel. We simply need to utilize your navigation to send a signal, and a boat will come for us." The mute seemed disinclined to retaliate against us, nodding slightly with an air of arrogance, and without further ado, he shouldered his burden and began to walk towards the back of the island, suggesting that their landing point was precisely opposite to ours. Chapter 104. Rescue. We followed the mute group around to the rear of the island, and as dusk approached, we finally caught sight of their vessel by the shore. Utilizing their navigation equipment, Professor Lin guided Liu in sending a distress signal. Now, we could only await assistance, since this was still Japanese waters. Their boat did not disguise itself as a fishing vessel like ours. Rather, it was a small, gleaming white ship with a sleek, pointed shape, remarkably beautiful. Such a vessel was beyond the means of ordinary fishermen, leading me to surmise that the actions of this mute group were likely not personal endeavors, but rather backed by military support. That night, we set up camp on the beach, while it seemed the mute group's vessel encountered some issues. People moved about on board, yet departure did not occur immediately. Unable to offer assistance, and with parting imminent, it seemed prudent to draw a clear line between us. So we refrained from intervening. As we sat together, engaging in idle chatter, we eventually succumbed to sleep. When I awoke, the mute group's vessel had vanished without a trace. My heart raced as I hurried to rummage through my gear. To my utter dismay, the imprint was gone. As the crowd gradually regained consciousness and reflected upon the events of the previous night, an air of peculiarity enveloped them. How could it be that, while engaged in lively conversation, each one of us succumbed to slumber? Gu Wenmin, perceptive as ever, remarked, "Surely, they must have intervened." Doufu interjected, "Could it be that they employed hypnosis to lull us into a trance?" I let out a derisive scoff, discarding my gear and settling cross-legged upon the ground, a tempest of indignation swirling within me. "Hypnosis is merely a foreign contrivance," I retorted. "Are you not familiar with the art of the flower picker? If I am not mistaken, it is quite likely that we fell victim to a mute individual wielding a narcotic. Such substances are a peculiar specialty of our nation, classified in myriad ways, far too numerous to enumerate. The most common categories include those that abduct children and those that ensnare adults. Indeed, human traffickers are particularly adept at employing these methods. The method of abducting children, colloquially known as the flower picker's trick, involves the trafficker concealing a cloth imbued with the narcotic within their palm. When they encounter a child, they feign a benevolent demeanor, gently patting the child's head or cheek. In that fleeting moment, the scent of the drug wafts through the air, rendering the child instantly devoid of awareness. Remarkably, the child does not lapse into unconsciousness. Rather, they can walk and jump, albeit in a state of oblivion, merely following the trafficker's lead. The precise composition of this narcotic remains an enigma, shrouded in centuries of clandestine tradition. The abduction of adults, however, is considerably more harrowing. While children are often sold off, they at least retain the prospect of survival. Adults, on the other hand, are not so fortunate. Such abductions frequently occur in densely populated areas, where unsuspecting solo travelers are particularly vulnerable. The perpetrators often collude with local merchants. For instance, a visitor may enter a clothing store to try on garments, only to suddenly collapse without warning. Those who faint are clandestinely whisked away. Some may awaken, while others remain lost to the world forever. These accounts are all too real. They have been reported on television, recounted by many. And I have encountered such grim realities myself during my business dealings with individuals involved in the underworld, thus acquiring a wealth of insider knowledge. The fates of those who succumb to such unconsciousness are dire, typically manifesting in one of three tragic outcomes. The first involves being sold to underground performance venues abroad, where they are subjected to inhumane spectacles catering to humanity's basest instincts, such as animal fights, orgies, and prostitution, doomed to perish amidst the horrors of their performances. The second scenario, known to a few, occurs domestically. These individuals often endure brutal mutilations, broken limbs, or even the extraction of their eyes, deliberately rendered disabled, forced to beg on the streets. Yet, being within the confines of one's homeland may afford them a slim chance of escape. The third and most straightforward fate involves organ trafficking. Those rendered unconscious by the narcotic seldom awaken, for their valuable organs are harvested and sold on the black market, from corneas to livers and kidneys. Such atrocities transpire everywhere, with a number of unfortunate souls disappearing annually, abducted from the populace. In comparison, those who fall victim to robbery or other forms of fatality might be considered fortunate. For any of the aforementioned fates is a veritable descent into a living hell. It is evident that the mute is of Chinese descent, and moreover, one who employs narcotics. Last night, he managed to render us all unconscious without our awareness. Upon hearing this, Doufu shuddered and remarked that it was fortunate he did not sell us off to Japan. After a thorough inspection, I discovered that the mute had only taken the seal, leaving Doufu's acquired artifacts untouched. Thus, neither Doufu nor I incurred any losses, while the true victim was Professor Lin. This time, the professor's maritime venture was marred by the absence of one of his students, leaving him in a rather despondent mood, and he merely sighed, stating that he would report the incident to higher authorities. The items had already been lost, and at this juncture, it was impossible to reclaim them. The operation ultimately ended in failure. Observing Professor Lin's seemingly aged visage, I felt a pang of sorrow. Suddenly, the matter of the mute sprang to my mind, and I hastily inquired, "Uncle Lin, I have a few questions I wish to pose." Professor Lin turned his gaze towards me, encouraging me to continue. "Is it conceivable for a person not to age?" Professor Lin appeared taken aback and replied, "Certainly, that is not possible. Why do you ask?" I shook my head and proceeded to ask, "Is it possible for two individuals to bear an identical appearance?" Gu Wenmin, perplexed, interjected, "Of course. That exists in the form of twins. Some twins are nearly indistinguishable." I inquired further, aside from twins, could such a phenomenon occur among distant relatives? For instance, could a son resemble his father exactly? Professor Lin furrowed his brow and responded, "That too is unlikely, unless they are identical." My questions evidently piqued Professor Lin's suspicion. He gazed at me with a look of confusion, and then, as if a realization struck him, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Have you encountered someone who looks exactly like 4he? Is it that masked individual?" Professor Lin, astute as ever, had previously detected the similarities in temperament between the mute and 4he, and now, connecting the dots, he made that conjecture. I nodded solemnly and replied, "I have seen a photograph of 4he, and that masked person bears an uncanny resemblance to him." Professor Lin was left speechless, asking, "Identical? No signs of aging?" "None," I affirmed. After a moment of silence, he pondered. "What did he say?" Doufu chimed in, curling his lip. That fellow feigned ignorance, claiming he knew nothing, and dismissed 4he as insignificant, unworthy of comparison. Although this was not the mute's exact words, the essence remained intact, hence I chose not to correct Doufu. Professor Lin clearly found the situation quite complicated, muttering to himself, lost in thought. Ultimately, he shook his head and sighed, "I cannot offer you assistance in this matter. However, to be precise, aside from twins sharing a coincidentally identical visage, it is improbable for two strangers to look alike in this world. Yet, should you wish to pursue this further, I suggest you investigate your relatives." Relatives? I was taken aback, reflecting, I hardly have any relatives. If one considers the neighbors surrounding my ancestral home. Years ago, my grandfather relocated to evade a curse, severing ties with the Qin family and never mentioning any kin. Nor did we maintain any familial connections. In my youth, I once believed that those relatives looked down upon us for our impoverished circumstances. Now, with all the knowledgeable individuals long gone, where might I seek out those kin? Professor Lin, noticing my silence, continued, "There exists a phenomenon known as intergenerational inheritance. For instance, among closely related blood relatives, if the lineage remains relatively untainted, meaning there is infrequent intermarriage with outsiders, similarities in appearance may manifest, even to the extent of being indistinguishable. This type of inheritance typically spans considerable time. For example, your present visage might closely resemble that of a certain ancestor from the Chun family centuries ago. The masked individual, regardless of the circumstances, undoubtedly shares a genetic connection. Of course, this does not imply he is 4he. Alas, if 4he were still alive after more than 20 years, he would likely be a grandfather by now." Professor Lin's words indeed provided some clarity. I had previously been preoccupied with the relationship between the mute and 4he. Perhaps now I could shift my focus to investigating those relatives with whom I had never been in contact. In the days that followed, we tended to our injuries while awaiting rescue. I had anticipated the arrival of a ship, yet to my surprise, 2 search and rescue helicopters appeared instead. In contrast to the astonishment displayed by Doufu and myself, the 4 robots seemed entirely unfazed, boarding the aircraft with casual indifference. The pilots proceeded without uttering a word, conducting everything in a silent yet orderly manner. Doufu muttered, "Corruption has its perks. Look at this operation." After finishing their work, they even have air support. Oh, the disparity among people is infuriating. Robot 4 remarked. However, we are not without our own shortcomings. Doufu inquired, what shortcomings? Robot 4 leaned close to Doufu and whispered something inaudible. Upon hearing it, Doufu's face transformed with sympathy as he replied, that's only right. We serve our country. After all, seeing my puzzled expression, Doufu turned to me and lowered his voice. The things they risk their lives to produce, they cannot keep for themselves. It all must be surrendered upwards. I nodded in understanding, acknowledging the unspoken truth. Chapter 1. Opening a shop, as the saying goes. Mere months in a cave can equate to a millennium in the world beyond. Our group traveled effortlessly by helicopter, landing at a military base in Beijing. Before departing with Professor Lin, I had made an agreement with Duan Fei to investigate the whereabouts of Su and the Jinhai stone. Upon our arrival in Beijing, as soon as our feet touched the ground, I reached out to him, only to learn from his housekeeper that Duan Fei had left the city 10 days prior, leaving a letter for me to collect at my convenience. I then contacted old Zhao to inquire about the items Qin Si had left him, only to be taken aback by the news that old Zhao had also vanished. A sense of unease washed over me. I had only been at sea for a mere 20 days, yet now everyone seemed to have disappeared. Considering Su, who had originally been sought out by old Zhao, it was troubling that he had absconded with the 8 carp and the Jinhai stone, leaving no trace behind, while old Zhao himself had also vanished without a word, compelling me to suspect that something untoward had transpired during this time. However, at this moment, I found myself lacking connections and unable to reach anyone by phone, leaving me at a loss. Under Professor Lin's guidance, Doufu and I took residence in the military hospital, where we underwent a comprehensive medical examination, thus postponing my pursuit of Duan Fei and the letter. Upon the robot's disembarkation, they vanished without a trace. The officials and civilians remained disconnected, parting ways henceforth. Gu Wenmin made no further mention of past matters, and our interactions proceeded without any apparent discord. However, it soon became evident to me that she was likely sorrowful, as her initiative to reach out diminished significantly. Doufu, from his sickbed, admonished me for pushing the enchanting Gu away due to the curse incident, thus inadvertently wounding her heart. I retorted, if there is no sorrow, then one must inflict pain. Doufu, somewhat abashed, rubbed his nose, rendered speechless by my remark. The initial days of my hospital recuperation were quite pleasant. I was well fed and well cared for, free from concerns of danger, with all medical expenses covered. Yet, upon the arrival of the test results, my buoyant spirits were somewhat deflated. The findings indicated that I was in good health, while Doufu's body harbored an animal-derived virus. Fortunately, one that had been identified decades ago. Thanks to advancements in medical research over the years, it could be treated, albeit requiring an additional 10 days of therapy. With Doufu's condition stable, I tidied up and proceeded to Duan Fei's residence to retrieve the letter from his subordinate. The letter was unsealed, suggesting it contained no confidential information. As I unfolded the paper, I discovered a brief passage devoid of salutation, merely outlining the circumstances. After our departure, Duan Fei had sought to ascertain Lu Su's whereabouts and had previously contacted Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao suspected that Wei Nanjing and his companion had fallen victim to Lu Su. And given that Lu Su had seized the 8 carp and dragon stone from the town of Jiao, he was naturally filled with indignation. However, he found himself hindered by the intricate web of connections surrounding Lu Su, making it challenging to take action. With Duan Fei's assistance, both men mobilized their forces to Sichuan. Duan Fei instructed me to await further news, while the matters left by Elder Zhao could only be addressed upon their return. Duan Fei appeared intent on performing a favor, yet Elder Zhao's cunning nature leaves the outcome of such goodwill uncertain. Consequently, I found myself with little to occupy my time. Seizing the opportunity during Doufu's hospitalization, I visited Panjiayuan, where, through the introduction of Shigadeo, I reached a place named Sanzazai to sell 2 items unearthed from my recent excavation. The proprietor, possessing a discerning eye, was immediately captivated by the items I presented, hastily instructing his staff to close the shop and escort me to the back room. This establishment was substantial and conducted business with remarkable efficiency. Without extensive haggling, we settled on a price of 4 million for both items. Although this amount seemed insignificant relative to the true value of the artifacts, the goods excavated from the earth, when in the hands of those knowledgeable, commanded this price. Genuine high prices would ultimately depend on the subsequent dealings of the buyer. By receiving 4 million now, Sanzai could later sell the items at a much higher price. Whether in the black market or abroad, we essentially represented the original productive force of cultural relics, supplying replicas. Yet the greatest profits were not necessarily accrued by the tomb raiders. Consequently, those with capital among the tomb raiders would invariably cultivate their own networks to gradually trade in antiquities, a far less laborious endeavor than manual digging. For instance, Elder Zhao and his associates originated from tomb raiding, ultimately remaining in the shadows while reaping substantial rewards. As I was about to leave, the boss remarked, "Seeing the goods you have brought forth, it is clear you possess great ability. Should there be any fine merchandise in the future, do remember to send it my way. Next time, I shall certainly offer a better price. Let us be friends." Upon returning to the hospital room, I deliberated with Doufu about the path ahead. The appearance of the mute had cast a shadow of doubt upon Qinxiai. As for the possessions left by Qinxiai at Zhao Erye's place, they were beyond my reach for the moment. Thus, it seemed prudent to redirect my focus and investigate the background of the old Qin family. However, where to begin? Doufu, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "You fool. Of course, you should start from your hometown." I replied, "My hometown is nothing but a few earthen houses and a heap of dilapidated furniture. I haven't returned in over a decade, and I suspect it has become a nest for rats. What could possibly be uncovered? After my grandfather's disappearance, I had ventured to work elsewhere with the villagers, leaving our home vacant. I returned once, but with the passage of time, many old neighbors had relocated, some settling in the city, resulting in a state of disrepair. Since that time, I had not returned. However, Doufu's reminder sparked a recollection. The jade talisman around Princess Gij Air's neck. The inscription upon it seemed eerily familiar, though I could not place where I had seen it. Now, with Doufu mentioning my hometown, it suddenly dawned on me. I had seen it in my own home. We possessed a large bowl in which my grandfather would often pour oil, crafting a cotton wick for our oil lamp. I distinctly remembered that the bottom of that bowl bore characters remarkably similar to those on the jade talisman. My grandfather had once scoured far and wide for a method to break the curse of the ghostly tomb. Could it be that he had unearthed some clues? Was there a connection between his disappearance and those inscriptions? As this thought raced through my mind, excitement surged within me, and I declared, "You are right. I must return to my hometown." Doufu chuckled and said, "Hold on, there is something more important than returning home." I was taken aback and asked, "What could that be?" Doufu replied, "Of course, it's about money. We risk our lives for it. After all, we earn to spend. I've already devised a plan. Let us first take a trip to Dongguan for a few days of enjoyment." I interjected, "Enough of that nonsense. I have already planned how to spend the money." Doufu, intrigued, said, "I know what you're thinking. A resurgence, perhaps? You're not considering selling counterfeit goods, are you?" I smiled and responded, "No more counterfeit goods. One must love their craft. Let us return to Shenzhen to open an antique store." Doufu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "What a splendid idea. The local tycoons in Shenzhen adore acquiring antiques to flaunt their status. It's easy money to be made." Immediately, Doufu and I began discussing the details of opening the store. After all, our connections were in Shenzhen, and remaining in Beijing was not feasible. We resolved that as soon as we were discharged, we would head back to Shenzhen, secure a storefront in the antique market, and trade in Ming Dynasty artifacts, thereby accumulating resources so that in the future, we would no longer have to sell our goods at a loss. Although the two recent ventures into the underworld were fraught with peril, they had yielded a profit of over 8 million within just 2 months. Moreover, my restless spirit longed for more than a life of drinking and revelry following 2 brushes with death. A few days later, Doufu was discharged from the hospital, and after much contemplation, I decided to call Gu Wanmin. On the other end of the line, she was surprisingly silent, and just as I was about to hang up, she suddenly asked, "Were your words the last time sincere?" At that moment, I found myself at a loss for a response. Sometimes, even when one knows the right path to take, indecision can prevail. Ultimately, I steeled myself and replied, "Let us remain friends." I understood then. Gu Wanmin hung up, and Doufu shot me a look of disappointment, as if I had failed to meet his expectations. The previous incident involving Doufu had left a profound impact on me. The mere thought of such possibilities sent chills down my spine, and I was resolute in not wanting Gu Wanmin to take that risk again. Thus, I shook my head and boarded the flight back to Shenzhen with Doufu. Having money undoubtedly facilitates matters, and managing the store proceeded smoothly. However, We still needed to procure various licenses, along with handling renovations, hiring personnel, and purchasing inventory. By the time the store officially opened, over a month had elapsed. It was a quaint two-story establishment, reminiscent of most antique shops, featuring both a front and a back hall. The front hall displayed mostly trivial items, with only a couple of inconsequential genuine antiques to lend it some credibility, while the back hall served as a meeting room. We converted the second floor into living quarters, bidding farewell to our previous landlord, a formidable figure from Guangdong. Opening an antique shop is not as simple as selling clothes or steamed buns. It requires substantial investment, with renovations alone costing over $1 million. Not to mention the expenses for inventory and storefront presentation. My finances were dwindling by the time we opened. To manage the shop, we needed to employ a knowledgeable assistant. Of course, there are varying levels of expertise. We couldn't afford someone as skilled as Wei Nanjing, nor did we have the means to poach talent. We merely hung a recruitment sign outside, offering a monthly salary of 30,000. Doufu stared at that figure in disbelief, exclaiming, "That's equivalent to my entire annual salary. How come I never realized this promising profession before? Do you think anyone will apply?" I shrugged, indicating my uncertainty. After all, this was my first venture into the antique business. If no one showed up, I would have to manage it myself. Thus, during our spare time, Doufu and I diligently studied the subject of cultural relics. Before long, someone did come to apply. The applicant was a one-eyed man, around 30, lean in stature and of average appearance, but the singular I certainly made him somewhat intimidating to young women. Doufu, ever blunt, immediately remarked, "My brother, no offense, but I'm not judging your appearance. However, we are in the business of attracting customers, and with you looking like that, they might hesitate to enter." Chapter 2. The one-eyed man. I smacked Doufu lightly and said, "Even if it's the truth, it shouldn't be spoken aloud. Can you keep such thoughts to yourself?" I quickly turned to the one-eyed man and smiled. "I apologize, but your qualifications may not quite align with our needs. Our team is small, and the work can be quite demanding. I'm afraid it might be too much for you. The staff in an antique shop cannot merely sweep the floors and sell goods. They must possess 3 essential skills: the ability to discern quality, to listen to the market, and to source merchandise effectively. The so-called discernment requires a keen eye for antiquities. Otherwise, one might mistakenly acquire worthless items while undervaluing genuine treasures, leading to significant losses on my part. The second aspect is the ability to listen to the winds. One must be attuned to every subtle shift in the atmosphere, every nuance of the market, for this profession hinges upon connections and information. The art of sourcing goods is even more intricate. In truth, among the items found in antique shops, 90% are counterfeit, while only 10% hold authenticity. Yet, within that 10%, 60% may be illicit, and the remaining 40% often have dubious origins. Ultimately, this is a trade that appears respectable, but is, in reality, quite disreputable. In the realm of commerce, a moment's inattention can result in dire consequences, necessitating discreet methods of dealing with such situations, be it laundering the goods or discreetly offering bribes, knowing precisely who to approach and who to avoid. Mastering these 3 elements requires at least a decade of immersion in this field. Thus, our salary of 30,000 yuan is hardly substantial. Had our funds been less constrained, it would ideally be elevated to 70 or 80,000. This brand's reputation is merely a gamble, as we have encountered some individuals with a superficial understanding of cultural artifacts attempting to apply, but such candidates are only fit for menial tasks, not for commanding a shop. I had nearly resigned myself to personally navigating this complex path when unexpectedly, an individual with a unique appearance arrived, a one-eyed man. I mused that physical appearance mattered little. Yet with that single eye, even a mosquito could be mistaken for a fly. Could I truly trust him? Naturally, I refrained from being blunt, opting for a more tactful rejection. To my surprise, the one-eyed man rubbed his hands together and remarked, "I can see you are short on funds. Finding a knowledgeable overseer for 30,000 yuan is no easy feat if my eye isn't deceived. Even if you were to invite me, I wouldn't accept." His words ignited my ire, and I retorted, "But your eye is indeed impaired. Hence, even if you came, I would not want you." This one-eyed man clearly held us in disdain. Doufu, sensing the tension, interjected, "Lao Chun, that remark was a bit harsh. We must not mock others for their shortcomings." He then turned to the one-eyed man and inquired, "From your words, it seems you possess some skill. Do you understand what duties our overseer must perform?" The one-eyed man chuckled, his voice raspy. likely a result of years of smoking, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Of course I do. Aside from foraging for mushrooms, I can handle all the necessary tasks for you with utmost precision. Doufu and I exchanged glances, surprised by his ability to speak in coded language, indicating he was indeed familiar with the industry, unlike the inexperienced youths who had previously applied. I set aside my initial disdain, and the three of us proceeded to the inner chamber for a more in-depth discussion. The one-eyed man introduced himself as Zhang Shang, explaining that he had previously worked with local villagers in excavations, eventually entering the field and apprenticing under a nameless master. Over the years, he had unearthed numerous graves, albeit mostly minor ones, until an unfortunate incident during his last excavation left him incapacitated in an ancient tomb, only to be apprehended by the police who arrived later. Fortunately, his master and he had maintained a low profile, resulting in no significant criminal record, and he had recently been released, eager to secure employment. I realized that he was a peer, with far more experience than both Doufu and me, having spent over a decade in this line of work while we had only just begun. Doufu, however, had reservations and pulled me aside to confer, saying, "Can we trust someone fresh out of prison with a criminal record to join us?" I remarked, "No worries. We have all the necessary credentials. This individual possesses considerable skills. Just look at his hands." His palms bore a layer of hardened white calluses, formed from prolonged use of tools like a probing spade. I then inquired, "Who is your master?" The one-eyed dragon smiled and replied, "He is not well known in our circles. He is referred to as Old Blind-hu." I gasped, unable to hide my change of expression, thinking, what a coincidence. The disciple of Old Blind-hu has come to seek vengeance against me, the one who did not conspire against him. Noticing my reaction, the one-eyed dragon chuckled and added, "I am merely a grave robber and mushroom digger. Our master-disciple relationship is not one of honor. I recently learned that my master has landed in prison, so I am merely seeking a way to make a living. As for my current situation, I cannot participate in the digging, but I can certainly manage a shop for you too." I was uncertain of the veracity of the one-eyed dragon's claims, yet I genuinely required assistance. Regardless of Old Blind-hu's prowess, he was now behind bars and unable to create any disturbances. Reflecting on it, my venture into mushroom digging was indeed thanks to Old Blind-hu. Had I not fortuitously met Master Zhao, I might have ended up losing my family without understanding how it all transpired. With this thought, I felt reassured and agreed to entrust the shop to the one-eyed dragon. A month passed without any word from Duan Fei. Just as I contemplated calling to inquire, the one-eyed dragon approached me with news. After closing the shop for the night, the three of us, being men, rarely cooked, so we decided to dine out. The one-eyed dragon said, "Boss, I have some news to share. Zhao-yi has returned." Zhao-yi is the given name of Master Zhao. I was taken aback and asked, "When did this happen?" The one-eyed dragon replied, "Just last night." I inquired further, "How do you know this?" He smiled and said, "If I lack the acumen to notice such things, how could I survive in this field? This antique market has several prominent figures, and Zhao-yi is among them, so I must keep an eye out." My heart relaxed. It seemed that this man was indeed reliable. I then expressed to the one-eyed dragon, "I previously underestimated you. From now on, the three of us shall work together. When the time is right, I assure you, you will not be wronged." The one-eyed dragon, being perceptive, responded, "I am aware of my limitations. Having lost an eye and with a criminal record, I fully understand that I would not be welcomed by those esteemed figures. Even if I were, they possess many capable individuals. What use would they have for a one-eyed man like me? So, rest assured, as long as you treat me well, I, Zhang Shang, will be loyal to you and serve you diligently." We were testing each other's intentions when Doufu, who was indulging in food, interjected, "You two have been chatting endlessly. While you're not fatigued, I am weary just listening to you. It is said that one should not speak while eating or sleeping. Look at this salt-baked chicken, sacrificing its life and lying on the plate for you. You don't even spare it a glance. How heartbroken it must be." With that, he pulled off a chicken wing and exclaimed, "Don't worry, little chicken, I will cherish you." With Doufu's playful interruption, the one-eyed dragon and I returned to our meal, enjoying the feast before us. Since Zhao-yi has returned, it is likely that Duan Fei has received news. After dinner, I called Duan Fei, but the one who answered was a subordinate named Zhonggong. I inquired, "Where's your master?" He replied that he had not yet returned. I recalled that Zhonggong had always been by Duan Fei's side. During my last visit to retrieve a letter, he was also absent, presumably accompanying Duan Fei to Shu. Now that Zhong Gong had appeared, it seemed illogical for Duan Fei to still be away. Before I could ask further, Zhong Gong proactively stated, "There has been a rather troublesome matter on my master's side. He has instructed me to inform you that all actions are to be suspended." Suspended? I asked. What has transpired over there? Zhong Gong maintained his respectful yet distant demeanor, responding, "Once the matter is resolved, my master will naturally inform you." After this conversation, I could extract no information, and a sense of unease gripped my heart. What had occurred with Yi and Duan Fei as they pursued Su? After much contemplation, I deemed it necessary to visit Yi the following day to clarify the situation. On the next day, I made a solitary visit to Dengfeng Tower. It seemed Yi anticipated my return, as he had a black box at his side. He appeared unchanged from 2 months prior, clad in a white cloud-patterned tang suit, a smoking pipe in hand, and said, "I know what you wish to inquire about. The previous matters have been settled." He gestured towards the object beside him, stating, "In light of Duan Fei's regard, you may take this." I fixed my gaze on the box, noting it was wooden, intricately carved with cloud patterns, and unlatched, clearly having been opened by Yi. Eager to discover what the late 4he had left for my grandfather, I realized Yi had likely already seen it, thus I opened it before him without hesitation. The moment the wooden box creaked open, I held my breath, only to find it empty, leaving me in disbelief. "Are you toying with me, Yi?" I exclaimed. Yi, puffing on his pipe, replied, "I have no interest in playing games with you. The contents were placed in this box, hidden in a secret compartment, just a month ago, at the time of my departure. Yet upon my return, it is in this state. Stolen? By whom?" I found it hard to believe. Although I had never visited Yi's residence, the grandeur of Dengfeng Tower suggested that it was not easily accessible. Who could possibly steal from him? Especially from a secret compartment? I began to suspect whether the old man was attempting to deceive me. Perhaps he was reluctant to relinquish the item but felt bound by his promise to Duan Fei, thus concocting this ruse. My mind raced with conjectures, but Yi offered no comfort, stating, "Rest assured, I will investigate anyone bold enough to steal from me." Rest assured? I thought, observing his calm demeanor, which only deepened my suspicion that he was behind this trickery. Yet, it was not the time to confront him. I simply closed the box and said with feigned indifference, "Since the item has been lost, kindly inform me what was entrusted to you." Yi replied directly, "It was a peculiar silk manuscript." A peculiar manuscript? It seemed likely that 4he had procured it from the tomb of the King of Giant Ears. Just how peculiar could it be? Chapter 3. Home. The subsequent explanation from old Zhao gradually darkened my mood. It was an ancient silk manuscript, adorned with a chaotic array of bizarre patterns and incomprehensible characters. Having spent decades in this field, Zhao had encountered numerous ancient writings, yet this particular manuscript was as perplexing to him as deciphering celestial scripts. His keen intuition led him to conclude that the contents of this manuscript were of great significance, igniting a sense of greed within him to conceal it. For a time, he endeavored to study it, but alas, he yielded no results and gradually set it aside until the incident at the civil official tomb brought me and Doufu into the picture. At that moment, he intended to use this manuscript as a bargaining chip, hoping to leverage my abilities to obtain the 8 carp fighting the Flood Dragon Stone. Little did he know that it would ultimately fall into the hands of Su. The circumstances surrounding this matter were indeed suspicious, and it was only natural for old Zhao to be reluctant to relinquish the manuscript to me, which led to the events that followed. During our expedition into Shu, he had made a promise to return the items left by 4he, yet upon his return, he discovered the box to be empty. After speaking, Zhao squinted and remarked, "One should not underestimate those who can steal from my domain." At this juncture, I could not ascertain the veracity of his claims, but if even he could not comprehend the contents of that manuscript, I feared it would be of little use in my hands. With the clues now utterly severed, my mind was consumed by a singular question. Who was the thief? Why would someone steal the manuscript? Could that individual decipher its contents? Noticing my silence, Zhao puffed away at his cigarette, and I suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual scent. As a smoker myself, I am sensitive to the nuances of smoke, and there was a hint of sweetness in the haze he exhaled. Upon inspecting the cigarette butt, I observed that the tobacco appeared somewhat charred. I recalled that Zhao was a connoisseur, typically mindful of preserving his sense of smell, thus refraining from smoking. During our last encounter, he had not smoked at all. So what had prompted this sudden return to the habit? Perhaps sensing my gaze, old Zhao chuckled, and said, "I've added something to it." I had already surmised much of the situation, but chose not to confront him directly as I rose to leave the Dengfeng Tower. If my instincts were correct, the tobacco likely contained opium for pain relief. His body must have been in distress, compelling him to seek solace in this substance. Old Zhao had clearly not intended to elaborate on the matter. What had they encountered during their expedition into Shu? Where was Elsu? Had the 8 carp fighting the flood dragon stone been reclaimed? This series of questions would likely remain unanswered until Zhuang Rue provided clarity. With no news from Zhuang Rue after 2 days of waiting, impatience began to gnaw at me. My intuition hinted that this situation was more complex than it appeared. During these days, I took out the jade tablet from Princess Gijair for examination, and I handed it over to the one-eyed dragon for further scrutiny. He examined, sniffed, and scrutinized it before finally stating, "This is an artifact from the mid-Ming period. The inscriptions are indecipherable, yet it resembles a prayer text." A prayer text? His words piqued my curiosity, prompting me to inquire, "Pray tell, what does this prayer inscription signify?" The one-eyed dragon shook his head, replying, "It is difficult to articulate. The prayer inscription is merely a collective term representing a specific form of writing within a particular context, such as the Taoist talismans. You find it incomprehensible, do you not? To the untrained eye, they may appear as mere lines and drawings. However, they indeed constitute a form of script. Consider, for instance, the foreign cross. It belongs to a prayer inscription, capable of representing text, symbols, or even certain powers. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon me, and I remarked, "So, the inscriptions on this jade tablet are likely related to some ancient religion, representing a form of sacred writing?" The one-eyed dragon nodded. Instantly, a thought emerged in my mind. Could it be the divine language of shamans? Perhaps the script inscribed here necessitated the expertise of an elder shaman for proper interpretation. Yet, shamans predominantly resided in the northern regions of Inner Mongolia, and venturing there was not feasible at present. After some contemplation, I resolved to return to my hometown first to clarify matters at home. Doufu had fully recovered from his injuries and appeared lively and vigorous, thriving in life. His complexion radiant. In just a month, he had already struck up a flirtation with a beautiful woman in a cheapao from the tea house across the street. I had seen the girl. She was evidently ambitious and cunning. In my seasoned judgment, their union could only yield 2 outcomes. First, Doufu would lose his virtue and subsequently be discarded. Second, he would lose his virtue and be deceived. Though I knew I ought not to meddle in matters of personal happiness, I could not stand idly by while he leaped into a pit of fire. While their relationship was still in its infancy, I advised Doufu, "Tomorrow, I shall return to my hometown, and you should accompany me. We can entrust the shop to Zhang Sheng." Doufu had gained 3 pounds in just over a month. An ice popped dangling from his mouth as he shook his head vigorously, declaring, "I want to go. I have plans to go fishing with Chi-Chi tomorrow." I retorted, "Which is more important, your brother or a woman?" Doufu paused, bewildered, and replied, "Why do you pose such questions? What do you take me for? Naturally, women hold precedence. They can share my bed and bear my children. Can brothers do that?" I was taken aback and countered, "That girl is not suitable for you." Doufu, resolute on this matter, insisted, "Why not? I think Chi-Chi is quite lovely." I conceded, "Indeed, she is lovely, slender figure, heart-shaped face, and radiant skin. In a cheapao, she exudes an allure akin to that of a seductress, drawing in nearly every male tourist who passes by." Doufu became indignant, exclaiming, "You cannot call her a seductress." I clarified, "I did not label her as such. I was merely complimenting her. What a splendid woman she is, among so many admirable men. Why do you think I would take an interest in you?" Doufu fell silent, visibly hurt. I continued, "It seems you are not entirely dim-witted. You ought to realize she is merely toying with you." With a sigh, Doufu lamented, "Good men are seldom appreciated. In this world, women are drawn to bad men. Lao Chun, from this moment on, keep 100 meters distance from me. Being with you causes women to gravitate away." Seeing Doufu finally enlightened, I concluded, "Enough of this nonsense. Pack your belongings. We shall depart tomorrow. Chi-Chi is a beautiful young lady. Alas, just a few days ago, she attempted to entice me but failed. Now, she has turned her attention to my brother. Is she trying to sow discord or merely play games?" Fortunately, Doufu is not easily fooled and likely discerned her intentions. The next day, he, like a frost-bitten eggplant, trudged home with me, lamenting the loss of his fleeting youth. My hometown is in Longnan, though strictly speaking, it is not my true home, as my grandfather and I are immigrants. Nevertheless, the local customs are simple and sincere, and we have never faced exclusion. To reach my hometown, we still had to traverse a winding mountain path. Doufu, with disdain, remarked, "So, you emerged from this impoverished hollow. Being your brother is truly a loss of face." I retorted, "Enough. You act as if you are a privileged heir. In this desolate wilderness, utter another word, and I might just take your life." As dusk descended, we navigated the rugged terrain with our flashlights, exchanging idle chatter to stave off boredom. After about an hour, amidst Doufu's reflections on the hardships of mountainous regions, a faint, warm glow appeared in a distant valley. I gazed at the tranquil mountain village beneath the night sky and announced, "We have arrived. This is the place." Little had changed since my memories. We stood above. The village nestled in the valley. Though isolated, it was fortunate to have electricity, allowing us to see the scattered lights. Many villagers had relocated, rendering the illumination sparse. I led Doufu downhill, and within half an hour, we entered the village. The local dogs, unaccustomed to strangers, erupted in a cacophony of barking and chaos, startling the villagers. In the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed, and many villagers were unfamiliar to me. Under the hospitality of Uncle Gu, we settled in his home. Uncle Gu, in his 50s, had once been our neighbor. As we reminisced, he appeared somewhat awkward upon learning that I had returned to sort through old belongings. Observing his graying hair, I asked with concern, "Uncle Gu, has something happened?" To be candid, he replied, "Your family has been absent for over a decade. With no one home, the villagers took what they needed, and now little remains." I was taken aback, not out of concern for the old furniture, but rather for fear of losing any clues. "So," I inquired, "did they discover anything of significance while taking the items?" After a moment of thought, Uncle Gu shook his head, saying no. "Why, are you searching for something?" Uncle Gu is an honest and righteous man. So I confided in him, explaining that my primary reason for returning was to investigate my grandfather's belongings and seek clues regarding his mysterious disappearance. The villagers were aware of my grandfather's sudden vanishing, prompting Uncle Gu to sigh, "You are a devoted child. It is late now, you should rest and search tomorrow." That night, Doufu and I slept at Uncle Ji's home. In the middle of the night, I was stirred from my slumber by Doufu's shaking. With only 2 beds available, we were squeezed together. Awoken abruptly, I was irked and asked, "What is it?" In the darkness, Doufu whispered nervously, "Listen, a woman is laughing." I leaned in attentively and indeed discerned a sound reminiscent of a woman's laughter. However, I was well aware of its origins. It was not a ghostly disturbance in the dead of night, but rather the distinctive call of a creature known as the Shinshao. According to legend, this being possesses long limbs and a monkey-like appearance, believed to be the embodiment of the mountain deity. Though no one has ever laid eyes on this creature, its haunting calls can occasionally be heard at night, causing no real concern. Chapter 4. The secret chamber. Observing Doufu's anxious demeanor, I decided to frighten him a bit, saying, "Beware. I have heard from the elders that at the eastern edge of the village, there lies a well covered by a slab of blue stone. It is said that over 50 years ago, a widow was wrongfully accused and, in a fit of despair, jumped into the well to end her life. Ever since, the place has been haunted." I continued. Later, the villagers called upon a shaman, who claimed that the widow's vengeful spirit was at play, and thus they sealed the ancient well with that very stone slab. Doufu, oblivious to my deceit, shrank back in fear and asked, "And then what happened?" I replied then, "The female ghost ceased her hauntings. However, as I passed by the eastern edge of the village today, it appeared that the large stone covering the well had been moved." Doufu, not entirely foolish, noticed my calm demeanor and recognized my fabrication. Angrily, he retorted, "Do you take me for a mere child? If that ghost dares to show herself, I shall confront her." Indeed, the well at the eastern edge of the village has claimed lives, but the tale of the ghost was entirely my invention. Seeing that Doufu was not frightened, I patted his shoulder and said, "All right, I was merely jesting. Let us sleep. That sound comes from an animal akin to the concept of a giant salamander, a local specialty." Doufu muttered, "Is this creature unique to this area?" I nodded, closed my eyes, and intended to resume my slumber. Doufu, suddenly intrigued, exclaimed, "So this means it is a rare species. Do you think we could catch a couple and sell them to a zoo for profit?" I cast a glance at him and replied slowly, "You might earn a bullet for your trouble." Doufu, stung by my words, mumbled a few sentences and promptly fell into a deep sleep, and the night passed in silence. The following morning, after breakfast at Uncle Ji's house, I took a flashlight and accompanied Doufu to the old residence. The old house was not far from Uncle Ji's. A two-story wooden structure with a cellar for storing rice wine and sweet potatoes. As my grandfather was an immigrant, the prime locations in the village had long been occupied, leaving this small wooden building situated in the shadow of the mountain, poorly lit and perpetually enveloped in gloom. Even during daylight, the interior remained dim and somber. The door, adorned with carvings of guardian deities, had faded over the years due to the elements and neglect. The ancient wooden door stood ajar, unlatched, revealing a darkened interior through the crevice. Doufu glanced at it and remarked, "Even before entering, I can sense the chill of this place. No wonder you seem so gloomy and peculiar. It must be the feng shui." After all, it was broad daylight, and there was little to fear, especially since I had resided in this house for over a decade and was intimately familiar with its layout. Thus, I boldly pushed open the wooden door. To my surprise, the door had not been opened in years, and a thick layer of dust had accumulated. As I pushed it open, a long creak echoed, followed by a cascade of dust falling upon us, causing both Doufu and me to cough uncontrollably, momentarily blinding us. After a moment, the dust settled, and sunlight streamed into the front hall, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness. The front hall was originally a place for receiving guests. I recall that it once housed some old tables and chairs, but now it stands empty, devoid of any furnishings, starkly apparent that little remains. I led Doufu towards the back, where the dining area is, and aside from a dilapidated cupboard, there was nothing else left. In the following moments, Doufu and I scoured the entire wooden building, top to bottom, yet we found nothing. In truth, there was little to search through, as the remaining items were of little value, and even the large bowl inscribed with a prayer that lingered in my memory was nowhere to be found. I thought to myself, could it be that my visit was in vain? Doufu, bored, gazed around and suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a spot, "Old Chun, you have a basement? How posh. Is it filled with red wine?" He squatted beside a cellar covered with wooden planks, and I couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "Red wine? Hardly. It's a cellar for storing sweet potatoes." Having grown up as a privileged child, Doufu had never seen such a thing. He circled the cellar with curiosity and remarked, "I've seen holes in the ground, but never a proper cellar. Let us go take a look." The cellar was completely empty, and I found myself growing increasingly agitated, stating, "There's nothing to see here. Let us move on." Doufu, sensing my impatience, grinned and said, "Midlife crisis is a condition that requires treatment. Look at how beautiful the world is. Why must you be so irritable?" With that, he lifted the wooden cover of the cellar and shone a flashlight inside. Suddenly, he gasped, "There's someone down there." Someone? Could it be villagers come to take things? I was well aware that the cellar held nothing of worth and that the villagers knew I was here to sort through my grandfather's belongings. Surely they wouldn't come over. Who could it be? I immediately instructed, "No matter who it is, we must block them." Doufu, who often thrived on chaos, rolled up his sleeves, declaring, "All right, watch how I handle this." He then dashed down the wooden stairs of the cellar, and I followed closely behind. Upon reaching the bottom, I let out a sigh. Doufu rushed up to the figure and froze, saying, "Oh, it's a wooden figure." He reached out to touch it, but I swatted his hand away, sternly warning, "Don't touch that. It's a deity. Keep your hands off." Doufu retracted his hand, making a clicking sound with his tongue, and examined the statue closely. It was a life-sized wooden effigy, clad in black garments and armor, draped in a red cape, with fierce eyes and an imposing expression. One hand wielded a sword while one foot was raised, stepping on a small green demon below. A layer of red silk cloth covered it, now thick with dust. This statue had stood here for as long as I could remember, and my grandfather would always offer incense to it on the 1st and 15th of each month. After a moment, Doufu remarked, "Old Chun, something feels off. If I'm not mistaken, this is a statue of Zhong-Kuei, who captures demons. It's uncommon for a household to enshrine such a figure. In my childhood ignorance, I had never questioned its presence. Now, reflecting on it, I too found it rather peculiar. Zhong-Kuei is traditionally revered as a door god in folklore, often depicted in New Year's door paintings as capturing demons. More prominently, his effigies are typically worshipped in temples, and it is unusual for an individual household to display such a large statue, as they would more commonly honor figures like Guanyin. How did my grandfather come to erect a statue of Zhong-Kuei, the ghost suppressor, in this very place? Doufu, with his ever-vivid imagination, clicked his tongue and surveyed the empty basement, remarking, Could it be that the old Qin family is haunted? This cellar is so square and desolate, devoid of any sunlight. It gives me the eerie sensation of being back in a tomb. Had I known, I wouldn't have come down here. Old Qin, let us make haste and leave. The longer we stay, the more unsettling it becomes. Doufu's words sent a jolt through my heart. A tomb? He dared to compare my home to a tomb? Though this place had long since fallen into disrepair and could hardly be called a home, his statement stirred an uncomfortable feeling within me. At the same time, I began to scrutinize the statue before me. I was not unfamiliar with it, yet this was the first time I observed it so closely. Why had my grandfather chosen to venerate such a statue? And why was it situated in the cellar? Was there something unclean lurking within this space? As I examined the statue from head to toe, an idea suddenly sprang to mind. Could it be that it stands here to suppress something? This thought compelled me to attempt to move the statue, so I reached out to embrace its waist and pulled upwards, intending to shift it aside. To my astonishment, it would not budge at all. This wooden statue was firmly anchored in place. Instantly, my suspicion was confirmed. Something must lie beneath it. I crouched down to investigate and discovered that the statue's base was not wooden but rather stone, rendering it impossible for me to shift it alone. I called for Doufu to assist, and together we gradually moved the heavy statue aside, revealing the original pedestal beneath. Below the base lay a slightly sunken pit, a mark left by the stone pedestal over time. With no tools at hand, I glanced around and spotted a short-handled hoe, the kind once used by children to dig for wild vegetables. Though rusted, it was still functional. Doufu rubbed his hands together and said, "The old man has plundered graves for most of his life. Perhaps he buried some treasure in the cellar." I thought to myself, treasure? If it were indeed treasure, would it require the presence of Zhongkue to guard it? Perhaps something malevolent lies beneath. Yet, I knew that unless I uncovered this mystery, I would likely remain ignorant of what my grandfather had done. Even if it were something sinister, I would have to dig it up first. Thus, I began to wield the hoe to excavate the earth. Indeed, after only a few strikes, I heard a clang. It seemed I had struck something stone-like. Hastily, I brushed aside the surface soil and, upon closer inspection, found another piece of well-polished bluestone beneath the soil. The stone slab was quite large, and I had only unearthed a portion of it. I needed to expand the digging area to reveal its entirety. While I toiled, Doufu, seemingly out of nowhere, procured a half-rotted shovel and joined me in the endeavor, even more eager than I, clearly hoping to uncover some treasure. I said nothing to discourage him, allowing Doufu to labor energetically. Moments later, the entire bluestone slab was finally exposed. The stone slab measures approximately 4 centimeters in thickness, meticulously polished into a rectangular shape. Beneath it, something was evidently concealed. Without hesitation, Doufu and I leveraged our shovels to pry open the slab halfway, only to unveil a dark, ominous opening below. The moment the stone was displaced, a chilling gust of wind, imbued with a peculiar odor, surged forth. We instinctively recoiled, momentarily retreating from that unsettling scent. Observing my pallid complexion, Doufu remained silent. My mind was rife with questions. What lay beneath this slate? Why had my grandfather chosen to shroud it? After a brief interlude, during which the strange aroma dissipated, Doufu and I approached the entrance, angling our light within. A single glance sent ripples of shock through me. For beneath the stone slab lay an artificially excavated earthen chamber, modest in size, yet revealing its contents at a mere glance. Inside, there was a writing desk and a row of dark wooden cabinets, directly opposite which stood an unvarnished coffin. Doufu gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Old Chun, there's a coffin beneath your home." Chapter 5. The cause not only Doufu, but I too felt a jolt of alarm. Anyone discovering a coffin beneath their dwelling would likely be unsettled. I directed my light upon the coffin. Though I did not approach, my keen eyesight discerned that it was a relatively new cypress wood coffin, its rounded top intact, clearly never having been interred. It appeared to have been crafted for a specific purpose. What could possibly reside within? Naturally, it could only be the deceased. A wave of dread washed over me as I instructed Doufu to remain outside, vigilant against any intruders, while I ventured down to investigate. Doufu nodded and ascended from the cellar to keep watch, leaving me alone in the dim underground chamber, confronted by the coffin below. Once Doufu had departed, I wasted no time and descended the wooden staircase leading into the earthen room. The presence of stairs suggested frequent usage. Had my grandfather often visited this place? Behind me stood the desk and cabinets. Directly ahead loomed the coffin. I refrained from hastily disturbing it, and began to inspect the items atop the writing desk and in the cabinets. My grandfather, having not received a formal education in his youth, learned under the tutelage of Bai Lao-si, though his advanced age hindered his literary pursuits. Thus, it was unexpected to find a desk here. The surface of the desk was bare, devoid of any objects, while beneath it lay 3 drawers. I pulled one open, and a stack of old photographs came into view. The first photograph depicted a slender middle-aged man in a white shirt and straw hat, my grandfather in his youth. His skin notably dark. Curiously, a black fountain pen was tucked into the pocket of his shirt. In that era, possessing a fountain pen signified cultural refinement and social standing. I immediately recognized that this must have been taken during his time with the archaeological team. Upon closer inspection, the background revealed a hillside, with others milling about, suggesting a worksite. I mused. No wonder there are no photographs from earlier days in the house. It turns out grandfather had stored them all in this place. I then retrieved the photos and began to meticulously sift through them. Within these images, I recognized some familiar faces, such as the youthful Professor Lin and a young Qin-si. These photographs predated the one Zhao Eryi had previously shown me by quite some time. In one of the photos, Qin-si, still a boy, sat at an excavation site on a high mound, his profile turned towards the camera, his expression serene, lips pressed together as he observed the workers bustling about in the grave pit. This collection of photographs was substantial, each one larger than average. In that era, capturing an image was a luxury. Had it not been for grandfather's work with the archaeological team, he would never have had the opportunity to preserve so many photographs. Beneath this stack of photos, I discovered a notebook, its cover identical to the work journal grandfather had left for me. My heart raced as I quickly opened it, revealing pages filled with dense notes. I suppressed my excitement and meticulously read through its contents. The narrative was extensive, yet it conveyed a profoundly significant revelation, leaving my heart pounding like a drum as I closed the notebook. This diary chronicled the origins of this basement and the coffin it housed, with the person within the coffin concealing a harrowing tale. This event transpired 2 decades ago, a time when I was merely 8 years old, and Qin-si had already perished in the tomb of the giant-eared king. 8 years prior, when his beloved son went missing, grandfather sensed that something had befallen Qin-si. He vacillated over whether to search for him, unaware that Qin-si had emerged alive from the tomb of the giant-eared king and handed a silk manuscript to Zhao Eryi. Thus, grandfather believed Qin-si had died within the tomb, and to find his remains, he would inevitably have to enter the ancient grave. It was during that time that Bai Lao-si discovered clues about the ghostly chamber within the tomb of the giant-eared king, inadvertently transferring the curse onto grandfather. Subsequently, grandfather had daringly ventured into the tomb, only to encounter perilous conditions that prevented him from nearing the tomb's center, resulting in a broken leg. Consequently, grandfather was unable to descend into the depths of the tomb thereafter, leaving Qin-si to brave the tomb alone in pursuit of the curse of the ghostly chamber. In a sense, Qin-si had surpassed his mentor, for while grandfather returned empty-handed, Qin-si obtained the silk manuscript. Evidently, this manuscript held the key to unraveling the mystery of the ghostly chamber of the 10,000 demon concubine. Yet that wretched Zhao had merely thrown me a vague remark about a stolen item. At that time, grandfather was oblivious to these details. His injury rendered him incapable of another foray into the tomb of the giant-eared king. Simultaneously, thoughts of Qin-si potentially perishing within or being trapped and awaiting rescue lingered in grandfather's mind. Who could forsake their own descendant? Certainly, grandfather could not, especially since Qin-si was his pride. Yet, deep down, he understood that venturing forth would only lead to his demise. He was not a reckless individual. Years ago, when Bai Lao-si led numerous people inside, he was the only one who managed to emerge alive, albeit narrowly escaping death. Although the name of Ghost King Qin-si resonated powerfully within the circles of the Tao, my grandfather understood that it was merely a case of self-aggrandizement among practitioners. His own capabilities paled in comparison to those of his master, Bai Lao-si. Bai Lao-si had nearly perished within, and my grandfather, having personally experienced the terrifying depths of the tomb of the giant ears, was left with a heart full of anguish yet compelled to contemplate strategies with utmost care. He needed to devise a foolproof plan. How to gain entry into the tomb of the giant ears? Whom did it entomb? All of this remained shrouded in mystery. That very year, I had just been born, and it was likely that Qin-si had ventured forth with a fatalistic resolve. leaving behind a descendant for the Qin family, while he himself embarked on a perilous journey into the tomb of the giant ears. With his death, my grandfather pondered the implications. Should anything befall him as well, what would become of his grandson? The treasures within the tomb of the giant ears could very well hold the key to unraveling the curse of the ghost vault. In retrospect, it seemed plausible that the silk manuscript stolen by 4he was crucial for accessing the tomb of the giant ears. The notes did not elaborate on the tomb's perils. Yet the fact that even the formidable Bai Laozi, the ghost king 4he, and 4he had all met their demise there spoke volumes about its danger. After much deliberation, my grandfather sighed, realizing he could not abandon his grandson, nor would he have the opportunity to enter the tomb of the giant ears himself. With a leg half crippled and advancing years, the prospect of venturing there was indeed a fanciful notion. The only way forward was to thoroughly investigate the tomb's origins, thereby increasing the likelihood of finding 4he or, at the very least, his remains, and potentially breaking the curse. From that moment on, my grandfather commenced gathering all information related to the tomb of the giant ears. 8 years swiftly passed, marking 20 years ago, when I was 8 years old. My grandfather entrusted my care to Uncle Gu and claimed to be away on business, a trip that extended to 2 months. I recall that time vividly. My grandfather's departure left me unsettled, and I was blissfully unaware of his true identity as a soil master, leading me to weep and wail for quite some time. Upon his return, he was accompanied by a gaunt old man. This elder, with sparse long hair tied in a bun, appeared to be a Taoist in his 40s, but was not clad in traditional robes. He came bearing gifts of books, writing materials, and snacks, and my grandfather instructed me to refer to him as Grandpa Ma. He stayed with us for a while before departing. What exactly had my grandfather been up to during those 2 months? That experience was chronicled in this very notebook. It turned out that my grandfather had unearthed clues regarding the tomb of the giant ears. Nestled within the vast mountains of western Yunnan, after years of relentless exploration, he had surmised certain details concerning the tomb's master. Historically, Yunnan has long served as a confluence of various ethnic groups, with its geography ranging from plateaus to deep valleys, nurturing countless ancient civilizations. The legend of the giant ear king originates from a mysterious ancient kingdom, recorded in historical texts as the Ai Lao Kingdom. The Ai Lao Kingdom, referred to in Dai historical records as the Daguan Kingdom, was said to be a tribal confederation established by the ancestors of the Dai people in the region between the New River and the Lansong River. The earliest king of the Daguan Kingdom to have contact with the Han dynasty was named Aileo. Consequently, the historians of the Han referred to the Daguan Kingdom as Aileo State. Additionally, due to the inhabitants of the Daguan region being adept at riding elephants, and their living environment resembling that of the Yu people in the southern Han territories, they were mistakenly perceived as a branch of the Yu, leading to the Daguan Kingdom also being called the elephant-riding state of Dianyue. Presently, historians are more accustomed to referring to it as Aileo State or Dianyue State. The region of Dian is home to numerous ethnic groups, and the ancient Aileo Kingdom was a native state that flourished locally. Before its incorporation into the Han, it was said to be a land rich in gems and prosperity. In the annals of Dian's history, it is renowned alongside the illustrious Nanzhao Kingdom. However, with the assimilation of Aileo into the Han, the history, culture, and customs of Aileo gradually faded away, and this ancient realm ultimately vanished from the historical narrative in an imperceptible manner. It is noteworthy that the integration of the ancient Aileo Kingdom into the Han was fraught with challenges. In the region between the New River and the mountains, there existed a group that staunchly upheld their civilization, ultimately becoming the guardians of Aileo culture, yet they mysteriously disappeared within a century. Records of the ancient Aileo Kingdom have existed since the time of the records of the Grand Historian, with subsequent generations adding to the narrative. My grandfather once visited the tomb of the king of the giant ears, which bore the grandeur typical of royal mausoleums. Considering the geographical and historical context, he speculated that the occupant of that tomb was likely a king from ancient Dian. After more than 8 years of investigation, he ultimately focused his attention on the Aileo Kingdom, and following that lead, he indeed uncovered traces related to the tomb of the king of the giant ears. Chapter 6. The Queen of the Precious Elephant. It is said that the guardians of the ancient Aileo Kingdom thrived amid the mountains between the New River, subsisting through the extraction of gemstones and engaging in agriculture and hunting. However, as the Han sought to unify the realm, This flourishing civilization nestled in the mountains faced relentless warfare. Those unwilling to submit to the Han were referred to as Little Ileo. The might of the Han was formidable, and Little Ileo could hardly withstand such pressure. Just as their demise seemed imminent, the Ileo kingdom produced a remarkable figure, the queen of the precious elephant. Legend has it that she was breathtakingly beautiful, and on the day of her birth, a young elephant was also born among the royal herd. Situated in the Dian region, which was abundant in elephants, Ileo was thus bestowed with the title of the elephant-riding state of Dianiwa. Elephants symbolized auspiciousness and strength. It is said that this young elephant was born with unusually large ears, almost touching the ground, imbued with intelligence. Its left ear could hear the heavens, summoning divine beings, while its right ear could hear the earth, calling upon spirits for support. The queen of the precious elephant rode her giant-eared companion from a young age, witnessing her nation's subjugation, which fueled her disdain for the larger Ileo that had assimilated into the Han. Upon reaching adulthood and ascending to the throne, she vowed to defeat the Han army and reclaim the territories of the larger Ileo that had already submitted. Thus, the queen rode her giant-eared elephant into battle. Achieving victory in every encounter, not only did she rout the Han forces, but she also gradually began to reclaim the lands of the greater Ileo. Throughout history, during the flourishing Tang and powerful Han eras, the Han dynasty established itself through martial prowess. What extraordinary abilities did the queen of the precious elephant possess to be capable of vanquishing the Han army? Did she possess exceptional military acumen? Did she command valiant generals? None of those were the case. It is said that whenever the queen of Baoxiang went into battle, she rode upon a giant-eared elephant, accompanied by a handful of soldiers from the Ileo kingdom. Leading the charge, the queen would point her sword forward, chanting incomprehensible incantations, as if issuing commands. With the utterance of her spell, the great beast beneath her would trumpet, its right ear flapping, and from the very earth would emerge countless spirits from the underworld to aid the Ileo in their battles. Due to the formidable prowess of the queen, the Han dynasty ultimately abandoned their ambitions to reclaim the smaller Ileo territory. Thus, the queen of Baoxiang and her subjects settled amidst the sprawling mountain ranges, establishing the prosperous realm of post-Ileo. Alas, such bliss was short-lived. This revered queen, hailed as a divine being with the assistance of her giant-eared companion, succumbed to illness before she reached the age of 30. The diverse ethnicities of Yunnan had various burial customs, and following her death, it is said that she was interred outside the city of Ileo, leaving behind a final wish. Having fought valiantly throughout her life, she attributed her successes to the giant-eared elephant, insisting that her burial should be modest. The giant-eared elephant was a divine shaman sent to aid her, and upon her passing, it too must perish, necessitating a national burial for the deity. Indeed, on the day of her death, the giant-eared elephant silently passed away as well, causing the Ileo people to marvel at what they perceived as divine intervention. They honored her last request and bestowed their collective effort in laying the elephant to rest. The so-called shaman was a totem revered by local Ileo shamans, with their primitive beliefs originally propagated through the figure of the shaman. Thus, the giant-eared elephant was venerated as the embodiment of the local shamanic spirit, deserving of a grand burial. For decades following the queen's demise, the small Ileo kingdom mysteriously vanished, possibly due to the destabilizing effects of such a monumental burial, leading to its ruin. This enigma has yet to be unraveled. My grandfather, upon discovering this account, felt an abrupt jolt of realization and wondered if the master of the giant-eared royal tomb was indeed the elephant capable of summoning spirits. Was this legend true? No wonder a seemingly modest burial site of the small Ileo kingdom held such peculiar intrigue. It had a storied past. Upon learning of this information, my grandfather became troubled, fearing that if the giant-eared royal tomb was truly a national endeavor, he might never glimpse its true form. After some contemplation, he conceived a notion. If the giant-eared elephant was the true spirit of the Ileo kingdom, inseparable from the queen of Baoxiang throughout her life, then perhaps there lay clues within her tomb. Human belief can sometimes be boundless. For the sake of his grandson, his son, and to alter the fate of the Qin family, my grandfather tirelessly pursued a singular objective. Aware of his physical limitations, he understood that even if the queen's burial had been modest, it would be a daunting task to act alone. After much deliberation, he reached out to old acquaintances from the road, many of whom he had not seen in years. Most were fellow practitioners from a time when he had yet to reform. To his delight, Some were eager to join him on this venture, including the grandfather Ma, who later accompanied him home and brought me gifts. Grandfather Ma, known on the road as Ma Poppy, was a man of integrity, though he could be quite obstinate when it came to matters involving money. In his own words, he expressed that he was terrified of poverty. Ma Poppy, hailing from Jiangxi, had never known a full stomach since the dawn of his memories. In those times, the poorer one was, the more children they had, and the more children they had, the poorer they became. Ma Poppy was the youngest of 9 siblings. Eventually, his parents found it impossible to make ends meet and decided that since the youngest was still too small to contribute to the household, they could no longer afford to keep him and resolved to send him away for adoption. Where would he go? Coincidentally, their home was located at the foot of Mount Longhu, a renowned site of Taoism. Legend has it that Zhang Daoling, the founder of the Zhongyi sect of Taoism, once floated past Mount Longhu on a bamboo raft, captivated by the mountain's enchanting beauty, which was believed to be a haven for spiritual energies. Upon disembarking, he secluded himself in the mountains to cultivate the elixir of immortality. It is said that when the elixir was finally perfected, fragrant vapors filled the air and the sounds of tigers and dragons echoed across the skies, hence the name Longhu Mountain. During that period, numerous Taoist temples flourished on Longhu Mountain, coinciding with the Japanese invasion of China, which plunged the populace into dire straits, with few able to secure a decent meal. Many ascetics emerged, and Ma Poppy's parents sent him to the Tianshi sect on Longhu Mountain for training. The ascetic life was hardly suited for a child like Ma Poppy, who had grown accustomed to foraging for bird nests and catching turtles merely to stave off hunger. He reluctantly endured the training, dismissing the Tao Te Ching as inconsequential. The Taoist practices were often cloaked in mystery, and the notion of magical arts was met with skepticism. Ultimately, Ma Poppy was merely biding his time, learning some skills from his master, but by the age of 17 or 18, he yearned for freedom beyond the confines of the temple and cast aside his Taoist robes in pursuit of a carefree life. During that era, death was rampant, with funerals occurring everywhere. The teachings of salvation and the services of monks and Taoists were frequently in demand. Once Ma Poppy descended the mountain, he noticed that it was relatively easy to make a living as a Taoist or monk, so he continued to don the Taoist garb. Later, under the guidance of a friend, he entered the realm of tomb raiding, but that is a tale for another time. As for my grandfather, he had summoned over a dozen individuals, yet only Ma Poppy and his 2 disciples truly honored the invitation. The 2 disciples were rather simple-minded. One was muscular and imposing, but not particularly bright, while the other was skinny, dark-skinned, and full of clever tricks, both referred to as Chou Daolong and Shou Jizi, respectively. In the mushroom-picking trade, it was customary to assign nicknames, as this was considered a morally dubious endeavor. Frequently calling out names could attract the attention of the king of hell, who would hold you accountable after death, which is why most preferred to use aliases. When my grandfather left home and met with the 3 of them, he heard Ma Poppy remarking on his grandfather's limp. "Brother Chun, how majestic you once were. How have you fallen to this state?" My grandfather wished to keep the matters concerning the King Yutum a secret and waved his hand, saying, "In the realm of mortals, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Today we may laugh, tomorrow we may weep. Today we may be rich, tomorrow we may face disgrace, such is beyond my control. But Brother Ma, after all these years, you still exude the same charm. And you have even taken on 2 clever disciples. I am truly impressed." My grandfather, known for his honesty and integrity, spoke from the heart. Ma Poppy burst into laughter, responding, "Clever? They are both simpletons who have yet to encounter a true elder." In those days, the customs of etiquette were far more elaborate than they are now. A few polite exchanges, the procurement of necessary gear, and then one would board the green train, journeying to the realm of the Ilao kingdom as chronicled in ancient texts, nestled within the mountainous expanse of the mid-Yangtze River. My grandfather, skilled in the art of observing winds and discerning waters, a master of divination and tomb exploration, had spent decades immersed in this practice, engaging in frequent fieldwork, far beyond the capabilities of a novice like myself. Upon arriving in the region, we sought lodging with a local family. My grandfather, however, was not in haste to scrutinize the mountains or search for dragons. Instead, he inquired of the local villagers, "What is the name of this place?" In retrospect, such a question might seem peculiar. How could one arrive in an unfamiliar locale, yet remain unaware of its name? Yet, at that time, it was not unusual, The area was characterized by a continuous chain of imposing mountains, rugged cliffs, and towering peaks. A local saying captured its essence: north leads to Sichuan, south to Myanmar, with the vast Kunlun Mountains at their back. In an era of limited transportation, this remote region was scarcely explored, with numerous small locations absent from maps. The villager, a member of the Dai ethnic group, spoke Mandarin and informed us that this place was called Baoxiangzai. Upon hearing Baoxiang, my grandfather's interest was piqued, prompting him to inquire further, "Why is it named Baoxiang?" The villager replied, "I cannot say. It has always been known by this name." A rather simple-minded companion, Chioda, asked, "Is it because there are many treasures here?" The villager responded, "Indeed, there are treasures, bamboo houses, elegant clothing, and glutinous rice served with sauce. However, there is a local legend that claims the mountains hold untold riches, with countless gemstone mines, though no one has ever unearthed them. Perhaps that is the origin of the name." After sharing this, the villager departed. Ma Pippi speculated. Baoxiang sounds somewhat akin to Baoxiang, perhaps due to its antiquity, which led to a misnomer. Surely, the Queen of Baoxiang resides in this vicinity. Chapter 7. The vertical cave tomb. My grandfather, a man of caution, sought a vantage point the following day to observe the mountains and discern the waters. He was not well versed in the burial customs of the ancient Ileo kingdom, as the later Ileo had undergone significant Sinicization, adopting burial practices aligned with those of the Han dynasty. The accounts documented in historical records pertain to these Han-influenced customs, while the lesser Ileo, having never submitted to Han rule, retained its distinctive burial traditions that had not been inscribed in the annals of history. Thus, my grandfather could not ascertain whether the royal tomb of the Queen of Baoxiang adhered to geomantic principles. The great mountains gathered spiritual energy, while the smaller hills birthed mystical creatures. As my grandfather surveyed the mountain formations, he discerned that this locale was indeed auspicious. The mountains sprawled like a sleeping dragon, and upon closer inspection, they formed the posture of 9 dragons coiling together, their heads raised towards the heavens, as if guarding something sacred in their midst. The tomb of the great Ear King lay far beyond a dragon vein, and under the conditions of that time, reaching it would take 7 days and 6 nights of arduous travel. My grandfather fixed his gaze upon one of the dragon veins, contemplating that its terminus must lead to the great Ear King's tomb, a site encircled by the 9 dragons. This observation suggested that the ancient Ileo had indeed chosen burial sites with a particular logic. Of course, this logic did not solely pertain to geomancy. Rather, the term feng shui encompasses 2 layers of meaning. One pertains to the metaphysical interpretation of the invisible winds and energies, while the other relates to geographical considerations. For instance, even those unfamiliar with geomancy understand that areas with loose, damp soil are unsuitable for habitation or burial. This represents the most fundamental essence of feng shui. To comprehend feng shui, one must first learn to perceive the tangible before delving into the intangible. Although the traditional burial customs of the ancient Ileo culture remain elusive to many, it is essential to recognize that ancient Ileo was a multi-ethnic nation and consequently, a land of diverse beliefs. A segment of the populace adhered to Buddhism, while a significant portion followed the local shamanistic traditions. Given that shamanism is an indigenous religion, its practices vary considerably across regions. However, in terms of burial customs, there is a consistent adherence to the principle of separating the human from the divine. While the tomb of Queen Baoxiang does not conform to the principles of Chinese geomancy from a religious standpoint, if the tomb of King Zhuer is situated at the dragon's head, it stands to reason that Queen Baoxiang's tomb is likely located at the dragon's tail, which, at that moment, was faintly discernible beyond the misty mountains. With the conclusion reached, the elder promptly prepared provisions and fire tools, and once everything was in order, they ventured into the mountains. The details of their journey are unnecessary to elaborate upon, but after approximately 2 days, the quartet arrived at the dragon's tail. At this juncture, the methods of surveying the landscape and divining the burial site had proven ineffective, necessitating a return to traditional soil examination techniques. The group, analyzing the geological structures of the mountain, tentatively identified several suitable burial locations. They spent 3 days using a Luoyang shovel for precise positioning. On the 3rd day, as noon approached, Ma Popi extracted the shovel and suddenly exclaimed, "I found it." The elder hurried over to observe, only to see an abundance of pitch black wood shavings emerging from a depth of about 10 meters, faintly glowing red, indicative of having once been lacquered. While the elder's expertise was limited, Ma Popi possessed a profound understanding of such matters. He held the Luoyang shovel to his nose, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply. Upon reopening his eyes, he declared, "The air is dense and the flavor stagnant, with a reddish hue tinged with black. There lies a tomb below," dating back no less than 1800 years. This calculation aligned closely with the historical timeline of the Ileo kingdom, invigorating the group as they immediately commenced digging a thief's pit. In the depths of the mountains, the need for discretion in soil observation was unnecessary. The four of them, with sleeves rolled up, set to work. The excavation of a 10-meter deep pit was accomplished in mere moments. This tomb was constructed of stone, devoid of bricks, with its apex sealed by large stone blocks. As they removed the stones, a cold draft surged upward, and the elder, armed with a rudimentary flashlight fashioned from soft iron, peered inside, startled to exclaim, "I have never encountered a tomb like this." What lay below was not a burial chamber or corridor, but a straight, seemingly bottomless shaft. The walls of the pit were adorned with numerous wooden beams embedded into the stone, resembling thorns protruding from the rock face. After 1800 years, some of the wood had splintered while others remained intact, all presenting a square form. The nearest beam, illuminated by the flashlight, emitted a faint, otherworldly glow. The elder, his eyesight dimmed by age, struggled to discern the source of the reflection, but he was interrupted by the quavering voice of Shojizi, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! It's gemstones. The wooden stumps have been carved with grooves, and they are filled with jewels." The excitement in his voice was palpable. The elder, astonished, reflected on the tales of the ancient Ileo kingdom's rich treasure troves. It seemed the legend was indeed true. If the burial of Queen Baoxiang bore such grandeur, one could only imagine the splendor that awaited within the depths of King Jure's tomb. In his later years, my grandfather placed little value on material wealth. He was a man of integrity, and his initial foray into tomb raiding was born from coercion by Laosi. Subsequently, he fell victim to the curse of the ghostly vault, compounded by familial tragedies, including the passing of my grandmother. He came to perceive these misfortunes as divine retribution for his past transgressions, and thus resolved never again to plunder for riches. When he beheld the multitude of dazzling gems, though they were captivating, his heart remained unmoved. He remarked to the others, "This vertical tomb may well represent the burial practices of the ancient Ileo kingdom. I suspect the queen of the precious elephant lies entombed at the very bottom of this shaft." The crafty thin chick peered downward, and the abyss appeared bottomless, shrouded in darkness akin to the gaping maw of a beast, a chilling wind wafting upward. Aside from wooden stakes, there was nothing to aid in climbing, and although they had brought ropes, their length was evidently insufficient. To descend into the depths would necessitate a perilous ascent on the wooden stakes, where a moment's inattention could spell disaster. Rather than risk such folly, why not collect the gems from the nearby stakes? The wealth from these gems, once sold, could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. Why then should they tempt fate by descending to the tomb's depths? With this thought in mind, he proposed the idea. My grandfather felt discontent. Had I been in his position, I would have kicked Thin Chick away with contempt, urging him to distance himself and cease sowing discord among the group. Yet, being a congenial man, he reflected that there was merit in the young man's words. If the three were unwilling, he would have to descend alone. Although Ma Pippi was primarily motivated by profit, he was also fiercely loyal. Having discerned that my grandfather's intentions were not solely financial, he chastised his apprentice, saying, "You insolent wretch! How dare you speak to my elder brother in such a manner? Do you not believe I would kick you down this hole right now?" Xiao Da, a kind-hearted soul, quickly came to Thin Chick's defense, saying, "Master, please calm your anger. My junior has simply misspoken. Let us not provoke you. We will descend. Whatever task Uncle Chen has, my junior and I shall follow your orders." Satisfied by this, Ma Pippi turned to my grandfather, saying, "Elder brother, the youth are but foolish. Do not hold it against them. Let us proceed." Moved, my grandfather nodded, and the four of them secured the rope, casting it into the abyss before descending. The rope measured an impressive 25 meters. In most tombs, this would suffice. However, upon encountering this vertical tomb, it proved woefully inadequate. After descending over 20 meters, they found themselves still suspended above an unseen void. My grandfather, gathering his strength, swung his body, testing the stability of the nearby wooden stakes. Satisfied with their soundness, he declared, "From here on, We must rely on our skills. One by one, we shall proceed, and I will lead the way. Being a man of generosity, my grandfather took the initiative to lead the charge, ascending the wooden stakes with care, navigating through the sharp protrusions as he searched for the most sturdy support. Millennia-old and the others followed in his wake, managing to traverse the treacherous path unscathed for the moment. With utmost caution, they descended another 10 meters. My grandfather, with a flashlight clipped to his waist, began to discern some grayish-white objects emerging from the depths of the cave, suggesting that they were nearing the bottom. Suddenly, however, Xiao Dalong let out a startled exclamation, his hoarse voice shattering the tranquility of the ancient tomb that had stood for millennia. "Master, there is someone over there." Someone. My grandfather was momentarily taken aback. Raising his eyes to look above, he had been so focused on navigating the treacherous terrain that he hadn't bothered to glance around. Yet, Xiao Dalong had taken the time to observe, and he spotted a dark figure draped over a nearby wooden post, resembling a child. As my grandfather lifted his gaze, the beam of light converged on the figure, revealing it more clearly. Upon closer inspection, it indeed appeared to be a child. However, the sight was utterly horrifying. The child was bound to the wooden post, having transformed into a desiccated corpse. The eye sockets were devoid of eyeballs, replaced instead with a pair of embedded rubies. The mouth was agape, stuffed with another ruby, and the corpse was adorned with a scattering of gemstones, seemingly intended as burial offerings for the child. The phenomenon of human sacrifice in burial practices is a peculiar aspect shared across cultures worldwide. Thousands of years ago, various tribes and nations, separated by mountains, rivers, and seas, exhibited astonishing similarities in their burial customs, predominantly featuring coffins. The ancient nobility's propensity for including living companions in their graves is strikingly alike across different civilizations, presenting a perplexing enigma for all. Seeing the gem-stuffed child's corpse, my grandfather sighed, feeling a wave of compassion for the poor child. His thoughts then drifted to his grandson, me, filling his heart with a mix of sorrow and affection. In the midst of these complex emotions, the darkness of the cave was suddenly pierced by a creaking sound, signaling that the wooden posts beneath them were struggling to bear the weight, showing signs of imminent fracture. Engrossed in observing the pitiable burial child, they had stood still for too long, inadvertently inviting disaster. Before they could react, the wooden post snapped, and the 4 individuals plummeted into the abyss, occasionally colliding with the wooden remnants below. Fortunately, they were nearing the bottom, with the posts providing some cushioning. Though they fell from a height, their lives were spared, yet the impact rendered them unconscious upon landing. Chapter 8. The Dragon's Den. Uncertain of how much time passed in unconsciousness, the first to awaken were Xiao Dalong and the thin fellow known as Xiao, their youth enabling a swift recovery. In a haze, Xiao began to complain to Xiao Dalong, saying, "Ouch, it hurts so much. It's all that old man Chen's fault for insisting on coming down here, dragging us into this mess. Stop complaining and check if Master and old man Chen are all right," Xiao Dalong urged. After a moment, my grandfather felt someone half supporting him, delivering a firm pat on his back. The jolt caused him to cough up some phlegm, and the pain in his back jolted him fully awake. He noticed that Millennia-old had also regained consciousness, a bloody gash on his forehead, sitting there gasping for breath, while Xiao tended to his wound. My grandfather glanced at Xiao Dalong, who had roused him, and said, "Good boy, thank you." Xiao Dalong let out a hearty laugh, gripping his head, and said, "No need for formalities. You are a friend of my master, and thus my senior. It is only proper." With that, he assisted his grandfather to his feet. The old man thought to himself, despite this individual also being a treasure hunter, he possesses a good heart, and I must express my gratitude to him in due time. However, at that moment, as the group stood in the pit, there was no talk of thanks. They immediately began to survey the conditions within the vertical pit. To their astonishment, they discovered the surrounding stone walls were gruesomely adorned with numerous sacrificial child corpses. A rough count revealed no fewer than 40, and under the flashlight's beam, the gems embedded in the children's bodies reflected a blinding light, while the eye sockets, set with rubies, were a shocking crimson that was hard to behold. Furthermore, at the very center of the pit's bottom stood a large copper pillar, roughly the girth of 2 men embracing, its surface a dark blue-black, embossed with various scenes. The grandfather scrutinized it closely and observed that the protruding images depicted both humans and beasts, showcasing a myriad of scenarios, some selling flowers, others riding elephants carrying water. And groups clad in long robes gathered around to watch performances, creating a vibrant and bustling marketplace reminiscent of ancient Ileo kingdom. The expressions of both humans and beasts carved upon the copper pillar were imbued with smiles, reflecting the prosperity and abundance of the ancient Ileo kingdom. As the grandfather examined the pillar, he reached out and tapped it, producing a hollow echo from within. The seasoned group immediately recognized that the pillar was empty. Ma Pipi remarked, "There are no other entrances or burial passages here. It seems likely that the remains of Queen Baoxiang are contained within this copper pillar." The pillar, standing twice the height of a person and appearing seamless, revealed no visible joints. Xiao Daoling eagerly proposed, "It seems the connection must be at the top. Let me take a look." With that, he grasped the pillar and, like a tree climber, ascended. Moments later, he turned to smile at the others and said, "There's no ceiling above. I will investigate further." He then plunged his upper body into the enormous copper pillar, leaving only his legs and backside visible. The grandfather and the others waited below, and after roughly 10 seconds, the anxious Xiao called out, "Daoling, is there anything of Queen Baoxiang inside?" They then heard Xiao Daoling's muffled voice respond, "There are many compartments inside that seem to hold items, but I haven't seen a corpse." Before he could finish, a sudden sound echoed from above, resembling a plastic bag bursting under pressure. Just as that noise resonated, Xiao Daoling suddenly plummeted downwards. However, only his lower body fell, the portion above his pelvis entirely missing, blood staining the ground in an instant. The scene took the three by surprise. Ma Pipi's eyes reddened with fury, nearly bursting. As he shouted, "Daoling!" Xiao stood frozen, trembling, his pants wet with fear. The grandfather, overwhelmed by the overwhelming stench of blood, staggered back a step, stricken with shock, anger, pain, and sorrow. What a fine young man he was. What could possibly be hidden within that bronze pillar that could inflict harm right before his eyes? The title of Ghost King was not without merit. Despite the grandfather's amiable disposition, his expertise was beyond reproach. Although following Old Bai to search for mushrooms was not a matter of choice, I nonetheless acquired considerable skills. Grandfather was adept with the flying knife. It is said that Old Bai's flying knife measured the length of a finger and the width of two, featuring a sharpened edge alongside a blood groove. And it was further imbued with poison. While foraging for mushrooms, it proved lethal against the serpents and strange beasts residing in tombs. As well as to those who showed no gratitude, one strike was all it took to fell them. Grandfather learned much from Old Bai, mastering the flying knife to such an extent that his prowess surpassed that of his mentor. With a fierce shout, he flicked his hands, sending 4 red flying knives, laced with venom, nestled between his fingers. He then leaped into action, propelling himself against a bronze pillar, intent on toppling it. Though the pillar appeared massive, it was hollow within. Grandfather's forceful kick sent it crashing backward, rolling 3 to 5 meters before abruptly dislodging an object, none other than the upper half of the unfortunate Xiao Daoling, a gruesome mass of blood that followed closely behind. Ma Pipi, who typically berated his 2 apprentices, seemed to harbor a protective instinct for them. Upon seeing Xiao Daoling's tragic demise, he cried out in anguish and rushed forward to retrieve the body. The corpse, having been ejected, lay directly in front of the bronze pillar's entrance. As Ma Pipi crouched to embrace the body, a massive shadow erupted from the pillar, nearly as thick as a human. Grandfather stood 3 meters away, neither rushing to intervene nor clearly discerning the creature's form. In a moment of urgency, he hurled a flying knife. Its aim impeccable and laced with potent venom. Any living creature struck by it would surely perish. As anticipated, the creature, unable to reach Ma Pipi, recoiled in pain back into the pillar after being struck by the flying knife. Ma Pipi seized the opportunity to reclaim his apprentice's body, his eyes bulging with fury as he drew a long knife from his equipment bag, ready to confront whatever lurked within the pillar. Those who delve into tombs often prefer cold weapons. In those days, security checks were not as stringent, making it easier to carry controlled knives. The favored cold weapons among tomb raiders typically fell into 3 categories: heavy weaponry with significant lethality, such as Lu Su's ghost-crying knife; smaller weapons like the mute's waist knife; and hidden weapons like Old Bai's flying knife. As the creature retreated, Ma Pipi brandished a cleaver, eager for vengeance. But grandfather swiftly restrained him, saying, "Brother, exercise caution, do not act rashly." Ma Pipi's eyes burned with intensity. The fine lines on his face contorted with rage as he declared, Whatever that monster is, I will slay it. Grandfather, suppressing his own grief, replied. That creature was capable of cleaving Dowling in two with alarming speed and force. We cannot act impulsively. It has already been struck by my flying knife. And even an elephant would not survive more than a minute under such conditions. Understanding grandfather's formidable reputation, Ma Pippi gasped for breath, reluctantly halting his advance as he glared at the bronze pillar. After approximately a minute of silence, grandfather nodded, signaling, "It is time. Let us investigate." It is often said that those with a fiery temper and timid hearts are akin to a frail chick, whose mind is often consumed with frivolous thoughts. At this moment, however, it stands quaking in fear, hesitant to advance. Normally, Ma Pippi would have taken the opportunity to reprimand it. But with the death of one disciple already weighing on his conscience, he felt no inclination to lecture the frail chick. Instead, he and his grandfather made their way toward the bronze pillar. The two squatted at the entrance of the bronze column, directing their light within, and they soon discovered a dark mass coiled at the base. The nature of this entity was unclear, but they could discern a dagger protruding from it. The creature lay utterly still, presumably lifeless. Without hesitation, Ma Pippi climbed into the bronze column to drag it out. Once freed from its confines, the entity unfurled, revealing a grotesque figure resembling a humanoid with a serpentine tail and covered in long hair. Was this the creature responsible for the demise of Dalong? Why had it been confined within? Ma Pippi, filled with rage, drew his knife, intent on dismembering the beast in his quest for vengeance. Just then, his grandfather abruptly intervened, exclaiming, "No, this is a long Dan. If severed, the dragon energy within will escape." At this moment, the frail chick had regained its composure and cautiously inquired, "Uncle Chun, what is a long Dan?" The grandfather proceeded to explain that a long Dan is a transformation of a corpse. The dragon vein possesses energy. When concentrated at the head, it signifies life, while at the tail, it indicates death. Furthermore, the dragon tail is categorized into 8 doors: rest, life, injury, death, scenery, terror, and opening. If a corpse occupies the malevolent door of the dragon tail, the ominous dragon energy gathers and transforms the body, leading to the emergence of the long Dan. This creature grows hair from its tail at a rate of 1 inch every century, and upon observing the tail of this long Dan, its ancient age became evident. It is said that the long Dan contains the dragon energy of the Han Mountain range, and should it escape, serpents, insects, rodents, ferocious beasts, and birds will flock to devour its flesh, leaving those nearby in peril as well. The ancient Ilao kingdom lacked an understanding of feng shui, which may have led to misjudgments in burial practices. The long Dan before them was likely the transformed remains of the Queen of Baoxiang. The frail chick, upon hearing this, cautiously ventured, "Then, it should be incapable of causing any further mischief, correct?" The grandfather shook his head, stating, "Dragon energy is the essence of life. Even if it gathers in a place of malevolence, it remains vital. Thus, the corpse undergoes transformation into a living entity, such as the long Dan. As long as it is alive, there is no creature that can escape my knife." The frail chick exhaled in relief, glancing at its master, Ma Pippi, and then at the gruesomely dismembered body of Dalong. Summoning its courage, it suggested, "Since we have located the Queen of Baoxiang, and there is nothing else of value here, should we not leave this place post-haste?" Ma Pippi remained silent, casting a glance at his grandfather. Chapter 9. The treasure bowl. The grandfather surveyed the bronze pillar, remarking, "With the long Dan removed, this place should pose no further danger. I have noticed several hidden compartments within the column. They likely contain some artifacts. I must investigate further." Pausing, he reflected on the death of Dalong, a pang of guilt striking him. He sighed, "This matter pertains to the Qin family. To prevent any unforeseen complications, you should leave ahead of me and wait outside." Ma Pippi lamented, "Now that matters have reached this point, how could I abandon my brother? Let us first complete our urgent business and return together." The two had shared a bond for many years, and Grandpa, well aware of Ma Pippi's loyalty, felt that urging him otherwise would merely be a waste of time. He nodded and crawled into the copper pillar to examine the hidden compartments. These compartments served a purpose akin to the burial niches surrounding a tomb, housing various funerary items, many of which were exotic treasures brought from abroad at that time. However, their quantity was rather limited. As Grandpa inspected them one by one, he gained a growing understanding of the ancient Ai Lao culture, yet he discovered no clues regarding the tomb of the giant-eared king. At that moment, one particular compartment caught Grandpa's attention. It featured a pull-open, copper door adorned with simple artwork depicting a sensuous woman riding atop a peculiar elephant. The elephant's ears drooped to its shoulders, and each of its eyes bore a face. One was that of a malevolent spirit, fangs bared as if ready to leap from the eye, while the other wore a golden mask, exuding an air of divinity and authority. Though the door was small, roughly the size of an adult's palm, the artwork was exquisitely detailed. Thanks to the well-sealed nature of the vertical burial chamber, the gilding remained intact, and the painting was vividly lifelike. Regrettably, the queen of the precious elephant was depicted in profile, concealing the details of her visage. However, one detail particularly captivated Grandpa's attention. Atop the massive elephant's head rested a golden hoop with a round base, upon which sat a seemingly inconspicuous small bowl, from which a plume of black smoke emerged, evoking an ominous sensation. Grandpa had a premonition that within this compartment lay something he sought. He promptly opened the compartment and discovered an unremarkable clay bowl, about the size of an adult's palm. The bottom bore markings resembling both drawings and letters. Grandpa was taken aback. Upon comparing the bowl with the designs on the compartment, his heart raced. Could this bowl be the very one perched atop the giant-eared elephant's head? But what then of the black smoke emanating from it? At that moment, the entire copper pillar had been thoroughly examined. Apart from this bowl, no other discoveries had been made. With a sigh, Grandpa resigned himself to the return journey. However, he was unaware that they were not the only three to depart. A mysterious entity had also followed them out. Upon realizing this, I finally understood that the bowl Grandpa had once used as a lamp was, in fact, extracted from the coffin of the queen of the precious elephant. The bowl emitted black smoke. It had been in my home for approximately 4 to 5 years, often filled with lamp oil, yet I had never witnessed it producing such smoke. Was this merely a figment of ancient imagination? Or did the bowl truly possess some extraordinary quality? I pondered the peculiar entity Grandpa mentioned that had accompanied their departure. Taking a deep breath, I was about to delve further into the narrative when Doufu suddenly hurried down the stairs, exclaiming, "Old Chun, Uncle Gu is calling us for dinner." Glancing at my watch, I realized it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the village, the mealtime is generally quite late. Breakfast around 9 o'clock, lunch around 2, and dinner around 8, primarily due to the abundance of farm work. I nodded, momentarily pausing to observe. After some contemplation, I decided it would be inconvenient to take my notes outside. So I returned the notebook to the drawer, intending to revisit it in the afternoon. Noticing my serious demeanor, Doufu inquired, "What have you discovered?" He then subtly gestured towards the coffin nearby and cautiously asked, "What is contained within?" I shook my head, replying that I did not know for the time being. As we walked, I briefly recounted the contents of my notes to Doufu. Upon hearing, he clicked his tongue in admiration, exclaiming, "Old Master Chun possesses remarkable skills. That flying knife technique is truly impressive." I retorted, "Why didn't you learn it?" With a hint of irritation, I continued, "Firstly, my grandfather never intended for me to pursue this line of work. Secondly, he disappeared when I was 14, and I am hardly a prodigy capable of self-teaching." Doufu stroked his chin, displaying disappointment. He remarked, "If you had such a skill, on days when you couldn't dig, and if you went bankrupt, we could still perform on the streets." I was quite vexed and snapped, "You ravenous crow. Can you not say something uplifting? Our shop has barely been open for 2 months, and you're already wishing for my downfall? Do you believe I would return to Uncle Ge's and slice your tongue with a kitchen knife?" Doufu recoiled slightly, saying, "Do not be so irritable. If others see us, they might think I have wronged you. I merely wanted to ask, doesn't your grandfather have a notebook? If it contains Yang Fang's techniques for divination in tombs, could it possibly lack by Lao Si's flying knife techniques?" I was taken aback, staring at Doufu, unable to suppress a pat on his head, saying, "At last, you've uttered something useful." Indeed, there was a section in that notebook detailing the practice of the flying knife technique, recorded in classical Chinese. Initially, I had glanced at it and thought that the flying knife was no match for a gun, deeming it an outdated skill, hence I paid it little heed. However, my recent experiences mushroom digging had imparted a profound understanding. In the field, firearms are not as significant as one might think at critical moments. It is the cold weapons that truly matter. Perhaps I should attempt to learn it. Of course, mastering the flying knife requires prolonged practice. It is not something one can quickly master on a whim. I buried this thought in my heart, resolving to first clarify the matters at hand. Upon my return to Shenzhen, I would order 2 small flying knives to practice at home. As I pondered this, I found myself already at Uncle Ji's house. Uncle Gu is a warm-hearted man who often looked after us when we were neighbors. For lunch, he had killed 2 local chickens and stewed them into a pot, simmering enticingly on the charcoal stove. Lifting the lid released an aromatic waft, rich with the scent of meat, distinctly different from the flavor of the feed chickens we usually bought. Having been engaged in digging soil and stones, I was now quite hungry. While chatting with Uncle Gu, I and Doufu heartily indulged in the meal. Doufu, blissfully gnawing on a chicken wing, heard Uncle Gu sigh and say to me, "Xian, you are a person of great promise. Your demeanor is unlike that of us mountain folk. Ah, I remember when you were just a child, running wild with the village kids. If your grandfather could see you now, he would surely be pleased." Upon hearing Uncle Ji's sudden lamentation, I discerned a hint of unease in his expression and could not help but remark, "Uncle Gu, regardless of life's tribulations, I remain Qin Xian. You have seen me run about in my birthday suit. There is no need to jest with such talk." Uncle Gu, upon hearing my words, let out a hearty laugh, his face radiating satisfaction, and replied, "One must not forget their roots. Old Chun has raised a fine grandson." Doufu, with a piece of chicken leg in his mouth, muttered softly, "Of course, he hasn't forgotten his roots. Isn't he now inheriting the family business?" Fortunately, Uncle Gu did not overhear him. I smiled subtly, maintaining my composure, and discreetly stepped on Doufu's foot, causing him to drop his chicken wing. Instantly, Uncle Ji's large black dog dashed out and seized it, running off with it. "My chicken wing. Dog, I will have my revenge." Doufu angrily sprinted after the dog, leaving me feeling utterly embarrassed as I exchanged awkward glances with Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu. After a brief moment, I explained, he had a high fever in his childhood. His mind has never been quite right since. Uncle Gu nodded knowingly, listening to the commotion outside, and said, "You must take good care of him. I have heard that city folks can be quite shrewd, and he, being of a fragile mind, is easily deceived." I offered a dry chuckle and nodded, steering the conversation in a different direction. "Uncle Gu, I noticed you seemed preoccupied earlier. Might I be of assistance?" Uncle Gu's demeanor shifted, and he replied, "Since you have asked, I shall tell you, though I do not expect you to be of much aid. It is not a pleasant matter. Let us finish our meal first." Seeing the gravity of Uncle Ji's expression, I refrained from pressing further. We diverted the conversation to reminiscences. In a short while, as we nearly finished a pot of chicken, Doufu returned, looking dejected. Uncle Gu immediately served him more food, saying, "Child, eat well and nourish yourself. In life, we need not fear a lack of intelligence, as long as we remain true to ourselves and find joy." Doufu listened, bewildered by the unexpected wisdom. After our meal, Uncle Gu brewed a pot of strong tea, and the 3 of us settled down as he began recounting a tale from a decade past. At the eastern edge of the village lived a family by the surname Jiang, whom I know well. In our childhood, I often roamed the mountains with their son. He was rather plump and always lagged behind when we ran, which is why I called him Jiang Fatty. Uncle Gu continued, "You and little Jiang were quite close. Had he still been alive, he would have likely ventured beyond the mountains as well. Alas." Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Fatty has passed away." Uncle Gu confirmed. "He died early, in the 4th year after you left." "How did he die?" I inquired. Uncle Gu gestured behind him, saying, "He fell into the well at the eastern edge of the village and drowned." My immediate response was disbelief. "That is impossible. The well has water, and Fatty is as capable in water as I am. He should not have drowned. Surely, if he called for help, someone nearby would have heard him." Chapter 10. The Water Ghost. Uncle Gu replied, "Indeed, that is why no one knows how he met his end." I furrowed my brow, envisioning a small, barefooted chubby boy whose smile revealed 2 missing front teeth. We had once fished together and engaged in cricket battles. In my memory, he remains a child. How could he have perished in such a manner? Suddenly, Doufu interjected, "Old Chun, didn't you say that well is haunted? Could it be that I let out a gasp?" In the past, I would have certainly scolded him for his ominous words, insisting that there are no such things as spirits in this world. Yet now, I found myself refraining from rebutting Doufu. After all, over the past 4 months, I have encountered numerous bizarre and extraordinary occurrences. After Doufu finished speaking, I couldn't help but inquire, "Uncle Gu, wasn't that ancient well covered with a stone slab? Why has it been moved?" Previously, I had deceived Doufu by claiming that a female ghost resided within, hence the stone slab's placement. In truth, it was due to a tragic drowning. The body had never been recovered, which led the villagers to fear contamination of the water. prompting them to seal the well with a stone slab. Upon my inquiry, Uncle Gu replied, "I don't know who moved it. Time has passed, and no one has taken notice." After Xiaozhang's death, alas, he continued with a tale that evoked deep sorrow. It turned out that shortly after the demise of the rotund Jiang, his mother also fell into the well and perished. At the time, it was merely assumed that Jiang's mother, grieving over her son's death, had taken her own life by jumping into the well without further contemplation. Following her death, the household was left with Jiang's father and his grandparents. Overcome with grief, Jiang's father sought out another large stone slab to seal the well once more. However, a peculiar incident occurred. One day, a month later, that heavy stone slab was inexplicably toppled to the ground, and Jiang's father also met his end within the well. Jiang's father was a dutiful son who would never willingly take his life, even for the sake of his elderly parents. Thus, his passing sparked speculation among the villagers. Could it be that a water ghost was haunting the well, with a son, daughter-in-law, and grandson all succumbing to its depths? One can only imagine the profound sorrow that enveloped the elderly couple. Day after day, they mourned, and the old man ultimately vowed to uncover the source of this calamity, whether it be human or ghostly. The old woman suggested they invite a Yinyang master to investigate. The Yinyang master, an individual from bygone days who handled funerals, selected burial sites, assessed feng shui, and exorcised malevolent spirits, was summoned at great expense, depleting much of their savings. Upon arrival, the master proclaimed that indeed a water ghost was at play. The villagers inquired, "From where does this water ghost originate?" The master revealed that it was the spirit of the body that had never been retrieved all those years ago. The villagers pressed further, "So, it was this water ghost that caused the deaths of the three?" The master clarified, "Not exactly. The water ghost requires a proxy to be reborn. It was the water ghost that claimed Xiao Jiang, while Zhang's mother was the cause of her own demise, and Zhang's father fell victim to his wife." The old man struggled to accept this, exclaiming, "Impossible. How could my grandson harm his own mother? How could my daughter-in-law harm her husband?" The master explained, "Once transformed into a water ghost, one loses their humanity. Zhang's mother, missing her son, often visited the well, thus providing Xiao Jiang the opportunity to act. After the well was sealed, Zhang's father, yearning for his wife and child, would also frequent the well's edge, allowing the water ghost, now embodying his wife, to topple the stone slab and take his life as well." All was made clear, yet the old man remained unconvinced, insisting that even as a ghost, his grandson would never allow his mother to become a scapegoat, and that his daughter-in-law and son, who were admired as a model couple in the village, could never conspire to harm one another. Thus, he deemed the Yinyang master a charlatan. The old woman was rather superstitious. The matter concerning the Yinyang diviner was entirely her idea. She inquired, "Old sir, what shall we do now?" The diviner replied, "The water ghost is none other than your son. If not dispelled, he will inevitably harm others." As he spoke, he glanced at the sky, closed his eyes, and calculated with his fingers. He continued, "The water ghost, being of the water, can only remain in the well during these sunny days. However, once it rains, his range of activity will expand, and anyone within 100 meters may be at risk." Unlike the cities where land was scarce, the village was spacious, with each household enjoying a large courtyard. Outside the courtyards, they planted fruit trees and vegetables, so the notion of 100 meters actually referred to the Jiang family alone. The old woman, both sorrowful and fearful, wept uncontrollably. The old man, known for his strong will, grew increasingly irate with each word he heard. He promptly expelled the Yinyang diviner, declaring, "Even if my son were truly a water ghost, he would not harm his father, nor would he harm his mother." The diviner, indignant and thrown to the ground, was covered in dirt as he exclaimed, "Very well. If that is your stance, you shall bear the consequences alone. Do not come seeking my help afterward." With that, he departed. The villagers, having gathered to observe, were taken aback when, just a few days later, the sky suddenly darkened, and rain threatened to pour. A group of elderly villagers convened, deliberating, in matters of spirits, it is better to believe than to disbelieve. What if the water ghost truly exists? With the rain approaching, would not old Jiang and his wife be in peril? They could not forsake their fellow villagers, who had lived there for generations. Thus, a group of respected elders set out to persuade the Jiang couple to leave their home temporarily, as long as they remained beyond the 100-meter radius. Old Jiang, a man of great propriety, felt uneasy about imposing on others during such inclement weather. He instructed his wife to gather some tea leaves and sweet potatoes for their journey. It seemed as if the heavens knew of their impending escape. They had anticipated a delay in the rain, but before they could even step outside, a thunderous clap echoed, and torrential rain poured down, causing the hearts of the elders to skip a beat. Amidst the downpour, a chilling scream pierced the air. It was the voice of Zhang's wife. The drying shed where the sweet potatoes were hung was located to the left. The terrified villagers rushed over, but found no sign of her. Instead, they discovered a dragging mark on the saturated yellow clay, leading ominously toward the well. The sight was utterly horrifying, and no one dared to peer into the well. All fled in panic, leaving only old Zhang, who, struck by despair, sat in the rain, weeping uncontrollably. "You ungrateful wretch! Your mother raised you with such care, and you would bring her harm. Oh heavens!" The remaining elders hurried back home, shaken and nearly unable to stand. They relayed the events to the village's younger generation. The villagers, simple and earnest, could not ignore old Zhang's plight. They rallied with shovels and wooden bars, forming a group as they made their way to old Zhang's home. At that moment, overwhelmed by grief and the ravages of age, old Zhang collapsed in the muddy ground, succumbing to his sorrow. The villagers successfully rescued old Zhang, their hearts firmly believing in the words of the enigmatic Yin-yang master from the past. When they sought to consult him again, he simply refused to meet any visitors. They turned to other Yin-yang masters, but their efforts were futile, their rituals mere displays lacking substance. On clear days, peering into the well revealed its inky depths, occasionally disturbed by a fleeting, fuzzy mass that sent shivers down their spines. Since that incident, old Zhang had lost his sanity, retreating to a shrine behind the mountain, refusing to see anyone. Villagers, while gathering firewood or tending to their fields, would leave him food. After recounting this, Uncle Gu sighed and gazed toward the back mountain, saying, "Old Zhang was once quite kind to you. You should pay him a visit." I nodded, reflecting that if my grandfather were still alive, he would be of a similar age to old Zhang. I remembered that elderly gentleman as someone who held great respect and was quite serious, intimidating to children. Yet during visits, he never failed to provide us with sweets. I was taken aback by the numerous changes that had transpired over the past decade, and I sighed. Doufu, upon hearing this, exclaimed in anger, "Life and death are paramount. That Yin-yang master is exceedingly petty. If I were to meet him, I would surely give him a beating that would leave him unrecognizable to his own parents." Uncle Gu agreed. "Indeed, that is true." I pondered for a moment and said, "Could you please prepare some food for me, Uncle Gu? I intend to visit old Jiang. By the way, what about the entity in the well? Is no one attending to it?" Uncle Gu shook his head, replying, "How can we? We consulted every Yin-yang master within a 10-mile radius. Beyond that, we neither know where to find them, nor can we afford their services. It remains as it is. We just need to keep our distance from the well, especially on rainy days when no one dares to go near it." At this point, Uncle Gu paused, tapping his smoking pipe. If old Shun were still around, perhaps he would have a solution. I was taken aback, asking my grandfather, what could he possibly do? Uncle Gu chuckled. "You may not have heard this story. When you were very young, an elder in the village passed away, reportedly due to the ire of his daughter-in-law. His spirit lingered, refusing to depart. After the eternal lamp had burned out, the flame turned a sickly green, signaling that the elder's resentment remained unresolved and was causing disturbances. It was old Shun who ultimately found a resolution. I considered this and laughed. Did he perhaps insert a water buffalo horn into the elder's mouth? Uncle Gu was astonished, exclaiming, "How did you know? Goodness, did you learn this from old Shin?" I smiled but did not respond. The scenario Uncle Gu described, whether it could be classified as haunting, was beyond my understanding. However, the idea that a deceased person could not rest, with a flickering green lantern signaling their unrest, seemed plausible. The spirit's energy, possibly resentment or something else, remained trapped. Inserting a water buffalo horn into the mouth would stretch the throat, allowing the negative energy to escape, as the horn is associated with the yin. The hollow water buffalo horns carried by grave robbers serve not only to intimidate, but, when necessary, can also be used to pierce the neck of a zongzi. Chapter 11. The Mountain Shrine. Seeing that I had unraveled the mystery, Uncle Gu became excited, asking, "Do you know how to deal with the thing in the well?" Alas, old Zhang's plight is indeed tragic. Although I am not a local, my grandfather once brought me here during a time of escape, and my childhood was spent in this very place. To me, it is not merely a homeland. It is more akin to a cherished sanctuary, and thus, I cannot neglect it. After some contemplation, I decided to temporarily set aside matters concerning the cellar and informed Uncle Gu that I must first pay my respects to old Master Jiang before making any plans. At that moment, having filled our bellies and imbibed tea while engaging in pleasant conversation for quite some time, I resolved to act without further ado. Aunt Gu gathered some provisions, and I took the tofu and made my way to the mountain deity temple at the back hill. The black dog, vying for the tofu, wagged its tail and led the way, displaying an understanding demeanor. As the tofu scolded the dog, it inquired, "Old Chun, when will you hunt ghosts again? Are we truly to confront that water ghost?" I replied, "I am uncertain how to deal with other spirits, for they are formless and elusive, employing various methods. This requires the intervention of professionals. However, I have heard my grandfather speak of water ghosts, also known as water zongzi, which are a form of corpse transformation, tangible and corporeal. While I may lack the expertise to confront spirits, I am not daunted by zongzi, even if they are waterbound. According to folklore, there are two types of water ghosts. One is a soul trapped in water after death, and the other is a corpse transformed into a water ghost. I am ill-equipped to handle the former, but during Uncle G's narration, he mentioned a detail where someone peering into a well observed a furry black shadow deep within the water. It is said that the water ghost formed from a corpse resembles a fuzzy sphere, possessing long arms and a gaping mouth. Should someone pass by the well, it would reach out and drag them into the depths, drowning them, after which it would extract their soul with its large mouth, thereby allowing the soul to become a new water ghost while the previous one could find peace. I cannot ascertain the validity of this notion of water ghosts seeking substitutes. Yet I remain confident in my ability to confront tangible zongzi, even those of the aquatic variety. However, before that, I must first pay a visit to old Master Jiang. The mountain deity temple in our area was established after the Cultural Revolution and stands as the only place of feudal superstition in the village. Whenever something unusual occurs or a wish is to be made, villagers flock to the mountain deity temple. The temple, constructed of wood, venerates the mountain deity and its attendant spirits. As the village's population dwindled, so too did the number of visitors to the temple. When Tofu and I entered, we found that half of the temple door had vanished, leaving the other half hanging precariously. Above the entrance, a massive spiderweb festooned with a vividly colored green-headed spider awaited us. As we approached the altar, startled mice scurried away at our arrival. Tofu, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Uncle Gus said old Master Jiang resides here? My goodness, can anyone truly live in such a place?" I recalled playing in this mountain deity temple during my childhood, at a time when China's economy was underdeveloped and the rural populace did not surge into the cities. Our village was still vibrant. Speaking of the mountain deity, I was reminded of a peculiar incident. Fearless in my youth, I would roam wildly across the hills, leading the other village children. On one occasion, we ventured into the mountain deity temple, and Jiang, the portly boy, urgently pointed at the altar, declaring, "Let us have a contest to see who can urinate the farthest." A group of mischievous children, filled with glee, scampered away, a few girls stomping their feet and covering their faces, exclaiming, "We shall inform the adults that you are being unruly." With that, they dashed off. I thought to myself, as the leader, I naturally could urinate the farthest. The peculiar vanity of children was particularly pronounced at that time, and this contest was taken very seriously. We lined up, solemn expressions adorning our faces, and in unison, we lowered our trousers, revealing a row of varying shades of bare behinds. 1, 2, 3, we pinched our little brothers and began to urinate, soaking the entire altar. I took pride in winning first place, but that night, I returned home only to be struck by a high fever. In my dreams, I envisioned a figure draped in red cloth floating above me, lifting me up and spinning me around like a windmill. I spun and spun until I felt dizzy, my stomach churning. As I opened my eyes and tilted my head, I vomited. My grandfather, in a state of distress, muttered incoherently about some Doufu, and at that time, I was unaware of its significance. In retrospect, I suspect he was uttering a curse, fearing that I might be claimed by it. Eventually, I lost consciousness, babbling nonsensically, and my fever persisted for several days. Upon regaining consciousness, I learned that my grandfather had discovered our antics at the altar and had spent half the night burning incense for the mountain deity, even crafting a new altar to replace the old one, which miraculously cured my ailment. Now, gazing upon the dilapidated mountain temple, I was reminded of my grandfather. a weight settling heavily in my heart. I crouched low to avoid the cobwebs overhead and entered the temple with Doufu. Doufu called out, "Old Master Jiang, we have come to visit you and brought offerings. Are you here?" I lifted my head and scanned the surroundings. But the mountain deity statue remained as it had been, a clay figure with a crack running through its torso. Oddly enough, despite the surrounding filth, this statue appeared remarkably clean. I pondered whether old Master Jiang had been tidying up. After all, his entire family had perished at the hands of the water ghost. It was only natural for one in such a predicament to seek solace in the divine. Doufu's call was met with silence. The main hall was small, and I quickly surveyed the area. Assuming no one was present, I led Doufu toward the side hall. Just as we reached the entrance, a dark figure lunged at me unexpectedly. Although the movement was sudden, it was not swift. I dodged instinctively and focused my gaze, only to find an elderly man, disheveled and wrinkled, clad in clothes that reeked of grease. Despite the years that had passed, I recognized him immediately, my heart aching as I exclaimed, "Old Master Jiang. It is me, Chen Xian. Do you not remember?" The elderly man, appearing worse off than a beggar, gazed at me with cloudy eyes and hoarsely murmured, "Chen Xian. Chen Xian is my grandson Xiao Pang's good friend." Suppressing my sorrow, I replied, "It is I. I have come to see you." The elderly man's mind seemed somewhat clouded as he gestured toward a dilapidated wooden bed in the corner of the side hall, saying, "Chen Xian, why hasn't your grandfather come? Sit, and I shall fetch you some candy that your uncle Jiang bought in the city. It is quite sweet." With that, he began to rummage through the filthy, drafty side hall in search of candy. Not only I, but Doufu, too, felt a pang of compassion, his eyes reddening as he remarked, "This old man has had a terribly sad life. Old Chun, we must do something to help him." I observed that the elder Jiang appeared emaciated, seemingly never having had his fill. I hurriedly suggested, "Bring out the food, let him eat first." We had brought some dried provisions and a small bowl of stewed chicken for him. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing the elder Jiang to forget about finding me some sugar, his gaze fixated on my bowl as he swallowed hard. Doufu presented the bowl to him, saying, "Elder, please don't stand on ceremony, eat while it's hot." The elder Jiang remained silent, taking the bowl and directly using his hands to devour the food voraciously. Doufu and I, standing by, could do little to restrain him, so we let him be. Once he had finished, he began to chat idly with me. "Young Chun, why hasn't your grandfather come? It's been a while since he last played chess with me." Doufu clicked his tongue and whispered to me, "It's over. The elder is completely out of his mind." I shot him a glare, signaling him to remain silent, and replied, "He is busy outside. But he will come to see you when he has the chance. Once Elder Jiang passes on, he will likely meet my grandfather in the afterlife for a game of chess." "Oh," he nodded, then continued, "In the blink of an eye, you've grown so much. Ah, you came to see little Fatty, right? He has gone off to who knows where. Just wait here for him." In another moment, he fixed his gaze on Doufu, blinking his aged eyes, and remarked, "Oh my, such fair skin and handsome features. Is she your daughter?" At this, Doufu nearly choked on his own saliva, his face awash with indignation. I thought to myself, it seems Elder Jiang not only has lost his senses, but also his vision has failed him. I responded, "If I had such a daughter, I would be the first to sell her to a trafficker. Elder, I have come to ask for your assistance. Though I have already heard the details from Uncle Gu, to deal with the water ghost, we must first lure it out. With the clear weather these days, the water ghost would not emerge on its own, and I cannot simply wait in the village for rain. There are old sayings that suggest Zongzi can harm people by targeting their bloodline, which implies that it first harms relatives. To draw out the water ghost, perhaps we need you to make an appearance. For the past decade, everyone has avoided that cursed well, and the ghost within has surely grown more ferocious. It would be impossible to capture it in the water. We must lure it out. However, given Elder Jiang's current condition, I cannot help but feel concerned." "Assistance?" Elder Jiang queried. "Have you been caught spying on Xiao while she bathes again?" Coughing, I noticed Doufu laughing uncontrollably, and I quickly cleared my throat to change the subject. "Elder, that was many years ago. Please don't dwell on it." After a pause, I cautiously asked, "Do you still remember the well in front of your house?" The mention of the well seemed to unlock something within him. His pupils dilated as if he were seeing something in the void, and the loose skin on his face began to tremble. After a moment, he clutched his head, revealing only our disheveled tops. Doufu ceased his laughter, slowly rising to his feet, and observed Elder Jiang's trembling shoulders, saying, "Old Chun, the elder is crying. We should stop provoking him." I remained silent for a moment, reflecting on my acquaintance with Duan Fei, determined not to let him suffer in vain. The fact that the elder could recall the well indicated that there might still be a glimmer of clarity in his mind. Now was not the time to provoke him. Otherwise, he might linger in confusion and die with resentment. At that moment, I shook my head at Doufu, signaling him not to intervene, and slowly began. 10 years ago, Xiao Jiang drowned in the well, followed by your daughter-in-law, and ultimately your son. Then you summoned a yin-yang master. What did he tell you? Old Master Jiang trembled increasingly. And after a moment, he raised his head and hissed, "Water Ghost." Chapter 12. The fulfillment of merits. By this time, his gaze had regained focus. We locked eyes for what felt like an eternity. Old Master Jiang looked down at his frail, bony hands and lamented, "What sins have I committed? What have I truly wrought?" I replied, "Do you not wish to avenge them, old master? I can assist you. I am a friend of Xiaopeng." Old Master Jiang scrutinized me, and after a moment, he hoarsely uttered, "Your grandfather seemed knowledgeable about these matters. If only he were here now." A pang of grief struck my heart, and I said, "He may not be here, but I have returned." Once Old Master Jiang's emotions settled somewhat, I shared my plan with him. He was filled with excitement, his hands trembling as he declared, "If it means vengeance, I would gladly give my life." I paused and clarified, "It is not revenge, it is liberation." According to folklore, the water ghost seeks a substitute. The entity in the well is no longer the one that harmed Jiang Peng. It is the last victim, Jiang Pozi. It is said that a water ghost consumes the soul of its substitute, trapping that soul within its own body. Though I was no expert in dealing with ghosts, I was certain of 3 things. First, it surely feared sunlight. Second, any tangible zongzi possesses qi, and if that qi is disrupted, perhaps Jiang Pozi could be freed. Of course, I was merely speculating. At this juncture, we could only proceed with caution. Even if we could not liberate Jiang Pozi, we must at least eliminate the water ghost. Soon after, Doufu and I guided Old Master Jiang down the mountain. It was afternoon, and the sun was setting in the west. We needed to prepare Zongzi while the sun's yang energy was at its peak to suppress the ghostly essence. That evening, Uncle Gu tidied up Old Master Jiang, making him presentable. I urged Uncle Gu to prepare a cow horn. Although cows were seldom slaughtered in the village, we managed to obtain one. Doufu and I decided to forego the cellar that night, opting instead to conserve our strength until we resolved the water ghost issue. As I lay in bed, though it was only 8 o'clock, the village in the mountains had succumbed to darkness. The night wind swept through the fields, and unknown insects chirped in the grass, lulling us into a drowsy state. We were both night owls, typically awake until after midnight, yet as I closed my eyes, my mind swirled with chaotic thoughts, tangled like a ball of knotted rope. Doufu, however, seemed unperturbed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. The next day, the weather was clear. After breakfast, everyone gathered their tools and made their way to the well. I had prepared 2 sets of equipment, a fishing net, a cow horn, glutinous rice, and cooking oil. Gasoline would have been preferable, but it was unavailable in the village. In daylight, the ancient well appeared unremarkable, its grooves from the well rope bearing witness to its age. Old Master Jiang had previously secured a rope around his waist, accompanied by 2 young men who held the other end. The water ghost was immensely strong, while we aimed to lure it out. The risk of Old Master Jiang being dragged into the water loomed large. Having prepared meticulously, Doufu and I stood on either side of him at the edge of the well. Despite Doufu's usual timidity, he exhibited a surprising calmness, appearing more composed than the villagers, embodying the demeanor of a ghost hunter. I fixed my gaze on the well, its depths shrouded in darkness, the walls cloaked in moss. Sunlight streamed in, casting a serene yet ominous stillness upon the water, which seemed unfathomably deep. Ordinarily, a water ghost would not stray from its aquatic lair, especially during daylight. However, having been trapped for a decade, the scent of its kin would surely compel it to emerge recklessly. We did not wait long, approximately 5 minutes, when a faint shadow began to materialize within the depths of the well, gradually ascending. I held my breath, maintaining composure as I signaled the others nearby to remain alert. The shadow rose with remarkable speed, swiftly filling the circular well with a mass of dark, tangled hair, akin to a blockage in one's throat, evoking a profound sense of discomfort. The overall form of the water ghost remained obscured, but at that moment, it surged upward with astonishing acceleration, as if by magic, climbing the walls of the well at an unbelievable pace, surpassing human reflexes. In an instant, half of its body emerged from the well's mouth. Just as the legends foretold, it resembled a black, fleshy orb, adorned with over a meter of long, dark hair. As the hair broke the surface, a putrid stench reminiscent of decaying flesh and rotting fish assailed our senses. In a flash, from this dark mass, two claw-like appendages shot forth, tightening around old Master Zhang's neck, attempting to drag him into the water. This scene unfolded with alarming rapidity. Had I not been adequately prepared, old Master Zhang would have surely been snatched away. In that very instant, the rope securing him became taut, and the individuals nearby, alerted by my signal, were ready. The two young men exerted their strength, pulling the rope straight. According to our original plan, I refrained from immediately rescuing old Master Zhang, and instead hurled the already unfurled fishing net over the water ghost. Doufu, displaying remarkable agility, seized the other end of the net, and together we strained to pull the water ghost ashore. The creature, sensing danger, began to thrash violently, releasing its grip on old Master Zhang, who was immediately pulled several meters away from the water ghost by the rope. To our astonishment, the water ghost's struggle was far more powerful than anticipated, and in an instant, the fishing net slipped from Doufu's hands, causing his palm to be lacerated and bleed profusely. Realizing the peril, I feared the water ghost would escape back into the well. In a moment of desperation, I lunged towards the dark, hairy mass. Doufu, undeterred, followed suit, inadvertently landing atop me in a heap. I hastily retrieved the water buffalo horn, intending to release the water ghost. To my surprise, after a flurry of thrusts, I discovered that the outer layer of the ghost's hair was exceedingly thick, rendering the buffalo horn utterly ineffective. Doufu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Come on, this is unfair." The water ghost struggled beneath, causing my stomach to churn. In a desperate attempt to prevent its escape, I had no choice but to exert all my strength to suppress it, leaving me no opportunity to rise. At that moment, the others who had accompanied me swiftly placed the prepared bluestone slab over the well's opening. I breathed a sigh of relief, but could no longer restrain the water ghost, which, along with Doufu, toppled me to the ground. Prior to this event, we had devised a thorough plan. When one tactic failed, we promptly shifted to the next. The others had already opened the oil barrels, and as the water ghost attempted to retreat into the well, blocked by the bluestone slab, they immediately poured oil down. Mr. Zhang, with a grave and complex expression, struck a match and hurled it towards the oil-soaked ghost. In an instant, a roaring inferno erupted, accompanied by the acrid scent reminiscent of singed hair, releasing a cloud of dark shadows. The creature thrashed about in the open space, emitting a sound akin to the groans of a dying person, a sound eerily reminiscent of Granny Zhang's voice from my memories, though it vanished almost instantaneously, as if it were merely an auditory illusion. To avoid being inadvertently harmed, we swiftly retreated to observe from a distance as clouds of black ash swirled around the ancient well. After a brief moment, the creature finally ceased its chaotic movements, consumed entirely by the raging flames. Doufu, clutching his bloodied hand, yet seemingly oblivious to the pain, proclaimed, "A mere water ghost, easily dispatched. As we traverse the rivers and lakes, we shall always stand against injustice." I chuckled softly, interrupting him, "Do not celebrate prematurely. Tend to your wound at once, lest you find yourself unable to assist next time." The rest of the group, aside from one significant concern, was understandably jubilant. Upon returning home, we laid out a sumptuous feast. The mountains were rich with wild delicacies, spicy rabbit meat, stir-fried fragrant chicken, wild mushrooms, and some home-style dishes, filling the table to the brim. Doufu indulged to the point of gluttony, his face smeared with grease, as if he had never tasted a full meal in his life. After our meal, we rested for a moment before bidding farewell to Uncle Gu and returning to the old house to continue our investigation of the hidden chamber. This time, I refrained from hastily pulling out the notebook. Instead, I first examined the wooden cabinet beside me. The cabinet was divided into many compartments, housing an assortment of scattered items. The first item was a roll of sheepskin, which I unfurled to reveal a hand-drawn map, marked with several place names that I had never encountered before. Doufu leaned in, speculating, could it be a treasure map? I ignored him, tucking the sheepskin away, resolved to study it later. The second item was the missing bowl, which I had previously overlooked, thus unaware of when my grandfather had stowed it away. It had been cleaned thoroughly, and the inscriptions on the bottom were now more legible. I quickly retrieved Princess Gija's jade token for comparison. While there were differences, there were certainly striking similarities. The third item was a bundle of brown cloth, rolled into a tight ball, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Doufu, more enthusiastic than I, curiously shook off the cloth, and then let out a gasp. Chapter 13. Trust. Doufu exclaimed, "Wow." As I caught sight of what was concealed within the fabric, I too was momentarily stunned. The piece of cloth appeared to be specially crafted, equipped with ropes on both sides that could be tied around the wrists or ankles, and adorned with numerous hidden clasps, filled with gleaming silver throwing knives. Doufu remarked, "Goodness, these are the throwing knives used by old Master Chun." Oddly enough, weren't they supposed to be red? Having regained my composure, I explained, "The original color of the throwing knives is indeed this hue. Only when infused with deadly poison do they turn red." There were two such wrappings, each capable of being fastened to the left and right hands. When the sleeves were lowered, they were virtually undetectable. Each wrapping contained 9 throwing knives, totaling 18. As the cloth unfurled, a long sky-blue porcelain vial tumbled out, shattering upon hitting the ground and releasing a pungent red liquid, presumably the poison intended for the knives. I took the object from Doufu's hands, pondering whether this was what my grandfather and Chun had once used. A peculiar sensation surged within me at this thought, compelling me to bind them around my wrists. Fortunately, the ropes were adjustable, fitting snugly and securely. With a slight movement of my fingers, the hidden clasp would release, allowing the knives to slide down my wrist. A simple yet remarkably practical design. Aside from the wooden stick, there was nothing else of note. I retrieved the notebook once more to continue examining its contents. Meanwhile, my grandfather, millennia-old, and the thin chick unexpectedly found themselves accompanied by a mysterious entity as they departed from Yunnan. On their return journey, hindered by inadequate transportation, the trio had no choice but to spend the night beside a rarely traveled muddy road. The body of Chiu Dalong was cremated directly in the vertical tomb. The mushroom gatherer, who perished in the crypt, could hardly be considered wronged. The group camped on that desolate road, feasting on grilled game and taking turns to keep watch. That night, my grandfather stood guard until the early hours, and after the shift change, utterly fatigued, he collapsed into sleep. In the midst of slumber, a sudden loud noise jolted him awake. Cautiously, he opened his eyes, his drowsiness dissipating. To his surprise, he saw the thin chick moving about. My grandfather remained silent and still, even slowing his breathing. Why did he choose this approach? He had previously noted that the thin chick's gait was peculiar, resembling that of a thief, hunched over, knees bent, hands outstretched, moving cautiously step by step. Was he attempting to steal something? Confused, my grandfather thought, during this excavation. millennia-old and the thin chick certainly acquired a substantial amount of gems. Could it be that the thin chick is contemplating betrayal? This seemed improbable, for the gems within the vertical tomb were abundant enough to fill 2 gear bags. The thin chick had ample opportunity to take as many as he desired. Why would he need to resort to treachery now? Moreover, did the thin chick possess the audacity to betray both millennia-old and himself? Where did he find such confidence? My grandfather sensed something was amiss. This situation did not appear to be one of betrayal. What, then, was the thin chick truly attempting to accomplish? Grandfather feigned sleep, squinting at every movement of the thin chick, when suddenly the chick turned around, its back facing him. By the dimming glow of the campfire, grandfather was startled to see a fox-like face emerging from the back of the chick's head. His breath caught in his throat, and a wave of panic surged through him, seemingly alerting the chick to his presence as it spun around, glaring fiercely at grandfather. Previously, he had only glimpsed the chick's profile, but now, facing it directly, he noticed the peculiar contortion of its facial muscles, as if they were forcibly stretched, reminiscent of a patient suffering from facial paralysis. The thin chick approached grandfather with a menacing gaze, maintaining its prior stance. It dawned on grandfather that it was not pilfering anything, but rather searching for a target, akin to a wandering zombie. "Brother Ma, rise at once," he bellowed, executing a sudden leap. The thin chick stood before him, and with his leap, grandfather's legs struck the chick's, causing it to buckle and kneel, its head bowed. The grotesque object on the back of its head was now starkly revealed to grandfather. At that moment, he had no inkling of what it was. Only later did he discover it was a form of primitive shamanistic totem, transliterated as Hu Quo Duo. Upon witnessing this, Doufu gasped, exclaiming, "It's the very thing that Duan Fei encountered, capable of emerging from the earth." I nodded, utterly astonished. How had this Quo duo come to be? It now seemed apparent that this entity had emerged from the tomb of Queen Baoxiang, accompanying grandfather and his companions. It was likely that it had already attached itself to the thin chick within the tomb. Legend has it that Quo duo symbolizes purification and rebirth. And among the three, the thin chick, with its dubious intentions, was the most susceptible to its allure, making its attachment unsurprising. At that time, grandfather remained oblivious to the nature of the entity. Upon locking eyes with the fox-like visage, an insidious sensation pierced his very soul. Suddenly, the fox face detached from the back of the thin chick's head and lunged directly at grandfather. Alarmed and unable to retreat in time, he was fortuitously pushed aside by the timely awakening of Ma Pipi, narrowly escaping the encounter. The situation was tumultuous. Both grandfather and Ma Pipi were no strangers to adversity and employed every means to confront this entity. After a tremendous struggle, they managed to confine it within a wooden box, which was now locked inside the coffin before us. It was customary for elders to prepare their coffins. And at that time, grandfather, being of advanced age, was the only one in the village without one, drawing the attention of others. Having spent a lifetime excavating graves and engaging in nefarious practices, he had long since become indifferent to life and death, regarding the coffin merely as a formality. Ultimately, while they had captured the entity, the thin chick had succumbed to a seizure, foaming at the mouth. With modern medical techniques, it could have been saved. But in their isolated location, the thin chick perished. The fury of Ma Pipi was palpable as he declared, "I care not what it is. Water and fire are merciless. Even a millennium-old rice dumpling cannot withstand the flames. I shall burn it to ashes." No sooner had he uttered these words than the wooden box in Grandpa's hands began to tremble violently, as if the contents within were aware of the impending threat and were eager to escape. Grandpa, too, harbored private intentions. Though he was unaware of the nature of the object, he had a vague recollection of having seen something similar before. Always attentive to his instincts, he asserted, "Allow me to handle this matter. Rest assured, I shall ensure it meets a fitting end." Understanding his grandfather's temperament, Ma Pipi relented, only to fall gravely ill that very night. The situation escalated to such a degree that Grandpa had no choice but to escort Ma Pipi home, remaining by his side as he languished in sickness for over half a month before returning to his homeland. It was during that time that I first encountered Ma Pipi. Upon returning home, Grandpa devoted himself primarily to the study of two items, the bowl and the wooden box. The contents of the box exhibited remarkable vitality, once released. Capturing them again would prove exceedingly difficult, placing Grandpa in a quandary. In the meantime, he finally recalled why the fox-like visage seemed familiar. He had previously encountered a stone statue strikingly resembling it on the outskirts of the tomb of the King of Great Ears. Ultimately, Grandpa resolved to set the matter aside for the time being, recognizing it was not of immediate concern. Thus, he excavated a subterranean chamber, placing the object within a coffin, and took advantage of the excavation to further investigate the large bowl. What extraordinary attribute could it possess that warranted its burial alongside the queen of the treasure elephant? During his research, Grandpa made a significant breakthrough. He discovered that the clay seal on the bottom of the bowl was exceptionally thick, unusually so. He pondered whether something might be concealed within. With this thought, he retrieved his tools and chiseled away at the bottom of the bowl, revealing a piece of silk cloth. Upon it was inscribed a map. As the silk had become exceedingly fragile, Grandpa meticulously copied it onto sheepskin parchment. However, the destination of the map and the secrets it concealed remained a mystery. Doufu remarked, "I told you so. This is undoubtedly a treasure map. Do you think your grandfather's subsequent disappearance was in pursuit of treasure?" I replied, "Do not be ridiculous. My grandfather has no penchant for grave robbing. With his considerable skills, had he truly desired wealth, he would have acquired it long ago rather than seeking some treasure." Continuing to peruse the notes, I suddenly discovered that a letter was adhered to the back. The paper was somewhat yellowed, having been glued, which is why I had previously overlooked it. Whose letter could this be? Doufu scrutinized the elegant handwriting and exclaimed, "What beautiful penmanship! Ah, the signature bears a white character. Could it be by Laosi?" My heart skipped a beat as I continued reading. The letter commenced with a quatrain: "Yellow Springs River, shadowy gully. I have come here, escaping life and death. I await you at the treasure hall on Yashan, to assist in your plight. On the 17th of September, the heavenly dog shall guide the way. Miss the time, and I shall not wait." The signature was marked with a white character, dated August 23, 1999. As I gazed intently at those few lines, my nerves tightened. I remembered that day distinctly, for it was on that very day that my grandfather had vanished without a trace. At the age of 13, my grandfather said to me, "I must be away for a while. You are now a young man, and during my absence, you must take care of yourself. If any issues arise, seek help from our neighbors. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as valuable as a close neighbor, a sentiment particularly true in rural areas." My grandfather continued, "When I return, we shall live a good life, and I will take you back to the city." At that time, my youthful innocence led me to overlook the significance of his words. He spoke of returning rather than departing. The city promised automobiles, towering buildings, and myriad amusements, and I eagerly anticipated it. I accompanied my grandfather to the village entrance, yet he never returned thereafter. Chapter 14. An old friend upon hearing a voice. I was momentarily taken aback. I turned to see a beautiful woman with her hair elegantly styled and clad in a fitted dress standing at the doorway. My eyebrows raised in surprise as I exclaimed, "So it was you delivering the items." To my astonishment, it was my former girlfriend, Xiao Jing. She remained as enchanting as ever, capturing the attention of countless passers-by at the entrance. With a slight smile, she asked, "Big boss, won't you invite me in for a seat?" After a moment's contemplation, I smiled and replied, "Please, come in." When Xiao Jing had betrayed me, I had been consumed by anger and a desire for retribution. However, after 2 months apart, I found that the anger had dissipated, and our last encounter felt like a distant memory. Reflecting on that time, I realized that if I had any thoughts of women, they had mostly been of the captivating Gouda, and I had nearly forgotten Xiao Jing altogether. As she entered, she surveyed my shop, her eyes gleaming with surprise. Though she maintained a composed demeanor, I never imagined that within such a short time, you would have opened an antique store. I was taken aback when I heard this news. "I am truly happy for you. Chen Xian, you are an impressive man." I gazed at her alluring face, feeling an inner calmness. I recalled how I had once been ensnared by her sweet words. Now, her actions struck me as somewhat amusing. I chose not to pursue her statement and asked, "What brings you here? Are you buying or selling? Are you looking to sell the Buddha statue you left behind?" Xiao Jing fell silent for a moment, her gaze dimming, and a faint smile of bitterness appeared at the corners of her lips. "I know you must harbor resentment towards me." I replied, "It's all in the past. I am a man, and I do not dwell on such matters." The depth of love often breeds profound hatred. If initially I had sought to exact revenge, now I found myself devoid of any lingering feelings, and thus no hatred remained. With numerous matters occupying my mind, I had little room to dwell on the past. As I regarded Xiao Jing, I pondered her true purpose for visiting. Our conversation had awakened Doufu, who stirred, causing his art book to tumble to the floor. A beautiful woman adorned with a floral crown, reclining in a mountain stream, smiled at me from the pages. Beside me, Xiao Jing furrowed her brow. In the past, when we were together, she held a disdain for Doufu, believing it to be unremarkable, and urged me to avoid such companions. During those days of fervent affection, I indulged her in all matters, except for this particular issue, which led to a heated argument between us and her subsequent dissatisfaction with Doufu. As soon as Doufu opened his eyes, he was startled to see Xiao Jing, his mouth agape in shock. He glanced at her and then at me, his expression instantly morphing into one of indignation, casting me a look that suggested betrayal. I coughed awkwardly and said, "Xiao Dou, it's not what you think. I have not wronged Wenmin." Xiao Jing, ever perceptive, immediately inquired, "Who is Wenmin?" Doufu swiftly replied, "She is my future sister-in-law. That is, Madame Chun." Xiao Jing fell silent for a moment, her smile appearing somewhat strained. She looked at Doufu and, with a hint of discomfort, said, "Chen Xian, could you step away for a moment?" Before I could interject, Doufu retorted, "No way. I must protect the virtue of the beautiful Gu. If you have something to say it quickly. Do not tempt my brother." Xiao Jing's expression changed, but out of respect for me, she refrained from confronting Doufu, choosing instead to sit beside me in silence. I had no time for her hesitations, so I addressed Doufu. "Xiao Dou, why don't you take a stroll outside while I converse with her?" Doufu's reluctance was clear. His expression suggested that if he left, she would undoubtedly take advantage of me. I was nearly exasperated to death. Reaching into my wallet, I pulled out some cash and handed it to him, saying, "Xiao Dou, turn right upon exiting, walk 400 meters. There's a newly opened drunken crab restaurant. Go there to eat, and remember to get takeout for me and Lao Zhang." Upon hearing about food, Doufu swallowed hard, took the money, and vanished, even closing the door behind him as if I were about to undertake some nefarious deed. Once Doufu departed, I said, "Now speak." To my surprise, Xiao Jing remained silent, merely gazing at me with tears welling in her eyes. Most men fear a woman's tears, and though I had been calm just a moment ago, her weeping left me momentarily at a loss. I hastily offered her a tissue, saying, "Xiao Jing, please don't cry. One would think I had wronged you." She sniffled and replied, "You used to call me Jing Jing." I cleared my throat and said, "The past is behind us. Why have you come this time?" I pondered her earlier words, wondering if perhaps she sought reconciliation or if she had been spurned by that wealthy heir. Xiao Jing wiped her tears and, looking down, said, "I know you must blame me for leaving you during that difficult time, but I had no choice." I regarded her calmly and replied, "Oh, were you coerced?" Xiao Jing looked at me, a bittersweet smile crossing her lips, and said, "I understand that words now are futile. You will not believe me." After a pause, she continued, "I know you have opened an antique store, so I used my savings to buy you a gift. Do you like it?" I replied, "If you have gifted me a man-eating Buddha, I cannot say I like it. It frightens me greatly. Perhaps you should take it back." Xiao Jing smiled faintly, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. "That is not a man-eating Buddha. It consumes not humans, but desire." "Desire?" Xiao Jing offered no further explanation, simply stating, "Leave it be. In the future, I won't trouble you. I merely wanted to see you. Knowing you are well brings me peace." With that, she exited the shop, and by the time I registered her departure, her figure had already vanished into the throng. I stood at the entrance, feeling inexplicably perplexed, a vague sense of unease stirring within me. Moments later, Doufu, round-bellied and laden with takeout, approached with a glint in his eye and inquired, "Has she left? What was her purpose here?" I waved a hand dismissively, retorting, "Keep your distance. Have you consumed an entire bulb of garlic? Don't come near me." Doufu shrugged, saying, "I can surmise. She has likely been spurned, and now that you've come into wealth, she hopes to rekindle old flames, doesn't she?" "Sometimes." Doufu could be rather astute. I managed to smile and replied, "Perhaps." Doufu cautioned, "Just don't betray the beautiful goo." I kicked him lightly and said, "A good horse doesn't turn back to graze where it has fed. Mind your own business." I dismissed thoughts of Xiao Jing. To me, she had become a distant acquaintance. Thus, I devoted the afternoon to searching for the Yashan treasure haul, utilizing the internet while also urging the one-eyed dragon to keep a lookout. I had initially considered consulting old Zhao for information, but quickly reconsidered. Dealing with such cunning individuals was best avoided. As night fell, we continued our routine of dining out. Cooking for 3 grown men is indeed a daunting task. Although we all knew our way around the kitchen, none possessed the inclination. Today, the shop had closed later than usual, and a customer wandered in without uttering a word, aimlessly loitering for over 3 hours. Had I not intervened, Doufu would likely have forcibly ejected him. Upon stepping onto the street, the antique market was already quieter, and with the restaurants about to close, we strolled along, engaging in casual banter. Suddenly, I detected the faint sound of footsteps behind me. My instincts, honed to a sharp edge, alerted me to someone trailing us. I turned abruptly, only to be confronted by several shadowy figures rushing forward. A burlap sack thrust over my head. Before I could react, I was met with a flurry of punches and kicks. Damn it, someone had ambushed us. I instinctively shielded my head, while simultaneously triggering the mechanism of my concealed knife, which slid into my palm. I retaliated instinctively, thrusting backward. Caught off guard, one assailant gasped, and another exclaimed, "This kid has a knife." A third voice warned, "I think someone is coming. We should retreat." In an instant, they vanished without a trace. Fortunately, my quick reflexes spared me from severe harm. Once free of the burlap, I found the area deserted. The one-eyed dragon's face turned a shade of green with fury as he cursed. Who was it that ambushed us? How dare they employ such treachery? Doufu, clutching his waist, lamented, "What kind of grudge have we incurred? Was it you, Chun, that attracted an enemy?" I, having sustained little injury, replied, "During my business dealings, I accumulated many adversaries. Damn it, let me catch them." Before Doufu could respond, my phone suddenly rang. It was nearly 10 at night. Who could possibly be calling? I glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar landline number. As I answered, I gestured for the others to return to the shop. At this point, I had little desire to visit a restaurant. I would settle for instant noodles at home. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Xian?" A polite yet unfamiliar female voice came through the phone, leaving me to wonder if it was yet another advertisement. Since I occasionally distribute business cards while running my shop, I felt compelled to maintain a basic level of courtesy until I was certain of the caller's intent. Yes, please go ahead, I replied. This is the second hospital. Your friend Xiao Jing has fallen into the river at Yanghe, and we hope you can come here. What? I was taken aback. Fallen into the water? What happened? The voice on the other end, presumably a nurse, responded, I'm not sure. According to the person who brought her in, she jumped into the river herself. At that moment, I recalled the events of earlier in the afternoon, a jolt of anxiety coursing through me as I forced myself to remain composed. Why are you calling me? I inquired. Ah, the nurse said, because your number is set in our speed dial, we assumed you must be quite close. Were we mistaken? I paused for a moment, then said, I will be there right away. After ending the call, I turned to my companions, One-Eyed Dragon and Doufu, and said, you two go back. I need to head to the hospital. Why are you going to the hospital? Doufu asked. Did someone kick you in the balls during that fight? Not at all. I retorted. Xiao Jing has attempted suicide by jumping into the river. Chapter 15. The beating. Upon hearing that voice, I was momentarily startled. Turning around, I was met with the sight of a stunning woman with her hair elegantly styled, clad in a form-fitting dress. I raised my eyebrows in surprise and remarked, so, it was you who delivered the items. The visitor was none other than my unexpected ex-girlfriend, Xiao Jing. She remained as beautiful as ever, standing at the entrance of my shop and drawing the attention of countless passers-by. With a slight smile, she said, Big boss, won't you invite me in for a moment? I pondered for a moment, then smiled and replied, Beautiful lady, please come in. When she had initially betrayed me, I was consumed by rage, vowing to reclaim my dignity. However, after 2 months filled with bizarre experiences, when I saw her again, I realized that the anger had dissipated, and it felt as if our last encounter had occurred an eternity ago. Reflecting on the time that had passed, I acknowledged that if I had thought of any women during this period, it had primarily been the captivating Gouda. I had nearly forgotten about Xiao Jing. As she stepped inside and surveyed my shop, her eyes sparkled with surprise, though she maintained a composed demeanor. I never expected that you would open an antique shop in such a short span of time. When I heard the news, I was taken aback. I am truly happy for you. Chen, you are an extraordinary man. I gazed at her beautiful and alluring face, feeling an unexpected calmness wash over me. I thought to myself that I had once been ensnared by her sweet talk, but now, observing her behavior, I found it rather amusing. I refrained from acknowledging her compliment and asked, What brings you here? Are you looking to buy or sell something? Perhaps you're hoping to sell that Buddhist statue you left behind? Xiao Jing fell momentarily silent, her expression dimming, and a faint, bittersweet smile appeared on her lips as she said, I know you must resent me deep down. I replied, It's all in the past. I am a man and do not dwell on such matters. The depth of my feelings had transformed. From a desire for revenge, I had reached a point of indifference, leaving no room for resentment. At present, I find myself overwhelmed with an array of tasks, leaving little room for contemplation. Observing Xiao Jing, I ponder her purpose for this visit. Our conversation roused Doufu from his slumber. As he stirred, a volume of human anatomy art fell to the floor, revealing a smiling beauty adorned with a floral crown, nestled by a mountain stream. Xiao Jing, seated nearby, furrowed her brow. In our past companionship, she had shown disdain for Doufu, deeming him unambitious and advising me against associating with such a friend. Back then, our affection was palpable, and I indulged her in all matters, save for this particular issue, which led to a disagreement and her dissatisfaction with Doufu. Upon awakening, Doufu's eyes fell upon Xiao Jing, rendering him speechless in astonishment. He glanced from her to me, his expression morphing into one of indignation, as if accusing me of betrayal. I cleared my throat and remarked, Xiao Dou, it is not as you presume. I have not wronged Wenmin. Xiao Jing, perceptive as ever, immediately inquired, Who is Wenmin? Doufu responded without hesitation. She is my future sister-in-law, also known as Madame Chun. Xiao Jing paused, her smile faltering as she glanced at Doufu, and awkwardly requested, Chen, could you ask him to step out for a moment? Before I could interject, Doufu declared, No way. I must protect the virtue of the beautiful Gu. If you have something to say, speak up. Do not tempt my brother. Xiao Jing's expression darkened, yet, out of respect for me, she refrained from confronting Doufu, choosing instead to remain silent beside me. Lacking the leisure to engage in frivolities, I urged Doufu, Xiao Dou, why not take a stroll? I need to converse with her. Doufu, unyielding, clearly communicated his reluctance to depart, fearing that I would be taken advantage of in his absence. Exasperated, I patted my wallet, producing it to offer him some cash, saying, "Xiaodou, turn right upon exiting, walk 400 meters, and you will find a newly opened drunken crab restaurant. Go there for a meal, and remember to bring back takeout for me and Lao Zhang." Upon hearing of food, Doufu swallowed hard, accepted the wallet, and hurried off, even closing the door behind him, as though I were about to engage in some clandestine affair. Once Doufu had left, I turned to Xiao Jing and said, "Now, please proceed." To my surprise, she remained silent, merely gazing at me, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. It is a common affliction among men to be unsettled by a woman's tears. Just a moment ago, I was calm, but her weeping left me at a loss, prompting me to hastily offer her a tissue, saying, "Xiao Jing, please do not cry. One might think I have wronged you." With a soft sob, she replied, "You used to call me Jing Jing." I cleared my throat and said, "What has transpired is in the past. What brings you here this time?" Reflecting on her earlier words, I found myself puzzled, wondering if she sought to rekindle our relationship or if she had been spurned by that wealthy heir. Xiao Jing wiped her tears, lowered her head, and said, "I know you are upset with me for leaving you during that difficult time, but I was not willing to part ways." I regarded her with a calm demeanor and replied coolly, "Oh, were you coerced?" She looked at me, suddenly offering a bitter smile, and said, "I realize that no amount of explanation will suffice. You will not believe me." After a moment's pause, she continued, "I know you have opened an antique shop, so I took some savings to buy you a gift. Do you like it?" I said, "You brought me a man-eating Buddha. Do you fancy it?" It startled me quite a bit. "Best take it back." Xiao Jing smiled wistfully and replied, "That is not a man-eating Buddha. It consumes not flesh, but desire." Desire? Xiao Jing did not elaborate further, merely stating, "Let it remain. In the future, I shall not trouble you. I just wish to see you. If you are well, then I can find peace." With that, she departed the shop, and by the time I gathered my thoughts, her figure had already vanished into the throng. Standing at the entrance, I felt a sense of bewilderment, accompanied by an inexplicable unease. Moments later, Doufu, with his round belly, returned with takeout, his eyes twinkling as he approached, asking, "Has she left? What was her purpose here?" I waved my hand dismissively, "Stay away. Have you eaten an entire clove of garlic? Don't come near me." Doufu pouted, saying, "I can guess without you saying a word. She was likely jilted. And seeing you now prosperous, she wants to rekindle old flames, doesn't she?" Sometimes, Doufu could be quite perceptive. I chuckled and replied, "Perhaps." Doufu warned, "Just don't betray the beautiful goo." I kicked him lightly, retorting, "A good horse does not eat the grass it once passed. Stop worrying about it." I ceased to ponder Xiao Jing. For me, she had become a distant acquaintance. Thus, I devoted my afternoon to searching for the Yashan treasure palace, utilizing the internet while also instructing One-Eyed Dragon to keep an eye out. I initially intended to consult Zhao Eryi, but reconsidered. Dealing with such a cunning individual was best avoided. As night fell, we ventured out to dine. With 3 grown men, cooking was undeniably a cumbersome task, and though each of us could prepare a meal, none possessed the interest to do so. The shop had remained open later than usual, and a customer wandered in without uttering a word, aimlessly browsing for over 3 hours. Had I not intervened, Doufu would have likely chased him away. As we stepped onto the street, the antique market was notably quieter. If we lingered much longer, the restaurants would soon close. Our trio strolled along, engaging in idle chatter, when suddenly, I detected faint footsteps behind me. Being quite vigilant, I immediately sensed someone was following. I turned abruptly, only to find several shadowy figures advancing towards me. A piece of burlap aimed at my head. Before I could react, I was met with a flurry of punches and kicks. Damn it, someone was ambushing me. I swiftly shielded my head, simultaneously activating the mechanism of my flying knife, which slid into my palm. With a swift motion, I thrust it backward. Caught off guard, one of them let out a cry, followed by another exclaiming, "This kid has a knife." A second voice urged, "It seems someone is coming. Retreat." In an instant, they vanished without a trace. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and avoided a severe beating. Once the 3 of us freed ourselves from the burlap, the surrounding area was devoid of any presence. One-Eyed Dragon's face turned pale with anger as he cursed. Who was it that shot from the shadows? How dare they play such tricks? Doufu, clutching his waist, lamented, "Oh dear, when did we acquire such an enemy? Is it you, the perverse Chen, whose foes have come to settle the score?" I, having sustained no significant injury, replied, "In my previous business dealings, I made many enemies in this regard. Damn it. I hope they don't cross my path. Before Doufu could respond, my phone suddenly rang. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. How could there be a phone call at this hour? As I glanced at my phone, I noticed an unfamiliar landline number. I answered the call while gesturing to return to the shop. At this point, I had lost any desire to dine out and decided to have instant noodles at home instead. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? A polite female voice came through the line, unfamiliar to me. Could it be yet another sales pitch? Given that I occasionally distributed business cards while running my shop, I felt compelled to maintain a basic level of courtesy until I had more information. Yes, what can I do for you? This is the second hospital. Your friend, Xiao Jing, has fallen into the Young River, and we hope you can come here. What? I was taken aback. Fallen into the water? What happened? The voice on the other end, presumably a nurse, replied, I'm not sure. According to the person who brought her in, she jumped into the river herself. At this point, I suddenly recalled the events of midday, my heart racing. I forced myself to remain calm and asked, Why are you calling me? Ah, the nurse said. Because your number is set as a speed dial, we assumed you two must be quite close. Was that an error? I paused for a moment and replied, I will come immediately. After hanging up, I told my companions, the one-eyed dragon and Tofu, you two go back. I need to head to the hospital. Why are you going to the hospital? Tofu asked. Did someone kick you in the balls when you were just beaten up? I retorted, forget that. Xiao Jing has attempted suicide by jumping into the river. Chapter 16. Fat Lin Tofu, upon hearing this, exclaimed in disbelief, no way. How could she commit suicide? He quickly abandoned any banter and said, I'll go with you. Just in case someone is plotting something behind your back, it's better to have support. I considered it for a moment. If someone were indeed scheming against me, having Tofu by my side would only complicate matters. However, not wanting to discourage him, I replied, No, old Zhang's eyesight isn't good. You are the second manager of our shop, and you must ensure his safety. Tofu, easily persuaded, immediately patted his chest and assured me, Don't worry, I've got this. The three of us then parted ways, and I took a taxi to the Shenzhen Second Hospital, guided by a nurse. I entered the ward. Xiao Jing lay in a hospital gown, her once meticulous makeup now washed away, her face pale and fragile as she rested on the bed. As I sat beside her, my emotions were tumultuous. After all, we had spent 3 years together, and the feelings we shared could not simply be erased. Although I had pushed her from my mind due to subsequent events, seeing her in this state stirred a deep discomfort within me. No wonder her demeanor had been so peculiar at noon. Had she already contemplated ending her life? Why would she wish to do so? Could it truly be due to a breakup? Xiao Jing was not the type to leap into a river over a man. A nearby doctor briefed me on her condition. Fortunately, the rescue had been timely, and she was not in critical danger. She should regain consciousness soon. Sure enough, about an hour later, Xiao Jing stirred, her eyes vacant as she scanned the room. When her gaze landed on me, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. I sighed inwardly, contemplating whether I should simply walk away or remain by her side. Yet, in such a moment, I could not leave her alone. At that moment, Xiao Jing spoke up, saying, I know you despise me, but why don't you ask me why I acted that way? As she spoke, she choked back tears. I remained silent beside her, calmly observing, curious to see what she would reveal next. Xiao Jing continued, The moment you went bankrupt, people began to harass me. That Lin fellow was never easy to deal with. He threatened me, saying that if I didn't comply, he would not only target my family, but also employ underworld figures to eliminate you. At that time, you were powerless, and I feared for my family's safety. But even more so, I feared he would truly harm you. What could I do? Hearing her words, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and remarked, So you sacrificed yourself for me? Xiao Jing bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. After a moment, I stood up and said, If I still had feelings for you, I might have fallen for your manipulation, but now, that is no longer the case. I found it hard to comprehend how I had been so easily swayed by her before. I added, If your only aim is to rekindle our past, then you might as well give up. Xiao Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at me, seemingly unable to fathom that the person who once obeyed her every whim had transformed so dramatically. After some time, she asked, Is it because of that one Min? What does she have that I lack? I chuckled softly and replied, She possesses qualities that far surpass yours. In a fit of anger, Xiao Jing grabbed a pillow and hurled it at me, exclaiming, You will regret this. I noticed her trembling with rage, the force still attached to her, and chose not to provoke her further. I said, If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. At a time like this, it should be Lin who stays by your bedside, not me. Xiao Jing pressed her lips together, and as I turned to leave, her voice steadied. Don't you want to know why I contemplated suicide? I remained silent, slightly raising my chin to signal her to continue. Xiao Jing pursed her lips, offering a bitter smile. You have truly changed. She lowered her head, and after a long pause, she said, everything I just said is true, but it doesn't matter. You won't believe me anyway. He knows I came to see you today and is furious, threatening to deal with you. Be careful. Initially, I did not trust Xiao Jing's words, but upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback, thinking, could it be that the assailants who attacked the three of us that night were sent by that Lin? Damn, do they really think I am an easy target? I scrutinized Xiao Jing, uncertain of how much truth lay hidden within her claims. I asked, then why did you attempt to take your life? Why? Xiao Jing softly countered. I was forced to be with a man I did not love, and I hurt the one I cherished most. When I sought to return to him, he looked at me with such cold indifference. Tell me, why would I not want to end my life? As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and I felt an unsettling turmoil within me, my once resolute heart wavering. That Lin, I knew him only from 2 brief encounters, during which we exchanged no words. Yet I distinctly remembered the unsettling way he gazed at Xiao Jing. Out of respect for my standing, I had refrained from confronting him directly. But had the circumstances been different, I would have certainly dealt with him first. Now, I found myself uncertain, pondering, could the truth indeed be as Xiao Jing described? According to her assertions, I am indeed the most despicable person, for at the most critical moment, I failed to protect my woman, instead misjudging her all along. However, the wounds inflicted upon me by Xiao Jing were profound. While I usually maintain a calm demeanor in analyzing circumstances, I found myself wavering in this instance. Xiao Jing lay frail upon the hospital bed, her exquisite features drooping, with glistening tears barely visible at the corners of her eyes. In a state of turmoil, I uttered a few words, urging her to rest well and suggesting we discuss matters at a later time, before exiting the hospital. Glancing at my watch, I realized it was already midnight, and I had inadvertently squandered 3 hours. This area was not a residential district, so the streets were nearly deserted, with only the occasional private vehicle passing by. As I stood at the roadside awaiting a taxi, I contemplated the necessity of acquiring a few fine items for the shop, and then purchasing a car, as venturing out at such an hour, standing on the street like a mere lamp post, was exceedingly inconvenient. Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, an eco-friendly blue electric vehicle halted before me. The driver lowered the window and inquired, "Need a ride?" I provided the address of the antique market and climbed into the vehicle. Though the antique market was quite distant from the second hospital, and traffic was light at this hour, the journey would still take about half an hour. Thus, I closed my eyes to rest, ruminating on Xiao Jing's situation. Upon reopening my eyes, a sense of unease washed over me. The vehicle seemed to be veering off course. As I looked out, I spotted desolate grasslands on either side, realizing with a jolt that the driver was taking me outside the city limits. Panic surged within me as I understood I was in the presence of a rogue cab driver. Acting swiftly, I kicked the driver's seat and commanded, "Stop the car." The vehicle screeched to a halt, and the driver swiftly retrieved a watermelon knife from beneath the seat, pressing it against my neck, demanding, "Get out." A cold smirk crept across my face. I thought, armed with merely a watermelon knife, "You believe you can intimidate me? Today, you have encountered misfortune. For when I wield a knife to prepare dumplings, you were likely still lost in the world." The confined space of the car left little room for maneuvering, so I feigned fear, stepping out in compliance with the knife's threat. As soon as I exited the vehicle, the driver let out a sinister laugh, ready to speak. But I swiftly caught his knife-wielding hand, pushing it forcefully forward, resulting in a resounding crack as his bone dislocated. Ridiculous. In terms of skill, I could easily take on 5 opponents. Lacking a firearm, he thought to rob me with a watermelon knife. What a stroke of bad luck for him. Evidently taken aback by my audacity to resist even under threat, the driver momentarily froze, and in agony, the knife clattered to the ground as he clutched his hand and howled in pain. Seizing the opportunity, I picked up the fallen knife, pressing my foot against his chest. The blade aimed at his throat and demanded, "Hand over all your money, or I shall take your life." The driver, bewildered by my unexpected fortitude, forgot to protest, likely confused by my unconventional approach. After all, who was truly robbing whom? My spirits lifted as I relished this moment of retribution amidst the chaos of my day, which had included an unprovoked beating. Just then, A resounding applause erupted from behind me, followed by a piercing voice that declared, "Now there's a man. No wonder that wretched Xiao Jing would go to such lengths for you." I was taken aback, not expecting anyone to be behind me. As I swiftly turned around, I encountered a rotund man with an oily complexion of similar height to myself, flanked by more than 10 individuals wielding machetes. They clapped their hands while leisurely advancing, a cold smirk adorning their faces. "Mr. Lin," I remarked coldly, recognizing this hefty figure. It dawned on me that this was not a mere act of robbery. He had undoubtedly been surveilling my visit to the hospital to see Xiao Jing. He had dispatched a disguised vehicle to lure me to this desolate location, presumably on the outskirts, an area still largely undeveloped, shrouded in darkness. The car's headlights illuminated the surrounding chaos of overgrown weeds, an ideal setting for nefarious deeds. When the rotund man spoke, my heart sank. Had I misjudged Xiao Jing all along? This Mr. Lin hailed from a family entrenched in the real estate business, his parents having built a substantial fortune during the reform era in Shenzhen. Yet, this son was a disgrace, having grown up in privilege. His parents, having endured considerable hardship, sought to shield him from suffering, resulting in Mr. Lin epitomizing the archetype of a reckless, wealthy heir, indulging in tyranny and vice. I had heard tales of his obsession with a high school girl, whom he pursued relentlessly. Unfortunately for him, the girl possessed a strong sense of integrity and resisted his monetary advances. Enraged, Lin resorted to hiring thugs to attack her with sulfuric acid as she left school. Although the incident was investigated, his wealth swiftly quelled any repercussions. Now, having dragged me to this location, it was clear he harbored murderous intent. Anger surged within me as I coldly inquired, "Did you truly pressure her?" Lin let out a contemptuous laugh, regarding me with the disdain one might afford a fly. "And what of it? There is no woman I cannot possess. That wretched girl I will deal with in due time, a filthy harlot, pretending to uphold her virtue. After I dispose of you tonight, my associates will pay her a visit," he cackled. "Don't look at me like that. I know you wish to kill me." With a smirk, he added, "Unfortunately, you lack the capability." Chapter 17. Counterattack. My heart trembled, and I could not help but sigh inwardly. It seemed Xiao Jing had spoken the truth. I had misjudged her, and it was I who had proven inadequate in protecting her. From Lin's words, it appeared that Xiao Jing had been employing some ruse to keep him at bay, and today's meeting with me had incited his wrath, prompting him to contemplate murder. A glance around revealed that, aside from Lin, there were 11 others, all armed with machetes. Engaging them directly would be futile. What was to be done? Although I had concealed throwing knives in my wrist, I had been preoccupied since returning to Shenzhen and had not practiced much. Within a distance of 10 meters, I could hit the target, but it would require considerable adjustment. My grandfather had noted in his work journal that the art of throwing knives emphasized speed. One knife follows another in rapid succession. It was said that Qin could launch 5 knives in the blink of an eye without needing to aim meticulously. However, that was not my skill set, and Lin's group was hardly composed of fools. They would not simply stand by while I took aim. Even if I managed to eliminate one, the other 10 would undoubtedly swarm me. What could I possibly do? These thoughts flitted through my mind in an instant. The individual, whom I had disarmed, had already risen from the ground, eagerly awaiting my demise. A flicker of inspiration struck me as I recalled the environmentally friendly electric vehicle behind me. As the group of people approached, I feigned fear and began to retreat. Upon reaching the door of the car, I swiftly opened it and seated myself inside. Suddenly, I heard someone shout, "This kid's trying to escape." I promptly locked the door, and then a series of thuds resounded as several machetes struck the vehicle. Escape? I chuckled softly, thinking, "Do you take me for tofu? How could I possibly run?" Without hesitation, I started the engine, maneuvering the steering wheel to charge directly into the crowd. This would be an excellent place for a silencing act. I would need to clean the scene thoroughly afterward. Through the car window, I noticed a change in the complexion of Fat Lin, his facial flesh quivering. A normal person would undoubtedly be haunted by the act of murder. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to an abundance of death witnessed lately or the influence of the ghostly realm, I felt little fear in my heart, consumed instead by a singular thought. Anyone who dared to touch me, anyone who dared to threaten me, could go to hell. As I turned the vehicle, several individuals were flung aside, likely already injured, while the remaining ones fled in terror, utterly astonished by my audacity. Fat Lin, with his corpulent frame, could hardly outrun his subordinates. Just as he was about to be struck, my peripheral vision caught sight of something, prompting me to slam on the brakes. It was the peachwood bead adorning my wrist, one of which had been foolishly inscribed with a ridiculous smiling face. Recently, Doufu had remarked, "You've been quite irritable lately. Are you experiencing an early onset of menopause? Let me draw you something, and whenever you feel angry, just look at it to lift your spirits." Hey, don't look at me with such disdain. I am the future Zhang Daqian. Please respect my dignity as an artist, and do not wash it away. With the brake pressed, I regained my composure, surveying the scene around the vehicle, now stained with blood. My heart skipped a beat. What was I doing? I am the proprietor of an antique shop, not a member of the underworld. Such disregard for human life is not my domain. Imagining the gruesome spectacle of carnage, I exhaled deeply while seated in the car. I realized the effects of the curse were intensifying. Gazing at the vividly expressive smile on the peachwood bead, I felt a sense of relief for not having washed it away. Outside, Fat Lin was paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground, his legs trembling, his corpulent face drenched in cold sweat. My emotions had settled, and I regarded him calmly, stating, "Kneel." Fat Lin, having narrowly escaped death, crawled out of the car's front range with great effort, assisted by his subordinates. His visage quivered as he shouted, "Chen Xian, do you know who I am? With just a flick of my finger, I can make your life in Shenzhen unbearable." I replied coolly, "Yes, and with just a flick of my finger, I can ensure your existence in this world becomes untenable." Lin's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly signaled to his subordinates, presumably contemplating an escape. I interjected, "Which is swifter? Your legs or my car? Ponder that for a moment." Lin, not entirely dim-witted, twisted his face in discomfort before finally asking, "What do you intend to do?" "Oh, vengeance is my aim. You have harmed my woman using such despicable means. How do you suppose I ought to deal with you?" Lin, unrepentant, sneered, "Release me, and I shall overlook today's incident. Even if you were to run me over, you must understand the consequences that would ensue. I have many subordinates who are aware that I came here today to settle accounts with you. Should I go missing, reflect on what that would mean for you. Is it worth it for a mere woman?" I remained silent. Lin erupted into laughter, spitting disdainfully, "Get out of the car and bow 3 times, and I, Grandpa Lin, will spare you today." His remaining thugs, seeing their leader regain the upper hand, displayed their vengeful faces, ready to assist him in tearing me apart the moment I exited the vehicle. Thus, I remarked, "Mr. Lin, are you finished? Once you are, I shall send you on your way, courtesy of the Huangquan Travel Agency, offering complimentary group tours. No need for thanks, just call me Lei Feng." Lin's face stiffened, and upon witnessing me restart the engine, he promptly took flight, cursing as he ran. I had no intention of killing them outright. I had regained my composure. After all, I was not part of the underworld, and eliminating all 11 of them would be quite alarming. Moreover, Lin had a point. Should he vanish, the investigation would inevitably lead back to me. Confident in my driving skills, I had already devised a plan, and I drove toward Lin and his crew. In an instant, he stumbled to the ground, his ample face illuminated by the headlights, filled with terror as he cried, "No, don't come any closer." I applied the brakes and calmly replied, "I am not here to harm you. Why the commotion? Do you still wish for me to bow?" Lin peered through the car window, gauging my expression. Finally, he swallowed hard and said, You are ruthless. I concede. I will never trouble you again." I chuckled. "You were the one who sent your men to assault me this evening, weren't you? Very well, it is indeed you. Ensure that Mr. Lin's subordinates loosen up. They must satisfy me, or else I shall provide everyone with complimentary tickets to the Huangquan Travel Agency." The gang members, already in a wretched state after rolling about in the grass, exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Lin stared at me, this time too intimidated to utter threats, saying, Chun Xian, no, brother Chun, I interrupted, "Spare me the is, it's merely a beating. Show the same resolve you had when you splashed acid on that young girl." Lin's face contorted in anguish, a mix of desire to tear me apart and forced restraint. He uttered, "Leave room for future encounters. Chen Xian, do not, quick, strike me. What are you waiting for? Get to it." I pulled out my phone, recording the scene. "Have you not eaten? Is this just a playful exchange?" The group hesitated, then intensified their efforts. Before long, Lin's wails echoed, "Ouch. Who dares to kick my precious jewels? I will make you pay for this. Ouch. My backside is nearly done for." I glanced at the clock. It was already 3 in the morning. "Cease at once." Lin, in a state of distress, lay on the ground, groaning weakly, "You're ruthless. I underestimated you, and I deserve this." I replied, "Lin, do not lose heart. You can reclaim your dignity in the future. Come, lift your face towards my phone. Yes, just like that. Now remove your clothing. Lin's expression shifted as he questioned, "What do you intend to do?" I countered, "Why ask so many questions? I am merely an antique shop owner. If you wish to confront me, I cannot withstand such pressure without some leverage. Quickly, remove your underwear, and do not leave anything on. Also, the one beside you must do the same." Moments later, Lin and his accomplice stood completely undraped, embracing one another, resembling a scene poised for an untamed encounter. Of course, I had no genuine interest in the spectacle. I merely captured a few photographs before ceasing, stating, "Behave yourself upon returning. If I catch you again, I shall send these photos to Lin." A shiver ran through him as he covered himself with his clothing, asking, "Who will you send them to?" "You can guess," I replied, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, leaving him to ponder while I made my way back to the shop. In my haste, I had forgotten my keys. Doufu, stretching and yawning, greeted me at the door. "Oh, it's already 4 in the morning. Brother, you've certainly been enjoying time with your precious Jingjing, I presume?" As I attempted to enter, he staggered and blocked the door, mentioning Xiaojing. A weight settled in my heart, and I retorted, "Say another word, and I shall cast you out onto the street." Doufu, sensing my ire, shrank back and circled around me like an anxious pup, asking, "What has happened to Xiaojing? Why did she seek to end her life? Why are you out so late? Could it be that you rekindled an old flame in the hospital?" "Brother, you cannot do this. What about our comrade, the beautiful Gu?" I was thoroughly exasperated by his incessant questions. A few kicks yielded no results, so I recounted the events that had transpired to Doufu, lamenting my unfortunate fate of being partnered with such a troublesome individual, which I felt had doomed my life. Chapter 18. The Convergence. Upon hearing my tale, Doufu's demeanor grew serious. After a moment's pause, he posed a question. "What do you intend to do?" I replied, "What is there to do?" Doufu extended both hands, saying, "In your left hand is the beautiful Gu, and in your right, Xiaojing. Which will you choose?" This was precisely the dilemma that plagued me. I consider myself a responsible individual. Had it not been for the misunderstanding with Xiaojing, I would never have developed feelings for Gu Wanmin. Yet, fate can be cruel. Just as I began to appreciate Gu Wanmin, I discovered that everything had been a mistake. At that time, I was bankrupt, and Xiaojing, under threat from Lin, had compromised for my sake. Could I truly disregard her now? Observing my conflicted expression, Doufu patted my shoulder, saying, "I understand this is a challenging decision, but we are not the type to straddle two boats, to toy with others' emotions. You must come to a decisive conclusion soon." While I could calculate business matters, navigating emotional entanglements proved to be quite a conundrum. I am inherently disciplined and responsible. Yet this unfortunate twist of fate had thrust me into such a predicament. It seems I ought to return to Xiaojing's side, to care for and comfort her. Yet, human emotions are notoriously beyond one's control. I must confess, I am fond of Gu Wanmin and reluctant to part from her. However, upon learning the truth about Xiaojing, the feelings that had long since extinguished have gradually rekindled, intertwined with guilt towards Xiaojing, making it all the more difficult to let go. I glanced at my hands, sighed, and said, "Xiaojing is still in the hospital. Let us discuss this later." At 4 in the morning, I hurriedly returned to my room, took a quick shower, and collapsed into bed. The next day, I awoke around noon and decided to buy a bowl of chicken soup to bring to Xiaojing. She seemed surprised to see me, her eyes lighting up with a glimmer of joy as she nervously observed my expression. Seeing her like this, I felt a softness in my heart. I helped her sit up and asked, "Have you eaten?" She shook her head. "Let us have some soup then." Xiaojing fixed her gaze on my actions, suddenly burrowing her head into my chest, wrapping her arms around my waist, and sobbing, "Have you forgiven me? We had once been in love for 3 years, knowing each other intimately, and it had only been a few months since our separation." I gently patted her back and replied, "It was my failure to protect you. I have already resolved the issues with that Lin fellow." Xiaojing sniffled and held me tighter, but at that moment, the image of Gu Wanmin flashed through my mind. Alas, what a predicament this is. Xiaojing, being the clever girl she is, deliberately avoided mentioning Gu Wanmin and did not inquire about her. Instead, she reverted to her old self, playful and affectionate, wrapping her arms around my neck and pouting, "Xianxian, give me a kiss. This is the hospital, it's not appropriate." "No, I want it." I remained unmoved, my heart in turmoil. Xiaojing smiled, leaned in close, and whispered in my ear, "Let me tell you, I never slept with that Lin fatty. I am yours. Her warm lips brushed against my ear, and I lost control, pressing her down onto the bed and kissing her. Let us not dwell on it. Upon returning to the shop, I felt like a wilted eggplant, my mind swirling with thoughts of Gu Wanmin and Xiao Jing. The ancients were right. It is indeed difficult for a hero to overcome the charms of a beautiful woman. Doufu, with his arms crossed and a peculiar expression on his face, scrutinized me, his eyes darting about. Upon seeing his expression, I knew he was concocting some mischievous idea, and I warned him, "What are you thinking?" Doufu, wide-eyed, feigned innocence, gazing at the artwork on the wall, remarking, "What a beautiful painting, it must be by a master." I retorted, "Isn't this imitation one that you bought for $50? Doufu, at a loss for words, stomped his foot and declared, "Boys have their secrets. I'm not telling you." Having grown accustomed to his antics, I allowed him to play coy while I closed my eyes, seeking to calm my tumultuous emotions. The events of the previous night indicated that the curse of the guile of ghosts was beginning to take effect, altering me more profoundly. Perhaps it is too soon for those around me to contemplate matters of the heart. I reminded myself that my immediate priority is to uncover the secrets of the Yashan treasure hall. A few days later, Xiao Jing was discharged from the hospital, leaving Lin Pengzi behind. With nowhere else to go, she naturally settled into the shop, although she had never gotten along well with Doufu. This tumultuous experience had softened her once obstinate temperament. She greeted Doufu politely and even took it upon herself to prepare dinner for us. The presence of a woman indeed transformed the atmosphere. The upstairs had become noticeably tidier, a stark contrast to Xiao Jing's previous disregard for such matters. She was changing for me, and witnessing this made me increasingly aware of my own obligations to her. Perhaps it was time for me to make a decision. However, to my surprise, an unexpected guest arrived. At that moment, I was seated in the shop, engrossed in searching for information about the Yashan Baodian on a local website. Suddenly, I heard Xiao Jing cheerfully inquire, "Miss, may I assist you? Please feel free to come in and take a look." She had changed so much, managing household chores and even helping to attract customers, embodying the role of a little proprietress, radiating joy and satisfaction. I continued my research without lifting my gaze. Just then, Doufu interjected, "What, miss? This is a friend of old Chun and me. Good Mainv, it has been over a month since we last met. And you still look as stunning as ever. Come in quickly, the sun is scorching outside." Startled, I raised my head and saw Gu Wanmin standing at the entrance with a small suitcase, her dark eyes fixed on me, lips pressed tight. Xiao Jing, clearly understanding Doufu's words, momentarily changed her expression before forcing a smile. "Miss Gu, welcome. Please come in and sit. We wouldn't want you to get sunburned. I'll fetch you a glass of water." Gu Wanmin took a seat on the redwood chair beside me. It felt as if a string in my mind had been plucked harshly, and I realized that things were about to become chaotic. What was she doing here? In the months since we last met, Gu Mainv had not changed much. Her exceptional poise and striking beauty were unforgettable. Yet, there was an unusual sternness in her expression that made me feel as if I were under interrogation by an officer. A glance at Doufu revealed a gleeful expression, and I quickly deduced that he must have invited Wanmin here. He truly thrived on chaos. After a brief pause, I ventured, "How have you been lately?" Gu Wanmin cast a lingering glance my way and replied, "Let us skip the pleasantries. Xiaodou has already filled me in. I had a reputation for being somewhat expressionless, as Doufu would put it, but I sensed that my face must have betrayed my embarrassment." Just then, Xiao Jing returned with a glass of cold water, warmly greeting Gu Wanmin, yet the latter's demeanor seemed to darken further. With both Xiao Jing and Gu Wanmin present, and Doufu watching the unfolding drama with keen interest, it was decidedly not the right moment for conversation. I spoke aimlessly for a while until Gu Wanmin abruptly set down her water glass and stated, "I came to find you," glancing at Xiao Jing, "because I heard from Xiaodou that you are investigating the Yashan Baodian." Inwardly, I chided myself for having forgotten to seek Wanmin's assistance earlier. As a police officer, her connections would undoubtedly surpass my own. I asked, "Do you happen to know anything?" Gu Wanmin nodded and said, "I have come to deliver news to you. I know you are certain to go to that perilous place, and I am uneasy about it. Therefore, I have decided to accompany you. Additionally, regarding the curse, Xiaodou has informed me as well. This treacherous Doufu shall receive his dues sooner or later." At that moment, Xiao Jing, who was beside us, appeared anxious and looked at me, saying, Xian, what is this Yashan Baodian, and what curse? You have never mentioned these before. Are you concealing something from me?" Upon hearing Xiao Jing's words, Gu Wanmin's hand, which was holding the cup, trembled slightly. She bit her lip and placed the cup down on the tea table with a notable clatter. The awkwardness was palpable, and I could only maintain a stern expression and respond. This is something that transpired after your departure. It is quite complicated. Let us discuss it later. Gu Wenmin stood up, glanced around my shop, and remarked, "A beautiful establishment." As she walked towards the inner hall, I understood that she wished to avoid others. So I signaled to Doufu to comfort Xiao Jing while I followed Gu Wenmin into the inner hall. Once seated, she refrained from mentioning Xiao Jing and simply stated, "Xiao Dou has relayed the situation to me, and I am aware of your current predicament. Wenmin, I am sorry, I apologized." She looked at me, her voice soft. "I accept your apology, but I wish to ask you a question. Do you have feelings for me?" Meeting her deep, clear gaze, I nodded. Gu Wenmin smiled and said, "That suffices. Xiao Dou has informed me of Xiao Jing's circumstances, and I recognize your character. This matter can only be attributed to fate's whims, and you cannot be blamed." Gu Wenmin has always been gentle, just, and understanding, yet her words stirred a tumult of emotions within me. She continued, "Regardless of your decision, I will not hold it against you. However, to be honest, it does pain me." A slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth, though it appeared strained. Before I could respond, Gu Wenmin added, "There is no need for you to rush your answer. Above all, I wish for your safety. Let us return to discussing the Yashan Baodian. Though my acquaintance with the beautiful Gu has not been long, we have shared life and death experiences. She has consistently been gentle and self-sacrificing, always considering my well-being. This depth of affection, how could I ever repay it? On one side, there is Xiao Jing, who has endured suffering for my sake and strives to change, and on the other, Gu Wenmin, who has been through thick and thin, always putting me first. Hurting either of them would be unbearable. Having grown up with little family and valuing kinship, I have always looked down upon men who straddle two boats. Yet now, as these events unfold in my own life, the complexity of emotions is a burden only I can comprehend. Chapter 19. Shangyao Village. After Gu Wenmin shifted the conversation, she said, "A couple of days ago, Xiao Dou called me to discuss your situation. Therefore, I took it upon myself to investigate the Yashan Baodian." From Gu Wenmin's description, I finally grasped the true nature of this Yashan Baodian. Its concealment runs deep. Gu Wenmin had to leverage numerous connections to unearth clues from an archaeological document. As she is responsible for resolving cultural relic cases, she possesses considerable knowledge in this area. She handed me a set of materials copied onto A4 paper, indicating for me to review the information presented. The paper contains a transcript of an interview, which refers to the efforts of archaeologists as they investigate certain clues, gathering data through various methods, including fieldwork and local interviews. This particular collection of information originates from a place called Shangyao Village in Baoshi Township, Guangxi. The character Yao denotes the yin and yang lines that form the fundamental hexagrams in Taoist divination, a term frequently encountered in esoteric texts yet seldom utilized by the general populace. Thus, merely by its name, it is evident that Shangyao Village conceals a profound and enigmatic history. Guangxi, also known as Baguai, derives its name from the unification of the Baiwa territories by Qin Shi Huang in 214 BC, leading to the establishment of the three commanderies of Guilin, Xiang, and Nanhai. Bordering Yunnan, Guangxi is a melting pot of diverse ethnic groups, predominantly the Zhuang people, hence its full designation as the Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region. Throughout history, the Baguai region has been home to numerous ancient states, as the local populace primarily comprised the Baiwa tribes. Historical records refer to the area as Baiwa. Consequently, the modern Zhuang people are descendants of the ancient Baiwa tribes, specifically the Xiao and Luoyue branches. This land has witnessed the rise of countless principalities, and the impetus for this archaeological documentation stemmed from the quest to uncover the ancient kingdom of Luoyue. The Luoyue civilization thrived approximately from the Warring States period to the Eastern Han Dynasty and was historically associated with the Xiao, collectively known as Ola. The vast territory of the ancient Luoyue kingdom extended from Yunnan in the west to Guangdong in the east, gradually fading into obscurity as the Han Dynasty consolidated the realm. Thus, many scholars have been diligently seeking to unravel the mysteries surrounding Luoyue culture. During the expedition, the archaeological team visited Shangyao Village, only to discover an unusual legend instead of any tangible evidence of Luoyue. It is said that a mere 4 or 5 kilometers from Shangyao Village lies a circular mountain, accessible through a single passage referred to as Yixianshan. This circular formation is believed to be an artificial mound rather than a natural mountain. The origin of the substantial earth that constitutes this mound is steeped in local folklore, which claims that during the Ming dynasty, an army mined in this area, subsequently establishing a site known as the Yashan Baodian. The Zhuang people lack their own written language, often relying on Han characters, leading to frequent discrepancies in terminology among the older generations. What purpose did this Yashan Baodian serve? This inquiry leads to a rather eerie tale, suggesting that while excavating, the army unexpectedly unearthed a yellow liquid emitting black smoke. This liquid rapidly engulfed the legs of those present, shrouding the area in darkness. Amidst this nebulous smoke, an exquisitely crafted, vast treasure haul emerged before their eyes. Some individuals quickly surmised that this might be the legendary waters of the Yellow Springs and the Hall of the Underworld. Did the miners inadvertently disturb the subterranean veins of the Yellow Springs? Before long, the smoke dissipated, the yellow liquid receded into the depths of the earth, and the land collapsed, completely burying the mineral veins. In the mining team of that era, there was an enigmatic individual named Wu Yanshi, a renowned master of feng shui, who, upon hearing the news, advised that the excavation of the mineral veins had stirred the subterranean yin energy, potentially inciting the displeasure of the underworld deities. He suggested the construction of a treasure hall for the spirits, modeled after the palace of the underworld that emerged from the black smoke. Once the hall was completed, he decreed that no one was to approach its vicinity. It is said that the residents of Jinyao village originally inhabited that area, but were forced to relocate to their current location. This comprises the entirety of the documented information. After I finished reading, Gu Wanmin inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Unable to restrain myself, I tapped the table and replied, "There are 2 points. First, this location had been developed for mining during the Ming dynasty, likely connected to the statue of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the tomb of Princess Gijir. Second, this site is not an ancient tomb, but rather a structure purportedly replicating the palace of the underworld. What could possibly be there? Why was my grandfather drawn to it in the past? Is this Yashan treasure hall the same as the Yashan treasure hall I seek?" Gu Wanmin nodded and said, "The construction time of the hall aligns with the period of Princess Gijir. As for its existence, I made inquiries. And would you care to guess what I discovered?" Observing Gu Wanmin's serious demeanor, I narrowed my eyes, urging her to continue. She proceeded. The archaeological team, intrigued by such an extraordinary tale, decided to investigate. Ultimately, of the 6 members, 5 vanished, leaving only 1, who subsequently descended into madness and spent 12 years in a psychiatric hospital before passing away. My heart sank as I asked, "Mad? What happened?" Gu Wanmin lowered her voice and said, "I even visited the doctor from that psychiatric hospital. It was said that the man who lost his sanity during his admission review uttered some profoundly terrifying words, which I have documented." She handed me another sheet of paper, adorned with elegant handwriting. As certain mental illnesses arise from immense trauma, there exists a therapeutic method known as the recall of past experiences, where patients are encouraged to revisit the events that traumatized them. One could imagine the lengths Gu Wanmin went to in order to uncover the truth about the Yashan treasure hall. And I felt a surge of emotion as I read further down the page, which contained a dialogue she had recorded between the doctor and the patient. "Doctor, do you know why you are here?" Patient, "I know, I am not insane. Almost all mental patients would assert this." The doctor continued, "Can you recall what you experienced before entering the hospital?" "I remember, we entered the mountain." "Doctor, and then? What was in the mountain?" "There was nothing in the mountain." The doctor furrowed his brow and rephrased his question. "Surely there must have been something in the mountain, such as birds or wild beasts. What did you and your companions encounter there?" The patient's expression turned to one of sheer terror. "They disappeared. They were consumed." The doctor tapped the table with his pen, sensing that the individual before him was in a state of severe distress. The patient's utterances were utterly devoid of logic, and the hope for recovery through a retrospective examination of his condition seemed minimal. However, the ramblings of a mentally ill person often serve as a subconscious expression. Thus, the doctor continued his inquiry. "How were they consumed? What devoured them? Why were you not consumed?" The patient, taken aback by the barrage of questions, furrowed his brow in contemplation before recounting a bizarre and incoherent experience. "There was a house, and they were consumed by the house. I kept running, and there were many houses on the ground, each adorned with eyes. Then I fell from the ground to the sky." The doctor paused, gathering his thoughts. and patiently pressed on. What kind of house was it that devoured them? He held no belief in the patient's narrative, recognizing it as mere delusion. Yet, the vivid imagery of such fantasies could occasionally reveal the patient's inner turmoil. Hence, he posed a question that might seem perplexing to an outsider, handing the patient a piece of paper. In response, the patient produced a peculiar drawing. The elderly doctor recalled this image well and subsequently sketched it for Gu Wenmin, who was at that moment transcribing it onto the paper in my hand. It was not a house at all, but rather a pointed face resembling that of a fox. Its mouth agape, revealing several dark spots within. I inquired of Gu Wenmin, what do these dark spots signify? She shook her head, stating she did not know. The doctor had previously posed this question without receiving an answer, but she seemed to harbor her own thoughts. Tilting her head, she scrutinized the strange house and remarked, "There are 5 dark spots. I suspect they represent the 5 individuals who were consumed." I interjected, "Did the members of the archaeological team simply vanish without any subsequent search efforts?" Gu Wenmin shook her head, replying, "I have also investigated, but it appears this matter faded into obscurity. Perhaps something further transpired, but no records have been found." After a brief pause, she asked, "You will go, 1TU?" She knew me well. Even with a mere 1 in 10 chance, I felt compelled to seek the truth. Thus, I nodded in affirmation. Gu Wenmin inquired, "When do we depart?" I corrected her, saying, "It is I, not we Wenmin. I understand your intentions, but I cannot allow you to accompany me into danger." Gu Wenmin insisted, "I am not solely doing this for you. As a police officer, I have a duty to uncover the reasons behind the disappearance of that archaeological team." I recognized she was merely seeking an excuse, yet I was well aware of her resolute nature. Once she made a decision, nothing could dissuade her, given the circumstances. Another journey was inevitable. As we concluded our discussion and stepped outside, we found Xiao Jing engaged in a relentless barrage of questions directed at Doufu, who appeared overwhelmed by her inquiries. Upon spotting me, she immediately seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "He is your man. Ask him anything." At this juncture, I had no intention of concealing the truth. However, considering Xiao Jing was an outsider, her awareness of certain matters could complicate things further. Thus, I chose to withhold some details, merely stating that I intended to search for my grandfather. Xiao Jing, believing it to be true, immediately declared, "I shall accompany you." Chapter 20. Joining forces. Doufu, nearby, spurted out a mouthful of tea and exclaimed, "Oh dear, sister, we are heading to the mountains, not on a leisurely trip. Those high heels of yours are utterly impractical." Determined, Xiao Jing replied, "Then I shall not wear high heels." Doufu's eyes twinkled mischievously as he chuckled, "That's fine. But the mountains are not for the faint of heart. The underbrush conceals all manner of serpents, and insects lurk in the grass. If you're not careful, they might crawl onto you. Do you know about the cabbage worms? They are as thick as your finger, green in hue, wriggling in a most unsettling manner. A mere touch, and they turn into a green mush. Oh, and there are mosquitoes the size of flies, as well as spiders, bats, groundhogs, tigers, and wolves. If we encounter any ferocious beasts, we'll all be fleeing for our lives, and I won't have time to look after you. God forbid, should they pursue you." Xiao Jing stamped her foot and retorted, "Do you take me for a child of 3? I am well aware of these dangers." She then turned to me, saying, Xian, "I wish to go with you. I cannot bear to be apart from you. I fear being away." I certainly did not want Xiao Jing to join us. Gu Wenmin, a police officer, possessed a physique and skill set that far surpassed hers. Even a group of men would struggle to match her prowess, especially with her remarkable marksmanship and vast experience. In the face of genuine peril, she could undoubtedly fend for herself. But Xiao Jing was different. Her life had little to do with such matters. Most days, she indulged in shopping, beauty treatments, or leisurely chatting with friends over coffee. Such a disposition was ill-suited for the rigors of the mountains. Hearing her insistence, I said, "This is no trivial matter. Doufu is correct. There are life-threatening risks involved. Should a dire situation arise, I may not even be able to save you. Do you understand?" Xiao Jing bit her delicate red lips, blinking her eyes as she replied, "I worry about you." Doufu, ever one to stir the pot, remarked, "You're not worried about him. You're concerned he might stray, aren't you?" This observation hit too close to home, and an awkward silence enveloped us. I shot Doufu a fierce glare, thinking to myself that poor choices and friendships would one day drive me to the brink of throttling him. After a brief silence, Xiao Jing tugged at my sleeve with a pitiful expression, saying, I do not wish to leave your side. I am afraid. If that Lin fellow were to come between us again, I would rather perish than not be with you. With that, she clung to me tightly, leaving me feeling both awkward and touched. Xiao Jing's nature was quite different from Gu Wanmin's. She was remarkably expressive of her feelings. When she loved, she showered one with sweet words, and seeing her now, fearful and sorrowful, softened my heart. However, matters of life and death are no trifling matter. I pondered how to reassure Xiao Jing and dissuade her from her insistence. At that moment, Gu Wanmin interjected, "It will not suffice with just the three of us. I believe we need an additional ally." Xiao Jing's eyes widened as she immediately interjected, "I can help. I can cook and won't be a burden to you. Xian, I implore you." She clung to my arm, shaking it earnestly. I was taken aback by Gu Wanmin's defense of Xiao Jing. Upon observing Xiao Jing's demeanor, I realized that if I were to refuse her, she would likely burst into tears. Thus, I conceded, saying, "Very well. But it is imperative that we establish some ground rules. Once we step outside, we cannot afford to be as reckless as we are now. What may transpire in that location remains uncertain." Xiao Jing's face instantly lit up with a smile, and she tiptoed to plant a kiss on my cheek, exclaiming, "I will heed your advice. When are we going?" My embarrassment was palpable. I dared not glance at Gu Wanmin's expression. In a bid to divert the conversation, I replied, "Allow me a moment to ponder this matter. We must not rush into it. Firstly, among the four of us, Gu Wanmin and I possessed greater resilience, while Doufu and Xiao Jing, well, they were better left unmentioned. To proceed in such haste would be exceedingly reckless. We needed a comprehensive plan. First and foremost, we must gather adequate equipment. The Yashan Baodian has not been visited for hundreds of years and may have long since vanished, leaving us with little more than its foundation to uncover. Therefore, even though we are not tomb raiders, we must still bring along tools such as excavation shovels. Secondly, our manpower is rather limited. If my grandfather entrusted us with this task, we cannot afford to be complacent. After much contemplation, I resolved that I needed to recruit assistants, essentially to form a team. I had indeed cultivated a substantial network of business connections over the years. However, for a perilous endeavor such as this, I found myself at a loss for suitable partners. If I had the influence of old Zhao or Zhuan Rui, I could easily enlist skilled individuals to join our quest. But alas, I currently lacked such capabilities. Doufu interjected, "We are now in a cooperative relationship with Zhuan Rui. Why not ask him to lend us some personnel?" Doufu's reasoning was disappointingly simplistic, nearly causing me to chuckle in frustration. I replied, "Little Dou, you are overly optimistic about human nature. What kind of relationship do we have with Zhuan Rui that he would lend us anyone? Do you recall the fees that Wei Nanjing and his crew charge? Moreover, even if he were to provide us with assistance, can we trust that those individuals would share our objectives?" Doufu pouted and queried, "If that won't work, what should we do?" Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with inspiration, and he smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "I've got it. Let us reach out to El Su. After all, old Zhao has already let you down. The Balido Zhao Zhenhai sure belongs to El Su now. It's of no concern to us. He is reliable and would be a much better choice. El Su is a genteel and refined individual who appears to be a good person on the surface. Most who have interacted with him speak highly of him. However, what lies beneath this fade remains a mystery. From a superficial perspective, inviting El Su to join us seems a viable approach, yet the question looms, where is El Su at present?" Doufu, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, "Let us call Zhuan Rui to inquire." His eagerness was palpable. Before I could utter a word, he retrieved his phone and dialed Zhuan Rui. "Hello, I'm looking for Zhuan Rui." "Oh, you are the tycoon." "It's me." Yes, I am Qian's assistant." "Ha. It feels like an eternity since we last met. I've missed you. Have you eaten? How have you been, my friend? If you come to Shenzhen tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal, no problem at all." Gu Wanmin looked on in astonishment, and after a moment, she burst into laughter, asking, "What are those two discussing?" I have grown accustomed to silence, merely listening as Doufu rambled on for an extensive duration. It was a rare occasion that Zhuan Rui did not hang up the phone. As I observed the time slipping away, Doufu had transitioned from discussing Sino-American relations to bilateral trade. I promptly tapped him on the shoulder, signaling him to address the matter at hand. Doufu immediately shifted the topic, asking on the phone, "How can I get in touch with El Su?" I was unaware of Zhuan Rui's response, but Doufu suddenly flinched, exclaiming, "Stop fooling around. It's hard to believe you don't know." It appeared that Zhuan Rui had hung up, leaving Doufu with a look of indignation, as he muttered curses about Zhuan ancestors while redialing. Once connected, I could tell that Doufu's demeanor changed before he even spoke, likely due to something Zhuan had said. He then handed me the phone, gesturing for me to take the call. "Hello," I said, taking the phone. On the other end, Zhuan coldly remarked, "I have no desire to converse with that fool. What do you want?" I cast a sympathetic glance at the disgruntled Doufu and replied, "I need to contact El Su. Please provide me with his information." Zhuan replied coolly, "I already told you, I don't have it. He is missing." "Missing? What happened?" Zhuan fell silent for a moment before saying, "There are some matters I have yet to clarify myself." "What do you need him for?" Not having clarity, I suspected he was reluctant to divulge more. After a moment's contemplation, I recounted the situation regarding the Yashan treasure hall. Upon hearing this, Zhuan interjected, "Count me in." I was taken aback, questioning my own hearing. "You? What do you intend to do?" Zhuan replied, "That place, you probably only know part of the story. The rest we can discuss in person." With that, he hung up. I held the phone, momentarily bewildered. What did he mean by knowing only part of the story? Did Zhuan possess some knowledge I was unaware of? Perhaps he too had an interest in the Yashan treasure hall? Pondering this left me perplexed. So I resolved to wait for Zhuan arrival to clarify matters. The following day, Zhuan arrived in Shenzhen accompanied by his subordinates, including Zhonggong and a young man who was the youngest sibling in his family. This young man appeared to be an ordinary university student, possessing a pleasant demeanor unlike Zhuan somber nature. Once everyone was seated, we closed the shop and ascended to the second floor for discussion. Zhuan remained his usual self, though he wore a mask that covered half of his face, making him highly noticeable. Why did he say we only knew part of the story? It turned out that the Yashan treasure hall was considered a particularly ominous place among the older generation in the industry. Its sinister reputation led to it being seldom mentioned, leaving most within the field unaware of its existence. There is a saying in this profession: archaeology and tomb raiding are intertwined. Those who delve into mushroom hunting not only keep an eye on industry news, but also on archaeological findings. Years ago, a mysterious disappearance of an archaeological team had prompted several perceptive individuals in the field to form their own expeditions to uncover the truth. However, upon their return, they remained tight-lipped, refusing to disclose what transpired there. When pressed, the most they would say is, "That is not a place for the living. It belongs to the underworld. Do not inquire further." Though Zhuan does not belong to the older generation, his family background is profound, thus he is naturally aware of such news. Upon hearing me mention that my grandfather had once visited the Baodian at Yashan, he expressed a keen desire to explore further. He was troubled by the curse of Hukaduo, which was also linked to my own affliction. Our investigations were aligned in purpose, prompting Zhuan to immediately decide to join our expedition. Chapter 21. Fortune-telling with Zhuan support. Subsequent developments progressed quite smoothly. I entrusted the shop to the one-eyed dragon, procuring a series of equipment. 3 days later, our party arrived in Baoshi Township, Guangxi. This remote area required several bus transfers to reach, and with the guidance of locals, we rented a tricycle that wobbled its way towards Shangyao Village. Shangyao Village is a primitive Zhuang ethnic settlement. Due to its inaccessibility, the village retains many traditional customs. Upon entering, one can see stilted houses built against the mountains. The population here is sparse, with few outsiders, and the ethnic minority is known for their warmth. Thus, as we entered the village, we were greeted by inquisitive villagers. Fabricating a tale of tourism, we managed to deceive the simple-hearted villagers, who welcomed us with open arms, leaving me with a twinge of guilt. From a high vantage point in Shangyao Village, one can behold the distant circular mountain walls, shrouded in mist. The region is mountainous, with a humid and oppressive climate. The deep forests are rife with miasma and venomous insects. The locals possess a traditional remedy, which can be applied to bare skin to ward off pests. The Zhuang people often speak Mandarin, and as night fell, a local engaged us in conversation, leading Doufu to inquire, "Why is your village named Shangyao?" The local chuckled and replied, "Many of us Zhuang people believe in Taoism. Our village's ancestors were once immortal beings. In some places, immortal is a term of reverence for Taoists." Doufu, taken aback, asked, "Aren't Taoists renunciates? How could they possibly be your ancestors?" I interjected, "Little Dou, you misunderstand. Taoism is divided into Zhengyi and Xuanzhen schools, each with its sects, some of which permit marriage and worldly living." The local affirmed, "You are correct. Thus, the people here possess a modicum of knowledge regarding fortune-telling and divination. This area, nestled deep within the mountains, is often shrouded in mist, leading to an excess of yin energy. Shangyao signifies the foremost of all hexagrams, embodying the essence of pure yang. Our ancestors named this place Shangyao Village to promote yang energy. We were all greatly astonished. It was unexpected that the villagers spoke with such wisdom, resembling practitioners of the mystical arts. Doufu, intrigued, extended his hand and asked, "Local friend, would you be willing to read my palm and tell my fortune?" The villager, sporting a tuft of beard and exuding warmth, replied, "I am not adept at palmistry, but I can assist you in analyzing your bazi. Please provide your birth year, month, day, and hour." With that, he summoned a child with a topknot to fetch paper and ink. Doufu recorded the year, month, day, and hour, and the local began to calculate, determining the year, month, day, and hour pillars of the bazi. As he wrote and pondered, he sighed after a moment and addressed Doufu. "The year pillar indicates a killing star. Your parents must have passed away a long time ago, am I correct?" I was taken aback, thinking to myself, could it be true? Am I perhaps in a state of confusion? Shortly thereafter, I heard the villager continue, "Your life is fraught with peril, yet fortune favors you with a benefactor by your side." After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and added, as the saying goes, "It is wise to speak of the good and not the bad. Proceed with utmost caution." Doufu, bewildered by the villager's words regarding his parents, grew anxious and exclaimed, "Please, do not speak in riddles. Am I destined for an early demise?" The villager, named Jian, his name a phonetic translation as the Zhuang people lack their own written language, tapped the table and remarked, in the early phase, "You have a benefactor by your side. Although perilous, you shall turn misfortune into fortune. However, the latter part of your fate is not to be disclosed." Doufu, in a flurry, began to fidget. "Then who is my benefactor? Please tell me quickly. I will always stay close to him." The villager pondered for a moment and advised, "Whoever has rescued you the most is your benefactor." Doufu suddenly turned to me, grasped my arm tightly, and declared, "I was wrong. I shall never call you a freak again, nor speak ill of you behind your back. Brother Chun, Grandpa Chun, do not leave me. My future entirely hinges on you." I felt both amused and exasperated, for I have never subscribed to the belief in fortune-telling. If one's fate is indeed predetermined, what guilt could a murderer bear? It is not as though he desires to kill, it is fate that compels him. If that is the case, what becomes of the concept of hell? Is this not a contradiction? Seemingly sensing my skepticism, the villager smiled and said, "Destiny is indeed ordained, yet there exists the adage that human determination can triumph over fate. The practice of fortune-telling is a method developed by our ancestors to decipher the heavens. To know one's fate is to alter it, and the path to enlightenment or malevolence rests within one's thoughts." Doufu appeared to trust Jie and implicitly and promptly pushed me forward, saying, "Villager, take another look at him. This fellow has been plagued by bad luck. What is the reason?" In truth, Doufu was quite clever. He aimed to use me to gauge Jie's abilities. We were warmly received by the villagers, and at that moment, it was prudent to refrain from expressing disbelief. Thus, I recorded my birth date and time. Jian took considerable time to calculate before stating, "This destiny is upright, yet it harbors signs of potential misfortune, akin to a fledgling bird becoming a phoenix, or a scaled serpent transforming into a dragon. A person with such a fate shall eventually amass great wealth and prestige." Doufu, believing wholeheartedly, grew anxious and inquired, "But what of the however?" Jian glanced at me and suddenly shook his head, saying, "The initial momentum is strong, yet the subsequent strength wanes. There are malevolent stars in your lunar pillar, making you susceptible to harm from evil forces." Xiao Jing, feeling tense, asked, "What does evil forces mean?" Doufu, with some understanding, replied, "It means being easily harmed by malevolent entities." After saying this, he gazed at Jie and with admiration. My heart raced. I thought, experts often dwell among the common folk. I never anticipated that in this remote, impoverished area, there would be such a talented individual. If Jian's reading for Doufu was mere chance, then his reading for me was remarkably accurate, identifying both my potential misfortune and the mention of evil forces. Xiao Jing was taken aback and promptly addressed Jian as master, exclaiming, "Master, is there any way to counteract this?" Jian shook his head and remarked, "The ominous signs are beyond my control, yet I maintain that man can triumph over nature. Historically, we speak of auspiciousness rather than misfortune. This is the essence of the matter. Your name bears the character for suspense, implying a sense of steadiness. It is evident that the person who bestowed this name upon you was indeed a person of wisdom. Speaking of names, mine was given by my grandfather. Traditionally, the realms of geomancy and metaphysics are intertwined, and I can only surmise that my grandfather must have consulted the stars when choosing my name. Much like the origin of this village of Shangyao. With this thought, I felt a sense of relief and dismissed Jian's words. Gu Wenmin, being skeptical of such beliefs, merely stood by observing, while Zhuan Rui gazed at us thoughtfully, remaining silent. At that moment, Xiao Jing suddenly interjected, "Master, please read my fortune as well." Jian readily agreed, for in this place, outsiders were scarce, and nearly everyone possessed some level of skill in divination, rendering his expertise somewhat superfluous. Our offering of birth data provided him with an opportunity to hone his craft. Xiao Jing handed her birth details to Jian, and I watched intently, curious to hear what he might reveal, uncertain if he could indeed predict accurately. Suddenly, I noticed Jian's eyes widen, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. He abruptly raised his gaze to fixate on Xiao Jing, exclaiming, "Your birth data must be incorrect." Xiao Jing replied, "How could that be? My parents have always told me this, and it matches my ID. It cannot be wrong. Master, is there something amiss?" Although she had initially been skeptical, witnessing the accuracy of the readings for Doufu and myself had left her anxious. Jian pondered for a moment before shaking his head and stating, "Perhaps I erred. This fate is quite favorable, indicative of a noble woman destined to marry a good husband." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing glanced at me, her face alight with happiness, and even the most discerning could grasp the implications. Jian, noticing this, regarded me thoughtfully before saying, "Your bedding has been prepared. It's best to rest early." With that, he took his leave. While the others may not have perceived it, I understood well. Although Jian concealed it adeptly, I sensed a slight tremor in his hand. Dressed in traditional attire with wide sleeves, his hand was mostly hidden within the fabric. The others remained oblivious, but my vigilance allowed me to focus on his quivering fingers, and a heaviness settled in my heart. Turning to Xiao Jing, I found her smiling sweetly, while Gu Wanmin appeared somewhat despondent, saying nothing as he retreated to rest. With limited sleeping arrangements, I shared a bed with Doufu that night. In the middle of the night, she arose to use the restroom and said, "Come along with me." Perplexed, I replied, "Are you a girl?" Doufu responded, "Did you not hear the fortune teller? He advised me not to stray from my benefactor, lest I meet an untimely demise. There are no toilets here. The cesspit is over 10 meters deep. If you are not by my side, it would be perilous for me to go alone. I might slip and fall into the pit and drown." I was awestruck by Doufu's imagination and said, "Even the cesspit has its dignity. It contains excrement, so why should I concern myself with it?" After a moment, she realized I was mocking her, and in a huff, she retorted, "So you're saying I'm worse than waste? Chun, Grandpa Do will not let this matter rest today. Will you accompany me? Should you choose not to accompany me, I shall inform the enchanting Gu, claiming that you and Xiao Jing engaged in rather intimate activities at the hospital." Wait a moment. I found myself perplexed, stating, "Xiao Jing and I merely exchanged a few kisses. Nothing more occurred. However, how did you come to know of this?" Doufu curled his lip, replying, "Come now? With a string of lipstick marks upon your neck, can you truly claim ignorance?" At his words, I nearly choked on my own saliva, realizing that this rascal had failed to alert me at the time. Had I truly been parading about the antique market adorned with lipstick marks all day? Suppressing the urge to strangle him, I could only rise and say, "Let us depart." A moment later, Doufu squatted by a pit, while I stood smoking beneath a nearby tree. In the dead of night, the wind howled, and I found myself pondering the absurdity of the situation. Why was I here instead of comfortably resting in bed? The only explanation was, unfortunate associations can lead to lifelong regrets. Just as I was lost in thought, a raspy voice interrupted from behind. "Who goes there?" Upon hearing this voice, I turned to discover it was Jian, and I could not help but wonder why he was still awake at such an hour. Was he also out for a moment of relief? Jian seemed equally surprised to see me. I suddenly noticed he was holding a bundle of something that was emitting smoke. It was clear he was not merely seeking a restroom, but rather was engaged in some form of incense burning. A sense of wariness crept over me. In the stillness of night, his furtive demeanor raised my suspicions about his intentions. With this thought, I ignored Doufu, who was still squatting, and approached Jian. Upon seeing me, Jian's expression shifted to one of evident tension, as if he feared being discovered in some clandestine act. His demeanor reminded me of events before bedtime, and he instinctively shifted the smoking bundle behind him. My curiosity piqued. I seized the object from his grasp and examined it closely, exclaiming, "Is this calamus? What purpose do you have in burning it?" Calamus is an aquatic herb, known for its fragrance, revered in traditional culture as a protective herb against evil spirits. Often mentioned alongside orchids, daffodils, and chrysanthemums as the four noble flowers. Folklore boasts couplets proclaiming, "With mugwort in hand, summon countless blessings, with calamus hung at the door. Vanquish 1,000 evils." In rural areas, mugwort is frequently burned to repel mosquitoes, yet the burning of calamus is quite rare, typically reserved for households plagued by misfortune. Staring at the half-burnt calamus in my hand, numerous speculations flooded my mind. Could it be that Jian's home was not free from malevolent forces? My thoughts drifted back to the trembling of Jian's fingers before sleep, and an unsettling feeling gripped my heart. I abruptly grasped his arm and whispered urgently, "Tell me, is there something wrong with the last 8 characters?" Jian appeared taken aback, perhaps not anticipating my perceptiveness. Stammering, he replied, "Why, you know? Don't you feel it yourself?" I inquired, "Feel what? What exactly do you know? Speak plainly." Jian's demeanor grew increasingly anxious as he glanced around, suddenly lowering his voice to a whisper. "According to the analysis of these 8 characters, she should have passed away 2 months ago." I gasped sharply, my heart racing, the dryness in my throat betraying my shock as I asked, "What do you mean by that?" Jian remarked, "Either this destiny chart is incorrect, or she is no longer who she once was, or perhaps my skills are lacking, leading to a miscalculation." I had witnessed his fortune-telling prowess with both myself and Doufu, and while he may not possess the ability to perceive the cosmos, he certainly demonstrated considerable skill. I found myself momentarily stunned, a bitter taste filling my mouth. If what he claimed were true, then Xiao Jing would be. But Xiao Jing is undoubtedly alive. How could she possibly be dead? After his statement, Jian seized the opportunity to free himself from my grasp, declaring, "In any case, take care of yourselves. Depart from my home by tomorrow morning. I shall not be providing breakfast." With that, he vanished without a trace. Standing in the courtyard under the night sky, my heart felt as if it were burdened by a heavy stone. At that moment, Doufu came running towards me, adjusting his trousers. I shook my head, temporarily setting aside this bizarre matter. Perhaps he truly miscalculated, or maybe the details of Xiao Jing's birth were incorrect. After all, most people can ascertain the year, month, and day, but if parents are careless with the time of birth, errors are easily made. With that thought, I felt somewhat reassured, and, as I walked back with Doufu, I said, "Why are you so slow? Were you busy with something?" Doufu scoffed, looking at me with disdain. "You lack culture. Your speech is vulgar." "What are you talking about?" I merely finished my business and took a moment to indulge in some leisure. I stumbled slightly, nearly falling, and retorted angrily, "Can you be any more shameless? Be silent. Do not speak to me, or I will surely be driven to despair." Doufu wore a mournful expression, sighed, and said, "Someone like you, who is always surrounded by admirers, cannot possibly understand the plight of us single youths. Spare me your insipid remarks." Infuriated, I almost cursed, but instead let out a cold laugh, glancing at my watch. "You spent a total of 10 minutes, combining both tasks. That's quite efficient." Doufu was instantly demoralized, standing there with a look as if the sky had fallen. The following morning, preoccupied with Jian's words from the previous night and anxious about further complications, I roused everyone early. After consuming some provisions we had brought, I urged them to set forth. As we entered the circular mountain area of the Langya Treasure Hall, we needed to navigate a descending path. The weather was sweltering, and no one bothered to converse, each of us trudging forward with heads down. It was not long before I noticed Xiao Jing lagging behind. I turned to assist her, but Xiao Jing, biting her red lips, glanced at Gu Wenmin ahead and said, "I can manage. I did not come here to be a burden. Please, do not help me." Observing her envious glare and competitive spirit, I could not help but smile, realizing I had perhaps overthought the situation. How could one so vibrant, capable of feeling anger and jealousy, possibly be deceased? Xiao Jing gritted her teeth and insisted on my non-intervention, so I acquiesced. Allowing her to train her endurance was beneficial should any danger arise. She would be able to move swiftly. Our pace was relatively brisk, and by dusk, we arrived near the location the villagers referred to as the Narrow Sky. This narrow sky was the only passage into the interior of the circular mountain, resembling a great knife having cleaved through it, leaving a narrow opening that could accommodate but a single person. Standing at the entrance and looking inward, even the last rays of the setting sun struggled to penetrate. Before nightfall, we resolved to hasten our pace, intent on traversing the narrow passage and establishing our camp within the crater, thus saving a considerable amount of time. There were no objections from the group. After a day's arduous trek, even I felt fatigued, let alone Xiao Jing, whose trembling legs made her abandon her pretense of strength. Needing assistance to continue, we filed into the narrow passage, flanked by sharply defined rocks that posed a risk of cutting our skin, while the crevices served as natural nests for serpents, insects, and rodents. Fortunately, these creatures would not attack unless disturbed, though they frightened Xiao Jing considerably, who clung to my clothing tightly. Leading the way was Duan Fei's cousin, named Duan, a spirited young man with a commendable disposition, who charged ahead. After approximately 10 minutes of navigating the narrow passage, Duan exclaimed, "We've reached the exit." Suddenly, he halted, refusing to advance. Duan Fei, trailing behind, inquired, "What is the matter?" Duan replied, "Brother, ahead lies a vast swamp." Perplexed, I pushed forward to see for myself and was taken aback to find indeed a sprawling swamp before us. The murky surface was cloaked in a thin film of dark water, littered with decayed leaves and branches. Had it not been for Duan's keen observation, an ordinary person might have unwittingly stepped into the mire. I was astonished that a vast swamp lay beyond the narrow passage, effectively trapping our group in a predicament with no way forward or back. Zhonggong remarked, "The terrain here is low-lying. It is not surprising to find a swamp. What should we do now?" After a moment's contemplation, Duan Fei suggested, "Let us retreat and devise another plan." Thus, we had no choice but to retrace our steps back to the entrance. Once there, we set up our tents, ignited a campfire, and dined on compressed rations while deliberating our next course of action. While a small swamp could be crossed with ropes or similar means, the enormity of the swamp behind the narrow passage rendered such methods impractical. After some thought, I proposed, why not construct a raft to glide across? Gu Wanmin nodded in agreement, stating, "The indigenous people of South America bind planks to their feet to traverse swamps, and they also use rafts for transportation. I believe this method is feasible." After satisfying our hunger, we took advantage of the remaining daylight to gather materials for raft construction. In the mountainous terrain, trees of all sizes were abundant, and we prepared everything before nightfall. The group divided tasks, alternating between resting and crafting the raft. By dawn the next day, a sturdy raft was successfully assembled. In this secluded area, Duan Fei, feeling uncomfortable in his mask, removed half of it, startling the unsuspecting Xiao Jing and Gu Wanmin. However, Duan Fei seemed indifferent to his appearance, displaying a face that was both strikingly handsome and oddly unattractive. He gestured for the group to board the raft as we re-entered the narrow passage. This method proved effective. The raft did not sink, and the surface tension of the swamp was substantial, allowing it to glide forward with the support of specially crafted logs fitted with planks. However, we had not prepared gas masks for this journey, and the odor of the swamp was quite unpleasant. Prolonged exposure to it left one feeling dizzy and disoriented. The rest of us managed, but for Xiao Jing, who had never encountered such conditions, she sat on the raft with her knees hugged tightly, as if she were gravely ill. This place was vastly different from our expectations. I had imagined entering a narrow valley filled with dense jungles. Yet here lay an endless expanse of swamp, flanked by the towering walls of circular mountains, thickly covered in vegetation. The sounds of various creatures echoed around us. Initially, we could see, but as the raft drifted toward the center, even the mountain walls vanished from view. In an instant, we felt as though we had entered an immense, dark lake. As the midday sun ascended, mist rose from the swamp, obscuring our vision further, while the foul stench intensified, making us feel nauseous. In such an environment, no one had the heart to speak, and the raft continued to glide forward in silence. At that moment, Doufu suddenly spotted something and pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Look, there seems to be gold over there." Gold. Gold in a swamp. This boy was once again spouting nonsense, but as I followed the direction of his finger, I couldn't help but be taken aback. There truly was gold. Chapter 23. The treasure haul in the dense fog amidst the swirling mist of the swamp. Beneath the midday sun, a glimmer of golden yellow reflected light, as if a piece of gold lay there. At that moment, it was Zhonggong who was maneuvering the raft, and I gestured for him to steer us closer. Zhonggong was taciturn yet remarkably dependable. With a firm push of the raft, we headed toward that direction. Soon, we approached the area where the mud seemed to be less saturated, as if the surface water had evaporated significantly. In the murky mire, a roughly 30-centimeter tall, pagoda-shaped object emerged from the swamp, its surface encrusted with sludge, revealing only glimpses of its true color, a radiant gold. Gu Wenmin took out a handkerchief and wiped away the grime, revealing its original form, a golden gourd-shaped base with a beast's head, strikingly peculiar in design, resembling a qilin, yet with cloud-patterned ears and 4 mouths, each agape, as if ready to bite something. Though the metal had dulled, I recognized it at a glance as pure gold. Seeing the gold, Doufu wasted no time in attempting to retrieve it, but to his surprise, when he tugged at it, it remained steadfast, as if something beneath held it fast. Just then, Duan Fei cautioned, "Do not move. This is the beast of good and evil from the legendary Hall of Shadows. If I am not mistaken, the treasure hall we seek at Yashan has long since been swallowed by this swamp." Upon seeing the beast's head emerge, I realized Duan Fei spoke the truth. It seemed that beneath this swamp lay the very treasure hall of Yashan, now completely engulfed. Given that it was summer, the moisture in the swamp had evaporated considerably, causing the sediment to sink and thus revealing the beast of good and evil atop the hall. I could only wonder, what were we to do now? At that moment, Gu Wenmin suddenly remarked, "Could it be that the person who spoke of being devoured all those years ago was actually referring to being swallowed by the swamp?" One must concede that Gu Wenmin possessed a sharp intellect. I nodded in agreement, saying, "There is a possibility. If the treasure hall is buried beneath the earth, that would be manageable. However, beneath the swamp, with its soft mud and water, we may find it difficult to navigate." Duan Fei interjected, "Rigidness is prone to break, while softness can endure. The more treacherous the terrain, the more challenging our endeavor." Xiao Jing, appearing somewhat revitalized yet still faint, asked, "What shall we do? Must we continue?" After a moment of contemplation, I responded, "This swamp could not have formed in just a matter of years. Since there were reports of the Yashan treasure hall being seen here over a decade ago, there must be alternative routes. Let us first depart from the swamp." Consequently, the group ceased their chatter and glided through the mist on the wooden raft. As time passed, the fog above the swamp thickened, and amidst this haze, a colossal structure gradually emerged, its black edifice and yellow tiles exuding an ancient elegance, appearing and disappearing within the mist. The sudden appearance of this entity did not escape the attention of the others, who were not Na'vi. They understood it to be an illusion. Doufu muttered, "What on earth is that? Could it be a mirage?" Zhuangji stroked his chin and said, "A mirage is a form of projection. If there is a projection, there must be a source. Yet, since the Yashan treasure hall is buried beneath the swamp, how could there possibly be a projection?" The group was momentarily perplexed until Xiao Jing, filled with trepidation, clung to my arm and said, "Look, it blocks our path ahead. If we proceed, will it?" Her words sent a chill down my spine, reminding me of the survivor's account from the archaeological team. People were consumed by a house. Could it be that the swamp did not swallow them, but rather this sudden structure that now obstructed our way? Indeed, it barred our passage, and to advance, we must traverse it. Everyone understood that this unexpected edifice was assuredly a fabrication, an illusion, just as Doufu had previously speculated, merely a mirage. However, what if it were indeed real? The raft came to a halt. After a moment, Duan Fei turned to me and said, "If you are hesitant to take risks, now is the time to withdraw." I glanced at Doufu, Gu Wenmin, and Xiao Jing beside me, and said, "I cannot predict what lies ahead. If possible, I would prefer for you to remain in a safe place while I proceed." Doufu was the first to vehemently oppose, declaring, "Old Chun, what do you take me for? Would I allow you to face danger alone? We share both fortune and adversity. Stop being so indecisive. My ears are growing weary of it." Xiao Jing tightened her grip on my arm, affirming, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Gu Wenmin, after a moment of silence, spoke, "I have stated before that my purpose here extends beyond you. I also seek the missing archaeological team from years past." I recognized Gu Wenmin's words as a pretext. Yet at this juncture, the three of them were resolute. My heart warmed, and I declared, "Very well, even if it leads us into the jaws of danger, we shall face it together." Doufu chimed in, "We have already braved the jaws of the dragon. The tiger's den poses no greater challenge. Especially with the beautiful Gu armed with a firearm, a single shot could suffice." The crowd showed no signs of retreat. Our gazes met. And then Zhonggong nodded slightly as the wooden raft glided closer to the distant structure. What awaited us next? As we drew nearer, the tension among us was palpable. Approaching the edifice, we could discern a black wooden door adorned with crimson and golden patterns, revealing a vivid depiction reminiscent of the 10 halls of Yama. The door stood firmly shut, and everything appeared strikingly real. Yet, we understood that this was merely an illusion. If fortune favored us, our raft might traverse through this deceptive fade. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Our raft did not pass through. Instead, it was halted upon contact with the magnificent hall. This suddenly manifesting hall was indeed tangible. A collective gasp of astonishment escaped our lips, and it was evident that Zhonggong, holding the staff, was the most affected, dropping his weapon and staring in bewilderment. After a brief moment, Doufu swallowed hard and asked, "What should we do? This thing has suddenly appeared before us. It feels as though it is inviting us inside, which is rather unsettling." The situation before us was bizarre and unprecedented, yet what could we do at this juncture? Would we merely turn back? It was likely that no one was willing to return, not even Xiao Jing, who displayed a mixture of fear and curiosity. Humanity's evolution set it apart from animals, for in the face of the unknown, we harbor not only fear, but also an innate desire to explore. Without further deliberation, I shouldered my burden and stepped off the raft, signaling the others to follow suit. From a distance, this structure had seemed vast, but entering it was reminiscent of the saying, not recognizing the true face of Mount Lu, only because one is in the midst of the mountain. As we crossed the threshold into the hall, our field of vision narrowed. The corridor, flanked on either side by unknown paths, led to the grand entrance of the hall at its center. Looking up, we beheld the 4 bold characters Yashan Baodian suspended above, their script unidentifiable. The grand door remained firmly shut, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. I reached out to push the door, which was unlatched, creaking open with a sudden groan. At that moment, a chilling draft rushed forth, accompanied by a dark shadow that caught me off guard, prompting a hasty retreat. After a moment's clarity, I realized it was a drooping piece of fabric resembling a prayer flag, covered in depictions of ghostly figures like Oxhead and Horseface. The interior of the hall was shrouded in darkness. Peering in through the sunlight, I saw numerous strips of black cloth cascading from above, each about a meter wide and nearly touching the ground, layered in a manner that obscured our line of sight entirely. Xiao Jing, having never encountered such sights, turned pale and exclaimed, "What are these things hanging here for?" Before I could respond, Gu Wenmin interjected. "It is said that the Hall of Yama is the domain of the underworld spirits, a passage for souls. Since this Yashan Hall is modeled after the Hall of Yama, these cloth banners must represent the spirits of the underworld." Xiao Jing and Gu Wenmin found themselves in an awkward situation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Gu Wenmin's comparison, Xiao Jing remarked, "How do you know this was modeled after the Hall of the Underworld, since that is the palace of the Netherworld? How could the living comprehend its appearance?" Unintentionally spoken, her words struck a chord, and I could see Gu Wenmin's expression shift. A glance exchange between us revealed that we were likely thinking along the same lines. During interviews in Shangyao village, it was recorded that the military had excavated mineral veins, resulting in the emergence of yellow spring water, shrouded in mist, within which the Hall of the Underworld appeared. The architectural complex before us seemed to materialize in a manner akin to the legends. Could it be that it was not the Yashan Palace? However, this hypothesis was quickly suppressed, for a plaque atop the palace distinctly bore the inscription, Yashan Zhuangji, a youth of notable lineage and possessing some skill, displayed an audacious demeanor, his face alight with excitement and curiosity. Observing our hesitation at the entrance, halted by a cloth drape, he rubbed his hands together and declared, "What is there to fear? I shall lead the way, follow me." With that, he slipped inside, maneuvering deftly through the heavy black drapes. At this juncture, we had no choice but to follow suit. Chapter 24. Lost. The grand hall exuded a musty, decaying odor, and as we traversed its depths, the drapes swayed, sending a cloud of dust swirling towards us. Zhuangji forged ahead, while the rest of us entered in a line. The drapes swayed, momentarily separating us, leaving only our feet visible to discern our location. In front of me was Zhuan Rue, his black mountaineering boots remarkably agile, moving silently and deftly. This showcased the distinction between those of noble background and those of common thieves. Each of his movements clearly bore the mark of training. Duan Fei was accompanied by another, and as they acted in tandem, I focused on their feet, pushing aside the drapes to forge ahead, pondering whether the multitude of drapes truly represented the spirits of the underworld, as Gu Wanmin suggested. If so, there were indeed a great many spirits. Lost in thought, I suddenly sensed something amiss, my gaze fixated on the feet beside Duan Fei, and my heart raced. These feet had been closely trailing Duan Fei, initially unnoticed. It dawned on me that they were not touching the ground at all, but rather hovered just above it, imperceptible at first glance. A gasp escaped my lips, and I halted in my tracks. In that moment, the person behind me, Doufu, rushed forward, colliding with my back and causing me pain that brought tears to my eyes. Rubbing my nose, he asked, "Why did you stop? Have we arrived?" As he fanned away the dust, he looked around and then, in confusion, inquired, "Why are there still drapes? Old Chen, what are you dawdling for? Are you in a daze?" I paid no heed to Doufu, my focus unwavering on the pair of feet ahead. They were clad in earth-toned trousers, obscured above by the drapes, rendering the rest of the figure invisible. As I stood still, Duan Fei's feet quickly vanished from sight, yet those hovering feet ceased their movement, as if waiting for me. In that fleeting moment, a chill ran down my spine, and I shot Doufu a meaningful glance. Doufu and I shared an unspoken understanding. Initially, he wore a bewildered expression, but upon receiving my subtle cue, his demeanor shifted, and his gaze followed mine to the feet ahead. Instantly, Doufu's face drained of color. He swallowed hard, conveying a silent question with his eyes. What shall we do? We often indulged in idle chatter, yet frequently, words were unnecessary. Our expressions and glances sufficed to communicate our thoughts. Thus, I responded with a look that suggested, whether it be a demon or a specter, we must act decisively. Noticing my expression, Doufu discreetly rubbed his hands together and retrieved the exploratory shovel we had brought along. With one shovel in each hand, we positioned ourselves, one to the left, the other to the right, before vigorously striking the air in front of us. Even if it were a formidable dumpling, it would surely be knocked down by our blows. However, once we swung our shovels, a sharp crack echoed, sending a tingling sensation through my hands. Doufu's shovel had collided with mine. He gasped, exclaiming, "Wait, where did that large dumpling go?" Looking down, we discovered the feet had vanished without a trace. We exchanged glances, promptly pushing aside the heavy canvas, only to find it swaying in a disorienting manner, yet not a single figure was in sight. At that moment, Xiao Jing, who had been trailing behind, caught up, her face marked with fear. "What are you two doing to make such a commotion? You scared me to death." Doufu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, replying, "You're already terrified and we haven't even begun. Based on my past experiences, there are far worse things to come." He cautiously scanned our surroundings. Noticing my silence, Xiao Jing grew anxious and suddenly asked, "This place feels eerie. We can't stop now. Where are the others?" Doufu immediately called out, "Wealthy man, where are you? Are you still alive?" Naturally, the wealthy Duan Fei did not respond, and an unsettling silence enveloped us, accompanied by a chilling breeze that occasionally stirred the canvas, revealing glimpses of the world hidden behind it, yet no human figures emerged. After calling out, Doufu seemed to sense something was amiss, saying, with the ruckus we've made, "The wealthy man should have noticed by now. Could something have happened to them?" Unlike Doufu, who was prone to wild imaginings, I took a moment to collect my thoughts and stated, "Duan Fei possesses far more experience than we do. Instead of worrying about their fate, we should be concerned for our own safety. We must not delay any longer. Let us reunite with them." With renewed determination, the three of us focused intently, advancing cautiously through the canvas, ever vigilant of our surroundings, fearful that an unwelcome pair of feet might suddenly appear. After approximately 10 minutes, we still faced the same overwhelming expanse of canvas. Even Xiao Jing recognized the oddity of our situation and halted, her voice tense. "This is strange. We've been walking for over 20 minutes. Is this place truly so vast?" Doufu turned to me and said, "I feel as though we might be lost." I wiped the sweat from my brow and retorted, "Did you just call me suspense? Be quiet. We've been walking in a straight line. How could we be lost?" Doufu nervously glanced around, lowering his voice. "Could it be that we are experiencing some sort of ghostly wall? Those feet clearly did not belong to a human. Perhaps they are still following us." Xiao Jing, upon encountering this unsettling situation, was visibly shaken, her complexion pale, and her voice quivering as if she were on the verge of tears. Clinging to my arm, she implored, What on earth is this ghostly wall? What are you talking about, not human? Please, do not frighten me. I am particularly averse to seeing women cry, so I reassured her, fear not. Even if there are ghosts, I can handle them. Doufu's earlier remarks were not mere folly. The three of us, being adults, had traversed for 20 minutes without making any progress, all while walking in a straight line. How could we possibly be lost? The only plausible explanation, it seemed, was indeed as Doufu suggested. This was the phenomenon of a ghostly wall. Folklore states that a ghostly wall disorients individuals, causing them to circle endlessly in place, with only the crowing of a rooster at dawn capable of breaking the spell. Although it was daylight, the sudden appearance of this magnificent hall defied all logic. In that moment, I retrieved a white candle from my backpack and lit it. However, after only 2 seconds, the flickering yellow flame abruptly dimmed, transforming into a vibrant green. Doufu gasped, his voice barely above a whisper, "Ghosts are breathing." Seeing the flame change color only intensified Xiaojing's fear, and she curled up, asking, "What does it mean for ghosts to breathe?" Doufu replied, "It signifies that there are spirits present in this place." No sooner had he spoken than Xiaojing let out a piercing scream. Doufu, digging into his ears, urged, "Do not scream. We have yet to appease the spirits. Look at how terrified you are. I warned you not to come. It would have been far better to indulge in the city's delights and shopping." Before he could finish, I swallowed hard, my gaze fixated on a head that had suddenly emerged from behind the curtain. In a hushed tone, I urged Doufu, "Xiaodou, run quickly." The head, which had appeared during our ghostly breathing encounter, bore a wrinkled face with a gaping mouth, illuminated by the eerie green flame, casting its visage in a ghostly hue. Unbeknownst to Doufu, Xiaojing was not frightened by his words, but rather by the entity lurking behind him. My expression alerted Doufu, and he, being somewhat astute, immediately sprang into action. As he dashed away, the head followed suit, while its body remained obscured by the curtain, only occasionally revealing a dark, indistinct neck. Xiaojing and I also took off, our instincts overriding any need to discern our path as we tore through the fabric in a desperate bid for escape. After a frantic 4 to 5 minutes, Xiaojing suddenly stumbled, crying out as she fell to the ground. I regretted my earlier compassion in acquiescing to her request, but I could not abandon her. I swiftly halted, pulling her up and commanding, "We must run. Do not stop." Just 2 steps into our flight, Xiaojing cried out, "I can't. I've twisted my ankle." Without hesitation, I hoisted her onto my back and continued my frantic sprint, while Doufu, seemingly less burdened, sped ahead of us. At that moment, a chilling gust swept past my neck, an instinctual realization dawning that the entity was closing in. I instinctively rolled to the side to evade it. In the instant I fell, I sensed a shadow rush overhead, but when I looked up, it had vanished. Just then, Doufu turned back, slapping his thigh, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? You two are still on the ground, huddled together like that? Now is not the time for such antics." I hastily pulled Xiaojing up from the ground, exclaiming, "Stop spouting nonsense. That thing flew right over my head." Doufu, wielding a probing spade, cautiously surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "It's likely already departed." I replied, "That's wishful thinking. It must still be nearby, so we should remain vigilant." The three of us adjusted our flashlights to their maximum brightness, sweeping the beams around us. Unfortunately, the thick layers of fabric obstructed our view, rendering our sight exceedingly narrow. Just then, Doufu directed the light upwards and suddenly declared, "Old Chun, I have a way to escape." Following his gaze, I noticed the dimness above and asked, "What method do you propose?" Doufu explained, "In this ancient structure, there are beams overhead. Our view is hindered by the fabric, making it easy to get lost. If we traverse along the beams, we will have a better vantage point and 1T have to fear hidden dangers lurking in the shadows." Upon hearing this, I replied, "3 heads are better than 1. Xiaodou, you've hit the nail on the head with that idea." Immediately, we retrieved the probing claws from our gear. This tool, an ancient climbing implement, featured a 4-fingered iron hook at the front, connected to a rope, allowing us to grasp various shapes. The southern tomb raiders are more superstitious than their northern counterparts. They not only require the corpses to remain unexposed to sunlight, but also insist that the living avoid touching coffins. When handling bodies, they must first use the probing claws to extract the corpse from its coffin, an endless list of rituals. Nonetheless, these probing claws proved to be quite practical. I swung the claws a few times before launching them. They soared out, wrapping around the intermittently visible beam above. Xiao Jing, not skilled at climbing, was urged by Doufu and me to ascend first while we kept watch below. Moments later, Xiao Jing climbed to a high vantage point and lay still, too afraid to move. Chapter 25. The archaeological team Doufu and I, seasoned veterans, swiftly made our way onto the beams. These beams were broad and sturdy, allowing us to walk upright with both feet securely placed. A thick layer of black dust accumulated on the beams, and under the flashlight's glow, the overhead structure appeared as an expansive web of beams and pillars, stretching endlessly into the darkness. As we peered downwards, we had hoped that our elevated position would reveal the whereabouts of Duan Fei and the others, but to our dismay, even from above, the fabric still obscured our vision, rendering us as blind as bats. Frustrated by the lack of clarity, I mused that merely standing here would yield no results. It was wiser to vacate this grand hall. With the intelligence of Duan Fei and his companions, they should not be lost here, especially with the resourceful and clever Gu de Beauty among them. With this thought, I chose a position closer to the center of the hall and led the two of them inward. As we walked, Doufu commented, "This grand hall is relatively clean. I remember when we were at the corner snake temple, the beams were utterly disgusting. Cockroaches, rats, and other horrors made my skin crawl." While I was walking ahead, Doufu's words startled me. The beams were dark and typically harbored snakes, insects, and rodents. This place, devoid of such creatures aside from dust, seemed unusually pristine. Xiao Jing walked at the back, and upon hearing that there might be cockroaches on the beam, her fear intensified. She slipped, nearly falling, but fortunately managed to grasp a nearby pillar just in time. Doufu lent her a hand, and then cast me a disdainful glance, clearly conveying, "You were reckless. And now you see the trouble it brings, don't you?" Aware of my fault, I touched my nose and urged Xiao Jing to focus, continuing to feel my way along the beam. At that moment, I noticed something dark and wriggling behind the pillar ahead, resembling a large rat. At such a height, with no support, I was grateful to be in front. Had the timid Doufu and Xiao Jing seen it, they would likely have panicked and fallen. Thus, I signaled for a pause and said, "It seems there is something ahead. You two stay put while I investigate." As I advanced with my flashlight, the creature appeared unafraid, writhing even more vigorously. I held my breath and approached the pillar, turning around the corner to get a clear view of the entity. Upon seeing it, I gasped in disbelief. It was a human-headed mole, resembling a rat with sharp claws and a flat, wrinkled head that bore an uncanny resemblance to a human face. Deep within the mountains of western Hunan, it is referred to by locals as the ghost rat, as it is said that during the War of Resistance against Japan, the abundance of corpses drew these hidden creatures into the open. Legend has it they are the reincarnations of the dead, notorious for spreading plagues and viruses. While foraging in western Hunan, I had heard villagers describe these creatures, claiming they typically prey on snakes and insects, but in times of hunger, they would resort to carrion. The most terrifying aspect is their multitude of viruses. A single bite or scratch could be fatal. I had initially assumed it was merely a large rat, but now realized it was a human-headed mole. Reflecting on the strange shadow that had pursued us earlier beneath the tarpaulin, I wondered if it had indeed been the mole. However, how could a rat possess feet? These thoughts flitted through my mind as I quickly reacted, positioning my probing shovel defensively in front of me. The shovel's tip was sharp and heavy, capable of cleaving a person's skull with a single strike. Should the mole dare to attack, I was not afraid. It was merely that the narrow beam offered little room for maneuvering, and a moment's inattention could result in a disastrous fall. With this in mind, I slowly retreated, leaning back against a pillar for stability. Doufu, observing my actions, sensed that something was amiss. He whispered to Xiao Jing, "Stay still. If anything happens, I want to be responsible for you." Doufu was straightforward, openly expressing his likes and dislikes. After speaking, he approached me and quietly inquired, "Old Chun, what is it?" "It is a type of mole, venomous. A bite or scratch could lead to death. It hasn't attacked yet, so please don't come closer." The narrow beam rendered Doufu's assistance futile. His approach would only hinder my movement. Upon hearing this, Doufu halted, and the surroundings fell into a tense silence. It is no wonder that this place is devoid of snakes and ants. They have likely been consumed by this peculiar creature known as the human-headed mole. Its rotund form glistens under the light, and atop its visage, a flattened nose sits between two large, bulging eyes that fixate on me with an unwavering gaze. Having spent considerable time in the mountains, I possess a fair understanding of animal behavior. I observed as the mole extended its claws forward, its whiskers vibrating ominously, a prelude to an impending attack. I silently lamented my choices. Had I known this would occur, I should have followed the beautiful Gu, who was the only one among us armed. I was uncertain whether Zhuang Rue had a weapon, but I suspected that they could easily procure one. It seemed likely that they, too, were concealing firearms, though they had not revealed them. If Gu Wenmin were present, her marksmanship would have swiftly resolved the situation. However, at this moment, I could only remain vigilant, facing off against the human-headed mole. Animals possess an acute sense of perception, capable of assessing the strength and demeanor of their prey before launching an attack. I needed to assert my presence to diminish its combat effectiveness, perhaps even frighten it away. As time slipped by, the trembling of the mole's whiskers gradually subsided until it suddenly twisted its body and scampered away along the beam, its rotund backside bobbing behind it. I exhaled sharply, relieved. This creature had likely never encountered a human before and had been deceived into fleeing. Yet, I soon noticed something peculiar. The mole crawled along a beam before sliding down a pillar, and the fabric in that area appeared to have diminished significantly. In the dim light, I discerned several figures weaving through the fabric. Without a doubt, these must be Zhuang Rue and his companions, so I quickly called out, "Wenmin, be cautious." The mole had descended, and they were unaware, making them vulnerable to ambush. After shouting, I hastily beckoned Doufu and Xiao Jing, urging, "Quick, let us rejoin the group." Without hesitation, the three of us descended along the pillar. Just then, accompanied by our shouts, the fabric on the right was suddenly drawn aside, revealing several individuals. Upon seeing them, I was momentarily taken aback, for they were not Zhuang Rue's party. Doufu stood in stunned silence, staring at the newcomers and asking, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The group wore outdoor attire adorned with numerous bulging pockets, appearing quite fatigued. Upon spotting us, the youngest girl in the group exclaimed joyfully, "How wonderful! We've been wandering around here for days and finally encountered some people." I scrutinized the group, my heart racing. Encountering people in other locations would not be unusual, but this was the sudden appearance of the Yashan Treasure Hall. How could ordinary individuals be here? At that moment, I noticed the words emblazoned on their outdoor jackets, Archaeological Research Institute. I inquired, "Are you part of an archaeological team?" The girl with two braids nodded, curiosity dancing in her eyes as she asked, "How did you know? You sound like you're from the north." I pointed to my chest, and the little girl smiled knowingly, then inquired, "What brings you to this place?" We, well-versed in the art of deception, fabricated a story about being an outdoor adventure team. The group, seemingly satisfied, wiped the sweat from their brows and began to share the circumstances of this location. The leader, a bespectacled middle-aged man named Luo Wayne, explained that this area resembled a labyrinth, and they had been trapped here for many days, trying various methods to escape, all in vain. Ultimately, they had discovered a clue, these fabric sails, which, it turned out, were capable of movement. Doufu, completely oblivious to the oddity of their presence, asked curiously, "Move? How did I not notice that?" At that moment, I discreetly glanced upwards. There, above us, the fabric drapes faintly concealed a few shadowy figures, swaying in the cold breeze. Occasionally, their skin, exposed to the light, revealed a layer of desiccated black flesh, their garments identical to those worn by the 5 individuals before me. I surmised that I had uncovered their true identities, but for now, I feigned ignorance. If my suspicions were correct, these 5 were the very individuals consumed all those years ago. The Yashan Treasure Hall, constructed as a replica of the underworld's treasure chamber, served as a passage for spirits. Had these 5 been trapped here all these years? Doufu and Xiao Jing remained blissfully unaware, and Doufu, ever the sociable one, quickly engaged in animated conversation with the 5. At that juncture, Luo Wayne illustrated his point. For instance, imagine you are traversing a forest, moving straight ahead, but suddenly a tree blocks your path. What would you do? Doufu replied without hesitation, "I would simply go around the tree and continue forward." Luo Wayne continued, "But what if there are many trees?" Doufu furrowed his brow, realization dawning as he exclaimed, "I remember now, my professor mentioned something about this during my university days. What was it called?" The young archaeologist stifled a giggle, stating, "It's called reference displacement. Although we appear to be moving in a straight line, in reality, we are continuously circumventing the trees, gradually altering our path. Each detour, though imperceptible, accumulates over time, leading us to unknowingly circle back to predetermined locations." Chapter 26. Rescuing the lost. I endeavored to avoid gazing at the desiccated corpses suspended in the darkness above, and in alignment with the 5 individuals before me, articulated. Are you suggesting that these fabric sails serve as the trees that obstruct our path? If so, how do we escape? Suddenly, the little girl pointed in a direction and declared, "Close your eyes and walk straight ahead, regardless of what lies before you." She gestured toward our front, her hand extended straight, her expression becoming oddly vacant. At that moment, Doufu, perplexed, queried, "If you know the way out, why are you still wandering in place?" I thought to myself, this is not good. Isn't that provoking them? It is likely that these 5, despite having conceived an escape plan, had met with misfortune and perished. Doufu's question could very well provoke a painful response. How would they react? Is it to say, "Oh, we have found a way out, but inadvertently met our demise," with the corpse lingering above us? Is that not a path to death? Indeed, as soon as Doufu posed the question, the individuals opposite fell into silence, their gaze fixed intently upon the 3 of us. Doufu, finally sensing the oddity, retracted his neck and chuckled nervously, saying, "Brother Luo, please do not look at me with such eyes. It gives me the chills. If we cannot escape, then so be it. I have not mocked you." In an effort to prevent these 5 from erupting in anger and causing any unforeseen incidents, I hastily shifted the topic, reprimanding Doufu, saying, "This method may well be one he just conceived, yet has not had the chance to implement. Fortunately, we encountered the archaeological team. Otherwise, with your intellect, you might as well abandon all hope of ever exiting. Let us give it a try." Upon hearing this, the peculiar expressions of the 5 finally faded, and they nodded in agreement. In such an environment, I found it impossible to walk with my eyes closed, not out of fear, but because I could not sense the dangers surrounding us without opening my eyes. What if these 5 were secretly plotting against us? Thus, I took precautions, instructing Doufu to lead with his eyes shut, while I merely squinted, feigning closed eyes as I followed behind him. Our group formed a silent line, advancing quietly. With my narrowed vision, my perception was limited, but through the haze, I discerned a figure ahead. It was the young girl from the archaeological team, her face streaming with blood, almost brushing against mine. My heart skipped a beat, and with great self-control, I stifled a scream. "Calm, remain calm," I reminded myself. Since these 5 have manifested, they harbor no ill intentions. True malice lurks in those who conceal themselves, waiting to strike. I fully closed my squinting eyes, and moments later, I unexpectedly collided with Doufu's head. Upon opening my eyes, I found that Doufu had halted, and behind us loomed layers of tattered cloth, while before us stood a tightly shut wooden door. We had made it out. Xiao Jing sighed in relief, exclaiming, "This method truly works. How impressive." Turning to look, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, where have those 5 gone?" At this, Doufu's expression darkened as he replied, "They remain inside. They have long since perished." I was taken aback and inquired, "So you were aware?" Doufu nodded, saying, "Did you truly think me foolish?" From the moment they emerged, I sensed something was amiss. Their clothing was from decades past, and there were precisely 5 of them. Anyone could discern that. Xiao Jing, bewildered, asked, "What are you talking about? What do you mean they are already dead? Are you suggesting that those 5 were corpses? How could that be?" Doufu, visibly irritated by Xiao Jing, crossed his arms and retorted, "You women, with long hair and short sight. I once heard that vengeful spirits lead the way. These are souls who met untimely ends, unaware of their demise, forever wandering in the same place, unable to depart." Xiao Jing, astonished, asked, "Do ghosts truly exist in this world?" Doufu scoffed and replied, "That is a question for you to explore on your own. This so-called treasure hall, with its strange mysteries, will surely not disappoint you." Xiao Jing was quite incensed by Doufu's remarks. With a huff, she declared that the 2 of them were fundamentally incompatible. Unperturbed, she retorted, "Even if there are ghosts, I am unafraid, for Xian will protect me." Doufu, taken aback by her words, furrowed his brow, presumably contemplating a counterattack. After a brief pause, he stomped his foot and, adopting a high-pitched voice, mimicked a woman, exclaiming, "Xian will protect me too." Xiao Jing, infuriated, widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "You shameless wretch." Doufu, undeterred by her ire, boldly proclaimed, "So what if I am shameless?" Faced with his audacity, Xiao Jing sighed in exasperation and shook my arm, saying, "Look at him." I thought to myself that their quarrel would ultimately leave me at a disadvantage. prompting me to swiftly divert the conversation. Is now the moment to discuss these matters? We should focus on how to rescue one min and the others. With those 5 guiding us, we may find a way out, but I wonder if the stunning Gu has been as fortunate. Seeing that I was not supporting her, Xiao Jing became increasingly sullen, while Doufu, scratching his nose, lowered his voice, saying, I apologize for offending your little concubine. I slapped the back of his head and retorted, What concubine? If you keep misusing words, I'll cut out your tongue. Doufu smirked and posed a straightforward question. If both of them fell into the water simultaneously, who would you save first? I replied coldly, they both can swim. Doufu, undeterred, pressed on, what if they were both being choked by Zongzi? Who would you rescue first? At this, a vivid image of Gu Wanmin flashed through my mind, and I suddenly understood. In moments like these, clarity often prevails. I realized that I still preferred being with her, while my feelings for Xiao Jing seemed more rooted in guilt than affection. When it comes to matters of the heart, indecision can be detrimental. I silently resolved to address this issue upon my return. My feelings for Xiao Jing, I concluded, were more about responsibility and guilt than genuine affection. However, Doufu's words made it clear that my true feelings lay with the beautiful Gu. Forcing myself into a relationship with Xiao Jing would be unfair to her. Yet, in the present circumstances, I had neither the heart nor the suitability to dwell on such matters. I turned to Doufu and stated, This is not the time for such discussions. We must focus on how to save them. Xiao Jing sulked on the side, and I could not afford to console her as I deliberated rescue strategies with Doufu. Doufu proposed a straightforward idea. If the curtains are obstructing our judgment, let us simply tear them all down. His suggestion was direct and effective. Removing all the curtains would be laborious, but it was certainly preferable to being trapped inside. I recalled the 5 members of the archaeological team who might have been left to perish. The thought of their bodies dangling from the beams sent a chill down my spine. I realized with horror, how had they been suspended there? As this realization struck me, cold sweat broke out on my brow. Could it be that, beyond the head-hunting moles, other malevolent entities lurked within this fabric maze? The image of those suspended feet flashed through my mind, causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. Indeed, the members of the archaeological team had not simply perished. They had likely fallen victim to some sinister force. We must act swiftly to rescue them. Every moment wasted increases the peril. Upon reaching this point, I could only resort to the rather ineffective method of using Doufu. The 2 of us immediately grasped the canvas and began to pull it down. The canvas was quite thick and required considerable effort to manipulate, stirring up a cloud of dust with every movement. Xiao Jing, feeling a bit vexed, noticed the state of disarray on our faces and came over to assist us. Compared to her previous haughty demeanor, she was significantly more amiable now. As we toiled, we called out the names of Duan Fei and the others, but after a while, Doufu sensed something was amiss and remarked, This canvas primarily influences visual perception. It shouldn't affect sound, right? We've been calling for so long. And even if they can't come out, they should at least respond. Indeed, why was there not even an echo? Xiao Jing, now also covered in dust, wiped the sweat from her brow and anxiously said, Could they be in danger? Just then, as her words hung in the air, a gunshot rang out from deep within the canvas, followed by a volley of gunfire that shattered the silence of the hall. It seemed my suspicions were correct. Duan Fei and the others had indeed concealed firearms. But what exactly had they encountered? In a moment of panic, Doufu intended to rush in, but I immediately stopped him, saying, Given the density of the gunfire, it's clear this is a widespread shooting. If you charge in now, do you wish to become a civ? Doufu, in distress, replied, What should we do? Gu Mei is still inside. As for Duan Fei, he was conveniently overlooked by Doufu. The gunfire persisted for a considerable duration before abruptly ceasing, enveloping us once again in a deathly silence. Our breaths grew heavier, and the stillness felt akin to the calm before a storm. The gunfire had ceased. Had Gu Wenmin and the others resolved the danger? Or had the danger resolved them? Doufu signaled to me with his eyes, inquiring what to do next. Not wishing to remain idle, I instructed Xiao Jing, You stay here. Doufu and I will go in to find them. Xiao Jing shook her head vigorously, saying, No, I want to go with you. If I stay here, I'm afraid. For some reason, Doufu and Xiao Jing simply could not see eye to eye. He pulled my hand and insisted, Now you're afraid? I told you not to come along. We need to rescue them. You stay put. With that, he dragged me into the canvas. I tended to indulge Doufu, but seeing his tone, I couldn't help but reproach him. Even if you 2 don't get along, she is still a lady. Doufu, your attitude is quite unbecoming. Doufu merely scoffed, saying, why did she choose to return just when you opened the shop? I don't trust her at all. You, on the other hand, are too fixated on a sense of duty. Responsibility and emotions should not be conflated. After this, he waved his hand dismissively and added, fine. A good man does not quarrel with a woman. I won't trouble her anymore, all right? Let us hurry and save them. We diverted the conversation and ceased further discussion, immediately heading towards the direction from which the gunfire had emanated. Chapter 27. The White Egg with the Guidance of Those Five. Doufu and I grasped the technique and were no longer deceived by the canvas before us. We closed our eyes and ran towards the direction from which the sounds had come, relying on our memory. After a moment, I caught a whiff of gunpowder, realizing we had arrived at our destination. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld the canvas surrounding us, riddled with bullet holes. Some portions were completely torn. Yet there was not a soul in sight. Where had everyone gone? Doufu and I stood back to back, vigilantly surveying our surroundings, unwilling to let our guard down. I soon noticed something peculiar. Aside from the absence of people, there was not a single trace of blood on the ground. In a hushed tone, Doufu remarked, Old Chun, considering the gunfire we heard earlier, how could there be no blood here? Could it be that they were shooting at ghosts? The mention of ghosts brought to mind the 5 individuals who had been suspended, and the image of those dangling feet sent a chill down my spine. Could it be that they had suffered the same fate as the archaeological team? This was troubling. They were likely dragged away as well. Without delay, I retrieved the probing claw and informed Doufu of my intention to ascend the beams for a closer inspection, simultaneously relaying the bizarre circumstances surrounding the 5 archaeologists' corpses. Doufu was taken aback, activating his flashlight to illuminate the area above, and exclaimed, when we went up before, there was nothing but the beams. Are you suggesting that those extra feet were hiding up there all along? I nodded, responding, Duan Fei and the others have probably been captured. If we do not act quickly, they might meet the same fate as the archaeological team. With that, I wasted no time, launching the probing claw and using the rope to propel myself upward with ease. It was only then that I realized the beams were connected to wooden rods. The thickness of steel pipes, and the fabric was draped over these supports. As I climbed the beams and shone my flashlight around, I found the place as desolate as when Doufu and I arrived, empty and devoid of any signs. Even the peculiar head-popping creature had vanished. What could have caused Gu Da's team, so well-equipped and skilled, to disappear so mysteriously? According to the archaeologists, this grand hall was a labyrinth created with fabric. Did Gu Wanmin and her team leave this place after the gunfire had ceased? If that were the case, locating anyone within this maze would prove exceedingly difficult. After a fruitless search, I descended from the beams, where Doufu awaited anxiously. Upon seeing me, he inquired if I had found anything. I replied, if I had found something, would I be standing here? Doufu hung his head, muttering, this is terrible. Gouda is such a wonderful person, kind, understanding, skilled, and good-hearted. I was hoping she could become my sister-in-law, but now it seems impossible. That devil, Xiao Jing, will torment me from now on. Frustrated, I retorted, do not be such a pessimist. Gouda is blessed. She is unlikely to fall victim so easily. Duan Fei is no less capable than I am. They are a formidable duo. As long as we remain alive, they will not perish. After our discussion, we speculated that they had likely relocated, and began calling out their names while parting the fabric in search of any clues. At that moment, Doufu lifted a section of the fabric and suddenly exclaimed, hey, Old Chun, look, there's a broken pickled vegetable jar here. A pickled vegetable jar? What could it be doing in a place like this? As I leaned forward to investigate, I discovered several large shards of black pottery before Doufu, unmistakably remnants of a shattered vat. Within the shattered urn, a viscous, milk-like substance had spilled across the ground, exuding a faintly sweet aroma. Doufu approached, crouched down, and inhaled deeply, remarking, it seems to be neither pickled vegetables nor entirely unlike the scent of green tea. One moment it resembled pickles, the next, green tea. I interjected, do you think this is a restaurant? Do not touch that substance. It appears to have been recently broken. As I leaned in for a closer inspection, I suddenly noticed that amidst the milky substance, there were tendril-like formations reminiscent of plant roots. Such entities were entirely unfamiliar to me, and I found myself perplexed. Just as I was lost in thought, I suddenly perceived an exceedingly faint sound, akin to someone speaking from across the room. Not only did I hear it, but Doufu also perked up his ears, declaring, it seems as though someone is calling our names. From whence does that sound originate? Clearly, this was not a mere figment of my imagination. We both tuned in intently to the elusive sound, and after a moment, our gazes converged upward. Indeed, it emanated from above the beam. Doufu regarded me with suspicion, evidently questioning whether I had conducted a thorough search previously. He inquired, "Are you certain there is nothing up there? Have you overlooked something?" I shook my head, retorting, "Do you think everything is as careless as you? I have inspected the area. It is devoid of anything amiss." Mid-sentence, a realization struck me. I had indeed overlooked a crucial area, the apex of the triangle. In ancient architecture, roofs took on a triangular shape, with the lower edge supporting the beams. Between the beams and the apex, there existed a significant void, commonly referred to in certain locales as the corner peak. The further one ventured towards the center, the larger the void became, and in grander structures. The expanse between the corner peaks was even more considerable. I had previously focused my search around the beams and had neglected the corner peak, though its area was substantial. It was primarily empty. Most individuals would simply glance over it, dismissing it as barren. Yet this was no ordinary space. The size of this palace was immense, and one could not readily discern the apex. Might there, in fact, be something concealed above the beams? With this thought, I promptly called to Doufu. And for the third time, we ascended the beams, adjusting our flashlights to their maximum intensity, directing the beams toward the apex. At first glance, the area appeared devoid of anything, cloaked in darkness, seemingly leading to the roof. However, my keen observational skills soon detected an anomaly. The roof exhibited a sheen, indicative of porcelain reflecting light. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was not the roof at all, but rather an optical illusion. Overhead loomed countless large urns coated in black paint, their color blending seamlessly with the ceiling, creating the false impression of the roof. Thus, it became clear that the shattered urn below had undoubtedly fallen from this very height. These urns must have been placed here since the construction's inception, and their timing of descent was suspiciously fortuitous. Doufu pondered aloud. Could it be that Gu Dai-mei and her companions have stirred something? I shook my head and remarked, "It is premature to draw conclusions. The sound emanates from above, and they must be up there." My gaze swept across the base of the large black vats, and indeed, not far off, I discovered an opening approximately 2 men wide, evidently the location of the previously mentioned vat. After the vat had fallen, a gap had naturally appeared in its place. Without hesitation, Doufu and I bit down on our flashlights, stowed our probing claws, and began to climb with hands and feet. In a trice, we reached the apex, and with the aid of the light, I beheld a dense array of vats, all devoid of lids. Doufu peered into the nearest vat and exclaimed, "So much milk. I'm hungry." I glanced inside and found, indeed, that each vat was filled with a fragrant, milky liquid, overflowing in abundance. I said, "I too am curious about what lies within this vat. Why not take a sip and find out?" Doufu, however, was reluctant, retorting, "You just want to use me as a guinea pig. I shan't fall for that." With that, he shrank back, stepping onto a wooden beam at the apex, and called softly, "Gorgeous Gu, it's me, little Doufu. Where are you? Chun and I have come to rescue you." I ignored Doufu's nonsensical shout, straining my ears to listen. Indeed, the sound was growing closer, and I even suspected they might be hiding within one of the vats. Just then, Doufu halted abruptly, posing a rather perplexing question. "Old Chun, if milk and eggs were placed before you simultaneously, what would you do?" I replied, "I would feast." Doufu pointed ahead and said, "Then go ahead and feast." He slightly turned his body, revealing an empty passage ahead. To my astonishment, I beheld an object resembling a shelled egg. Though its size was quite extraordinary, approximately the size of a wash basin, and most importantly, it was bouncing. Doufu swallowed hard and inquired, "Old Chun, can you tell me why it is moving?" I hesitated and said, "Perhaps a chick is about to hatch from within." No sooner had I spoken than the peculiar white egg began to roll toward us. Uncertain of its nature, we dared not make contact and quickly retreated. As it rolled, cracks began to form on its surface, resembling the breaking of an eggshell. In an instant, Doufu and I had retreated to the bottom, our backs against the opening through which we had climbed. With no path left to retreat, I reluctantly drew my probing spade, preparing to confront the strange white egg, when suddenly it ceased rolling. What could it be planning? Chapter 28. Ginseng and Moonflower Doufu and I held our breath, gripping the spade tightly, our eyes fixed intently on the egg that was beginning to crack. At that moment, from the milky white fissures, a hand emerged. Doufu gasped. A person hatched from the egg? Subsequently, the hand slowly crawled out, and gradually, a smooth human head appeared, followed by a body. In a flash, a glistening, milk-white infant emerged from the egg, revealing its upper half. The reason it is referred to as an infant is due to its almost identical structure to that of a human. However, what sends chills down one's spine is its pallid facial features, with white fangs protruding from its mouth, glistening with drool. What, pray tell, is this creature that has emerged from an egg, resembling a human baby? In recent days, Doufu and I have witnessed a myriad of bizarre occurrences. Yet nothing could have prepared us for this. At that moment, the infant began to crawl slowly out, the white shell completely cracking open to reveal its lower half. Upon catching sight of its lower body, Doufu gasped in shock and retreated, exclaiming, "Could this be a ginseng that has attained sentience?" It is no wonder Doufu harbored such thoughts, for the lower half of the infant was comprised of countless roots of various sizes, intertwining in a manner reminiscent of the folklore regarding sentient ginseng. I retorted, "Let us not indulge in nonsense. The ginseng dolls of legend possess legs and are charming in appearance, bringing fortune and auspiciousness upon meeting them. Do you truly see any resemblance to a ginseng doll in this creature before us?" In an instant, the entity began to crawl towards us, its forelimbs propelling it along the wooden beam, while its root-like lower half swiftly reached out to Doufu and me like tentacles. Doufu, positioned ahead of me, immediately brandished his probe in defense. However, the roots were formidable, wrapping around his probe and tossing it aside. Doufu held onto the probe tenaciously, but in that throw, he too was flung away, crashing into a large vat and splashing a milky, white liquid everywhere. Gazing at the roots of that creature, I was suddenly reminded of the white roots I had seen in the previously cracked vat on the ground, and my heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this entity was nurtured within those white vats? However, I could not afford to ponder further, nor could I rescue Doufu, for the roots of the strange infant were now surging towards me from all directions, resembling an immense net. As I focused on the left, I could not guard against the right, and before long, I found myself ensnared by the roots. The strength of those roots was overwhelming, quickly binding me tightly. I looked at the infant's toothy grin and its distorted face, a chill running through me as I realized I had been captured by such a creature. It was utterly humiliating. At that moment, Doufu emerged from the vat, his body glistening with the viscous white liquid, brandishing his probe and shouting, "Old Chun, I am here to save you." He stumbled towards me, but the terrain was so inconvenient that he had to dodge the large vats. Before he could cover much ground, I was already being dragged into the darkness, and in the blink of an eye, Doufu vanished from my sight. As I was pulled away, my skin scraped against the rough wooden beams, causing a searing pain. I struggled desperately, unwilling to succumb to despair, but alas, my limbs were bound. In a moment of desperation, I lowered my head and bit down on the thickest of the white roots, expecting it to be fleshy. To my surprise, it was brittle, akin to a white radish, yet it emitted a pungent odor that nearly made me retch. As I bit down, the infant cried out in pain, its mouth opening wide, emitting a peculiar sound from its throat, accompanied by the foul stench of saliva that was hurled towards me. I initially thought it intended to bite me, causing me to instinctively retract my neck. However, it merely let out a roar, as if to warn me, before dragging me further into the darkness. At that moment, the cries for help grew increasingly clear, stirring my heart with the thought, could it be Gu Wanmin and the others? By this time, Doufu had completely vanished from sight, and I was being pulled forward into the pitch-black surroundings, yet the cries seemed to be drawing nearer. Moments later, I distinctly heard Gu Wanmin's voice, faint and weak. She must be close by. Just as I intended to call out her name, I was suddenly lifted by a root and tossed into a place filled with a viscous liquid. Realizing I had been thrown into a vat, I attempted to rise. But before I could move, something unknown emerged from beneath me, coiling around my legs tightly like a vine, binding me all the way to my neck. In that instant, I felt a constriction in my throat, rendering me speechless. My struggles only produced a feeble sound. It was then that I understood why Gu Wanmin and the others had not responded to our calls. It was not out of unwillingness, but because they were trapped as well. If my conjecture was correct, there must be other vats nearby, and Gu Wanmin and the others were likely in the same predicament as I. What on earth was happening? The darkness enveloped me, and speaking became exceedingly difficult with my neck constricted, while the bizarre infant that had seized me had seemingly vanished. After a while, I acclimated to the sensation of being bound and managed to rasp out, "Wenmin, are you there?" In response came the same weak and hoarse voice. I recognized it as the voice of the beautiful Gu. Soon after, another voice replied. Here, it was Duan Rui's. "Who else?" I inquired. And then Zhonggong and Zhuangji also responded. A bitter smile crossed my face. It appeared that everyone was ensnared in this place. My wrists were bound with flying knives, and I struggled, hoping to trigger a mechanism to procure a knife for my escape, yet the bindings were exceedingly tight. And the more I struggled, the tighter they became. At that moment, I heard Gu Wenmin weakly ask, "Where's Xiaodou?" I replied, "He was left behind." Zhuangji remarked, "It's fortunate we haven't been completely annihilated. Hopefully, he can rescue us." I coughed, feeling the discomfort of my constrained throat, and dared not struggle further, forcing a bitter smile as I said, "He rescue us? Don't hold out too much hope. It's a miracle if he can save himself." After a brief pause, I could not help but inquire, "What on earth are these things?" Duan Rui's voice was somewhat labored as he replied hurriedly, "Do you know how Cordyceps sinensis forms? It's a plant that arises from the coalescence of grass seeds and insect eggs, resulting in a half-grass, half-insect organism. These things are produced in just such a manner." At that moment, I felt something slippery writhing beneath me, as if something were growing. My scalp prickled with alarm, and I spoke in a hushed tone. "Are you suggesting that if we cannot escape, we will ultimately become like that?" Gu Wenmin replied, equally subdued, "It is possible." Zhuangji commented, "These vats must be steeping some kind of plant. The architects of this grand hall likely cast dead infants into the vats, and over time, they would transform into such forms." My heart raced at the thought, and I could not help but inquire, "What kind of herb possesses such power to coexist with human beings?" Duan Rui, well versed in such matters, cleared his throat and said, "I suspect that what is steeped in these vats is a plant known as luomo. There exists an ancient legend in the Tianshan region, which speaks of a root resembling ginseng that can walk and run, and is said to be highly nourishing. This entity is believed to be a fusion of human and luomo. The Tianshan area, with its vast snowy expanse, is notorious for its sky burials and snow burials. The latter involves placing a corpse deep within the ice and snow, where it remains uncorrupted for centuries under the frigid temperatures. As time passes, the snow accumulates and turns to ice, encasing the body within its frozen layers. Those standing atop the ice can gaze down to see countless silhouettes trapped within. With the shifting sunlight, the refraction through the ice sometimes creates the illusion of movement, as if the figures beneath are crawling. In ancient times, lacking an understanding of optics, people believed these were spirits wandering within the ice. The luomo is a rare product of the deep snow regions, perhaps unintentionally growing alongside the bodies in snow burials, thus earning it a status akin to living ginseng in the eyes of ancient peoples. As for the claim of its nourishing properties, that remains uncertain. Merely contemplating it is enough to induce nausea. It seems that what currently binds us is indeed the luomo. If this continues, it will not be long before we starve, and perhaps decades from now, we shall become new ginseng luomo ourselves. The thought of the thing beneath me slowly merging with my being filled me with revulsion. As we struggled, breath became increasingly difficult, and we were on the brink of despair. I could not help but reflect on why my grandfather had vanished upon arriving here. This place is perilous, and surely his frail limbs met their end here, possibly at the hands of these luomo. Just as we found ourselves in despair, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the darkness, followed by a voice softly calling out, "Beita? Beita, are you there? Are you still alive?" Upon hearing that infuriating voice, I felt both surprise and joy. Surprised that Doufu had landed himself in such a predicament, and joyful because, in this moment, the presence of a living person might just save us. I quickly responded, "We're here, trapped in the vat." Though my voice was hoarse, I was certain Doufu could hear me. Indeed, the light surged toward our location, and moments later, Doufu, panting, stood before me, exclaiming, "Lao Chun, what game are you playing? A human kimchi stew?" I had no time for idle chatter. Using the light he held, I swiftly surveyed our surroundings and saw no sign of the luomo that had attacked me earlier. Urgently, I urged, "Hurry, save us. Something is binding us in the vat. Cut it away." Doufu replied, "Watch me." After speaking, they promptly toppled the tank I was in, spilling its liquid contents and revealing my bound body. Chapter 29. Escape. Looking down, I discovered that beneath me lay a white, fleshy egg from which those tendrils had sprouted. Just as Doufu brandished a dagger to cut me free, I suddenly caught sight of a white infant leaping down from the ceiling. "Get back!" I shouted. Doufu reacted swiftly, rolling aside just in time. It turned out that the gourd had been lurking on the roof, and after its leap fell short, several other gourd-like creatures descended. Likely the same ones that had attacked Gu Wanmin and the others earlier. These gourds varied in size, and Doufu, faced with them, was momentarily paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling as he retreated. "Old Shen, I fear I cannot save you," he stammered. "Brothers are like birds of a feather when calamity strikes. Each must fly their own way. I shall pray for you." With that, he turned and fled, prompting the gourds to surge forward. I was nearly driven to despair, thinking, how did I come to know such a coward? At this moment, even if he could not save me, he ought to be more proactive about his own escape. In a life-and-death situation, to be so cowardly was enough to drive even a deity to madness. As Doufu fled, my view was obscured, and I could only see the gourds pursuing him, unable to catch a glimpse of Doufu himself. Just then, I sensed that the tendrils binding me had loosened somewhat. With a slight struggle, they began to tighten again, though with less force than before, as if their strength had waned. Observing the dwindling white liquid, a thought struck me. Since these gourds were plants, they must rely on nutrients, and this white liquid was likely their sustenance. With the nutrients depleting, it was no wonder they had weakened. Resolving to take action, I exerted myself to break free. To my delight, my wrists had indeed loosened a bit, and as I curled my fingers, a hidden dagger slipped free. This blade was exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through hair with ease. In no time, I had severed the tendrils, freeing myself from the gourd-esque grasp. I disregarded Doufu and hurried to rescue Gu Wanmin and the others. A moment later, they too were liberated. Without a word, Zhuan Rui declared, "Explosives." Zhong Gong immediately rummaged through the gear pack, retrieving smuggled explosive grenades. There were not many. No sooner had we emerged than we spotted Doufu being dragged over, thoroughly ensnared. Upon seeing us escape, Doufu exclaimed with joy, "How did you all get out? Wonderful. Hurry, save me. My skin has nearly been torn off." Gu Wanmin chuckled. "Brothers are like birds of a feather. When calamity strikes, each must fly their own way." Doufu retorted, "Wait, I simply wish to conserve my strength before attempting to rescue you. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. I intended to risk everything to save you, but upon seeing the disparity in strength, I thought if I were captured, we would have no way out. I had no choice but to flee." With sincerity, he added, "I am not the kind of person who abandons my brothers to save myself." I was both exasperated and amused, saying, "Be quiet. If you keep rambling, I will truly abandon you." Doufu quickly fell silent, adopting a submissive demeanor. These ginseng vines, uncertain of their own intellect, appeared momentarily dazed upon witnessing the sudden influx of individuals, which prevented them from immediately launching an assault on us. Having seized the tofu as a hostage, we refrained from recklessly deploying explosives. Although we occupied the apex of the structure, the Grand Hall's immense scale and intricate design meant that even if one corner were to collapse, the remaining portions would likely remain intact, thus we harbored little concern. However, with the tofu as leverage, we dared not act hastily. After a brief interval, the vines seemed to regain their senses and swiftly advanced towards us, countless tendrils thrashing in the air. Meanwhile, the vine encasing the tofu did not engage, finding itself trapped at the rear of the throng. Seizing the opportunity, we unleashed a barrage of grenades. The air soon filled with the cacophony of explosions, mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder, rendering it nearly impossible to keep our eyes open. The wooden beams beneath us trembled violently, occasionally resonating with the sound of shattering ceramic. At that moment, a creaking noise pierced the air, followed by a multitude of cracking sounds, as a substantial hole materialized before us, a section of the apex having been obliterated. The previously crowded vines had vanished, either shattered into fragments or disabled, plummeting to the ground below. Opposite the gaping void, the vine that had ensnared the tofu, having sheltered behind its companions, narrowly escaped the disaster. To our astonishment, it exhibited a semblance of awareness, recognizing danger and hastily retreating with the tofu in tow. Stunned for a moment, I took off in pursuit, shouting, "Chase!" The vast opening created by the collapse impeded our direct pursuit, compelling us to navigate along the edges of the shattered ceramic vessels, seeking a more stable route. By the time we reached the other side, the vine had already vanished from sight. However, Traces of liquid remained on the wooden beams, intermingled with blood marks left from the dragging motion, guiding our pursuit downwards. Shortly, we cornered the vine in a secluded nook at the apex. It was evident that the creature possessed some measure of intelligence. Upon seeing us encircle it while clutching remnants of its exploded companions, it retreated along the beam, seemingly attempting to escape to the rooftop. The tofu, having endured such a harrowing journey, appeared utterly disheveled, resembling a lost dog, its head drooping pitifully. Upon spotting us, it blinked and lamented, "Death can bear different weights. Some heavier than a mountain, others lighter than a feather. To perish in the rescue of comrades is a noble end, yet I believe I might still be salvaged." Duan Fei paid no heed to the tofu's plight and instructed me, "This creature intends to flee. Fire upwards to block its escape." Among us, Gu Wanmin and Zhong Gong were the most skilled marksmen, and they swiftly drew their weapons, unleashing gunfire towards the vine's upper reaches. Momentarily deterred, the vine hesitated to ascend further, remaining in place and exhibiting considerable agitation. The tofu, ensnared by its tendrils, swayed perilously in the air, its lips turning pale and its face taking on a bluish hue. I understood that explosives could not be employed against it, as the tofu remained in its grasp. Moreover, a bullet or two would not suffice to end its life. Being near the edge of the apex, there were not many ceramic vessels left to cushion a fall, and should it release its hold, the tofu would plummet directly to the ground from a height of over 10 meters. Such a fall would surely spell disaster. After some contemplation, I retrieved a large machete from my backpack. Upon seeing it, Gu Wanmin exclaimed in surprise, "Where did you acquire that?" I replied, "Having suffered numerous setbacks in battle, I realized that failing to prepare an effective weapon is tantamount to courting death." This machete was procured through Duan Fei, utilizing his connections. Given the stringent security checks nowadays, our firearms and weapons cannot be transported by air. They must be pre-shipped to the destination for retrieval. Although this knife is not the finest, being inferior to Lu Su's ghost cry blade and the mute dagger, it is heavy and sharp. I am confident that I can sever that creature's head with it. With the knife in hand, I declared, "I shall go to rescue the others while you provide cover fire," driving it into that corner. The designated corner was the convergence of two beams and the ceiling, where striking would ensure that the tofu would not fall. Gu Wanmin nodded and began firing her weapon, her one-handed aim both steady and precise. As she and Zhong Gong pressed the attack, the creature was gradually forced back into the corner. Seizing the opportunity, I crouched and approached the creature. Due to the edge of the corner, the spaces between the wooden beams were quite substantial, devoid of any large barrels or obstacles. Navigating through these gaps required careful agility, and I was grateful for the nimbleness I had developed over the years, which prevented me from tumbling down. Moments later, I arrived at the corner reinforced with wooden planks, where the creature hovered about 3 meters above me, making it difficult to reach. Gu Wanmin and her companion quickly pushed the creature downwards, lowering it by about a meter. I seized one of its tendrils with one hand, but it promptly coiled around my arm, attempting to subdue me. With the creature's pull, I leveraged its force to leap upwards, my right hand wielding the machete poised to strike at the creature's head. I was uncertain of the creature's toughness, but it had seemed relatively soft when I had previously gnawed at its tendrils. If all went as expected, my strike should cleave it in two. Just as my machete neared its head, the creature's tooth-filled mouth suddenly gaped wide, releasing a stream of milky white liquid aimed directly at my face. Realizing that this was no mere supplement, I instinctively ducked my head. This swift motion caused me to lose the force behind my strike, and the machete veered off course, embedding itself into the wooden apex of the hall. Barely avoiding the torrent of white liquid, I heard Gu Wanmin exclaim, "Be careful, there's more." Turning my head, I saw the creature bow its head, jaws agape, unleashing another spray of white liquid towards me. In a moment of desperation, Gu Wanmin fired a shot at its head, but it did little to deter the creature. In an instant, I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder, akin to a burn, as blisters began to form, searing with agony. Seeing this, Zhong Gong and Gu Wanmin raised their weapons and fired. Within mere seconds, the creature's head was obliterated, crashing to the ground and leaving me and the tofu momentarily disoriented. After a brief pause, I managed to rise again. Duan Fei swiftly gestured, indicating that there was more than one vine in this place. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent to leave hastily. The group immediately descended from the beams and returned to the canvas on the ground, only to find Xiao Jing curled up with trembling limbs. Upon seeing us, she reacted as if she had encountered a ghost, exclaiming, "There are ghosts here. This place is haunted." Doufu, having suffered a few scrapes, hissed as he drew in a breath, retorting, "So you finally realized this place is haunted? What a rarity. Where are the ghosts? Let them come out so we can have a chat." Xiao Jing spoke in a disjointed manner. "There were feet, always above my head. The moment I looked up, they vanished. I want to leave this place." Feet. Suddenly, I recalled the incident when Gu Wanmin and the others had fired blank shots, and I inquired, "What were you shooting at back then?" Gu Wanmin pursed her lips, signaling Xiao Jing with her eyes, and whispered, just as she saw. Something was following us. During the gunfire, the bullets inadvertently struck the large vat at the apex, allowing the vines inside to ensnare us. Feet following us. A chill ran down my spine as I surveyed the surroundings and declared, "I know the way out. Let's South leave this place without delay." Chapter 30. True and False Memories. Without hesitation, I chose a direction, instructing Doufu to walk ahead with his eyes closed while the rest followed closely behind. Before long, we exited the labyrinth. From somewhere within the hall, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing the canvas to flutter. The monstrous apparitions depicted upon it twisted grotesquely, their expressions becoming eerily inscrutable as they fixated on our group. Only upon leaving the canvas's confines did we breathe a sigh of relief. We had all been thoroughly harried by the vines, our bodies coated in slime, with streaks of blood marking our skin. Without delay, the men and women separated to find corners where they could change and tend to their wounds. Moments later, we reconvened before a closed wooden door. At this juncture, Gu Wenmin seemed to recall something and asked. We were trapped inside, unable to find our way out. "How did you and Xiao Dou know the way to escape the maze?" I recounted the circumstances of the archaeological team, prompting Duan Fei to furrow his brow and pose a question with a measured tone. "Do you believe this place is real or an illusion?" "Real? An illusion?" Doufu, perplexed, responded, "What do you mean by real or fake? Speak plainly, my friend." Zhuangji chuckled, displaying less concern than his brother, and nudged Doufu's shoulder, saying, "Brother, have you forgotten? This Yashan treasure hall appeared out of nowhere." Finally grasping the implication, Doufu stroked his chin and remarked, "Are you suggesting that this grand hall might be a mere figment of our imagination?" Duan Fei shook his head, replying, "Perhaps it is, or perhaps it is not. It may very well be a fusion of reality and illusion." Doufu looked bewildered, saying, "Can you speak in simpler terms, my friend?" Duan Fei shot him a glance, coolly stating, "Are you familiar with ghost ships? Not only are we familiar, but we have also boarded a ghost ship." Although Duan Fei's words were vague, the mention of ghost ships struck a chord within me, and I exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the nature of this hall is akin to that of a ghost ship?" Duan Fei nodded and remarked, "According to legend, the ghost ships of the sea are said to be the manifestations of spirits haunting vessels that have met with misfortune. Just as humans possess souls, so too do ships harbor spirits. These phantoms, guiding the essence of the vessel, drift upon the waves, allowing mortals to perceive and feel their presence. However, in truth, they are non-existent." Duan Fei posits that what we now behold as the Yashan Treasure Hall is not the authentic Yashan Treasure Hall, but rather a spectral semblance akin to a ghost ship, formed after it sank into the depths of the earth. Over time, objects may gain sentience, particularly ancient artifacts or those composed of unique materials, which can easily become imbued with spirit. I encountered such a phenomenon with the catfish of the Huiyong River. I once heard a tale of a shoe that gained a spirit, the veracity of which remains uncertain, recounted by a vendor during my days as a street hawker, amidst casual banter with those around me. The storyteller was a native of Changsha, where tomb raiding is rampant and the consciousness of cultural heritage is profound. He spoke of a farmer who, while digging in the earth, unearthed a pair of 3-inch golden lotuses, the sauls crafted from ivory, intricately adorned with carvings of white magnolias, truly a marvel. Upon realizing he had stumbled upon a relic, the farmer's aspirations of wealth ignited, and he hastily stowed the shoes away, intent on researching their worth in the antiquities market. That very night, he dreamt of excavating under a magnolia tree, and as he dug, the tree spoke, saying, "You old fool, why have you disturbed my rest?" Awaking from this bizarre dream, he rubbed his eyes, still disoriented, and upon lifting his gaze, was startled to find the pair of 3-inch golden lotuses inexplicably placed beside his pillow. The farmer pondered, could it be that he had misremembered? Or perhaps he had sleepwalked and placed the shoes there himself. Driven by his desire for fortune and skeptical of the supernatural, he secured the shoes once more, this time locking them in a cupboard before venturing to the local antique market. The farmer, easily persuaded, quickly struck a deal with an antique dealer, agreeing on a base price, planning to negotiate further upon seeing the genuine article. Elated, he returned home, preparing to sell the items the next day to fund renovations on his dilapidated house. However, that night, he dreamed again, still digging beneath the tree. This time, the magnolia warned him, "From where did you unearth me? Where shall you place me tomorrow? Otherwise, this shall be your fate." Fate? What fate? The farmer was left perplexed. And as dawn broke, he awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his door, he immediately sensed something amiss. This morning was distinctly different. What was out of place? Oh, the household rooster had not crowed today, and the 3 dogs that usually rushed to greet him with wagging tails remained silent, the yard eerily still, as if devoid of life. Feeling an ominous premonition, he hurried to check the doghouse, merely a straw stack in the countryside where the dogs slept. Upon inspection, he was horrified to discover all 3 dogs with bloodied nostrils, evidently deceased. He exclaimed in fury, "Which scoundrel poisoned my dogs?" Believing a thief had used poison bait to kill them, he was consumed by rage. In the countryside, nearly every household keeps a few dogs. Some unscrupulous dog traders resort to poisoning these dogs with tainted buns, subsequently transporting the deceased animals to the city to sell them to unscrupulous dog meat restaurants. The traders dare not consume the poisoned dogs themselves, as they know they will end up in the bellies of ravenous diners. However, the villagers soon notice something amiss. If the dogs are already dead, why haven't the traders removed the carcasses? Upon further inspection, the villager is struck by the grim realization that not only the dogs but also the chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and cattle, along with the fish from the nearby pond, have all perished. This memory triggers a recollection of a dream from the previous night, causing a jolt of panic as he rushes to the cabinet. To his dismay, the locked cabinet reveals itself to be empty upon inspection. Where are his shoes? He looks up to find them perfectly arranged at the foot of his bed. It dawns on him that the shoes have somehow become sentient. Initially, he considers burying them again, but the loss of his livestock weighs heavily on his heart, prompting thoughts of vengeance. He decides to burn the shoes in daylight, after which he experiences no further disturbances. Now, as Duan Fei mentions the ghost ship, I am reminded of this tale, and I share with the group. The place we currently inhabit is likely akin to the ghost ship, a manifestation of the spirit of Yashan Baodian, where everything inside mirrors reality. We must proceed with caution. Doufu inquires, if this is indeed a spirit, where is the true Yashan Baodian? Gu Wunmin slowly articulates, beneath our feet. If I am not mistaken, we are still above a swamp. Doufu gazes incredulously at the stone-paved ground beneath him, jumping several times, perhaps pondering why he has not sunk into the marsh. Our group has encountered many bizarre phenomena. Although it seems incredible, it falls within our realm of acceptance. However, Xiao Jing, who has never faced such experiences, displays outright skepticism, saying, "How can such a thing exist? Does a house even possess a soul?" Gu Wunmin glances at her and replies, "You may consider it a soul or merely the memory of an object. Scientific evidence suggests that an object, when long established in a location and influenced by the local magnetic field, can develop a memory, akin to the fabled Devil's Ancient City that once appeared in the desert." Devil's Ancient City? Xiao Jing looks at Gu Wunmin, incredulous. "Why do you speak of such peculiar things?" Doufu, an ardent admirer of Gu, quickly interjects, "Of course, our esteemed Gu is the head of the cultural relics team, well-versed in many things. But what exactly is this Devil's Ancient City? I have never heard of it." "I have indeed heard tales of that ancient city. It is said to be extraordinary, manifesting only during certain rare occasions, such as on those unique days in the desert when thunder roars but no rain falls. And amidst swirling dust, a mysterious ancient city suddenly emerges. Once the storm passes, the city vanishes without a trace, hence its name. It is believed that the emergence of the Devil's Ancient City is due to the power of lightning, which stirs the memories of the objects that once existed in that sandy expanse, projecting them into sight once more." Gu Wunmin elaborated, "Of course, the notion of object memory is merely a scientific hypothesis. Perhaps the truth aligns with what Mr. Zhuan has suggested, that objects gain a spirit with age. The culture of ghosts and deities in China has existed since the dawn of civilization. It appears to contradict science. Yet, An increasing body of research reveals astonishing coincidences between the two realms. Those elements often dismissed as superstition are gradually quieting under the onslaught of scientific inquiry. Until recently, I had never encountered the so-called spirits, but the experiences of the past few months have unfolded like a brand new world before us. Doufu seemed to resonate with this sentiment, sighed, and finally remarked, "Let us not dwell on such matters. Our ancestors have debated them for millennia without arriving at a conclusion. Have we forgotten the purpose of our visit? Of course not. We are here to locate Grandpa's remains and to uncover what lies within the Yashan treasure hall that could compel him to risk his life to come here." The construction of the Yashan treasure hall coincides closely with the burial site of Princess Gidger. Perhaps there exists something of immense significance to Grandpa within that hall. Doufu's words drew our attention to the wooden door before us. The crimson door, coated in dust, still appeared as vibrant as if it could bleed under the beam of our flashlight. A lock hung from the door, yet upon closer inspection, it was actually open. A thought flickered in my mind. Could it be that Grandpa and his companions had opened it back in the day? With this in mind, I approached the wooden door and pushed it ajar. However, as soon as a narrow gap appeared, I could not resist the urge to close it again. The sudden sound of the door slamming shut echoed harshly in the darkness. Chapter 31. The trapped soul's Doufu was craning his neck to see when I closed the door. He tilted his head and asked, "What's wrong? Did your hand cramp?" I felt a dryness in my throat and exchanged a glance with Doufu and Duan Fei, whispering, "There are feet behind the door." At my words, everyone's complexion changed. Even Duan Fei, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, could not suppress his alarm. His voice low as he asked, "What else is there besides the feet?" I recalled the scene from moments ago, my heart racing. Anyone who opened that door to find a pair of suspended feet would likely be unsettled. The feet were roughly at my waist level. I could not discern what lay above, but I surmised that the entity behind the door might be the same as what we had seen behind the curtain. For a moment, no one dared to make a move, yet standing idly at the doorway was not a viable option. I steadied myself and signaled for everyone to ready their weapons. Regardless of what awaited us, there was no evading it. To uncover the truth, we had to advance. With that resolve, I forcefully pushed the door open. The crimson wood creaked loudly, swinging wide, sending up a cloud of dust. Some held guns, others wielded knives, while Doufu clutched his trowel, poised to strike at a moment's notice. However, as the door swung open, we were all taken aback. For behind it lay only an empty, dark corridor. There were no feet to be seen. Duan Fei raised an eyebrow, his disfigured face turned towards me, his bulging eyes appearing particularly fearsome as he inquired, "What is going on?" I would prefer he faced me with the other half of his visage, for this half, in such an environment, is decidedly more terrifying, rendering it quite difficult to acclimate. Doufu, scratching his head, remarked, "Old Chun, are you perhaps too anxious, seeing things?" My eyesight is keen. Recalling the scene from earlier, it was utterly impossible that I was mistaken. I signaled for everyone to concentrate the light in one direction, meticulously scrutinizing the corridor behind the door. One side of this corridor led to a garden, while the other was a tightly shut side hall. The flora within the garden grew wildly, clawing and grasping under the illumination. The thought that these plants had been buried in the swamp many years ago, now re-emerging in this form before our eyes, struck me as exceedingly bizarre. Gu Wanmin examined the surroundings and said, "That entity has surely ensnared us. We must exercise caution." Xiao Jing inquired, "With such an extensive structure, what purpose could it serve? Where do you think this corridor leads?" Doufu, with a mischievous glint in his eye, attempted to frighten her, stating, "It is said to be a replica of the underworld's treasure hall, hence, the corridors and rooms are meant for the little spirits of the netherworld. This passageway might even connect to hell." Xuanji burst into laughter, pointing at Doufu. "Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Do you think we are as gullible as you?" In a short span, Xuanji had seen through Doufu's true nature. His words dampened Doufu's spirits. Having failed to achieve his aim, Doufu, frustrated, brandished his flashlight and led the way into the corridor, followed closely by the others. As we reached the entrance of the closed side hall, Duan Fei suddenly exclaimed, "Qin Xian, come look." He pointed at the shut wooden door, seemingly having made a discovery. I was ahead of him, preoccupied with observing my surroundings, wary of the concealed entity that might suddenly emerge, and thus somewhat distracted. Following Duan Fei's gesture, I was taken aback, for there was a cross etched upon the door of the side hall. This cross appeared to have been made with a dagger or something similar. and beneath it was a curious symbol, resembling a distorted character, akin to a white character, a sun character, or even a directional symbol. What could this signify? The crowd gathered closer, and Zhuangji remarked, "It seems like a mark left by someone." Knowing my circumstances, he asked, "Brother Chun, could this be a mark left by old Chun and his party?" I fixed my gaze upon the distorted character and replied, "It is possible. This character closely resembles a white character. After all, the invitation for my grandfather to come was signed with a white character, wasn't it?" Gu Wanmin furrowed her brow slightly and asked, "What does this cross mean?" Doufu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The cross signifies a mistake. Could this mark be indicating that there is nothing of what old Chun and the others sought within this side hall? Hence there is no need for us to enter?" This hypothesis seemed quite plausible. After much contemplation, the simplest interpretation appeared to be just that. Xiao Jing added, "If it signifies error, then we needn't proceed inside, correct?" I pondered for a moment, considering that since there was a mark left by my grandfather's party on this door, they must have entered, and perhaps some clues were left behind. Based on their movements, we might ascertain the purpose of their expedition. As these thoughts crossed my mind, I felt compelled to venture inside. I turned to Xiao Jing and said, "If you are afraid, stay outside. I shall explore within." Zhuang Rui and the others, undeterred by fear, echoed my sentiments, and we prepared to push the door open. With a sudden shove, Zhuang Ji exclaimed, "The door is locked from the inside." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions clouded with confusion. It was one thing for a door to be locked from the outside, but for it to be secured from within was decidedly unusual. For the door to be locked from the inside, it would necessitate the presence of someone inside. Could it be that there was indeed someone behind that wooden door? Unlike modern security doors, this one had a narrow gap in the middle. Unable to resist, I brought the flashlight closer to the slit, pressing my eye against it to peer inside. To my astonishment, I was met with a murky yellow eye staring back at me, positioned at the crack, locking gazes with mine. The eye shifted slightly, causing me to tremble involuntarily, and my flashlight clattered to the ground, my heart racing in fright. Initially, I merely wished to sneak a glimpse inside to discern what lay beyond, but to my shock, I discovered that someone, or perhaps something, inside was also peering out at us. The sheer horror of the situation was overwhelming. My reaction bewildered the others. Doufu's expression tightened as he questioned, "Old Chun, aren't you fearless? What did you see to become so frightened?" I swallowed hard and replied, "There is someone, or perhaps a ghost, inside, watching us through the crack." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing let out a terrified scream and quickly distanced herself from the door, retreating behind me in fear. Doufu's expression shifted dramatically as he asserted, "Aside from us, there are no living souls here. It must be a Zongzi." "But why would a Zongzi spy on us?" Zhuang Rui, his gaze fixated on the wooden door, ominously suggested, "Whether it is human or ghost, we shall find out by entering." With that, he exchanged glances with Zhong Gong and Zhuang Ji, who understood the signal and immediately began to ram the door. Naturally, Doufu and I could not remain idle. Though we were terrified, we were not easily intimidated, and we joined in the effort to break down the door. With the combined force of our sturdy frames, the wooden door burst open with a loud bang. Gu Wanmin had already drawn his gun, chambered a round, and without hesitation, fired a shot. However, upon the door's sudden opening, we were met with an impenetrable darkness, revealing nothing in our line of sight. Xiao Jing stood at the threshold, scanning for any signs of danger, and cautiously stepped inside the hall, inquiring, "Where's the thing that was spying on us?" Doufu, wielding a flashlight, searched the area, his gaze finally settling on me as he questioned, "Old Chun, are you sure you weren't mistaken?" A wave of unease washed over me. Something felt amiss. The first time we opened the door, I glimpsed a pair of feet behind it, yet upon opening, there was nothing. The second time, it was an eye, and again, nothing awaited us. Was it possible that this entity had come solely to frighten me? I bore no grudge against it, so why would it toy with me? Lost in these thoughts, I disregarded Doufu's words and the curious stares of the others. I adjusted the flashlight to its brightest setting, determined to examine this side hall. The center of the hall was empty, while the surrounding walls were adorned with numerous grim murals, depicting a scene of spectral figures emerging from their lairs. The vivid apparitions seemed as though they might leap from the walls, inducing an unsettling discomfort with merely a glance. At that moment, at the end of the luminous glow, a flicker of reflection suddenly appeared, a golden glimmer that darted through the darkness, suggesting the presence of something ominous. Compelled by curiosity, I quickened my pace to investigate, only to be met with a shocking sight. Beneath the columns sat a figure, a skeletal form draped in tattered garments. A watch adorned its wrist, the very source of the earlier reflection. Who was this individual? It dawned upon me that he must be the one who had locked the door from within. Had there been a peril outside that prompted him to seek refuge in this secluded chamber and secure the entrance so tightly? Gazing at the skeletal remains, I noticed a bundle beside it. The backpack was flattened. I crouched before the bones, using my dagger to pry it open, only to discover it contained no sustenance or water, only a length of rope, a dagger, and a few chisels. It was evident that this individual had perished from starvation. At that moment, the others gathered around, observing in silence. Zhuang Rui abruptly turned his head towards the doorway, signaling to Zhonggong, saying, "Take the gun and stand guard at the entrance." Clearly, the sight of the corpse had alerted him to the potential dangers lurking beyond the temple doors. Otherwise, this person would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Zhuang Ji pondered aloud. He still had a dagger in his possession. Had I been in his position, even without a weapon, I would have fought back rather than succumb to despair. I contemplated whether this individual was simply cowardly or if the circumstances were indeed extraordinary. The specifics of those extraordinary conditions remained elusive to us now. Zhonggong stood vigil at the temple entrance, providing a measure of reassurance. His meticulous and trustworthy nature alleviated some of our anxieties. At that juncture, Gu Wanmin crouched down and softly suggested, "Let us check his pockets for any identifying clues." At her words, I slapped my forehead in realization. How had I overlooked such a crucial detail amidst my earlier musings? Who might this person be? He could potentially be anyone from that ill-fated team, perhaps even my grandfather. Yet, I believed my grandfather was not of a timid disposition, even in dire straits. He would have fought valiantly. I imagined such tenacity was evident in both Qin Ci and myself. The notion of resigning to fate would never be associated with the Qin family. Chapter 32. The Jade prompted by Gu Wenmin's reminder. We began to remove the clothing from the skeletal remains. The corpse, already decomposed to mere bones, crumbled easily with a slight force, causing the white skull to roll away. Doufu muttered prayers, saying, "Please forgive our unintentional disrespect. We did not mean to offend the remains. Do not take it to heart." He then gleefully retrieved the skull, placing it back among the pile of bones. I found his actions amusing, thinking how, as a rustic scholar, he had likely encountered many disrespectful situations before. Yet now he was reciting prayers. I disregarded him as I emptied the contents of my clothing pockets. Aside from some small personal tools, I discovered a photograph tucked away in the wallet of the corpse. Perhaps for the purpose of concealing identity, the wallet contained an old-fashioned identification card, but Gu Wenmin, with keen eyesight, merely glanced at it and declared it to be a forgery. Thus, I shifted my focus from the documents to the photograph in my hand. The image depicted a completely unfamiliar middle-aged man, sporting a crew cut and dark skin. If this photograph truly belonged to the deceased, I could rest assured, for he was not my grandfather. Just as our attention was captivated by the photograph, Doufu, who was busy arranging skulls nearby, suddenly exclaimed, "I found a piece of jade." His courage had notably increased during this time, as he reached among the bones and unearthed a jade disc roughly the size of a coin, which appeared to be of good quality at first glance. I remarked, "This jade disc is quite nice. You should wear it." Doufu grimaced and retorted, "Can you not disgust me? A soil master also has his dignity." After a pause, he added, "I have seen jade discs carved with cicadas and lotus flowers, but I have never encountered one inscribed with letters and numbers." Letters? Numbers? Upon hearing this, the others gathered closer to take a look, and I noticed Zhuan Rui's expression change dramatically. He snatched the jade disc from Doufu's hand, his handsome face half frozen like ice and the other half marred, with crimson muscles twitching in a terrifying manner. I had never seen Zhuan Rui display such an expression before, and I couldn't help but ask, could the markings on it hold some special significance? Upon closer inspection, I noticed that it bore a combination of letters and numbers encircling the jade disc, 4032700001. Jade is a symbol of good fortune and typically does not carry intricate designs. Even when it does, the motifs are generally auspicious. As Doufu had mentioned, carvings of cicadas are significant, as they carry a profound meaning in traditional Chinese culture. In ancient times, jade was revered as a divine stone and later became a ritual vessel, adhering to a set of decorative conventions. Aside from certain youth who seek novelty, Most individuals who truly understand jade would not mar its surface with random engravings. I found myself pondering the meaning behind this string of letters. After I posed my question, Duan Fei replied, "Yes, I have seen something similar before." Doufu, intrigued, inquired, "Where did you see it?" Duan Fei glanced at him and moved his lips as if to speak, yet ultimately refrained, frowning in silence. I felt a surge of irritation. Since he evidently possessed knowledge of the matter yet chose to withhold it, it was quite tantalizing. Doufu, being rather persistent, paid no mind to Duan Fei's grim demeanor. After a moment of waiting, seeing that Duan Fei remained silent, he eagerly leaned in and asked, "Wealthy one, please don't keep us in suspense. Where did you see it? What do the letters signify?" Duan Fei's frown deepened as he regarded Doufu, still choosing not to respond. Doufu, with a thick skin that could rival a city wall, seemed unfazed by Duan Fei's expression. With a sudden idea, he reached out, intending to reclaim the jade disc, stating, "If you want to speak, that's fine. It's mine since I found it, so give it back to me." He extended his hand, only to have it swiftly grasped by Duan Fei, causing him to cry out in pain. "You bastard Duan, don't think your wealth makes you formidable. This is the hand of an artist. Can you afford to damage it? I apologize. Let go. Let go. The item is yours." Moments later, Doufu, clutching his hand, timidly retreated behind me, presenting an expression of helplessness. It was then that Duan Fei leisurely tucked away the jade by, pausing for a moment before stating, "This matter is rather lengthy to explain. I never anticipated that after all these years, I would encounter it again." Observing the nuance in Duan Fei's demeanor, it appeared he was inclined to relent. Evidently, Doufu's frantic antics had not been in vain. Shortly thereafter, Duan Fei began recounting an old tale. This incident transpired when Duan Fei was still quite young, and he had an uncle from the same clan who mysteriously vanished 2 decades prior. Before his disappearance, there had occurred an event that left a profound impression on him. The exact cause of the incident had become somewhat obscured, and even Duan Fei was uncertain. As the heir apparent of the Duan family, it was easy to imagine the rigorous upbringing he endured. His training commenced at an early age, and his academic pursuits often extended late into the night. At that time, the Duan family estate still resembled a traditional Sihiyuan in one summer evening. After concluding a day of practice and wiping the sweat from his brow, Duan Fei prepared to return to his quarters. The Duan family was a venerable lineage, steeped in strict traditions. Before he could retire for the night, he was obliged to report his progress to his father. As he approached the door to his father's study, he suddenly overheard a heated argument. The study, illuminated by a lamp, cast shadows of 2 figures, his father and his uncle, engaged in an intense dispute. Their words rapid and indistinct to Duan Fei. His uncle was a ne'er-do-well. The Duan family upheld strict discipline. Yet this particular uncle exhibited erratic behavior, generous to the downtrodden in one breath and committing heinous acts under the cover of darkness in the next. The Duan family had always been lineal, and with the emergence of this uncle, his grandfather naturally doted on him, which only exacerbated his unruliness. As the head of the family and elder brother, Duan Fei's father often clashed with his wayward brother, a common occurrence that did not surprise Duan Fei. Assuming his father was merely educating his uncle, he intended to withdraw when suddenly he caught snippets of key phrases: power, change, underground fighting, cooperation. These words emanated from his uncle's lips, and the Duan family's upbringing fostered a precocious maturity. They were well acquainted with the world. Initially planning to leave, Duan Fei's curiosity was piqued by these terms, leading him to ponder, what power? What change? Was his uncle contemplating underground fighting? Whom did he intend to collaborate with? It was indeed a case of youthful cunning. Having heard this, Duan Fei abandoned his retreat and stealthily positioned himself to eavesdrop outside the study. Soon after, a loud crash reverberated through the room. His father had shattered a vase. Following this, Duan Fei heard his father exclaim, "I will not permit you to engage in such nonsensical endeavors. This household is under my command." His uncle retorted, "Brother, you are being unreasonable. I am merely discussing this with you." To which his father coldly replied, "You ungrateful wretch. Do you think the legacy of the Duan family was built without effort? Engaging with such individuals, do you intend to jeopardize the entire Duan family's legacy?" The younger uncle remained silent for a moment before mirroring the cold laughter, remarking, "So, you do not consent?" He repeated the word good thrice, and then abruptly stormed out. At that instant, The voice of Zhuang Rui's father resonated through the room, summoning Zhuang Rui inside, indicating that his concealed skills had been unmasked. He entered with his head bowed, respectfully addressing, "Father." Zhuang Rui's father nodded slightly, inquiring, "Did you hear everything?" Zhuang Rui replied candidly, "I did not fully comprehend." "Father, what has the younger uncle done to provoke your ire?" Although this younger uncle was eccentric and not well regarded by the family, he had shown kindness towards Zhuang Rui, even covertly assisting him with his studies. The father did not respond directly to Zhuang Rui. Suddenly, Zhuang Rui noticed a remarkable jade disc on the tea table beside him. Despite his youth, Zhuang Rui had undergone rigorous training from a young age, granting him sharper eyesight than the average person. He first discerned the exceptional quality of the jade disc, and then his gaze fell upon a string of letters and numbers inscribed upon it. The characters and numerals matched exactly with those on the current jade disc. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, perplexed by the notion of someone carving such markings onto a jade piece. Where did this jade disc originate? Why had he never seen it before? Could it be that his father and younger uncle quarreled over it? As Zhuang Rui pondered these questions, his father wearily rubbed his forehead and said, "You must remember, the century-old foundation of our Zhuang family involves the fates of countless individuals. At all times, family interests must take precedence. Do not emulate that reckless younger uncle of yours." Zhuang Rui initially intended to inquire about the younger uncle's actions that could incite such fury from his father, but he astutely sensed that this was not the appropriate moment for such questions. He nodded instead and affirmed, "Yes." Following the customary report on his studies, Zhuang Rui retired to rest. Before departing, he witnessed his father secure the jade pendant within a hidden compartment of the study, an enclosure known only to the family. After that day, the younger uncle seldom returned home. The last time he visited, Zhuang Rui was in the training room, surrounded by an array of various soils. Practicing his sensory skills, the younger uncle appeared somewhat exhilarated, and as he passed by, he grabbed a handful of mixed soil, asking, "Xiao Rui, are you tired? Your uncle will take you out for some fun." Zhuang Rui replied earnestly, "I am not tired. I wish to practice." The younger uncle scoffed, saying, "Just like your father. He's an old stickler, and you, a little stickler." After patting Zhuang Rui's head, he added, "Your uncle will be away for quite some time. The Zhuang family will rely on you, young lad. Do your best." Watching the younger uncle's departing figure, Zhuang Rui did not realize that the phrase "quite some time" would stretch into 2 whole decades.